Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Lost Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The entire company of the Lux Radio Theater has been under a magic spell this week. We've fallen victim to the charm of Miss Margaret O'Brien, age 7. We have wooed her favor with ice cream cone and peppermint candy, and she has rewarded us by treating us as equals. That's about the greatest compliment that a child can pay to adults. Co-starring with Margaret are James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. They were all with her in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Lost Angel, the drama that takes the spotlight in this theater tonight. This week, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is celebrating 20 years of fine picture making with a new one that's been much talked about, The White Cliffs of Dover. During those 20 years, the studio has discovered a distinguished line of famous artists, but none, I think, more promising than our little Margaret O'Brien. Lost Angel is a delightful story of a very small girl who feels a certain responsibility for the affairs of her friends, particularly affairs of romance. I believe tonight marks rather a special occasion for the Lux Radio Theater, because it's the first time we've had a star who wasn't born, even, when the first play was presented in this National Theater by Lux Toilet Soap, which means that a whole generation has more or less grown up with our program. The first birthday party, the first date, graduation day, in all of these, our product has played its own little role. Needless to say, we're firm believers in the theory that beauty is never too young to learn about Lux Toilet Soap. Now our cast is on the stage, and here's the curtain for Act One of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. His name is Mike Regan. Mike's a reporter. He doesn't wear his hat on the back of his head, cigarettes never dangle from the corner of his mouth, and he has never considered writing a novel. But in spite of these handicaps, Mike Regan is the most promising news gatherer on the New York Morning Transcript. Right now, in fact, he's promising something to a very bewitching young lady.
And I'm awfully sorry, Katie, but we can go next week, huh? That's a promise.
Well, if you have to work, chum, you have to.
It's that Packy Roos case. The cops just grabbed him, and I've got to do a follow-up story.
Okay. Next week, then, huh?
Katie, you're a wonderful girl. You know what I like best about you?
Sure. I have a pretty good voice that pays off with a pretty good salary from a pretty good nightclub. I don't cost you much.
You'll find it hard to believe, but that's not it. The thing I like most is that you're not one of those whiny, clinging vine dames who squawks when a guy's got work to do.
Oh, hiya, Katie.
Hi.
The boss wants to see you, Mike.
Tell him I'll be right there.
Okay. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. About tonight, Mike. You bring the beer, we'll get the dame.
Oh.
All right, worm. Squirm.
Honest, Kate, that's just a rib. There aren't any dames. It's just a poker game.
Oh, just a poker game.
Well, it's not that I want to play poker, but I took $400 from those pigeons last Tuesday night and...
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, look.
Last Tuesday night, you stood me up because the rewrite man was sick.
Katie, in this racket, there are a lot of things a guy has to do. There are obligations.
Obligations to what, Mike? You have only two real obligations. One is to your job, and the other is to me.
And he seems to be fluffing in both of them. Didn't Al tell you I wanted to see you, Mike?
All right, please. Look, Katie, you're absolutely right, darling. Look, have dinner with me tonight. Really let me have it.
Yeah, and while I'm making speeches, you'll be figuring out how you can get away early and still make that poker game.
Oh, no, Katie. I'll be listening. I'd be a heel if I didn't. You will come, won't you, darling? It means a lot to me.
Well,
Oh, that's wonderful, baby. You won't be sorry, Katie.
Oh, all right. Pick me up at 8:30.
8:30? You're an angel.
I'm a sap. Goodbye, Arthur.
So long, Katie.
Bye.
Brother, the things you get away with.
Now then, you wanted to see me, Art?
Yeah, when you went to Harvard, did you know a professor there named Vincent?
Vincent? Oh, sure. Psychology. He's in town now with the Pickering Institute.
Then drag yourself down there and see him. They've got a baby genius. Get an interview.
But, Art, I'm all tied up with the Packaroos case.
Packy's in jail. The case is over. Now quit stalling.
Listen, will you? I'm in no mood for the patter of little feet and the touch of little hands.
No? Okay. There's a poultry show that has to be covered.
Pickering Institute?
Pickering Institute.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. I'm on my way.
I'm delighted to see you again, Regan. But as far as the child is concerned, impossible. We're by no means ready to contact the press.
Oh, I understand your point of view completely, Professor Vincent. Imagine the cheap, sensational stories that might be written. Professors grow genius in hothouse, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But after all, you know me, and you know I wouldn't...
Very well, but the article you write must first be submitted to us for our approval.
Oh, sure. Now, where's the kid?
Just a moment. There are certain facts I first wish to make clear. For years, the Pickering Institute searched for a child upon whom we could make certain experiments that may revolutionize the entire educational system.
Yeah.
6 years ago, when Alpha was 3 days old, she was brought to us by the Foundling Home.
Any records of her parents?
None whatsoever. We chose her because we found her physically and mentally perfect for our purpose. Since then, the Pickering Institute has been Alpha's home. Here she has had every attention, every kindness.
And you've given her the works, huh?
We have been her teachers and her friends. Alpha knows nothing of the outside world, but her knowledge of such subjects as music, geometry, Chinese, and history may startle even you, Regan.
I'm ready to be startled.
Very well. Go inside and strip.
I thought you said strip.
I did. Dr. Woodring will examine you. If you're in good health, you may then have a short interview with Alpha.
Gee, thanks.
This is her room, Regan. I'll leave you with her. Hello, Alpha. Oh, geometry, I see.
Did you remember to bring the slide rule, Professor Vincent?
How about me? Will I do instead?
This is Michael Regan, Alpha, a representative of the press.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Not too long, please.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks.
What paper are you from?
A transcript.
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
I suppose you read it every day?
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Richards.
And what do you think of our editorials?
We find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well, I thought we'd just...
We could begin by my giving you the schedule on my days.
Well, that's fine.
Well, I have English first, then history, economics, algebra, Chinese, semantics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old.
Oh, congratulations. If you'll pardon my asking, what do you do just for fun?
Well, I play chess and the harp and the piano.
And of all the jolly things you do, Professor, what do you like best?
Reading. I think I like reading best.
Sure. When I was your age, I liked reading best, too. You know, kid stuff, fairy tales.
Oh, I've been told about them.
Oh, what's wrong with fairy tales?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
And just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets?
They're not true?
Hardly.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell the leprechaun I had breakfast with that he isn't real.
A leprechaun? What's that?
It's a little man about so high. Irish. Shoemaker by profession.
You had breakfast with such a man this morning?
Yes.
What did he eat?
Pratters and stirabout. Oh, the stirabout's a special kind of cereal. No lump.
What about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Now, if that isn't just like a woman. Look, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course. It's an mammal of the equine group. Black with white stripes.
How do you know?
Well, because I do know.
But you've never seen one.
No.
Still, you believe there are zebras, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic. Outside all kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Of course, some people will tell you that it isn't true. But if you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is true. and you can find it.
Can you?
Certainly.
Time for your
I'd
music
like to.
lesson. Elsa?
Oh, but Professor, we're having such an interesting discussion.
Well, go on, kid. And thanks. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun you said he wasn't real.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Come along, Alpha. Professor Caddy's waiting for you.
I'm afraid we'll have to start again, Alpha. The note is D, not D flat.
I don't believe I'm concentrating, Professor Caddy.
Well, we'll try it again, dear. Ready?
Professor Caddy, do you believe in magic?
Magic? Well, there's always the magic of music.
Oh, but that's not what I mean. Oh, well, let's get back to Beethoven. Come in.
I just wanted to say good night, my dear.
Good night, Professor Vincent. Where is Mrs. Caddy?
Mrs. Caddy seems suddenly to have contracted a slight fever. Dr. Woodring has sent her to bed. Now go right to sleep.
I'll try, but I have so many things on my mind.
Oh? Did you have a nice supper tonight?
Rowena, with lumps.
Lumps are merely grains of cereal adhering.
Obviously, but sometimes I'd like to have Pratties and stir about.
What on earth are they?
I don't know, but that's what I'd like to have.
Well, I'll consult Dr. Woodring.
Professor Vincent.
Yes?
If somebody told you something is true, and you don't think it is, but you're not sure, what you do?
You demand that they prove their statements. Everything true can be proved.
Thank you. Good night, Professor.
Good night, my dear. You've been a fine, good girl.
Outside, Alpha. Outside. There's all kinds of magic. Flying carpets, dragons, enchanted forests. Demand that they prove their statements. If you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is there, and you can find it. Everything true can be proved.
Then prove it. Prove it to me, Mr. Regan.
Outside, all kinds of magic. Outside.
All right. Outside I'll go. Very well. Outside I'll go. Dear Professors, I am going out. Do not worry. I have dressed warmly. I have to find out something else.
Well, young lady, what can we do for you?
I'd like to see Mr. Michael Regan, please.
Is this guy with you, this Chinese gent?
Oh, yes. The traffic confused me somewhat, so he volunteered to escort me.
Huh?
Then we knew the way at the bug one.
Hey, what goes?
Oh, pardon me. My friend Mr. Mean Jane said the Korea was taken by the Japanese in 1912. It was 1910, August 1910.
1910, huh? Oh, now, come on. Now, what do you want to see Mr. Regan for?
He's my father.
Your father, though. What?
Jacob, that means goodbye. My friend Mr. Mean Jane was very kind to bring me here, but he certainly is stubborn.
Who's the little doll, Eddie?
He's looking for Mike Regan. Says he's a father.
Mike Regan's her... Oh, boy. And she wants to see her father, does she? Well, I think that can be arranged.
You know where he is?
Sure. He took his girl to the fights, and that's just where I'm taking this little lady.
One at a time, please. One at a time. Yeah, that's better. Now, which one of you professors called headquarters?
It was I, Sergeant. I'm Professor Vincent.
Okay. Now, you say you saw the little girl at 10 after 8.
As a rule, my wife goes in to see if the child is properly covered.
Why didn't she go in tonight?
Because I ordered Mrs. Ketty to bed.
She's ill.
Oh, I'll be all right. If only we can find Alpha.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, Charlie?
I checked them all. Mercy Hospital, Good Samaritan, Bellevue, no kid.
Are you sure you described her correctly? Navy jumper, white blouse, black
But
shoes.
what made her run away?
What made
You
her...
heard
Oh,
me.
we don't know.
What's the matter with you, lady?
My wife is suffering from a slight cold.
Don't look like no cold to me. Hey, look, Sarge, this here lady's got the measles, right? The father of 9 kids.
This is terrible. Measles. Why, bless me, I believe you're right. Oh, this is calamitous.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right in a few days.
But you don't understand. Tell them, Doctor. When we find Alpha, she won't be able to come back here. This place is quarantined until Mrs. Catty recovers from the measles.
Having fun, Katie?
What? But I'd be happier if my man hadn't been knocked out.
The next bout will be on in a minute. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
Okay, but I have to be back at the club pretty soon.
Oh, relax. I'll go over with you. After all,
Attention, please. Mr. Michael Regan is wanted in the press room. Your baby is waiting for you. Mr. Michael Regan, your baby is in the press room.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mike?
Katie, you know I haven't got a baby.
Mister, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, there's some mistake. Look, just wait, will you, honey? I'll be right back.
I'm leaving, but you'd better hurry and see if that baby will wait for you.
Oh. Right in the press room, Mr. Regan. Your boss brought her here and ducked out. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Since when am I your father?
Mr. Regan, I'd like to talk to you.
And I'd like to talk to you.
When you came to see me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and, well, magic. And you said not everybody could, but you knew how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me. But of course, if it wasn't true, please don't feel bad. Of course, all men lie. Even if they don't mean to lie, they don't always know the truth about things.
Oh, tell me, why is it so important to you, this magic business?
Well, the professors say everything can be explained. But if things happen like magic, I don't know. I just thought it would make everything seem different.
Listen, I didn't lie to you. There is magic, all kinds. It's what makes people laugh and have friends and be happy. And if I told you I could find it, well, I'll find it for you.
Now? Right now?
Yeah, but we've got to find Katie, too. Oh, it's Miss Mallory. She's my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for the magic? Why do we have to see her?
Well, because she's very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in this case, well, you have to help me fix it.
All right, how do I do it?
You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
That appears very simple, Mr. Regan. Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we shall proceed.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Act 2 of Lost Angel. And now, here's a young soldier home on leave. A soldier and his girl.
When your heart goes bumpity-bump, it's love, love, love. When your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. Why, Joe, you're not singing.
I'd rather watch you, honey. You're so pretty. Where'd you get that $1 million complexion, Sue? It makes my heart go bumpity-bump.
Well, it's love, love, love. Sometimes at first sight, when admiring eyes come close to a smooth, lovable Lux complexion. Pretty Lux girls are clever. They never neglect the care that really makes skin softer, more appealing. Here's what they do.
Every single day, I give my skin an active lather facial with Lux soap. I smooth on lots of the creamy lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water and splash on cold, then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That's all. But that quick, easy facial really does things for my skin.
In recent tests of Lux toilet soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Lux soap's rich, creamy lather agrees with delicate skin. No wonder 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this fine white soap, Why not get Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, be sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood Beauty Soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. While the New York police and professors of the Pickering Institute frantically search for a 6-year-old brain trust, Mike Regan and Alpha are on a search of their own for magic. Under a dazzling canopy of animated electric signs, a slightly bored Mike and a saucer-eyed little girl amble through the wonderland of Times Square.
Professor, I believe you wanted to see a flying carpet. Just take a look up there.
Looks like an airplane to me.
And just what is an airplane?
Well, it's the thing that you sit down on and it flies away.
Correct. Now, that plane up there, you sit down on it, it flies away. A flying carpet, no matter what you call it.
Goodness.
Hey, take a look down there. See that man all dressed up? Swallowtail coat, silk hat? Now look at his shirt.
It lights up. Why, a shirt lights up with electric light.
Certainly.
It says, Bell Terrace Cigars, the Smoker King. My, that's wonderful, Matt.
Strictly minor league, Professor, minor league.
Nice fresh
Oh.
corn. Hot peanuts.
One bag, Mac.
One bag, one dime. Here you are.
Keep your change.
I remain obediently yours.
What's this, Mr. Regan?
Popcorn, kind of food. My leprechaun's crazy about it, but it gets in his teeth. He has a lot of trouble with it.
My teeth are very good.
I see. Have some popcorn?
Thank you.
Wait. Here we turn the corner. And look, the great white way out. Full of magic.
Mr. Regan, look. There's a dragon.
Where? Oh, sure. All lit up like a Christmas tree. Dragon Chinese restaurant. Full course dinner, 70 cents.
And look at that.
A leprechaun.
Looks like a monkey to me.
Now, if this were just a monkey, he wouldn't be all dressed up, would he? And asking for money with one hand and popcorn with the other?
If he's a leprechaun, he shouldn't have popcorn. It's bad for his teeth.
Yeah, but you can still give him the nickel.
You're leprechaun, but no popcorn. It's for your own good.
Come on, Professor. We got to go to a nightclub and see Katie.
I hope the leprechaun doesn't think that I didn't want to give him any popcorn.
I'm sure he doesn't. Now, if you keep your eyes open, you'll see a machine that makes donuts and a giant I know named Stilts. You see, Professor, on every street, behind every door, wherever you look, nothing but magic.
Naughty.
Yeah. But before we go another step, I'm going to call Vincent and tell him where you are. Well, that was fast, was it?
Did you telephone Professor Vincent?
The line's still busy. We'll just sit at this table, and in a minute, Katie will be through singing. Hello, Chris. A glass of milk for the professor here, and the usual for me. Yes, sir.
Mr. Regan, this Katie, what makes her your girl?
Well, I like her.
How do you know when you like people?
It's because you want to be with them, I guess, and do things for them.
Do you do things for her?
Well, not very much, I guess.
Then you don't like her very much.
Sure I do.
Then I don't understand.
Yeah, you're too young.
Well, Mike, and where did you borrow her?
You can apologize now or later. She's the baby I was paged for. Sit down, Katie.
You bet I will.
Katie, this is Alpha.
How do you do?
Hi.
Alpha's a business acquaintance of mine. She's being educated by a lot of professors, and they're doing a very good job, except they left out what goes on outside their classrooms. You know, magic and stuff like that. So she looked me up at the fights to find out more about it.
Magic, huh?
Yeah.
Milk for the child and the usual for you, sir.
Thanks.
What's in that bottle, Mr. Regan?
This? Oh, it's, cough medicine.
Then why does it say Irish whiskey on the label?
Because he forgot you could read, Alpha.
May I have some?
No. It makes you feel awful. Well, sick, sort of.
You know it's going to make you sick before you drink it, and you drink it anyway. That isn't intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Okay, Professor, you win this round.
Mr. Regan, what is that man eating?
Over there? Oh, he's eating spaghetti. I'll get you some.
No, better not, Mike. She'll get sick.
I am never sick.
Okay, kid, you're on your own.
Some spaghetti for the young lady, Chris. Coffee for us.
Yes, sir.
I can see I'm going to have to watch my IQ around here.
Do you have a high intelligence quotient?
No, I'm a middle grade moron.
That's too bad. Does it worry you?
You think it should?
Well, it would be a matter of concern to me.
Excuse me a minute. I've got to find out about my next number.
Are you going away?
Yes, but I'll be right back.
She's pretty.
She's beautiful.
Do you like her better than you like me?
Well, look at you.
Don't laugh at me.
Professor, you're getting younger every minute.
Do you like me?
Why?
Because I like you.
Why?
I don't know.
Hey, what's the matter, Professor? What did I do? Now, you can't do that. Now, look.
What did you do to her?
I beat her. What do you think I did?
He likes you better than he likes me.
Oh, come here, darling.
What's the matter with her?
Judging from my past experience, I'd say she's in love. Hey, where do you think you're going?
To telephone the Institute. And if that line's still busy, I'm going to cut my throat.
Look, Alpha, Mike doesn't like me better than you. Honest, just differently. People can like lots of people. People with big hearts, that is.
Is Mike got a big heart?
Well, it's bigger than his head. Well, here's your spaghetti. I'm still against the idea, but if you've got to eat spaghetti, I guess you got to. Well, how was your spaghetti, Alpha?
I found it very palatable.
You did, huh? Oh, look, here comes Daddy.
I got the Institute all right. Finally.
Mike, your face. What's the matter? Are they having you arrested for kidnapping?
I wish that was all.
Do I have to go right back? I'm sorry I cried.
No, you don't have to go right back. Not for a couple of days, Professor.
A couple of what?
Look, Professor, you're a little bit tear-stained. How about washing up? Oh, Miss.
Cigarette, yes,
Oh, Miss, would you mind showing my friend here where the powder room is?
I'd be glad to. Come along, honey.
You come with me.
I better stay here. You come back beautiful and surprise me.
She will.
All right, now what's the big mystery?
The Pickering Institute extends its unbounding gratitude for finding Alpha.
That's nice.
They practically kissed me over the phone, but I can't take her back there.
No?
The joint's quarantined. Mrs. Carter's got the measles.
Oh, Mike.
It's not funny. They want me to.
Mike, that's so wonderful.
I tell you, they're going to stick me with that kid.
Much as I love you, darling, I can't say you're the guardian type.
It seems Professor Vincent knows me from Harvard, the rat. Hey, Katie, look. Now, your place is close by, and you know...
Not a chance, Mike, not a chance.
But why not?
Well, you're her fairy godfather, my friend. You're the fellow who said outside there's magic and excitement and wonderful people. Well, you've got to show her, Mike, no one else.
Oh, but it's only for a little while. I'll spend a lot of time with her,
Oh, no. Did you see her eyes when she looks at you? Well, you've got to pay for that look, chum. And that means that you're going to sit up with her tonight if she gets sick on that spaghetti. And in the morning, you're going to fix her breakfast. Yep, this time one of your pigeons has come home to roost. And, speaking of pigeons...
Well, goodbye, Alpha.
Goodbye, and thank you very much.
You're welcome.
People are very interesting.
People are just dandy. Get your coat.
Are we going?
Yes.
Isn't Katie coming?
No.
I'm sorry if I was rude when I first met you. I hope I see you again.
You will, darling.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Michael.
Oh. Okay, Professor, this is my apartment. My bed's in there. It's yours.
Are you angry, Mike?
Not at you, at Katie.
But you like her.
Who says you can't get angry at people you like? Anyway, I don't like her. I love her.
How?
Well, you get madder at them that way.
I'm glad I'm going to stay with you.
Oh, you are, huh? And now look, I'm a busy man. I don't mind you staying here, but you've got to play ball and stay out of my hair.
Oh, you mean if I cooperate?
Exactly.
Very well, I will cooperate. And if you wish, I will play ball with you.
Oh, Well, now you go in there and get out of your clothes. You can sleep in one of my pajama jackets.
I'm accustomed to washing before I retire.
Well, that's the door over there.
Thank you.
Hey, wash good now and all over. Who is it? Oh, sure I'm still working for the paper. What? He broke out of jail. Packy Roos broke out. Well, I was out with a kid story. But I can't forget it. I've got the kid here. I can't. Art, listen. Hello. Oh.
My, I feel peculiar.
So do I.
My stomach hurts. I'm going to be sick.
Well, get back in there. Hurry. Now, don't get scared. It's just... Grand Hotel. Oh, yes, Professor Vincent. More instructions? Oh, yes. Oh, she's been in bed for hours. Look, Vincent, I'll call you back in the morning. Oh, yes, Vincent. No, Vincent. Yes, Vincent. No. Yes, Vincent. I will. Bye. How you doing, kid?
I just did.
Good. Just pretend you were a little seasick.
I feel humiliated.
Humiliated.
I never had occasion to use the word before.
You don't have any occasion to use it now. Now, come on. Into bed with you. Now, look, Professor, I've got to go out for a little while. You won't be afraid if I leave you here alone, will you?
Why, no. That wouldn't be intelligent, Mr. Regan.
Score one for Vincent. Well, now you go to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, I'll be right here.
Thank you. Night.
Good
Goodbye.
night. Good night, Professor. Regan?
Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Get in there. Who are you?
Alpha, who are you?
Where's Regan?
I don't know.
When'll he be back?
Soon. What do you want?
What's it to you?
Obviously, you've been very badly brought up.
Hey, who are you?
I told you my name was Alpha, but you didn't tell me yours.
Well, it's Packy. Packy Roos. You belong here, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not angry with Mike, then whom are you angry?
Oh, I ain't angry. I ain't angry with nobody.
Then why have you got that revolver?
What is? Oh, that's a water pistol.
It's a deadly weapon. If you're not angry with Mike, at whom are you angry?
Now, look, will you please go back to sleep?
You're just trying to change the subject.
Look, maybe you'd like me to read to you, huh? You got a book around here?
There's a book on the table.
Oh,
Mike bought it for me.
Fairy tales. Yeah, you see that, sister? That there says fairy tales. Okay. Now, if there's any word you do not understand, you leave me know and I'll explain it to them.
Very well.
Now, this here's a story about a Chinese nightingale. You see? It's a bird.
Go on.
Once upon a time in China was a wonderful bird called a nightingale. They said it was the greatest thing in all the vast empire.
Empire.
Empire. But one man had never heard of him. That was a Cavalier, whatever that is.
Cavalier.
Okay, Cavalier. All right, then why ain't it empire?
Oh, Packy, it isn't the same at all. You see, the noun cavalier is a French derivative that... Oh, well, go on with the story.
Okay. Well, this Cavalier went to the palace, and he said, Princes of the realm, from all points of the compass, tidings come to me of a wondrous bird, a certain nightingale that wobbles the most beautiful song.
and said, "The nightingale, I know it well. It can sing gloriously."
Keep going, sister. Ain't a bad story.
Every evening when I finish my work, I go into the garden and wait for him under the elm tree. Packy, are you asleep? Well, it's about time. Mike? Is that you, Mike?
Hey, what are you doing up?
A friend of yours came in. He's sleeping in that chair.
Oh, fine. Yeah, I chased all over New York looking for Packy Roots, and my friends come barging in at 4 o'clock in the morning.
But, Mike, that is Packy.
Who?
Packy Roots. I've been reading him a fairy tale.
Fairy? Oh.
Mike, speak to me.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn for Act 3 of Lost Angels. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. My, Libby, you look positively starry-eyed.
Who wouldn't, Mr. Kennedy? I've just been talking to Sonia Henny.
What a break for you, Libby. With or without her skates, she's certainly lovely to watch. Is she as tiny as she seems when she's skimming over the ice?
Here are the exact statistics, Mr. Kennedy. 110 pounds, 5 feet 2, and eyes that are sparkling brown. In fact, a sparkling person.
She must have a great capacity for hard work. How does she do it, and yet look so fresh?
All that grace and quickness is the result of talent and lots of hard work. Besides being the world's foremost figure skater, she's an accomplished ballet dancer. I watched her practicing. She's just beginning a new picture, you know. And she seems to be tireless.
I've heard she goes into rigid training before every ice show and every picture.
Yes, a careful diet and as much rest as she can get. And, Mr. Kennedy, of interest to all Lux girls...
Being smart as well as pretty, of course Sonia is a Lux girl.
Yes, she is a Lux girl. A girl who depends on Lux toilet soap for exquisite complexion care and for a luxurious beauty bath, too. She says a really soothing, refreshing bath is very important to her. Here's what she told me. A Lux soap bath gives me a wonderful pick-up. Leaves me so refreshed.
You might say a Lux soap beauty bath makes a girl feel perky as well as pretty.
So many screen stars recommend it for a quick beauty pick-up. They're keen about the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Leaves skin really fresh and sweet. And they love the nice perfume Lux leaves on the skin.
Well, Libby, a Lux beauty bath is a little luxury we can recommend to everyone these strenuous days. Lux toilet soap is thrifty, too. Being hard milled, it lasts down to the thinnest sliver. So for women everywhere, here's a Hollywood tip. Make Hollywood's fragrant white beauty soap your daily bath soap, too. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We'll have a whole quartet of stars for a curtain call after the play. And here's the curtain for the third act of Lost Angels, starring Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. After combing the city in search of Packy Roots, a weary Mike Regan has staggered home to find Alpha entertaining the escaped gunman in his living room. Packy had dozed off, but Mike's arrival brings him to his feet with a very mean-looking gun in his hand.
Hey, what's the idea of busting into my place? Everybody in town's looking for you.
Ah, shut up.
Oh, Packy, put down that firearm.
Well, I'm sorry. Now, look, Regan, I ain't guilty of that murder rap. They're trying to hang it on me.
I never said you were guilty.
There's only one guy who can clear me. Lefty Moran.
That jerk?
Yeah, Moran's seen the whole thing. I gotta find Moran quick or I wind up in a chair. Now, I can't go looking for him. But you can. So you're gonna find Moran for me, get it?
Well, you hide out here.
You got it, Regan.
I'm sorry, pal. I got my hands full with the professor here. And I'm not making myself an accessory.
Brother, harboring a felon makes you an accessory. And you're harboring me.
I think you should help him.
You stay out of this. Why?
'Cause I like Packy.
You're getting to like an awful lot of people.
Yes, it's getting easier and easier.
All right. I'll try to find Lefty. But if I do, I get the whole story, exclusive, pictures, everything. Oh, sure, but you're wasting time. I'll start in the morning. I'm dead tired.
Brother, you don't know how dead you can be. You're starting now.
Don't worry about Packy. I'll read to him some more.
Oh, murder.
What did I do to this? What's the big idea coming back here if you didn't find him?
Because I'm tired. I'm very tired.
You told me that yesterday. Now listen to me, brother. You better go out and find... Hey, what's that?
Oh, stop being so jumpy. It's just Katie with the groceries. You heard me, phoner. Hello, Katie.
Well, good morning. Oh, who are you?
This is Packy. Packy, this is Katie. Nice girl.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you.
I don't mean to be inquisitive, but aren't the police looking for you?
Sort of.
Oh, yes. It's all a misunderstanding. You see, the police have gone on the assumption that Packy is an antisocial type. But, of course, they're all wrong. You can just tell that by looking at him, can't you?
Look, kid, let's you and me lug these groceries into the kitchen, huh?
Hey, Regan.
What?
You gonna stand around here all day? Get going.
Oh, why don't you stop, you big bad man?
Hi. The telephone is ringing.
Oh. Hello. Oh, hello, boss. No, I'm not going to sleep all day. I'm just going out. Yes, sure. Right away. Oh. Oh, yes. It's awfully funny. My paper's yelling. I got to play nursemaid. And this character is turning my place into an Alcatraz annex. Oh, fix some breakfast, will you, Katie?
I want to watch you.
Then at least get the professor started with the lessons. Vincent sent up all her books.
What? And reveal my ignorance still more?
Well, somebody's got to help. Packy, go on. Help the professor with the homework.
Me? Oh, gee, I didn't bring my thinking cap with me.
Packy, you heard him, didn't you?
Oh, gee whiz,
And so if Napoleon had better equipment, and if the French people hadn't been discouraged by the length of the war...
Well, go on.
You're not listening.
Where's Regan? Him and that dame left here 6 hours ago.
Mike said he'd bring Lefty back in will.
I never should have let that dame leave with him.
How do I know what she's up to?
You've got to relax.
Oh, now, please. I heard all your lessons, didn't I? I even promised I'd let you lend me the harp.
So now I can't relax. Will you have a heart? I'm jumpy.
Now, Packy, the very wise men in India worked out a theory which will help you to relax. It's called yoga, and I'm going to show you.
Who is it?
It's me. Hey, give me a hand, will you?
Hey, it's Lefty. What'd you do, croak him?
I don't know where I could get him here. Had to tap him a little on the head.
Come on. Drop him in his chair.
There. Hey, he's coming too.
Mike, is the gentleman hurt? Is he?
All right, close the door and get that kid out of here.
Oh, where? The Packy.
Yeah. Take a good look, sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on here?
I had to see you, Lefty. You wasn't just a witness to that shooting, was you, chum? You was the kid himself. Well, no one's framing me.
Oh, wait a minute, Packy.
Are you crazy? He's no good to you, Dad. Make him sign a confession. Then we can call the cops. But if you pay him off with a load of lead, then you're just buying yourself a one-way ticket to Sing Sing.
Oh, Packy, don't do anything that'll make you go to jail. I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. And besides, you'd promised me that you'd show me how to shoot dice and shuffle cards and...
Well, all right. Get out that typewriter, Regan. There's a nightingale here that wants to wobble.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Vincent? Yeah, she's fine. Huh? Oh, that's great. Well, I can't do it right now, but... Oh, sure. That'll be okay. In about 2 hours? Oh, you better make it 3. I got a little business to take care of. Yeah, okay.
Now what?
Alpha. Vincent's coming to get you in about 3 hours. Quarantine's been lifted.
Oh.
You ready, Regan?
Yeah, shoot.
Okay, Moran. Start singing.
I'll talk, Packy. I'll talk.
The apartment's slightly untidy, Professor Vincent, but they've been entertaining some unexpected guests here.
Why, this place is a shambles.
Professor, we caught a gangster, and the cops came, and now Patsy won't have to go to jail, and...
Regan, what is this child talking about?
You'll find the whole story in the morning transcript, exclusive with pictures. Lefty Moran confesses murder. Cops rush down. Paccaroos goes free. And I get the hottest break in 6 months. You should have been here.
You unprincipled man. Is this the care with which you watched over Alpha? Gangsters, criminals. Oh, you're no better than one yourself.
Don't you dare talk that way to Mike.
I hope it gives you some satisfaction, Mr. Regan, to realize that you've probably ruined years of work. But believe me, you haven't heard the last of this.
Oh, yes, I have. The very last. Get out of here.
Alpha, dear, they're all waiting for us downstairs, all the professors. We can go home now.
But I can't leave, Mike.
I think you'll have to, Alpha.
But I can't.
Look, Professor. You came to me so I'd show you magic, didn't you? Well, I showed you lots of magic, didn't I? Now you've got to go back. The professors are your friends. You've always liked the Institute.
But I never got to go outside it.
But you will. Just as soon as you're old enough. And there'll be more magic. And more people to like.
But, Mike, it's different when you love people. It's not the same as liking them.
But you don't have to be with people to love them.
Oh, Mike, yes, you do.
Regan.
Yeah?
If I spoke harshly, I'm sorry. Perhaps I was...
Will you please get out of here?
But, Mike, yes, you do. Tell him, Katie.
Come, Alpha. Come, my dear.
Mike.
So long, Professor.
You going to let her go, Mike? Just like that?
What else could I do?
I didn't hear you tell the kid you'd be by to see her or anything.
I thought it'd be easier if I didn't.
Easier for whom? For whom, Mike? For you or Alpha?
All right, easier for me. Katie, you know I'm crazy about that kid. But a punk like that, she's a responsibility.
Yes, I know.
Katie, let's get married. Let's go someplace where it's nice and quiet. Let's just...
Oh, I've been wanting you to ask me that for so long. Now, well, the answer's no, Mike. You see, I think I'd be a responsibility, too. I'd complicate your life, too, darling.
You know I love you.
Sure. But I don't like the way you love people, Mike. You run out on them.
Katie, when my boss was here, he offered me a job in Washington. A job I'd been after for years. I told him no. I wouldn't leave you. Does that sound like running out?
Mike, when you love people, you owe them something more than just turning down a job. You've got to give something. A little of your freedom, maybe. Your time. Yourself, maybe. I don't know. But whatever it is, you're not willing to give it. I saw that when Alpha walked out that door. Just as I'm doing now. So long, Mike.
Alpha, Miss Mallory has come to visit with you. Now, if something hurts you, if you don't feel well, won't you tell us what it is?
But I'm not sick, Doctor.
Measles. Do you suppose she caught Mrs. Caddy's measles?
Oh, if it were only that simple. No, Alpha's been back with us now for nearly a month. It's something else. I don't just know what.
I have an idea, Alpha. Let's show Miss Marlowe how you do problems. You just put those blocks into their proper spaces as fast as you can. Now, I'll time you. Ready?
I'd rather not.
Oh. Would you like to have me read to you?
No.
We could go out, Alpha, take a nice walk, you and I.
No, thanks.
Darling, would you like to see Mike?
Yes, but he doesn't want to see me.
Alpha, just what was the nature of the magic Mr. Regan showed you?
Oh, there were lots of things. There was a fine carpet, and there was a man whose shirt lighted up, and there was a leprechaun. Oh, but that wasn't the real magic. That was just the little kind.
Well, what was the real magic, darling?
Loving people.
The way you love Mike?
Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Vincent.
Yes, Mrs. Caddy?
There's a person here asking for Alpha. A Mr. Roos, Packy Roos.
Oh, Miss Marlowe and I'll see him right away.
Just a minute, Vincent.
Yes?
This child is really ill, Vincent. If this goes on much longer, I can't be responsible.
Yes, I know.
Packy.
Hey, is this where the little babe lives, in this joint?
How do you do?
Katie, what are you doing here?
Oh, she's sick, Packy. She's awfully sick.
Oh, ain't anybody going to do something about it?
We are doing everything we can.
Oh, I was just in the neighborhood. I brought her a couple little presents. Hey, Jake, back up the truck.
Packy, have you seen Mike?
Yeah, I just left him.
We've got to get him here right away.
I don't think he can make it.
He must make it. The child won't eat. She won't sleep.
She misses him so, Packy.
Well, I left him at Grand Central, Katie. He was getting on a train for Washington.
Oh, no.
Well, it had no good heel. Running out on her, trying to tell me she wasn't his kid.
Washington.
Now, wait a minute. You got a phone here, Jack?
Certainly. Come in my office.
Packy, what are you going to do?
I sent a telegram. Or call a railroad station. Stop the train. I don't know. But we got to do something and fast.
Mike, you did come back. Oh, I knew you would.
Oh, my dear fellow, I'm so delighted to see you.
Huh? What goes? You got my wire, huh?
What wire?
What'd they do, page you on a train? Well, they stop the train or what? Hey, what's the matter with you? What are you all looking so funny for? Look here, Vincent. I want to talk to you about the professor.
Mike, you came back here all on your own.
Of course I came back on my own. Yeah, but the train, I seen you taking the train. I did a little thinking on that train. By the time we got to Trenton, I was through thinking. I got off and took the next train back.
And you don't know what's happened?
What do you mean? Hey, what is this? What's wrong? Has something happened to Alpha?
Well, she's been rather ill. We've been...
What's the matter with her? Don't you know how to take care of a kid? Can't I go out of town without something happening to her?
Oh, Mike.
Hey, where is she? I want to see her.
Come with me.
Hey, Professor.
Yes?
It's me, Professor. Mike.
Oh, Mike. I'm so glad to see you.
Hey, what kind of monkey business are you up to? What's this I hear about you not eating or sleeping, huh?
Oh, Mike.
A fine thing. A fine reputation you're giving me. You stay with me a couple of days and you come back here and you're no good to anyone.
Handkerchief, Packy?
No, it's just hay fever.
You getting in Dutch with the professors and Katie's sore at me. And I just walked out on a new job.
You can have me if you'd like, Mike.
Me too, Alpha, if he'll have us.
You bet I will. Well, Packy, what do you say?
It's a lovely day, ain't it?
Of tonight's stars, only James Craig has visited us before. And now Margaret O'Brien, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn join him in a curtain call.
It's well being here, Mr. DeMille. Say, Marcia, did you know that Keenan Wynn has a wonderful name?
Well, both he and his father have made it famous, Margaret.
Tell her your whole name, Mr. Wynn.
No, I don't think we have time. This is only an hour program.
We'll start on it anyway.
Well, Francis Xavier Aloysius James Jeremiah Keenan Wynn.
Gee, I always wondered, if yours name's that big, how long is your daddy?
Ed.
We have a couple of fine athletes here tonight, too, Margaret. Did you know that James Craig used to be a prize fighter?
Were you as good as Joe Louis, Mr. Craig?
Well, I don't know, Margaret. I never fought him. He might have a slight edge.
And then Keenan Wynn is a champion speedboat racer. I believe he holds the record for circumnavigating Manhattan Island in 39 minutes.
I guess that's even faster than Columbus did it.
By a slight edge.
Why aren't you in the history books?
Well, there are lots of things that aren't in the history books, Margaret. Good things. There's Lux Toilet Soap, for instance, the product behind this program.
Oh, I know all about Lux soap. My mother makes me wash with it.
Well, I knew you had a wise mother.
I agree with Margaret's mother, too, Mr. DeMille. Lux soap is a grand way to take care of your complexion.
Now, after seeing you two, who could doubt it?
What have you planned for next week, Mr. DeMille?
A delightful comedy, Marcia. The Paramount screenplay, Christmas in July. And our stars will be Dick Powell and Linda Darnell. Christmas in July is the story of a boy and a girl in love. And that's not likely to go out of style soon. But this particular drama has a gaiety and charm that make it a perfect way to welcome the coming of summer.
I remember the picture had a lot of surprises, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
That was a 4-star performance, if ever I heard one. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July. This is Cecil B. DeMille from Hollywood.
And now, here's a question from Uncle Sam to housewives everywhere. If you had roast or stew or soup for dinner tonight, did you make sure that every drop of waste fat was poured into the salvage tin? Even the burnt or black drippings from the roasting pan? That fat turned into your butcher tomorrow will be made into war materials and rushed to our fighting men. Perhaps it'll help to make the sulfur drug that eases a wounded soldier's pain, or the tannic acid needed to treat his burns. There are countless other military uses for that waste kitchen fat of yours. It's needed for synthetic rubber, parachute material, and many life-saving medicines. Right now, the heavy fighting in France makes the need more urgent than ever. Before you throw away a single drop of used fats, think of that boy fighting in faraway lands whose very life depends on a constant, unceasing flow of supplies from home. To help shorten the war, to bring more of our men home safe, save all the waste fats you can. Put them in a tin can. Rush them to your butcher. Remember, he gives you 2 free red ration points and 4 cents for every pound you turn in. Save meat drippings, table scraps. Every bit counts. Save every precious drop now, while our fighting men need your help so urgently. Heard in tonight's play were Stan Farrar, Griff Barnett, Norman Field, Regina Wallace, Ed Emerson, Lal Chandmira, Charles Seal, Herbert Rollinson, Ferdinand Mounier, and Catherine Lewis. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Lois Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Dick Powell and Linda Darnell in Christmas in July.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Miss Claire Trevor in Angel Face, a suspense play produced and edited by William Spear.
The flowers are blooming this spring. Tra-la. Have nothing to do with it.
Hey, Hap. You better save that for the bathtub or consult a voice expert.
Seems to be an expert for everything these days, Wilcox. Everything from voices
to spark plugs. Take Autolite spark plugs, for instance. They're designed by Autolite ignition engineers. The men who engineer spark plugs, just as they engineer coils, distributors, wire, and all the other important parts of the ignition system to work together as a perfect team. Why, the skill of these ignition engineers has made Autolite spark plugs world famous for their quality and dependability.
Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you might say.
Yes, sir, and these same Autolite engineers developed the famous Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Real experts, eh, Wilcox?
Right you are, Hap. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you can't buy a better spark plug for your car because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Angel Face and the performance of Claire Trevor, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
Suzette, get that door. Jenny, wait a minute. Madame, whom did you wish to see?
I see her already, if you don't mind. Out of my way.
But, Madame...
They've got a doorman downstairs in this building. You're supposed to get yourself announced, honey.
The name is Wheeler. Does it mean anything to you?
Wheeler?
I had caught Ruby Rose Redding, the noted burlesque queen, at breakfast time. Hers, not mine. 2:45 in the afternoon. Breakfast was a tomato and lettuce, untouched, and a glass of bromo seltzer. She banged her cigarette to death against an ashtray and looked me up and down, like auditioning me for her chorus line.
Wheeler, what's it supposed to mean? Are you his mother?
I'm a little young for the part, but I'm the only one he's ever had.
Oh, now I get it. The big sister act. Okay, run through it once, then get out of here.
Sure. I don't mind coming right out with it in front of your maid if you don't.
Yeah. Suzette, take Fufu around the block a couple of times.
Madame, I took him once already.
Well, take him again. Maybe you can get him tomorrow already.
But, Madame...
Get out of here!
Oui, Madame.
Well, I'll give it to you short. I want you to lay off my brother.
Your brother? Now, let's see. What am I supposed to have done to him?
He's been spending money like wild. Money that doesn't come out of his salary. And another thing, he started wearing a gun about 2 weeks after you started wearing him.
Did I teach him to shoot it, too?
No, but I think some of your friends may have.
Oh, you've been reading the gossip columns. Well, I read them, too. Some big gun from Philly is supposed to be paying my rent. Forget it, honey. That's my publicity. Now, will you get out of here and let me get my massage?
Look, give him a break, will you? Pick on someone your own size.
Well, of all the... Say, I've heard of wives pulling this bit, and even mothers. And once in a picture it was the old man. Now it's a sister. Well, send Grandma around tomorrow. Out, beat it!
I walked out past her. If she'd touched me, I think I'd have murdered her.
Sis. Where you been?
Oh, I went for a walk. Why aren't you at work?
I quit my job.
You did? Chick, you aren't going to Chicago with that dame, are you?
Why Chicago?
Well, it's in Variety. Ruby Rose is opening a club there. It also says a big-shot gangster from Philly is backing it.
Oh, what?
Well, does he know about you?
What are you trying to do, scare me off?
Oh, no. You're such a big shot, that wouldn't work.
All that about that guy, that's nothing but publicity. Ruby told me all about it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, look, sis, you don't know her like I do.
Oh, Chick, I'm not going to let you get mixed up with this.
No cracks, Jerry.
Look, Ruby Rose Redding makes good money, all right, but the rent on that plush-lined rat trap she lives in, if you can call it living, is around $3,000 a month. Now, somebody's paying those bills.
Oh, nuts. What do you really know about
More
her?
than you ever will.
Please.
I'm in show business, too, you know.
I'll lay off, will you?
Chick, wait. Listen.
I heard enough.
Chick, please.
Get away from the door, Jerry. I never raised a hand to you in my life, and I don't want to now.
I won't let you go, Chick. Not for her. Not for something that ought to be washed out of your hair with gasoline.
Get out of my way, Jerry.
Oh, don't go, Chick. You're heading straight for the 8-ball. Chick, don't go to her. Dissolved to girl, sitting at kitchen table playing very solitary solitaire. About 4 that morning, I was looking for an aspirin when the doorbell buzzed. Chick,
You're Jerry Wheeler, aren't you?
He was nice. I found out his name later. Lieutenant Nick Burns. The other one had a face like one of those cobblestones they dug out of 8th Avenue when they tore up the trolley tracks.
Your brother. What time do you leave here this evening?
I really couldn't say.
My clock's out of order.
Miss Wheeler, your brother was going to Chicago with Ruby Rose Redding, the dancer. You knew that, didn't you?
Oh, now, why would he go anywhere with anyone with a name like that?
Your brother went to the Alcazar Apartments at 8:15 tonight and beat up this Redding dame.
What?
Then he put his two big thumbs on her throat and throttled her until she was dead.
You're just saying that. He's just saying that, isn't he?
That's the way it is, Angel Face.
Well, he didn't do it. Please, he didn't do it. All right, I did know about him and Ruby Rose, but he couldn't have done that.
I've been on the squad 8 years, Angel Face, and we never in all that time caught a guy as dead to rights as your brother. He showed up with his valise in the foyer of the Alcazar at exactly 12 minutes past 8 tonight. He said to the doorman, "What time is it? Did Miss Redding send her baggage down yet? We've got to make a train." Well, she had sent her baggage down, and then she changed her mind. She had it all taken back upstairs again. There's your motive right there.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
The doorman rang her apartment and said through the intercom, "Mr. Wheeler's here," and she gave a dirty laugh and sang out, "I can hardly wait."
I don't see that. So what?
So she was alive at 13 minutes past 8. The doorman went out for coffee at 8:15. At 8:20, Ruby Rose asked the operator to give her the police. She was shrieking with fear. At 8:32, I arrived. Your brother was crouched over her, shaking her, and she was dead.
Oh, no.
There were 2 thumbprints on her neck, as well as the marks of a big signet ring where she'd been pummeled. The initial, W, for Wheeler. Is that a case, or isn't it?
Was Chick wearing that ring when you arrested him?
No, but there's a ring mark on his right third finger where he got rid of a ring he'd been wearing a long time.
He pawned it. He needed money.
Told us he lost it.
Well, even if he did hit her, how do you know somebody else wasn't in that apartment just before Chick showed up? Where was that French maid of hers?
Discharged. Got her notice and 2 weeks' pay and left around 6. Story checks.
Did Chick confess?
Oh, no. He was crouched over, shaking her, trying to restore her, he said.
All right, I'll tell you everything. Write it down.
Yeah, that's more like it.
I went there this afternoon and told her if she didn't lay off my brother, I'd kill her. I came back home, found Chick packed up, ready to leave. I tried to stop him. He hit me. Ask the neighbors. They heard us rowing. He struck me, and I couldn't stand it. I beat it up to her place in a taxi. Got there first, went in the back way, and gave her one last chance to leave him alone. She wouldn't take it. She was all soft and squashy, and I just grabbed her by the neck and pushed hard. I've got big thumbs, too.
Mm-hmm. Got all that, Kohler?
Yup.
Well, that about puts a lid on it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, Angel Face?
Aren't you going to take me?
Who wants you?
Oh, you think this is one of those phony confessions. Well, maybe the newspapers won't think so, and they'll be right.
Maybe you did do it at that. Maybe I'm underestimating you. What was she wearing?
Pajamas.
You're right. That was a good guess. See you later, Angel Face.
The way he said it, I couldn't tell whether it was a threat or a promise. I never saw him again until after the jury had found my brother guilty of murder in the first degree.
Autolite is bringing you Miss Claire Trevor in Angel Face, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Harlow, speaking of experts...
Experts, did you say? That reminds me of Autolite ignition engineers, the men who design and build complete ignition systems, used as original factory equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. They're ignition experts. So naturally, they know how to build Autolite spark plugs so they'll work as a perfect team with all the other important parts of the ignition system.
That means they know how to build into spark plugs the best in quick starting, smoother performance, and gas mileage, eh, Harlow?
Righto, and say it's the skill of these same Autolite engineers that made possible the development of the Autolite resistor spark plug, one of the greatest advances in spark plug design for automotive use in the past 20 years.
Edgewise.
How's that again, Hap?
Just trying to get a word in edgewise, Harlow.
Well, here's the last word, Hap. See your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer tomorrow. Have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the regular type, you'll be right, because you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage our star, Claire Trevor, in Angel Face, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I was coming out of the courtroom in a wet hen frame of mind, and guess who had an umbrella?
Hello, Angel Face.
Get away from me, you butcher.
The girl, feeling better already, huh?
Just keep out of my way.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Angel
Let
Face.
go of me.
You need help, baby. I'm trying to give it to you.
All right. Tell me the name of the little man who wasn't there.
Wasn't where?
In that courtroom, standing trial for her murder in place of Chick. Can't you see it's got to be another? Oh, what's the use of trying to sell you?
Oh, go on. Sell me. Convince me your brother didn't do it, and I'm with you up to the hilt.
Well, why did you wait till now to say that?
Well, you didn't give me anything to go on. Nothing but that phony confession of yours.
Well, it was better than the perjured testimony of that doorman and that phony French maid. And you sat up there with your face hanging out and put in your 2 cents worth.
Look, Angel Face, I was sent by my superiors in answer to the patrolman's call that night. Questioned Chick and put him under arrest. Don't hold that against me.
What do you care whether I hold it against you?
You really don't know?
No.
Look in the mirror sometime and find out.
Right then, I decided to stop holding it against him that he was a detective. I kind of liked the guy, and maybe, just maybe, he could find a way to help clear my brother. And over a couple of Manhattans in a cheery little bar, I told him so.
Uh-huh. Well, you got a plan, Angel Face, or are you going into it blind?
I think I'll start with that French maid.
Why her? She left 2 hours before the murder. That's level.
Yeah, maybe so, but she was grease plenty to soft pedal the one right name that belongs in this case. She may not have been there, but she knew who to expect around. She may even have tipped him that Ruby Rose was throwing him over for Chick.
But if she's been paid off enough to commit perjury, what makes you think she'll tell you anything?
I'll club it out of her if I have to.
Oh, wait a second. Here. Try this first. Use a little intimidation with it. It may work.
$150.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, aren't you married or anything?
Not yet, Angel Face. Now, here's her address. Suzette LeBlanc, real name Susie White, 435 West 54th.
The street had been roped off, and there was a block party or something going on. Anyway, it was noisy. I elbowed my way up the steps of 435 and found Susie White's name on the bell panel. I broke my best fingernail on the button. No response. I pushed into the hall past the drunk, falling out.
Pardon me.
And fought my way through the fumes to the stairway. Her door was standing open. The lock was broken, and the molding was a mess of splinters. This was the point where the private eye always finds the dead body, but I didn't find anything. Somebody had taken the room apart. I wondered if they had found what they were looking for. When I hit the street again, the ugly-faced drunk I had passed coming in was standing by the front steps. And there was a fresh wood splinter clinging to the elbow of his coat. I remembered the splinters on the broken door upstairs. I stopped next to him and made like straightening my seams. I looked good that way. Then I started walking, fast. So did he. I paused in some steps leading down to a basement apartment and waited for him.
Hello, beautiful.
Well, how are you?
Just fine. Is this your house?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, how about a little drink, baby?
Uh-huh.
Invite me in.
Sure. You go first. He hit the iron railing with his head on the way down, and the paving stones at the bottom did the rest. It was right there in the first pocket I looked in, behind his wallet. A letter addressed to Ruby Rose Redding and postmarked Philadelphia. Here I am, over here.
Oh, hello, Angel Face.
Nick,
I know you didn't find her. I may as well tell you why. She doesn't live there anymore.
What? Nick?
They fished her body out of the Hudson about a half hour ago.
Oh. Well, what are you smart detectives calling it? Suicide?
Well, we might as well.
Listen, she was being paid off to keep quiet about a certain friend of Ruby Rose's.
Wow.
He must have decided he didn't dare leave any bets uncovered.
What certain friend, for instance?
This certain friend, for instance. I watched his face as he read it. I knew every word of it by heart. It said, Dear Ruby, I hear you've been running around with some punk. I don't believe a word of it, but you better get rid of him before I hit town. We'll be in New York Friday night. Milt. P.S. The Chicago deal is off. I'm giving you featured spot at the Calcutta instead. About that punk, drop him or I drop you.
Milt. So that's the missing name. Milt Miletus. Plays rough, too. Runs a Calcutta club.
And Friday night, Nick. The night she was killed. Miletus. The initial on that ring could have been M as well as W.
Yeah, I never thought of that. But Miletus spells real dough, baby. Your brother wasn't even carfare to Ruby Rose.
Oh, maybe she was scared of Miletus. And maybe she wanted out.
Oh, could be. You could sell me, but I convince easy from you, baby. You're not selling it to the grand jury.
She had something on Miletus, and that's why he couldn't afford to lose control of her. Well, what Ruby Rose Redding could squeeze out of a man, I can.
Yeah, what he squeezed out of her, he could also squeeze out of you, namely your breath.
Oh, yes, but I have a friend on the force.
Well, maybe Ruby Rose had a friend on the force, too.
Why do you say that?
If she didn't, it would be the only department she missed. Oh, what now?
Come and catch my act at the Calcutta Club.
Go on, lift them a little higher. Don't be coy.
Look, I sing and dance, and that's all.
You got any numbers with you?
Numbers? Look, what are we wasting time for? Let's meet the guy who does the hiring.
Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Miletus.
What's your... Well...
She says she wants to meet you, Mr. Miletus.
Sure, why not?
Well, hello.
Hello yourself.
Oh, Mr. Miletus. You know, I've always wanted to work for you.
Okay. You start to Calcutta tomorrow night.
Oh, thanks.
Buy yourself some up-to-date lyrics, get yourself a dress. Mac will tell you the kind I like.
The silver dress they put on me fit like a wet compress. I wore it for 2 nights, and Milt Miletus sat at his table. On the 3rd night, after my last spot, after the orchestra had gone away, I got the message from Garcia.
Hello, baby.
Hello.
Angel Face, huh?
Yeah, My name is Fay Angel, so I call myself Angel Face.
Good tag. Sit down, Angel Face.
I gave him my warmest high-voltage smile and took out my compact. I saw my eyes in the mirror, and in each iris there was a little electric chair with chicks strapped in it. That made it a lot easier to keep the high voltage running through Milt Miletus. He was good-looking in a swarthy, loose-lipped sort of way. Nothing that tagged him as a gangster except his name and a habit of keeping his right hand in his coat pocket all the time as if he were holding a gun. We talked through the bottle of champagne, and he ordered another. I kept smiling because somehow I had to get into his apartment. We went back to what we'd been talking about, and I said, well, some night I might just feel like changing the scenery around me. Dissolve to girl entering the Miletus apartment on Park Avenue. It was a duplex with a 2-story living room and a bedroom opening off a balcony. I decided to start at the top and work down in case I needed to get out of there fast. I gave his bedroom the suspicious wife treatment. In the night table, I found the 9 letters to Ruby Rose and a bunch of treasury certificates, the kind doctors have to make out to get narcotics. In a box containing studs, cufflinks, and .132 caliber bullet, I found what I was really looking for, but never really expected to find. A signet ring with the initial M on it. When I got the bell, I thought fast. If Miletus was out of town, everybody who knew his private number would know better than to ring it. If he was checking up on me, I had nothing to lose, so... Hello?
Angel Face?
Oh, Nick. Oh, what a scare you gave me. Listen, I've got all I need. Some dope certificates, the rest of the letters, and best of all, a signet ring with his initial. How am I doing?
Not so good. Miletus just got back. Sore as the devil over a phony wire somebody sent him to decoy him out of town.
Well, that was me. Only I thought he'd stay overnight at least. How did you know I was here?
Angel Face, did you really think I'd let you go into this alone? I'm downstairs now. I've been watching every minute.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I wouldn't have been so scared.
You ought to be scared. He left the club 5 minutes ago. Must be
Oh, all right, Nick.
Now, look, Angel Face, if you...
Nick, someone just came in.
Take it easy, baby. Sergeant Coley and I'll be right up.
I went out onto the balcony that overlooked the living room. Miletus was there. He looked surprised and pleased when he saw me. Then the man with him looked up, and I nearly plunged over the rail. It was Ugly Face, the masher I had kicked down the flight of stairs. Miletus turned to him.
Get up, Rocco. Can't you see I have company?
Wait a minute. That's her. The dame I was telling you about. Oh.
Don't be calling my lady friends dames.
I'm trying to tell you,
Come
Milt.
here, Angel Face. Come on down. Don't be scared.
Oh, sure, Milt. Why should I be afraid of you?
At last, huh? Finally, you wanted a change of
Hey, look,
scenery.
boss.
Mm-hmm.
Get out, Rocco.
Well, yeah, but...
Get out.
Okay, Milt. It's your party.
Come here, Angel.
Now, wait a minute.
What for?
Well, a girl likes some soft lights and a little sweet music, you know.
Okay, I'll go mix us a drink.
He came back from the bar on tiptoe with the drinks, looking like a cat stalking a bowl of cream. I threw up my first line of defense. I picked up my purse and made like making up my face.
Well, honey, what's the big idea?
I'm just putting on my face.
Oh, you don't need it.
My purse.
Leave it there.
Oh, I will not. Those are my things. You haven't any right.
Hey, what's that?
Just things of mine. Some letters.
Let me see those.
No.
Let me see
No.
those. Oh. What else did you lift out of my room?
I was jealous. Her letters.
Sit down. You were plenty jealous. Jealous of the whole United States Treasury, eh?
Milt! Open up!
Stay where you are.
What's up, Rocco? I tried to tell you about the dame. She's
What?
trying to frame you. She's Wheeler's sister. You weren't at the trial. You were in Philly.
Shut up about Wheeler. What's got you so excited?
There's cops all around the building. 2 detectives coming up.
Okay, Rocco. Cheap little... I'll fix you. Even if they get me, I'll fix you.
You're wrong, Milt. I took those things because I knew they were coming here. I did it for you.
Oh, for me, she says.
No! I looked up at Miletus. There was blood running down the part of his hair. He dropped down to his knees beside me like he wanted to apologize, but he didn't say anything. Then he fell over on his side and didn't get up anymore. His right hand, the one he always held in his coat pocket, was grabbing at the rug. There wasn't any thumb on it. And there'd been 2 big thumb marks on Ruby's throat.
Hey, that wasn't necessary, Nick. You didn't have to kill him. You let go of her when we came in.
I know. I shouldn't have, but he had that right hand in his pocket always. I thought he had a gun in there.
Yeah.
Anyway, I saved the state some money. You got that stuff, Angel Face?
It's over there in my purse.
Good.
Nick,
Oh?
Ruby Rose was throttled by a man with big hands. 2 big thumb marks on her neck. Look at Miletus. No right thumb.
Yeah, that's bad, Angel Face.
Nick.
What?
This ring here. Isn't this your fraternity ring? Don't move, Nick.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. Do we have to mention all this, Coley?
Yeah, Nick. I think we'd better.
So that's about it, Captain.
Uh-huh. And as you know, sir, Nick met Ruby Rose while he was doing undercover work on Milton Melitas.
Yeah, but I didn't know he'd gone on seeing her after he left the assignment.
I guess nobody did, except me.
Yes, and Sergeant Coley clinched the whole thing with that ring.
Well, Miss Wheeler, the ring clinched the case, all right, but not against Melitas. An M upside down, see, is a W. But an M sideways is a Greek letter.
And Nick planted it in Melitas' apartment for me to find, huh? It was Nick's fraternity ring.
Yeah, that's right.
He was probably afraid you were digging too deep to find the real killer, so he killed Melitas to make you drop the case.
Oh, his plan might have worked without Coley here.
Well, Miss Wheeler, this isn't exactly good news, but thank you for filling in some of the blanks.
Oh, Captain.
Yeah?
When will Chick be free?
It takes a little time, but he'll be home. I guess he learned about women the hard way, huh?
Oh, he hasn't learned anything yet. That kid brother of mine. Just wait till I get him home.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Miss Claire Trevor.
Harlow, the expert, Wilcox, the bright, never will desert the cause.
The cause of Autolite. Because, folks, Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in 28 plants coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many makes of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, voltage regulators, wire and cable starting motors, electric windshield wipers. All engineered to fit together perfectly, work together perfectly, because they're a perfect team. So, friends, if your Autolite-equipped car needs replacement parts, ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next Thursday for Suspense, our star will be Dennis O'Keefe. The play is called Very Much Like a Nightmare. And it is, as we say,
a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and edited by William Spear and directed by Norman MacDonald. Music for Suspense is composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Angel Face is an original play written for radio by Cornell Woolrich. Claire Trevor may currently be seen co-starred with Fred McMurray in Borderline. In the coming weeks, you will hear such stars as Charles Boyer, Edward G. Robinson, and Jack Carson. Don't forget, next Thursday, same time, Autolite will present Suspense, starring Dennis O'Keefe.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or regular spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you believe in ghosts? Oh, not necessarily the old-fashioned kind, dragging clanking chains behind them, the fetid odor of the grave, voicing the ghastly groans of souls in torment, or threatening some terrible supernatural justice that they intend to wield. I'm thinking of gentler ghosts who have your interest in mind, not your destruction.
No consciousness yet, Kathy.
No.
How's the scope, nurse?
T waves are almost flat. What happened, Bruce?
Potassium imbalance. She must have lost too much.
Can we save her?
We damn well better.
Stephen Champion signed his death warrant for this child. She's got to come through. Stephen had every reason for living. He's got to have a decent one for dying.
Our mystery drama, Angel of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marion Seldes and Michael Wager. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This is a story of the present and of the past, and in a couple of ways of the future as well. It is also a story of life and death. Death both violent and accidental, and death that is natural and supernatural. It is a haunting story in the actual and also the figurative sense. It is a story of hope deferred and renewed. And it begins with a wildly emotional threat.
I could kill you, Frank.
Dee Dee, darling, for Pete's sake, get hold of yourself.
How could you dare? Everything I have to remember him by and cherish him by. You throw it out like discarded rubbish.
Do you think it didn't tear my heart out to do it, too?
I don't care what it did to you. All I know is what it did to me. You deliberately buried every memory I have of my son.
Your son?
Our son. If after what you've done can make you pretend he meant as much to you.
I resent that.
Well, I resent that you constitute yourself God or an amateur psychiatrist, whatever you think you are, to strip his room bare of all my memories.
Dorothy. Dorothy, we lost our boy. I was involved, too, just as much as you. But to continue to keep Jimmy's room as a sort of shrine, that was sick. To moon over the first sleeping animals we gave him, the bat and glove, I was sentimental idiot enough to give him too soon. To keep it all intact like little boy Blue's room as if he was coming back. That's what was destroying us and destroying you.
He was my only one. He's gone.
But the doctors all said...
The doctors.
With your background, you should thank them.
All right, once they saved my life. What could they do for our Jimmy?
There's a world of difference between being totaled in a crash like Jimmy was and being rescued by medical science. 15 years ago, you'd have been just as dead if it wasn't for...
What a terrible thing to say.
I'm trying to bring you to your senses. Good Lord, Dorothy, do you think I can stand by and see our marriage fall apart? Over a tragedy that should have and did shake us both to bedrock, but that we have to overcome.
I can't, Frank.
Darling, Dorothy, please, listen to me. We've lost Jimmy. He's gone. All I wanted to do was to clear him out of your mind because we can have other kids.
No. There aren't any substitutes. You can't try to make life a simple little exchange like that. A substitute won't bring Jimmy back.
Right. So why do you think I gave everything away of his? Changed that unhealthy altar to a son we both once had into just another room in the house. I want you to forget Jimmy.
I'll never forget him.
Well, I didn't mean it quite that way. You don't understand.
You're right, Frank. We don't understand each other any longer. I feel my life is over. You don't. So make the most of what you have left.
Where are you going?
Away. Out of it. A moment ago, I said a silly thing. I wanted to kill you. What I really should have said is I want to kill myself. Oh, I wish I had the courage. Because all I want to be is dead. Like my son!
Dorothy! Dorothy! Where are you going? Dorothy! No! Come back! Come
back! Please forgive me up there or wherever you are. If you are. I'm just coming apart, and I don't know what could pace me back together. I don't even know what I'm doing in the car, hurtling through the night too fast for this mountain road. Why should I want to kill myself when I have a husband who's loving and kind? Even if he doesn't understand, I can't get over Jimmy's death. How can I blame Frank? And yet, to take all the mementos of my child away and give them to... What am I thinking? I'm mad. But face it, anyone who doesn't want to live anymore...
Which, aside from being an insult to me, is a silly thing to think at 26 years of age.
Who are you?
I'm not quite sure anymore. Once I thought I knew. Now I don't.
How did you get in the car?
That wasn't my problem. I'm always with you, whether you see me or not.
I don't understand. In a way, you seem like someone I might have known, but I don't actually recognize you. And still, I'm sure we must have met.
Well, we did meet, but very briefly, a long time ago.
Yes, and I feel I owe you something.
No, I don't. It was just a fair exchange, your life for mine. And between us, I don't think mine could have been saved.
I'm puzzled. I don't...
So many things that puzzle you, aren't there?
Yeah, I must be seeing things, thinking things. I am alone in this car. There's nobody else but me.
That could be right.
What?
If you don't remember me, I guess I don't exist.
You mean you're a ghost?
Or something that haunts you.
Well, why would you haunt me?
Because you called.
I called?
Yes. Something to do with your conscience, I might imagine.
My conscience?
I think it's troubling you.
This is all crazy. Who are you?
You still don't remember?
I can't... Something... I must be mad talking to myself. You can't be here. There was nobody but me in the car when I got in. What are you doing here? Where are you from?
From inside your mind, buried deep in the layers of memory. What am I here for? To save you from yourself.
Well, what does that mean?
You blame your husband for your son's death?
Yes. Oh, no. Is it the thing that matters? The only thing that matters is when Jimmy was lost, we lost each other. I'll never find my way back to Frank, to what we had. Jimmy stands in the way. He always will.
And so you're running away into the night. To do what?
Oh, I don't know how to get away from it. I can't stand that empty room. And an empty heart.
You know you can't fill either of them up by running away.
I know.
You have some other idea? Did you want to kill yourself?
No. Oh, no, I don't believe in that.
Huh? Are you sure? Look at your knuckles. Dead white because your hands are clenched so tightly on the wheel. Look at your right foot. Jamming the accelerator to the floor. Look in your heart. consciously or subconsciously, didn't you have something like this in mind? What happened? Nothing. Yet. I wanted to give you a glimpse of the future. And I did.
You mean I'm going to crash?
I mean, you could if you don't turn back.
I can't. There's nothing for me either way I turn. I've lost it all. I just don't want to live.
Well, I don't think that's quite fair to me.
To you? What claim do you have on me?
Maybe I'd better light up the past for you. Open your memory and tell you why I have, not a claim, but shall we say a vested interest in you. 16, perhaps 17 years ago, you were a little girl of 10 with a whole life ahead of you. And I was quite an old man, early in my 70s, with most of my life behind me. I never married Dorothy, and I never had a child. The nearest thing was a young man who was one of my medical students, and who, in the year that I'm talking about, was a pioneer in a process I helped to develop to save lives. Something taken for granted today, but in the late 50s, so new and so untried that it tied up 5 doctors who volunteered time for 8 to 10 hours at a stretch. I'll tell you about that later. That medical student I mentioned had just been made chief of surgical services of the Westfield Community Hospital here. And I was flying up to be at his wedding, to stand in loco parentis, since Bruce's father was dead. When suddenly the old man with the size decided to take a swipe at me.
Good morning, Dr. Johnson. You're on page.
I heard it. Thank you, nurse. I'm on my way to Dr. Harding's now.
You're a lucky girl.
Don't I know it? 3 days till the wedding.
I didn't mean that. I meant you're the only one in this hospital can answer that summons without taking a deep breath.
You think he's all that tough?
He runs a tight ship. You, maybe he treats with kid gloves.
Don't you ever believe it. When our new chief of surgery puts me on page, he wants the physician, not the fiancé. I'd better straighten up and fly, right?
Come. Good morning, Dr. Johnson.
Morning, Dr. Harding. Bruce.
Kathy, darling.
Every doctor's day should begin like this.
I wish mine had begun as well.
What is it?
No wedding shopping this afternoon. We're both needed on the artificial kidney. I'm just calling the team together now.
Who's the patient?
One of our wedding guests. Outside of my mother, the most important one on my side of the aisle.
Oh, not your old teacher, not...
Stephen Champion. The top biologist in this country, maybe in the world. They just called me from the airport. He's on the way by ambulance. Thank God we're one of the first hospitals in the country to have the machine.
Renal failure?
Possibly terminal. Certainly without the support we can offer.
Maybe it isn't that serious.
Let's not kid ourselves, Kathy. I talked to Steve briefly. Damn the luck. One of the great men of our century, teacher, scientist, Nobel Prize winner, pioneer in every kind of perfusion pump, including the kidney machine he's coming here to use. And the nearest thing to a father I've ever known.
Oh, don't sound so hopeless, darling.
Face it, Kathy, he's not young. But, well, the way things go today, there's always hope. Stephen's given his whole life to medicine. The least we can do is try to save what's left of it for him.
And so we have turned back from a story of the present for one in the not-too-distant past, and have learned who that quiet, understanding ghost that haunts and tries to comfort Dorothy Maitland is, or was. But how was his fate tied in with hers? When did he die, and how? and why his concern. I shall return shortly with Act 2. It is incredible to think that hemodialysis, or the artificial kidney, is a standard piece of supportive equipment available in any hospital today. In addition, it is small and portable. Medicine marches with such giant strides. Less than 20 years ago, hemodialysis was a new and only hope to preserve the patient's life. Transplants were still a thing of the future.
Atkins, what's this note about little Dee Dee Blake being scheduled for surgery?
Dr. LeBar's orders, Dr. Johnson. She had a reverse.
When?
During the night.
Why wasn't I notified immediately?
Well, the chief resident knows you're going to be married next week, and since Dr. LeBar is standby on the
The
case...
resident stuck his neck out. I'll be glad to lop it off for him later. My patients get my service. I'll have time to check Dee Dee before I go to the kidney room. I want to examine her myself. Will you see that she's prepped while I change? Oh, and notify Central where I'll be in case Dr. Harding needs me.
You can put Mr. Champion over there, orderly.
Brought me straight to the monster, huh, Bruce?
The stop along the way, Steve. I examined you in the treatment room, ran off some tests.
Oh, did you now? I don't remember that. I must be worse off than I thought. Am I?
Just routine. I have to establish the balance of chemicals for the bath.
Coming to the point, I think you know that I'm a hard man to con.
I do.
We owe each other the truth, don't we, Bruce?
Yes, Steve. But you know it as well as I do.
Yeah. I would have liked to see you married and drunk some of your champagne, but I have no other complaints. It's been a long road, and there has to be an end sometime.
Not yet. Not by a long shot.
I wonder.
The artificial kidney saves lives every day.
I helped to build it for that.
Steve, 10 hours on it, and your own kidneys will be strong and healthy enough to fight the uremic infection.
I'm old, son. I'm very, very tired. Why continue the fight? There's no one to battle for, no one of my own to mourn me.
That's simply not true.
No wife, no child, no issue. When I cease to function, when I am gone, like a snowflake melted on a river.
Not for me. You'll never be gone. Or a whole generation of people whose lifespan has been lengthened by your discoveries. Besides, you yourself have left us the means to prolong yours and the team of doctors I've assembled here to make sure it is prolonged.
Is this poor old carcass really worth all that trouble?
In my book it is. Not only for this machine alone, but all the others you've worked on, the breakthroughs you've made. Who in the world is more worth it?
Make me sound like an entry in Who's Who. Dry words in a dusty book. My epitaph.
What I do or achieve in my lifetime will be a drop in the bucket next to what Stephen Champion has contributed. We need you for the next breakthrough.
You're a better con man than I gave you credit for. Bring on your cannula. Let's make a fight for it.
That's the attitude. I'll go scrub to make the cut down. Oh, what? Excuse me. Kidney room, Dr. Harding speaking. This room is supposed to be zeroed out.
Bruce, it's Kathy.
Kathy, where the Sam Hill are you? We're all ready to go. You're keeping us waiting.
I'm sorry, darling. I may have to hold up things a little longer.
What does that mean?
I'm up in Dee Dee Blake's room.
Who? Oh, your favorite little patient, 513. Something's wrong.
I need you up here, Bruce.
Are you out of your mind? You know the one place I'm needed is right here. What is it?
what I was afraid of started last night. Dr. Labar scheduled her for ops this morning.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
Even though it's technically my case, he outranks me. I want you to countermand that order.
Why?
Because I think she's in no condition to stand surgery. I'm convinced I know what she needs, and that's a decision you're the only one who can make.
Oh, Kathy, for Pete's sake, let's not start our life together with you taking advantage of the fact that I...
Dr. Harding, this is Dr. Johnson talking to you, and this is an emergency.
All right, it had better be. I'll be right up there to see for myself. Steve, small crisis. Give me 5 minutes.
I've lived for 73 years, Bruce. I guess I can hang on for 5 more minutes.
And I don't like doctors anymore.
Even Dr. Johnson?
Oh, not her. We're forever friends.
We're also perennial pals, solid sidekicks, and bosom buddies.
It's a game. You have to be illiterate to play it.
That's with an A, not an I.
Of course. If you were illiterate, you couldn't play. Illiterate means the first letters of both words are the same. Or any number. Like in Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Or a big black bug bit a big brown bear.
That's pretty good for a man doctor.
And you're pretty smart for a 10-year-old.
Well, Dr. Johnson taught me. Old Dr. Labar never could. Anyway, he has a mustache.
I'm glad Dr. Johnson doesn't. But you know, Dr. Labar is a very good doctor.
I don't think so. He wants to operate on me again.
He told you that?
Just last night. He said I had one bad old kidney that was poisoning the other one, so he'd have to cut the naughty one out. He talks down. You know. But you won't let him, will you?
Talk down?
No, take it out.
We'll try not to, Dee Dee. Do you mind if I ask Dr. Johnson some questions?
Can I listen?
If you want. But I bet you won't understand. What's the blood urea nitrogen in the last 5 days?
Wednesday, 94.
Thursday?
115. Friday, 138.
Saturday?
Same, but today, 225.
What's the phosphorus count?
7.5.
Renal acidosis. Low calcium.
6.8.
Creatinine.
5.4.
You don't sound like doctors.
Oh? What do we sound like?
Quarterbacks. Learning plays. I help my brother with his playbook. He's one.
A doctor?
No, a quarterback. He's only 15. I don't care. I'm so tired.
Nurse, get her back on IV. Come over here, Kathy.
What do you think, Bruce?
I think Labar was right. No question one kidney is seriously infected. I can tell that even from palpation. There's obvious bilateral involvement, not only indicated manually, but from the output.
So you agree to the operation?
Absolutely not. She's in no condition to take it.
Then you know what the answer is.
Hemodialysis.
That's why I called you up here.
After Stephen Champion.
It could be too late.
She could recover spontaneously. Dee Dee is young.
It's her youth that concerns me. She's just a little girl with her whole life ahead of her. But Stephen Champion... Oh, darling, I know how much he means to you. What a terrible thing I have to say. But which is the most deserving?
You cannot ask me to put Steve's life on the line. Yes, nurse, what is it?
It's Dee Dee. She's gone into coma.
I'll handle this, Kathy. Check Mr. Champion downstairs. I'll be with you the first moment I can.
You want me to set up the kidney machine for Dee Dee instead?
I don't know. How can I ask a man like Stephen Champion to risk giving up his life? Me, of all people.
How can you ask a child to give up her right to it? Oh, my darling, why must I be the one to ask you to make such a decision? Just a little oxygen, Mr. Champion. Nothing to be afraid of.
I don't need it. At my age, there's nothing left to be afraid of. Or everything. Who are you?
I'm Dr. Johnson.
No, you're not. You're Kathy.
Sorry I held things up.
That's all right. Now, you're the girl Bruce Harding's going to marry.
Guilty as charged.
Oh, no. Life is fully young. And I wish you all its wonder.
Bruce will be right down. It's my fault he's delayed. I'm sorry.
I'm not. It gives me a chance to talk to you a moment. Just tell me about this little patient of yours.
Why do you want to talk about Dee Dee Blake?
I have my reasons. Female?
Most definitely.
Attractive?
Adorable. Big, dark, haunting eyes. A complete femme fatale. She's 10 years old.
What's the matter with her?
Well, it should have been just a simple appendicitis, but it perforated.
Peritonitis?
Yes.
I begin to see a pattern. Probable sulfur reaction, huh?
That's right.
The threat of renal failure. Too late for surgical procedure.
How could you know all this?
I heard enough from this end when you were talking to Bruce to make an educated guess. I suppose it's quite a problem, doesn't it?
I don't follow you.
Of course you do. She needs hemodialysis on an emergency basis, as I do. One kidney machine to serve two emergencies. Which do you save first? Huh? 10-year-old girl with the dark, haunting eyes who might have the reserves of strength in her own young vitals to recover? Or a weak old man with possibly great contributions left to make to society, but who stands a good chance of not making it, even with supportive measures. No time to convene the death committee. This one's on Bruce alone. It's one heck of a hot potato you handed your husband to be, isn't it, Kathy? I wonder what he'll do.
The old man's blue eyes are still piercing under the shaggy brows, in spite of his weakness. Kathy is held immobilized, aware now that her fondness for her own patient has forced an unbearable choice on the man she loves. I'll return shortly with Act 3. As Kathy, her breath still caught in her throat, stares fixedly at the shrewd old man who has stated the dilemma Bruce faces, her brain fumbles to think what she would do in his position. And on a personal and selfish level, while wondering how Bruce will react, she cannot help a twinge of fear at what his decision will do to their personal relationship, whichever way it goes.
Tell me about your patient, Kathy. Tell me about this Dee Dee, whatever her name is. Is she intelligent?
I think so.
Uh-huh. And what contributions do you think she can make to society at large?
It's a little too early to tell.
Huh? Is it? Does she have good pelvic construction? Will she bear healthy children?
I'm sure she will someday.
So, that's Dee Dee. Now let's have a look at Stephen Champion. Do you know what I'm working on, or was, before I was hospitalized?
No, I don't.
In a complex field, the collagens. But I won't explain, except to say that the breakthrough I believe I am near could mean all the difference to thousands, to countless lives. Well, I'd like to be a part of that.
I don't blame you.
Well, not so much for myself, but if it doesn't sound too stuffy, for humanity.
I knew that's what you meant.
There's also the thought that for faithful service, a man should be entitled to ask for a reward. Isn't he?
Yes.
Particularly when the reward is the use of something he pioneered and developed.
There's no question.
And totally on the personal level, I want it to be at your wedding more than anything else I can think of. Because Bruce Harding is the closest thing to a child I ever...
I think you've proved your point, Mr. Champion.
Have I? Ah, yeah, there you are at last, Bruce. You ready to start?
Stephen,
Well, come on, spit it out.
You know the artificial kidney can be the difference between life and death. You know that as head of the team, I must decide when and on whom to employ it.
You want to tell me that there's a child who needs it just as much as I. So let's stop wasting time. Get her in here and get started.
I'm not asking you to make the decision.
Of course you're not. I'm telling you. If it came to that point, you'd make the decision. In fact, you'd already made it, hadn't you?
Oh, Stephen,
You know damn well you had. And I heartily concur. Anyway, you can't hook me up to that contraption unless I agree. And I don't.
But I thought that you...
Oh, Kathy, my dear, I only took you over the hoops to make sure you knew the kind of guts it took for your husband to make this decision. And what a good man you're marrying. Now, let's get that little girl down here. And you, too, listen to me, both of you. You pull her through, or I'll never speak to either one of you again.
Is the bath ready, Kathy?
Yes, Dr. Harding.
Had enough time for diffusion, nurse?
All set.
How's your picture on the cardioscope, Dr. Mason?
See for yourself. I don't like those T waves. We'd better get started.
I'll make the cut down.
Are they going to put me in that big tub?
No, dear. We're just going to attach you to it so it can take all the poison out of your blood.
How could you attach me?
I'm just going to make a little cut in your arm. Right here. And put the magic tube in.
Will it hurt?
No. Dr. Johnson is putting something on you so you won't even feel it.
I can't even feel my heart now. He won't let it stop.
I won't let it stop, Petey.
How long have they been down with the little girl, nurse?
Only a couple of hours, Mr. Champion.
Long time to go. Man never grows too old for new experiences. For the first time, I know what a father goes through waiting for the birth of his first child. A new life for Dee Dee, as if she was born again. And I had a part in it, almost as if she were my little girl.
That's right. Close your eyes and rest.
No, not to rest. To pray.
How's the scope, Doctor?
T waves are almost flat. What happened?
Potassium imbalance. She must have lost too much.
But can we save her?
After all that's happened, we'd better. Let me listen. Arrhythmia.
How high do you want the potassium? 5?
The way the EKG looks, bring it to 6. Let's see, what's the atomic weight of potassium?
39 plus.
Chlorine 35, so in a 100-liter bath, that makes it 8 grams, right?
Go to the head of the class. You've got it.
Oh. Now we wait. Why does diffusion have to be so damnably slow?
You sure it was potassium?
Damn well better be. We'll have lost 2 patients. It's 100 to 1 Stephen signed his death warrant for this child. She has got to come through. Stephen Champion has every reason for living. He's got to have a decent one for dying. Morning, Stephen.
Morning? It's you, Bruce. When are you going to hook me up to that infernal machine of yours?
You were on it for 10 hours last night.
I was? I don't remember. Well, I'm afraid it didn't do much good. The old kidneys are too far gone for that. Someday, soon, we'll make one of those breakthroughs, and you'll be able to fit me for a new set. Or one. One would be enough.
If a transplant were only possible.
Yeah, but it isn't yet. I'm tired of talking about me. How's the little girl?
She came through with flying colors. We'll save both her kidneys.
There's a nice thing. And the sad thing.
What do you mean?
I'm a lifesaver. Well, in actuarial figures. I am a statistician's delight because I've improved percentage figures on life expectancy in a lot of fields. But of all of them, whoever they were, I never got to know one single human being whose life my research ever saved.
There's one you can meet if you want. Dee Dee. You saved her life directly.
My best promise of whatever immortality I'll have. Yes. With all my heart, I want to meet Dee Dee. So, you're Dee Dee.
Yes, Mr. Champion.
How you feel, Dee Dee?
Real good, thanks. How do you?
Oh, tolerable.
If you want to feel real good like me, you should have Dr. Johnson and Dr. Hardin fix you up.
That's just what I aim to do.
They're a team.
And a good one.
The only thing is, they take an awful long time, and a person gets pretty tired.
Maybe it's time for you to go, huh?
Well, I don't mean to be, but I am real sleepy.
Come to think of it, so am I. Bye-bye, Dee Dee.
Bye, Steve. Get a good, long rest. Sleep tight, Steve.
That's just what I'll do, Dee Dee.
You can take her upstairs now, nurse. And close the door.
Bruce. Mr. Champion.
I know, Kathy. Steve.
Sleep tight, Steve. No woman ever said that to me but that little girl. When I never had.
We've got to get you back on the kidney.
Wouldn't help. It doesn't matter. Let the rest of them find the breakthroughs. I'm happy. You may be going to get married, Bruce, but I beat you to it, boy.
Beat me to what?
Handing out the cigars. I finally became a father.
So that's who you are. That means dead. You're a ghost.
Oh, I can think of pleasanter terms. Let's say your guardian angel. Why don't you pull over and park in that turnaround up ahead?
Why?
Well, you make up your own mind about that. Just be a good girl and stop there as I tell you.
All right.
Yeah, that's better. Nice and quiet. Easier to think.
I remember everything now. I was so sleepy I didn't understand why I had to go and meet you. I owe you my life.
You don't really owe me anything, Didi. Except that in you I borrowed a little piece of immortality as long as you lived. Of course, if you don't, I lose that. Now I have to go.
No, wait. How can I go back? I haven't the courage. I need help.
You don't need help except from within yourself. You see, I really am a ghost, Didi. I don't exist. Except in some dim, buried subconsciousness, perhaps. I never was there.
But I've been talking to you. And just talking to you.
You've come to a decision. If you have, it's your own. Don't you see? The only one you've been talking to is yourself. Yourself.
Where have you been? I've been out of my skull. I didn't know what to do. I was just about ready to call the police.
Frank, just hold me. Don't say anything.
Oh, I'll hold you. Don't ever worry.
Oh.
I'll hold you so you can never run away again.
I never will. Let's go inside. Home. And start all over again.
Of course, dearest. You must be terribly tired. You're worn out.
No, darling, no. I have a new lease on life. I'm looking for a new little boy who's going to be called Stevie. I'll even settle for a girl. We'll call her Stephanie. Come on, darling. Come, Frank.
Where?
You and I are going to build another piece of immortality for someone. You and I are going to have a new baby.
So Stephen Champion will achieve his piece of immortality after all. For the only sure life after death is the memory of us. The memory that stays in the hearts and minds of our friends and our families and their children and their children's children. I'll be back shortly. Did Dee Dee really see a ghost in the car? Or was it just the evocation of a memory buried and forgotten in childhood, but still haunting the corridors of the mind? Doesn't really matter, does it? For ghosts are real. All of us carry them within us. Nor should the word ghost be feared. The most persistent of them are a heritage of our parents' love. As Steve said, a better name would be guardian angels. Our cast included Michael Wager, Marion Seldes, Robert Dryden, Hetty Galen, and Shelley Bruce. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I heard that somebody lifted it.
Rest assured that by now Colonel Poulos has received information from Interpol and is probably looking for you too. Now, You will give me this sacred rope, or I will kill you here and now.
All right, now, hold it a second, will you?
Naturally, when I kill you, the young lady cannot be allowed to exist as a witness.
Oh, he's bluffing.
You will place the necklace in my hands now.
If I had the necklace, I wouldn't have it on me, right? I'd have it stashed. So if you knock me off, you'll never get your hands on it.
Once again, this is not a motion picture. Such a speech means nothing. And Mr. Turner, killing you will give me much pleasure. Killing anyone is pleasurable.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and all state insurance companies. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The BBC presents Guilty Party. A problem in crime detection, in which you are invited to match your wits with a panel of experts, John Arlott, F.R. Buckley, and Robert Fabian. First of all, you'll hear the crime play, The Fallen Angel. The panel will then decide on a line of investigation and cross-examine the suspects, who give unscripted answers to their questions. But first of all, here is Joe McCready, private investigator.
Joe? Yes, Inspector. I know what you are going to say.
You do?
Yes. We're lost again.
How do you manage it, Joe? 1 o'clock in the morning, and all we have to do is find a large private house tucked away in the backwaters of Maidenhead, and where are we? Lost.
Took a wrong turning somewhere.
All we need to do is stop outside one of these big places and ask. Popular we shall be, shan't we?
There's an archway. They said you have to go under an archway. Let's try it.
Straight into Bolter's Lock, I expect.
What? They don't encourage people to visit them around here. This roadway has had no attention for years.
Slow down, then, or you'll bust a spring. One thing, it's a glorious moonlit night.
All the more reason why we shouldn't be lost. I say that's a noble-looking pile, if you like.
Mansion converted into flats, we found.
Oh, well. Not bad, shall we?
All right.
They can only snap our heads off. But honestly, once you get off the main roads around these parts, you might be in the very jungle. I say, that house must be 4 stories high. Quite some place.
Not as nice close to as it was from a distance. Too modern. Built like a matchbox.
Hey, Inspector, look down the side of the building, on the concrete yard. Do you see what I see?
There's somebody in pajamas.
Yes. Taking a nap or something. Come on, let's see what's happening.
Oh, no. And all I wanted was a nice, comfortable bed.
Come on, stop moaning. The man in pajamas turned out to be a Mr. Leonard Angel. He wasn't taking a nap. He was dead. He lived with his wife in the top flat, and when we eventually made contact with her, which took some time, she was rather fuddled with sleep and drink. There'd been a party, apparently, and Mrs. Laura Angel had been enjoying herself. Coffee helped to sober her up.
Oh, I really am sorry about this, but we had quite a party. When I went to bed, I more or less died.
Your husband did die.
Poor Len, I can't somehow accept it. Only a couple of hours ago, we were all laughing and drinking together. Oh, no, that's not completely true. We weren't really laughing all that much at the end of the party. We had a row.
You and your husband?
Oh, the 4 of us. And poor Len.
Who were these 4 people? No friends?
Oh, they were all partners in the firm. Forward Plastics Limited. There was Len, Johnny Tidmarsh, David Jenkins, and 30 Tremaine.
What was the row about?
Oh, what does it matter? A row's a row. Our parties usually end up in a row. The point is, what's happened to poor Len? You're sure he's dead?
The police doctor's report will be in soon. From what I could see, he died from a fractured skull.
Oh, do you mean he fell and landed on his head?
No. I mean, he looks as though he died from a fractured skull.
But you told me he was lying in the concrete yard.
Yes.
Well, that's strange, because the windows of our flat look out on the lawn.
All the windows?
Yeah. Our bedroom there. Then there's this living room. And that door over there is his spare bedroom. No windows overlook the concrete yard.
Yet he certainly looked as though he'd fallen. To me, anyway.
The roof.
The roof?
Yeah. Sometimes when he's had a few drinks, he goes up on the roof and he does exercises. Says it stops the hangover the next day. Maybe he did that and fell. It's a low parapet on the roof.
But he's your husband. Surely you know whether he went up there tonight?
We had another row after our guests left. So he went and slept in the spare room and I slept in our room.
So really, you don't know what happened?
Oh, I went to bed and died, like I said. Had too much gin. He must have been mad to go up and do exercises on the roof after drinking as much as he did tonight. Just felt in that sort of mood, I suppose. Most time he'd just open the window and take deep breaths and all that. And I'd play merry hell about it. Then, dead. Oh, my God, what's going to happen to me? It's just beginning to penetrate it. And we were quarreling. We said some hateful things to each other. And those were the last words I ever spoke to him. Oh, Len,
Mrs. Angel, do any of the neighbors know you well enough to come and help a little?
No. Only parts of the building are occupied. The other rooms in the house are in the course of being adapted into flats.
Well, is there anyone? Friends, relatives we can call to be with you? You shouldn't be alone just now.
Only my friends. They'll stand by me. Ferdy and Johnny and David.
Well, give me their phone numbers and we'll contact them. I dare say we shall want to ask them a question or two anyway. Oh, this will be the police doctor. Show him in, Joe.
Okay, Inspector.
Oh, one thing. How does one get to the roof, Mrs. Angel?
There's a ladder that swings down from the ceiling at the end of the hall. The trapdoor in the ceiling has a lock on it to prevent children playing around up there. But Len had a key. I told him it wasn't safe. I told him.
Now, come in, Doctor. Well, what's the verdict?
And the doctor's verdict was that Leonard Angel had died as the result of a fractured skull. He had multiple injuries also, as one would expect from such a fall. On the soles of the plimsolls he was wearing, there were signs of green, muddy slime. We went up on the roof, the trap door to which was open, and the ladder in position for ascending. Where the parapet made its join with the roof itself, we found a narrow line of this same muddy slime, which had collected over the years as rainwater had washed the mildew and dirt into the sides and corners of the roof. At one point, there were slide marks as though someone had skidded. These marks were right above the spot in which we found Mr. Angel on the concrete. A clear case of accidental death, one would say. But in view of what Mrs. Angel had said about a row, we thought it advisable to ask a few more questions. The doctor stated that death had occurred at about 12:30 a.m. The first person to arrive at the flat as a result of our phone calls was Mr. David Jenkins.
A terrible, terrible thing to happen. Poor Len. You were a business colleague of his, co-director. Forward Plastics Limited is the company. We make all sorts of plastic materials. Indeed, if ever at any time you might be wanting some sheets of plastic, transparent or color-printed, we've got some very unusual designs. Yes, I'm sure you must have. Mrs. Angel said you'd had a quarrel with her husband. Yes. Pity. We all pitched into him, you see. Why? What was the trouble? We'd had a splendid offer for a takeover from one of the biggest plastics companies in the country. We all wanted to accept. But Len Angel wouldn't agree. And our legal agreement inside the company was that all four of us must agree to winding up the company or selling out. Otherwise, it didn't happen.
So now Mr. Angel is dead, you'll be able to go ahead and sell out.
Yes. If there's any bright spot in this tragic affair, that's it. I need the money. Was the argument very heated? Well, Ferdy and Johnny Tidmarsh and I did express ourselves pretty forcibly, you see. What about Mrs. Angel? Whose side was she on? Oh, on our side. Anything Ferdy Tremaine said, she'd support automatically.
Oh, like that, eh?
Laura's always had a soft spot for Ferdy.
Did Mr. Angel know about that?
Difficult not to know. She'd follow him round the room, looking all sheep's eyes at him. Got a bit embarrassing, I tell you. Would you say that Mr. Angel was jealous? Well, naturally, he didn't like his wife playing up to some other chap, even if he was a co-director. Matter of fact, I reckon that the reason Len Angel was against the takeover was because Ferdy Tremaine organized it.
Now, tell me, Mr. Jenkins, Have you ever been up on the roof?
The roof? Here, do you mean?
Yes. Apparently, Mr. Angel was in the habit of doing exercises up there, especially if he'd had a few drinks.
You don't say. Everybody to his own taste, say I, not my idea of fun. But then he didn't drink all that much tonight. Not as much as usual. What time did the party break up? Well, seeing that we were getting nowhere with Len, only saying rude things to him, it all broke up early, you see, about midnight. Where did you go then? My home, of course. You married? No. Housekeeper? No. Woman keeps the place clean, comes in every day for a few hours. I eat out mostly. So you went back to an empty house? Empty flat, yes. You didn't go back to the Angel's flat at all once you'd left at midnight? Not I. Why do you ask? You're not suggesting that somebody pushed poor old Len and sort of helped him into eternity, are you? Stranger things have happened. Well, if it's a question of motive, I don't think you should be asking me questions. No? No. Ferdy Tremaine is your man. Oh, he's got it always now. He's got the takeover as he wanted it. He's got Laura Angel. He's all right, Jack. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I think we'll have a word or two with Mr. Tremaine. This is a very sad business, Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, terrible shock. Awful thing. Poor Laura. But where? How? What happened?
We found him lying on the concrete yard. That's all we know.
The concrete yard? Well, had he fallen or something?
That's how it looks.
But where did he fall from? Was he in another flat?
Why do you ask that?
It's obvious, old chap. If he'd fallen from the window of the spare room, he'd have been lying on the lawn, not on the concrete.
We think he fell from the roof.
The roof? Well, what the heck was he doing up on the roof after midnight? Oh, don't tell me he's got a girlfriend up there. Damned uncomfortable spot to choose for a romantic rendezvous.
Was Mr. Angel in the habit of having a romantic rendezvous?
Oh, he had his fun, all right. Led poor old Laura a devil of a life one way or another.
You're fond of Laura Angel, aren't you?
Oh, that Welshman's been opening his mouth, has he? Just because a chap behaves decently towards a woman who's having a raw deal, old Jenkins tries to make it into something it isn't. You know, he's a funny chap. Never quite sure about him. Never has anything to do with women himself, but always believes the worst of everybody else. Frustrated, I suppose.
You married, Mr. Tremaine?
Divorced, old chap. One of these marriages that don't work out. Mind you, no hard feelings. We're the best of pals still. Oh, but I say, this really is a pretty bad show, isn't it? I mean, did he fall, or was he pushed, so to speak?
What do you think?
Well, it's difficult to know what to think, really. The takeover's bound to go through now, which will save David Jenkins from the bankruptcy court. Makes you think.
We gather Mr. Angel was in the habit of doing exercises on the roof.
What, at midnight? With a wife like Laura? Oh, he must have been a nutcase. Exercises on the roof, I ask you.
You didn't know he went up on the roof to do exercises?
No, that was one of his peculiar little ways he never told me about.
How would you go about getting onto the flat roof of this place?
Well, never given it a thought. I suppose there is a way up there. Bound to be. There always is. But I'm not all that fond of being on the roof. Oh, you're not seriously suggesting that he went up onto the roof at midnight to do knees bend upward stretch? Oh, surely not.
Oh, we can only go by what Mrs. Angel told us.
And you think that he must have slipped or lost his footing somehow and fell over the parapet?
It's a possibility.
But what's the alternative? That someone followed him up onto the roof and then pushed him over? Oh, that's a bit far-fetched, that is.
Could have happened if anyone had sufficient motive. They might have attacked him in his own flat, then taken him up to the roof and pushed him over to make it look as though it was an accident.
Well, you'd have to be a very strong man to get a chap like Angel up the steps and through a trap door, or whatever the arrangement is up there.
Yes, wouldn't be easy, I agree. Tell us, Mr. Tremaine, what did you do after the party broke up?
I gave Johnny Tidmarsh, he's our other director, a lift home. I went in, had a night
What time did you leave his place?
Oh, 12:15 or 12:20, I suppose. He only lived about a mile away.
Were he and Mr. Angel on good terms?
None of us were on good terms with him tonight. He was crabbing this wonderful takeover offer we'd had. We were mad at him, I can tell you.
Did you come back here at all for any reason after leaving Mr. Tidmarsh?
Come back here? What for?
Well, maybe to try and get Mr. Angel to change his mind.
No fear. If I'd come back here, I'd have socked him one. I'd lost patience with the man.
That's what we rather imagined. Thank you, Mr. Tremaine.
Thank you.
Now, Joe, let's have a word or two with Mr. Tidmarsh, shall we?
Mr. Tidmarsh, you left the party with Mr. Tremaine, we understand.
Good gracious me. Yes, I did. Ferdy Tremaine drives like a madman.
Did he stay long with you?
No. The little woman was still waiting up for me, so we had a quick nightcap, the three of us, and off he went.
And did you go straight to bed then?
No, I kissed the little woman good night and went for a turn round the garden. I was in rather a state of turmoil mentally.
You didn't go back again to see Mr. Angel?
Funny you should say that. I made up my mind to walk back and have another chat with him. I got about halfway there and then decided it was a waste of time.
Did you get within sight of the house?
Yes.
What time would that be?
Oh, about 12:30, I'd say.
Did you see anybody on the roof of the building?
No. Why, was Leonard Angel up to his rooftop antics again? Oh, I beg your pardon. I keep forgetting he's passed on. I can't somehow believe it.
So you knew he was in the habit of climbing up to the roof to do his exercises, then?
Oh, yes, he tried to get me up there one night. But with my stomach, I found it far too difficult to squeeze through the trapdoor. In any case, I'm not the energetic type. I'm built for comfort rather than for speed of action.
So there's a low parapet running round the roof.
Is there? I wouldn't know.
Well, it rather looks as though he slipped and fell over the parapet onto the concrete yard.
In that case, it could only have been an accident. Couldn't possibly have been foul play.
Why do you say that with such assurance? How do you know?
Well, because it would be a physical impossibility for anyone to carry Angel's body up a rickety makeshift ladder, through a ridiculously small trapdoor, and onto the roof for the purpose of pushing him over the parapet.
Why do you say carry Angel's body? Are you suggesting that he was killed in his own flat and then pushed overboard, so to speak?
Well, it's a possibility, isn't it? But not from the roof. That wouldn't be a practical proposition. Not for me, anyway.
Could Tremaine or Jenkins have done it?
Well, not unless they were up on the roof and they attacked him there and then pushed him over. What was the time of death?
About 12:30.
Funny. I didn't see him up there at 12:30, and it was a bright moonlight night.
Mr. Tidmarsh, forgive me for asking, but does the death of Mr. Angel solve any problems for you?
Oh, indeed it does. It means that I can now retire comfortably and take my wife to live abroad. The doctors have said that another winter in this benighted climate could kill the little woman. I was more anxious than anyone that the takeover should go through. Now it will. Oh, I know it may sound callous, but in all honesty, I'm not as upset as I ought to be.
Thank you, Mr. Tidmarsh. Well, Joe, this is a rum how'd-you-do, if you like.
And a rum how'd-you-do was a very good way of describing this particular case. We examined Mr. Angel's body again. In the breast pocket of his pajamas, we found the key to the trap door leading onto the roof. It really did look like accidental death. But was it? What do you think?
Our three experts have heard the facts in the crime play The Fallen Angel. Now they have the right to ask questions of the people concerned. The completely unrehearsed questions will be answered without any script or help by the persons interrogated, and they must tell the truth, except in the case of the guilty party, who can and will try to get out of difficulty if he or she is able to. Over now to John Arlott.
We'd like, first of all, Ted Mason, before we get to the suspects, to ask you one or two questions. Was the flat door open or shut?
It was a rim-type lock, and it was on the latch.
In other words, anyone could push it open?
Yes.
How wide is this line of slime on the roof?
Quite narrow, about 6 inches or less.
Were the lights on in the Angel's flat when McCready and the inspector went to it?
The light in the spare room was on, and of course the other lights were put on later when they got in contact with Mrs. Laura Angel.
Right, thank you. Now I wonder if we might speak to Ferdy Tremaine. Sit down, Mr. Tremaine. Don?
Mr. Tremaine, have you ever had a really late party with Lynn Angel?
Oh, quite a few. Yes, he enjoyed his booze.
Have you ever discussed hangovers with him?
Well, we both suffered terribly from them. I noticed that. I don't think it's actually come up in discussion very often.
Well, has he ever suggested doing some exercises after a party?
No, not by any means. It was a great shock to me when I heard about this.
Mr. Tremaine, do you live alone?
I do, sir, yes.
Where?
I have a little cottage just the other side of Bray.
Well, how far is that from the Angel's house?
It's roughly 15 miles, I think.
How often do you see Mrs. Angel when her husband isn't about?
Oh, occasionally.
How do you arrange these meetings?
Usually on the phone. I noticed that she doesn't have a very happy life, and very often I ring up and pop round and see her, or meet in town, have a coffee.
Does she ring you up?
She has done, yes.
Did she ring you on the night that this happened?
No, she didn't, no.
Tell me one other thing. What time were you rung to come to the Angel's flat?
Oh, dear. It was around about, I'd say 1 o'clock. I got home at about 20 to 1. It must have been about 20 minutes after.
Right. That'll do, Mr. Tremaine. Thank you. I wonder if we can now speak to Mr. Tidmarsh. Now, Mr. Tidmarsh, what put into your mind the idea of Angel being killed in his flat and thrown over the parapet?
Well, I suppose the fact that everyone's asking so many questions.
Angel once tried to get you onto the roof, didn't he?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Did you actually see him pull the ladder down?
Yes.
Open the trap door?
Yes.
What sort of a lock was on the door, you know?
It's a rim-type lock.
Had he got his pajamas on when he tried to get you onto the roof?
Yes, he had.
Yes. Do you recall, what did he do with the key after he unlocked the trap door on that occasion? Do you remember?
I think he put it in his pajama pocket, but I couldn't be quite certain.
This trapdoor, was it wide enough for a strong man to carry another through it?
No.
It wasn't. What would you say was Angel's weight?
About 11 stone, I should think.
Now, if your guess was right and his body was taken onto the roof, could one person have pushed it up and another have pulled it through?
Yes, I suppose so.
When you set out to walk to the Angel's flat, were you at any time within sight of the windows of their flat?
Yes, it was a bright moonlight night. I could see them vaguely.
Were the lights on?
There was one light on.
What room might that be?
I should think it was the spare room.
You think it was the spare room? All right. Thank you. Perhaps now we could talk to Mrs. Angel. Sit down, Mrs. Angel. Doc?
Thank you.
Are you feeling better now, Mrs. Angel?
Thank you. Yes, very much better. Thanks for a lot of black coffee.
Good. Now tell me, have you ever discussed this habit of your husband's doing exercise on the rooftop with anyone?
Oh, good Lord, no.
Well, to be specific, have you ever discussed these exercises with Ferdy Tremaine?
Never mentioned it, Freddie.
You never have?
No.
Have you ever heard him discuss these exercises with any of his partners?
No, I've never heard him discuss them with anyone at all.
Never been mentioned in your presence?
No, never.
How many keys are there to the trapdoor?
Well, there's one. Each flat has one.
You only had one?
We only have, yeah.
Where is it usually kept?
Well, it's usually kept under the clock in the mantelpiece in the living room.
Did he usually do his exercises on the roof in pajamas?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Did you telephone Ferdy Tremaine this night?
No, I didn't phone Ferdy, no. Ferdy phoned me earlier in the evening, before the party, just to ask if we got enough to drink and could he bring some more.
Did you phone him after the party?
No.
Did he phone you?
No.
Did you see any of the partners again after the party broke up?
I did not. I was dead to the world.
That's all right then, Mrs. Angel. Thank you very much. I wonder then if we could speak to David Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins, how was Lynn Angel when you left him?
Well, I think it might be said that he was soberer than I might expect.
Well, he wasn't very drunk. No.
How did you know how Lynn Angel died?
Well, I didn't know at all until I was the first to arrive, and I was told by two gentlemen who were there at the time.
The other officers, you mean?
Presumably, yes.
How did you get home?
By car.
Now, what would happen to Angel's holdings in the plastic company on his death?
Presumably they would be inherited by Laura.
She'd inherit the interest and the voting power.
Presumably, yes.
How much drink do you think Mrs. Angel had that night?
Well, it's very hard to tell. Quite a lot, I should say. I should say more than a husband.
What about any of the others? Would you say any of them were drunk?
No.
Would you say that either Tidmarsh or Tremaine was in a violent temper with Angel?
Oh, not a physically violent temper. No, I think they were just irritated by the fact that he wasn't prepared to sell.
Were either of them violent men?
I shouldn't have thought so, no.
Well, now, I'm sorry, Mr. Jenkins, because there's the signal for the end of our interrogation. Well, now, we're still satisfied that the clue is...
Oh, yes, it's difficult, a little...
Well, now, Ted Mason, we're satisfied that Ferdy Tremaine is, in the main, the guilty party. But we're sure there must have been some collusion with Laura Angel. The clue we're satisfied is that Tremaine knew that Angel was in the spare bedroom. But the only person who could have told him that is Laura Angel, because the row between her and her husband that caused him to go into the other room didn't happen until all the partners had gone. We think he came back to the flat intending to argue with Angel, knocked the door, and was told that Angel was in the spare room. We assume that he must have killed him in the spare room, got his body up the steps with Laura Angel's assistance, changed into his plimsolls, carried his body across the room, put the plimsolls back on his feet, and thrown him over the parapet.
That's a very good reconstruction of a crime. This crime isn't quite like that, but I'll give you 75% for ingenuity and for getting the main clue, which was, as you say, that Ferdy Tremaine knew that this man was in the spare room and not normally in the room with his wife. What exactly happened was this.
You're quite right when you say there was a certain amount of collusion between Ferdy Tremaine and Mrs. Angel. Ferdy Tremaine asked Mrs. Angel to supply him with a key to the flat. And he also asked Mrs. Angel to insist upon her husband occupying the spare room. That's how he knew. And then he said to her, now forget everything else, have a lot of gin, and go into a heavy sleep, and don't think about anything, leave the rest to me. Then he came back. When he came back, our friend Mr. Angel was doing his exercises in front of the open window. Now already, Ferdy Tremaine had got one of his large sheets of plastic material and spread it underneath the window of the spare room, so that when he walked in, hit our friend Angel over the head very hard, fractured his skull in fact, pushed him out of the window, he landed on the plastic. Then later he removed the body from the plastic and put it round the corner on the concrete and wrapped up the plastic and took it away. He took off his plimsolls, went up on the roof, made the skid marks, but made a mistake and made skid marks on each foot, if you know what I mean. Right. Whereas normally 1 foot only would have been sufficient for him to slip on, wouldn't it? He then came back to the trapdoor, took off the plimsolls, went down, and put the plimsolls back on Angel's feet, put the key back into Angel's pajamas pocket, and I think 75 to 80% you were right, and in fact it could have been done in the way you suggest, because you did get the guilty party and the fact that there was collusion.
John Arlott, F.R. Buckley, and Robert Fabian were the panel in The Fallen Angel, a problem in crime detection from the BBC series Guilty Party. The play was written by Edward J. Mason, and the program produced by Tony Shrine.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines bring you Mr. Paul Henry, the star of The Angel of Death, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spears.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Mr. Paul Henry in a remarkable tale of suspense.
December 31st, New Year's Eve. I shall identify myself as John Forsyth, my true name, as I have no reason to fear its being known nor to assume one of a different character. My early life has no place in this narrative, save only to point out with the utmost objectivity that I have always been possessed since my tenderest youth of extraordinary intellectual powers. As witness, my acquisition at the age of 16 of degrees from not one, but 3 of the leading universities of Europe, where, despite my British nativity, I spent my formative years. But this fact has no special significance other than as it applies to those events which were set in motion on another New Year's Eve in London 15 years ago. For it was on that evening, as I had planned some weeks before it should be, that I stood outside a door and listened for confirmation of the relationship I knew existed between my best friend and my wife.
Oh, darling, darling, darling.
It's all right now, Pam. It's all right. It's all over now.
Yes,
Are you happy?
yes, now that we've decided. Yes. Almost for the first time since I can remember.
I know, darling. I suppose we should feel sorry for him, but I can't. Not after the way he's treated you.
Raymond, what do you suppose he'll do?
It doesn't matter, darling. Tomorrow we'll be on the Atlantic Ocean, and within a month we'll be on my uncle's plantation in Brazil, where he couldn't find us if he looked for 100 years.
No, I suppose it doesn't really matter.
How long will it take you to pack?
Oh, an hour.
Well, I ought to be back by then. I just got to pick up the tickets and a few things.
All right. Hurry, darling.
I will, darling, I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye, darling.
Good evening, my dear. Why, what's the matter, Pamela? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
Oh, why, nothing. You startled me, that's all. You said you were going out of town for the holidays. And you don't usually come in by the back door.
You needn't be alarmed. I shall only be a moment. I forgot something.
Can I get it for you?
Your anxiety for my every wish is touching. But no, thank you. By the way, Pamela, have you any last words?
Any what?
We may not see each other for a while, you know.
John, what are you talking about? What's the matter with you?
Oh, my dear, sometimes I wonder if I married you out of infatuation for your beauty or pity for your stupidity.
Oh, John, please.
Pamela, where do you suppose we shall all be, say, within the month?
Does it really matter so much?
No, I suppose it does not. Within the month, I was on trial for their murder.
You are Henry Jenkins, proprietor of the Crown and Lion, number 17, Buxton Street.
I'm that one, sir. I am. Henry Jenkins, sole owner and proprietor of...
Now, will you kindly repeat the words spoken by the prisoner in the dock while in your place of business several weeks ago?
Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. About 2 weeks ago one night, Mr. Forsyth there, who's a steady customer of mine, although not what you'd call a sociable man.
Yes.
Well, sir, all me other customers had gone home, and I was asking Mr. Forsyth to leave also, just so I could close up me shutters, you know. When all of a sudden he looks up at me and he whispers, kind of hoarse-like, "Jenkins, I did it. I finally did it." Not knowing what he did, sir, I naturally asked him what he did.
And what did the prisoner tell you, Mr. Jenkins?
He said, sir, wanting me to keep it quiet, sir. I found them together, and I killed him. And then he laughs in a crazy way and added, "And Jenkins, I've hid the bodies where no one will ever find them." Well, that's what he said, sir, so help me a tip.
I saw him burning what looked to be a lot of bloody clothes. In the furnace it was. And he didn't try to hide them either. Just stared at me kind of odd-like. And went right on as brazen as you please, he did.
He wasn't worried at all. He said the two of them won't ever get away together, except if they are dead.
I heard him say it on the stair landing one night and several other times in their rooms. "Pamela," he says, "if you don't stop leering at Raymond Tillotson with those evil eyes of yours, I'll see the two of you in your grave. I warn you."
The court feels that it is its duty at this time again to remind the prisoner that he has so far made, nor allowed to be made by counsel in his defense, no cross-examination of witnesses, nor rebuttal to the charges made by the prosecution of any kind, and that this attitude can only result adversely to his cause. The prisoner is therefore once more given the opportunity at this time to make such rebuttal. Does the prisoner wish to do so?
No, Your Lordship, I do not.
Does the prisoner wish to make any statement of any nature whatsoever in his defense?
I should merely like to ask the prosecution one question, Your Lordship.
Yes? What is it?
Has the prosecution found the bodies?
Well, the prisoner wishes to know if the prosecution has yet produced the bodies of the alleged victims of the crime for which he is on trial.
Well, no, Your Lordship. We have not.
That is all. Thank you. To kill them had been my plan and my intention, naturally. But not in the usual stupid way such things are done, where men gamble their own lives against the lives of those whom they destroy. Every faculty of my intelligence revolted against such a thought. And so, for me, the gambler's risk was needless. So I planned it. It was therefore without fear or question that I stood before the court to hear the verdict which, in all the writing of it, I had contrived against myself.
Order!
John Forsyth, the court has given most careful consideration to the fact that the bodies of the named victims have not been presented to this court as due evidence and a surety of murder, a fact which admittedly must alter the circumstances of guilt. But this Crown Court, no matter how deeply it desires to aid you, cannot but recognize the fact that you have allowed every shred of evidence and element to point to you as a cold-blooded killer. Under such circumstances, questionable though they may be, I can do only as the King's law directs me to do, tempered with the mercy of His Majesty's court. I hereby sentence you to no more than 20 and no less than 10 years of hard labor for the suspected and willful murders of your wife, one Pamela Felice Forsyth, and one Raymond Elton Tillotson. And may God protect the Crown and the jurisprudence of this court of His Royal Majesty.
10 to 20 years. It was perhaps a bit more than I expected, but I was content. And it may be that there was even the trace of a smile upon my lips as I left the courtroom. Certainly, it was justified, if only by the looks of awe and admiration turned in my direction by the spectators. Clearly, they recognized my genius, and I knew they were thinking of the countless lesser men who had failed in their efforts to hide even one dead body, whereas I, apparently without effort, had successfully hidden two.
For suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Paul Henry in The Angel of Death by Alan Cameron. Roma Wines present tonight, nation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. With the holiday excitement over, most of us are glad to enjoy evenings at home again, taking it easy and economizing. What a perfect time to serve Roma California Sherry. Yes, glorious golden amber Roma Sherry adds so much to happy hours at home, yet costs so very little. More Americans every day make Roma Sherry first call for dinner. You'll find Roma Sherry ideal for entertaining, too. Delicious anytime. For Roma Sherry is a happy, mellow wine with tempting fragrance, satisfying, natural sweetness, and superb nut-like taste. Roma Sherry, like all Roma wine, is a true wine, unvaryingly good always. Crushed from choicest grapes, grown in California's finest vineyards, then unhurriedly, guided to tempting perfection by Roma's ancient winemaking skills. Bottled at the winery. Get Roma Sherry tomorrow, now selling at lowest prices in years. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wine, for uniformly fine quality at low cost. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now Roma Wines brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Paul Henry as John Forsyth in The Angel of Death, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It was thus that I began my prison term, and my association with William Waters, a sallow-faced, ill-favored little man who was to be my chief source of amusement and mental exercise for a long time to come, and to illustrate still further the inevitable triumph of the high intellect over all obstacles and surroundings.
So you're the great John Forsyth, eh?
You've heard of me, then?
Not half I haven't. The luckiest beggar that ever cheated the hangman.
Luck? There is no such thing as luck.
No? And how is it you're sitting here safe and sound, and out as free as air in 15 or 20 years, instead of stretching your neck at the end of a rope, eh?
I'm here because I choose to be here. That is all.
Because you choose to be, eh? Now, tell me, Forsyth, just between us two, how did you do it?
By using my brains.
And there's many another tried that before and been caught up with.
Simply because they did not really have any brains to start with.
No, it's luck, I tell you. Bad luck like mine. You want to hear the worst bit of luck ever ruined a man's life?
Well, if you wish to call it that, why not?
It was like what happened to you in a way. A sweetheart, Agnes her name was, with the biggest, bluest eyes. The prettiest little thing you'd ever hope to see.
And you'd killed her?
Oh, I didn't mean to. It was the usual, you know, and I caught her dead to rights. But she laughed at me. That was the trouble. Threw it in my face, you did. Next thing I knew, something snapped. And when my head cleared, there I was sitting on the floor beside her, crying like a baby. And her lying there with her pretty blue eyes tearing out of her head and her pretty mouth all twisted. The red marks there on her throat. The marks of these two very ends where I'd strangled the life out of her.
You weren't unlucky. You were stupid. You killed her without planning it. Well, and what did you do with the body?
Cemented her into the wall of the cellar. And the bloke next door had a gas heater. Exploded and blew out the old ruddy wall between us, it did. By the time I got home, there was farming and bobbies all over the place. And there was Agnes, what was left of her, lying right out in the middle of the cellar floor for all the world to see.
The truly intelligent man foresees every possibility and guards against it.
Who could? Who could foresee a thing like that?
I could.
You could?
I stand before you as the living proof of it. In 10 or 15 years, I shall be free because I'm intelligent. Whereas you will rot and die here because you are stupid.
Oh, pretty clever, ain't you? Know just about everything there is to know, don't you?
No, not everything. But quite a lot of things. For instance, I know something about that cough of yours.
What about it?
The color of your skin, the look about your eyes, the way you breathe. I hope you're not afraid to die, Waters.
Oh, Rabbit, what are you talking about?
Have you ever heard of retribution, Waters?
What?
Oh, the inevitable fate that pursues and at last destroys the criminal mind. Vengeance, you might call it.
What? You don't think anything's going to happen to you or me, do you?
And not to me, Waters. For the intelligent man foresees and prevents even that. But to you, Waters. Most certainly to you.
Oh, indeed. And who's going to do all of this?
Oh, he is known by various names, Waters, but best known as the Angel of Death. Retribution, the Angel of Death. Absurd, was it not? But a most purposeful absurdity. For the intellectual stimulus so necessary to remaining mentally alert during the prison years ahead was here delivered into my hands. An experiment, and one almost impossible under any other conditions. And William Waters would be my guinea pig. An experiment to determine just how far a man might succeed through sheer superiority of intelligence in breaking down and destroying the mind and the body of another. By the simple power of suggestion. I suggested nothing directly. Merely a word here, a glance there. Drops of water wearing away the stone.
I got a fever again tonight. Haven't I, John?
No. A touch, perhaps, but that is all.
The head feels up. It's that blasted cough, what does it?
No. You mustn't worry about it. It's very bad for people with your condition to worry.
What condition? What condition, John?
Why, nothing. People with a cough like yours, people who feel, indisposed, that's all.
Oh. What's that book you're reading, Nathan?
Just a book. A scientific book that I got from the prison library.
What sort of a scientific book?
General book on medicine. Things like that, you know.
Let me see it.
Oh, no. You wouldn't understand.
Here, give it here.
No, please, give it back to me. You wouldn't be interested.
Oh. You had it open at this place here, didn't you? This is what you've been reading, ain't it?
Well, yes, among other things.
Tuberculosis? Is that what I got, John?
Tuberculosis? Oh, don't be silly. There's nothing seriously wrong with you.
John, you've got to tell me. I don't want to die.
No, you're not going to die. You take care of yourself.
Why should he come to me? I've always been healthy. I'm not old yet.
Of course you are not. You're just imagining things.
Imagining things?
You're worrying too much, that's all.
So, what makes you think I'm worrying?
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes when you're asleep, tell me, do you ever have dreams?
What sort of dreams?
Oh, well, about the past or...
Oh, you mean about her?
Yes. Do you ever dream you see her lying there on the floor with her eyes bulging out of her head and her mouth all twisted and her tongue all black and swollen?
John, don't stop it!
And your fingers digging into her throat?
Stop it! Stop it!
Here. What's the matter here? Oh, he seems somewhat disturbed in his mind this evening, Guard.
Oh, his mind, eh? Oh, that reminds me. Doctor said we was to try to prevail on him to get out of his bunk tomorrow and get outside, get a little exercise and fresh air.
Oh?
You tell him, eh?
All right, yes, I will.
What was you two muttering about?
Oh, he was just telling me what the doctor said about you.
What?
Oh, he wants you to stay in your bunk and get plenty of rest. The time was drawing near, I knew. The time for what I had planned as the culmination of my experiment. Waters was having periods of definite delirium. But I waited. I waited for them to become more pronounced. Then, one night, when I'd listened to him tossing and muttering for hours in his bunk, I crossed over in the darkness.
Oh, no. Wait. There ain't time yet. I don't have to go yet. No.
William Waters?
Yes?
I've come for you, William Waters.
What?
She sent me, William. She sent me with her eyes staring out of her head, with her black, swollen tongue.
No!
I'm the angel of death.
Oh, I will kill her! I will kill her!
Take your hands from my throat! Take your hands!
Angel of death! I will kill you!
Perhaps that will quiet you. What's going on here? I had to hit him. The man's out of his mind. He thinks I'm some angel of death or something.
Yeah, you. Come on. Up on your feet.
Come on there, Waters. Nah. What's the matter with you?
Buster. You. It's you what done this to me.
Oh, I told you he was out of his mind.
It's you what's done it to me. I'll see it now.
Oh, now, you're coming with me.
Don't kill your Forsyth.
Come on.
I'll get out of here after this for a moment. If it's 600 years,
Come on.
I'll kill you. I'll kill
you. It was interesting while it lasted. And I've always believed that given a little more time, I could have ended my experiment successfully. But I had other plans to make now. Plans for the day when I would be free. And at last it came. At last I was walking away from the prison gate a free man. And now began my search. It was not difficult. It led me at last to Paris, to a small apartment, where I went tonight, December 31st, New Year's Eve.
Yes?
Good evening.
Well, good evening, sir. Did you wish to see someone?
Oh, you don't recognize me?
Why, I do, of course, but, are you a friend of Pam's?
I'm indeed.
Who is it, darling?
It's a friend of yours, dear.
A friend of both of you.
John.
What? Yes, in fact, your husband, my dear, and Raymond's best friend.
John, it's been...
15 years, yes. You only returned to Paris recently, did you not?
Yes, a short time ago.
And you never knew that I was convicted and sentenced to prison for your double murder, did you?
Murder?
Oh, that was quite as I planned it. I knew where you were, but the authorities did not.
John.
But perhaps you have heard of a curious legal technicality which provides that a man cannot be convicted twice for the same crime. You see, I've already paid for your murders. And now I've come to collect an ancient debt.
Put down that gun.
I then walked calmly from their rooms. I made no effort to hide my face, my trail, or my identity. I can now defy every element in life and in law. After 15 years, I've committed the crimes for which I've already paid my debt to society. I shall mail this letter to the police, who may give it to the newspapers, or whoever wants it. Although it is now a matter of indifference to me if the world remarks upon my cleverness or my patience. For my life is complete. No man has ever known such happiness. John Forsyth. Yes, come in, Madame Leclerc. That's the letter now that I wished you to mail for me.
I've come to you, John Forsyth.
Waters.
I'm not Waters any longer.
How did you get out?
They said I was insane, so I hadn't been responsible when I killed her. Then they said I was cured, sane again. And then they let me out. But there was one thing they never knew. They never knew who I really was.
What are you talking about?
That's why I've come to you, John Forsyth. I am the chosen messenger of an higher power.
Look here, Waters,
Die, John Forsyth!
And the story ends with a newspaper clipping. Let me read it to you. Paris, January 1st. This gay metropolis spent one of its quietest New Year's Eves in recent years. In all Greater Paris, there were only 2 recorded deaths by violence, both of which, by a strange coincidence, occurred within a few yards of each other. The first is the fatal shooting by an unknown assailant of an Englishman, John Forsyth. The second victim, unidentified, had apparently leaped from a window or roof of the same dwelling occupied by Forsyth. Police were at a loss to explain a weird black silk robe and cape worn by the man. Jean-Pierre Leclerc, concierge of the building, alleges to have heard a voice repeating an English phrase, "I am the angel of death," just before the suicidal leap. However, this can hardly have any bearing on the case, since the said phrase was undoubtedly uttered by New Year's revelers in the neighborhood.
Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. R-O-M-A. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. How much more pleasureful any meal becomes when Roma wine is served. Yes, a fine table wine such as Roma California Burgundy makes any food taste better, brings out all the flavor, lends romance and friendly companionship to the meal. America's famed hostess, Elsa Maxwell, says, My simple secret for gracious and enjoyable dining is to serve my guests Roma Burgundy. It's so easy to make your meals more delicious, more exciting, as Elsa Maxwell does. Because Roma wine costs so little, anyone can serve it often. Complement your next dinner with the fruity fragrance and appetizing piquant taste of red, robust Roma Burgundy. Get Roma Burgundy tomorrow, now selling at the lowest prices in years. And you get extra savings when you buy Roma in the half-gallon and gallon size. No wine but Roma offers you so much for so little. Insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Paul Henry appeared through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studios and will soon be seen in their production, Devotion. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Mr. Phil Terry as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
KQW, San Jose, the Columbia station for the San Francisco Bay Area.
Good evening, Creed. Your Mystery Playhouse story for tonight was written by Percival Wilde and is entitled The Adventure of the Fallen Angel. The leading role will be played by one of your favorite radio stars, Les Tremaine. In tonight's play, you're going to meet a woman named Lucky, beautiful, but cynical, cold, and deadly. A suave gambler named Ace Kendrick who plots to win a fortune with a marked deck and a steady hand. And, played by Les Tremaine, a young man named Tony Venner who discovers that the only solution to his desperate situation is murder.
A death warrant is not always a legal paper with court seal affixed in wax. Sometimes a death warrant is a simpler thing. An ace of diamonds or a jack of clubs, gleaming ceilingward on a green felt table. As our story opens, Tony Venner, bankrupt young playboy, is leaving a nightclub, intent on getting home before his hangover arrives.
20,000 bucks. Where am I going to get it?
Pardon me, you are Tony Venner?
Oh, sure.
I am Johnny the gent, Mr. Venner. You and me are taking a little ride.
Oh, now, wait.
Get into the car, please.
But what is this?
I work for Rocco Rossini.
Rocco?
Yeah, Rocco. Into the car,
No,
please.
what's the idea?
All right, hit it up, Eddie.
Hey, you're taking me for a ride. Hey, listen, I told Rocco I'd pay him.
Please, don't raise your voice like that, Mr. Venner. You are a gentleman. I am a gentleman. Leave us behave like same. Rocco only asked me to see you get home safe, is all.
Well, you aren't going to...
No, not tonight. Tonight we just drive you to your place.
What does he want me to do? He knows I'm broke.
This is of no interest to Rocco. All he wants is what you owe him. He tells me, say to this character... That's how he talks, Mr. Venner. See, he ain't been to school like me. So he says, say to this character, Venner, that does he don't get up 20,000 clams he owes me in the fifth race at Belmont last Tuesday. He is fish in the Gowanus Canal.
Well, how much time have I to raise it?
That he doesn't tell me. This is your residence, Mr. Venner. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Oh, Mr. Venner. A lady came in looking for you around 10.
said to hand you this envelope. Here.
Oh, thanks.
Nice perfume she uses, huh?
Well, what the devil is this? It's just a playing card.
The ace of spades.
Didn't she leave her name?
Oh, no, sir. Oh, she said for you to look at both sides of the message. Maybe there's something on the back of the card.
Oh. Hey. This card's one of the fallen angels. And there's something scribbled here. Meet me tomorrow, 4 o'clock, Savoy Bar. Signed, your fallen angel. Here, waiter.
Yes, sir?
Bring me another old-fashioned.
Yes, sir.
20 after 4. Probably won't show up.
Would you like your fortune told, sir?
No, thanks.
Oh, but I'm very good, really. Let me try.
Huh?
Your initials are TV. You've gone through a $200,000 inheritance in 6 months. You're broke.
You are good. Too good. You must be...
Lucky Maddox. You're a fallen angel.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Did Rocco send you?
No. We want to help you, and you can help us.
Us?
Yes, I'm a friend of Ace Kendrick. He sent me to see you.
Ace Kendrick? Oh, the gambler.
That's right.
Go on.
He has a plan which, by an odd coincidence, will make you $20,000.
20,000? Where is he?
In this room, waiting to see if you're interested.
I'm interested. Call him over.
She doesn't have to, Vanna.
Hey, what?
Nice going, Lucky.
You were sitting at the next table.
Sure. But let's get down to business. I'll do you the setup. You're a member in good standing of the Metro Club here in town, that right?
That's right.
And more than that, you're chairman of the club's purchasing committee, right?
Yes.
And the Metro is known for its high-stake games. Its members are exceedingly wealthy, and its membership is highly restricted. Well, for years, your members have played with a certain make of playing card known as the Fallen Angels because of the picture on the back. Right?
Well, Fallen Angel decks are the tradition, all right, but we've run out of them. Companies quit making them.
Exactly. Now, I have 6 gross of Fallen Angel decks. I bought them a year ago, and I've been working on them ever since.
Working on them?
Marking them. I can win, lose, or draw with them at will.
Oh, wait. I belong to the Metro Club because my father did. I've got a social position to maintain.
On what, Mr. Vanna? Your social position is going to be horizontal unless you kick in 20 G's to Rossini.
Go on. What's the rest of it?
Well, it's very simple. As chairman of the purchasing committee, you buy 6 gross of Fallen Angel playing cards from me. The ones I've marked. And your fellow members pat you on the back for obtaining them. And then later, you propose me for membership. I play, I win, you get 20 grand.
Well, there won't be any rough work, no breaks.
The only breaks there'll be will be good breaks for you, honey.
Okay. Deal me in.
By Godfrey, Venner, I don't know how you ever got those cards. I thought I'd seen my last deck of Fallen Angels.
Oh, Tom. Tom?
Oh, hello, Tony.
Tom, I met a chap I'd like to propose for membership. You're on the membership committee, aren't you? He's a devil of a nice guy.
Why, certainly, Tony. I'll push him. What's his name?
Ace Kendrick. I mean, Mr. A. Kennedy. Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Mr. Kennedy, our newest member.
Well, good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Kennedy would like to sit in on your game if you haven't filled the table.
Well, here, Mr. Kennedy, take my spot. Been pretty lucky for me.
Oh, well, thank you very much. That's very kind. Shall we have a fresh deck of cards?
Well, that beats me. You are a disgustingly lucky man, Mr. Kennedy, and I am disgustingly broke. I'm going home.
By Godfrey, this Kennedy fellow has amazing luck. Won over 50,000 in 3 weeks.
But look, Kendrick, why can't I have my $20,000 now? I know I promised to wait until you were all through making your killing, but I'm not sniveling. But Rossini is threatening to... Hello. Hello! Hung up. Why the dirt? Who's there?
Me, Mr. Vanna.
Johnny.
A gent in person.
Listen, Johnny. I'm going to have the money soon. Just ask Rocco to give me a little time.
That's it, Mr. Vanna. You got no more time. Will you stand up, please?
Oh, wait a minute. I'll get the money tonight.
Oh, now, look, I'm a busy man. If this is a stall...
No, on the level. The man owes me $20,000.
Yeah? Well, then you don't mind if I go along with you, do you?
No, that's all right.
I do hope there's no slip-up, Mr. Vanna.
Well, there won't be. He'll give me the money. He'll have to. Well, I'll get it. Don't worry. Hello, Ace.
Well, Mr. Venner, come in. I just got back from our club. We had a good evening, partner.
You had a good evening, Kendrick. I almost was shot by Rocco's executioner. He's waiting outside for me now.
Oh, well, let me pour you a drink. Steady your nerves.
Thanks. I'll get right to the point, Ace. In the last 3 weeks, you've made over $50,000 playing cards with the fallen angels.
That's right.
All right. Give me $30,000 and we'll call the whole thing square. All the rest you win, you can keep.
30,000. You get 20,000. And you get it after I'm through cleaning up.
No, Kendrick. I gotta have that money now. Rossini can't be stalled anymore.
Oh, you cheap little punk. I've always hated snivellers. Especially blue blood snivellers. Get out of here. You're not even getting the 20 grand. I hope Rossini rips your throat from ear to ear. It'll save me the trouble later.
You're murdering me. You're handing me over to Rocco. Well, you won't get away with it.
Put that candlestick down, you little fool!
Put it down! Nibbler, am I? Nibbler! You dirty, double-crossing murderer. You... Oh, good Lord. I couldn't have done that. She's dead. Let's get out of here. Oh, Johnny the Jandy, you see me? The back way. I'll go out the back. After all, how are they going to connect me with the murder? Nobody saw me go to Kendrick's except Johnny, and he won't talk. I'm just going to sit here and drink. Yeah, that's it. Get a drink. There. Just drink and forget it. Police. Oh, no, not this fast. Who the devil? Who is it? Yes?
Mr. Venner?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry to trouble you. I'm Burke from Homicide. Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Come in.
Thanks. You knew Ace Kendricks, didn't you? Or perhaps you knew him as A. Kennedy?
Kennedy? Yeah, certainly I know him. Why?
You knew him, Mr. Venner. Ace Kendricks dead. Beaten to a pulp with a brass candlestick a couple of hours ago.
Dead? But, well, I saw him at the Metro Club earlier tonight. Well, how? Who?
How and who is what I'm after, Mr. Venner. This is just a routine check as yet. What time was it you saw Kendricks last?
About 8, I'd say, Inspector. Good gosh. Beaten to death.
Uh-huh. Messy. Now, exactly what did you do from 8 o'clock on?
Well, I suppose I must tell you in a case like this.
Would be smart. And smarter still to tell it straight.
Well, I left the club and, well...
Look, Mr. Venner, Kendricks had hundreds of enemies. I have a lot of calls to make. You'd better come to the station with me.
No, it's just that I had a date.
If she's your alibi, you'll have to dig her up. Come along with me.
But
Who's that? Who's in the bedroom?
Why, tell me, honey. You didn't tell me you expected anyone.
Well,
hello.
Well, she's...
I'm, Alice. Aren't you going to introduce me, you jealous boy?
Huh? Oh, sure.
I'm from Homicide. You two, been here long?
Why, since 9 o'clock at least. Tony picked me up at 8:30. Why?
Just curious. I gotta be going now. Look, son, let me give you some advice. When a friend of yours gets killed, that's no time for chivalry. Waste my time.
Lucky, you know?
Sure I do. I don't know why you did it, but I know you did. I must have gotten to Ace's right after you killed him.
What? How did you know it was me?
I didn't.
What?
Thanks for telling me. I was surprised to get here ahead of you.
Well, I didn't come directly. I was going to run for it. Went to Grand Central, and then I changed my mind.
It's too hot in here for a man's dressing gown over a dress. Here.
Throw it on the chair. How'd you get in here?
Up the fire escape, through the bedroom window.
Why are you doing this? You were pretty thick with Ace.
Ace is dead. Now you're carrying the ball. I thought you might need an alibi for your whereabouts.
Oh, you're pretty icy, aren't you?
Let's forget it. From now on, you're going to play at the Metro Club for big stakes. And to win.
Me?
Yes. I'm going to teach you the markings on the fallen angel cards you bought for the club. You're taking Ace's place tomorrow night. I picked up a Texas oil man last night. He's got plenty. I'll bring him along and you take him.
It is my only chance to get that money I owe Rossini. Lucky.
Yes?
Will you stick with me?
I can't answer that, honey. I go with the money.
Well, I think I got what it takes, Venner. I'll raise you 3,000.
Venner's had a terrific winning streak all night.
Yeah, I know. He never won a nickel in his life before. One of those few lucky streaks.
See that raise, Tex? I'm bump at 5,000. It beats me how I can be so lucky finding oil wells in Texas. The minute I come north, I get so unlucky. All right, I'll see you, Venner.
Wow, a full house.
Say, who's the lovely creature smiling at Benner?
Oh, it's been to his. Of course, a Lucky. She must be for him. You know, I think Tex is on the make for her. Let's get closer.
Benner, I've lost 100,000 to you, and I'm just about ready to call it quits. But I'd like one more chance, a kind of quick chance.
Okay, Tex. I owe you a chance.
Well, we'll cut cards. High card for $200,000.
Hey, that's pretty steep, Tex.
Well, then you kind of think it over a few minutes, Benner. Joe, bring me a drink, will you?
Well, I do, Lucky.
Do it, honey. How can you lose? You know those markings as well as I do.
Yeah, but 100,000 cleans me out, Lucky. I have to pay Rocco Rossini $20,000 tonight. Look, let's make it 80,000.
No.
And if
all of it. You'll never get another chance. They're running low of fallen angel decks.
Well, Venner, how about it?
Okay, Tex. Boy, bring a fresh deck.
Well, that's very sporting of you, Venner. But then you've had an unfair advantage of me right along.
Unfair advantage, Tex?
Oh, you had Miss Lucky for moral support.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's so. Oh, here's the deck. You break it open, Tex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, there you are, Venner. After you.
Yeah, sure. I'll take this one. Oh, not bad. You got to beat the king of hearts, Tex.
Well, pretty slim chance, I'd say. Well, there goes nothing.
Hold it, Tex.
Yep. Yes, Miss Lucky.
Let me draw your card. I'm lucky.
No, I'd say that's up to Miss Lucky, Venner. Unless there's some reason she shouldn't.
There isn't. I'll take this one.
Oh, well, the ace of diamonds, Miss Lucky.
The ace of diamonds.
Miss Lucky, I kind of owe you a great deal. Would you allow me to start repaying you with a dinner, ma'am?
Why not? I go with the money.
Mr. Venner, it's 10:30. You got an hour and a half to dig up 20,000 clams of Rocco. We close the books on you, and all you do is talk about a bay.
Yeah, but I got to see her, Johnny. Take me to her apartment, will you?
Okay, Mr. Venner, if you want to spend your last minutes with a doll, it is your business. Come on.
Oh. What do you want, Tony?
This is Johnny the Gent, Lucky. He's going to wait outside for me.
How do you do? I will be close by, Mr. Venner. Remember that?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Tony, what's it all about? You know we're washed up?
Yeah, I know. You go with the money, and Tex Ruskin has millions.
You know, you're dumber than I thought. Didn't it ever occur to you that I might really love Ace Kendrick?
What?
Well, I did. More than any man I ever met. I was crazy about him.
Oh,
Did you think I'd let you get away with murdering him?
Well, but then why did you help me? Furnish me an alibi.
You were so grateful you couldn't see you'd pulled the perfect job. You were clean on that murder, no fingerprints, nothing.
Well, then why didn't you turn me over to the police?
How could I? I had no proof. Anyway, I wanted to square it for Ace myself. Your face was wonderful to watch when I flipped that card tonight. It was white and pasty like it is now. Like it's going to be when they shave your head. Now, do you understand? You killed the man I love, you milk-fed lounge lizard. You're going to whine all the way down the last mile. And I'm laughing.
Your mistake, Lucky. You shouldn't have laughed. Fallen angel. Okay, Johnny.
Hello, Mr. Venner. Remember me? Burke from Homicide?
Burke. Yes,
I trailed you and Johnny the Gent here. Just that Johnny taken down to headquarters. See, we learned Johnny had driven an unidentified man to Kendrick's apartment the night he was murdered. We figured it was his boss, Rocco, so we raided his place. Found his books, found Ace owed Rocco some dough, so we doped it Rocco, bumped Ace.
You think Rossini killed Ace Kendrick?
Sure. We also saw your name in the books and figured you were in danger, what with Johnny tailing you all over. I'm glad I didn't arrive too late. Well, I'll be going now. Oh, by the way, I got to call headquarters. You mind if I come inside and use the phone?
No, you mustn't.
I'll only be a minute.
I could have been free. I could have been free. Oh, no.
Benner. The girl in there.
Yeah, I know.
should have dealt them off the top of the deck, kid. Let's go.
And that creak brings down the curtain on The Adventure of the Fallen Angel. Tonight's performance from the Mystery Playhouse, starring Lester Maine as Tony Vanna. The original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Alexander Semler. So, Creep, our Mystery Playhouse doors are closing, so until next time, good night. Sleep time. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, Dark Angel. The starring players...
This is Ronald Coleman.
This is Merle Oberon.
This is Donald Crisp.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in one of the most beautiful love stories the screen has ever known. It is a radio adaptation of the Samuel Goldwyn picture Dark Angel, and it stars Merle Oberon as Kitty Vane, Ronald Coleman as Alan Trent, and Donald Crisp as Sir George Barton. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Dark Angel. It was in the last war, and then, as now, men fought and suffered and lived in the hope of going home. And now, after almost a year in the mud of France, Alan Trent has come home. Home to the lovely English country house where he was raised. Home to his childhood sweetheart, Kitty Vane.
Ah, Kitty. Kitty, if you knew what it means to see you, to talk to you, if you knew how frightened I've been.
Frightened? You frightened, Alan?
Yes, frightened. Frightened of coming home, of finding that you had changed, that you didn't feel the things I wanted you to feel. Frightened now of saying what I want.
Alan.
Or maybe I can't say it all. Maybe I can't say any part of it. I'm scared, Kitty. Kitty, I've so much love for you. It's like something you've saved up for a lifetime, and then it all comes at once.
Alan, I wanted to hear that so badly.
Oh, but you must have known.
I wasn't sure. I said to myself, I've always been around. Perhaps he's just used to me. Perhaps he'll meet some other girl.
Oh, Kitty, if you weren't here, I'd stop living. I'd stop breathing. I'd stop wanting to breathe. Don't ever go away.
I won't, ever. I promise. Alan, we ought to tell your mother.
What should we tell her?
That we're going to be married.
Day after tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Why, you shameless hussy.
Alan, dear.
Mother, we were just coming into... What is it? What's wrong?
They just phoned a telegram from the village. The War Office, Alan.
The War Office? Not my leave. It hasn't been cancelled.
I'm afraid you'll have to go tonight. You're to sail from Folkestone in the morning.
But whom else could we ask, sir? You're our vicar. If you just marry us tonight, before I go...
Alan, I've tried to explain to you.
There must be some way. You've known us all our lives.
And no two I'd rather see joined in marriage. Even 2 hours ago, it might have been possible. Now it's too late.
Too late.
I'm sorry. I have an evening service. Alan, I wish there was something I could do.
Well, thank you anyway, sir.
God bless you both. Good night.
After all these years, Kitty, we're 2 hours late. 2 hours that may change our lives.
No, they won't change our lives. Alan, I'm coming to Folkestone with you.
Oh, darling, you can't.
Why not? If we belong to each other. I marry you, Alan Trent, in front of a church.
And I marry you, Kitty Vane, for always, until the day I die. Well, it's not half a bad room to start our married life, is it? Is it, darling? Oh, Kitty.
I'm sorry. I was listening to the guns.
Oh, they're far away, Kitty. Across the channel. Don't hear them. They'll stop.
All those things going by. Down there in the street. They aren't far away.
Oh, it takes a lot to run a war. Motor lorries, horses, tanks.
And men. Thousands and thousands of men. And in a little while, you'll be one of them. You'll be gone with the rest of them. You'll be...
Stop it. Oh, listen, darling. They're going. I'm going. There's nothing to be done about it. We must face the truth, Kitty. All we have is tonight. One night to live a whole life together. So we'll have to pretend. We're married, you see. We've been married quite long, and we're having dinner with our family.
Yes. With our family.
Now, would you like another glass of Sauterne, my dear?
Please.
Tell me, do you think Mimi is old enough for some wine?
Mimi?
That's our youngest, don't you remember? She's right there at the foot of the table. Children, Agatha, Bertram, Harold, Mimi, this is a very special occasion. Your parents' 25th wedding anniversary.
15th.
Please, my dear. Children, 25 years ago, your mother was a lovely sight. The most beautiful girl I ever saw.
And your father, children?
Kitty, can't you do something with Mimi? She just bit little Harold on the arm.
Mimi, behave yourself. Now, children, as I was saying, your father was the finest, dearest, kindest.
Your father loved your mother as no one ever loved before.
Your mother loved your father since the world began. Since before time. Since...
5 o'clock. Time to shove off.
I'll get my wrap.
Oh, no, please, don't come. It would only make it more difficult. Just sit right here and close your eyes. That's it. That's a good girl, Kitty. That's a brave girl. I love you. I will always love you. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, Alan. Goodbye, my love. Another letter today. Oh, such a wonderful letter.
Aren't all of Alan's letters wonderful?
Oh, but this is very special, you see. He thinks he'll get another leave just as soon as they...
As soon as they what?
Kitty! It's nothing. Only... just then I felt such a sharp pain. And it's silly, isn't it? I thought I heard the guns.
Remember, men, we're a small patrol. It's dark. Jerry's can't see us if we hug the ground.
Yes, I understand.
Single file. 10, 20 feet apart. I'll take the lead. All right, come on, let's go.
Careful, sir. There's a big one coming over.
Look out, sir.
You all right, sir? Captain Trent.
I won't believe it. I won't. What if he hasn't written for a month? Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's had no chance to write. 2 months. That's not so long. Maybe his letters have just gone astray. Anything could happen in a war. 3 months. What if it's true? 4 months. What if it's true? 6 months. 6 months. Oh, Alan. Alan, I loved you so much.
That's it, sir. That's fine. Just keep the cane out in front of it. That's fine. You're making real progress, sir. And you've only been here 5 months.
Is that how long it's been? 5 months?
Didn't you know, sir?
I'm afraid I lost track. The dead don't have much use for time.
Ah, now, really, sir. That ain't no proper way to talk. Sir George is doing wonders with you men. A regular miracle worker he is.
Can he give me back my sight?
Ah, I know, sir. You're on the bitter side right now. But that'll pass, you mark my word. Wait and see how you feel 6 months from now.
You sent for me, Sir George?
Yes, Crane, I did. Mills has been telling me you want to leave.
Oh, I've been here long enough, don't you think?
A year next week. I'm afraid our training school hasn't helped you very much.
Oh, if that's true, it's my fault, sir, not yours.
You've been fighting something within yourself, haven't you? And you don't want to talk about it? Well, then the rest is just routine. I'm assigning Mills to you as an orderly.
I'd rather not.
Those are rules, Crane. He'll take you to your home and get you settled and...
I'm not going home. I have no home.
And your name isn't Roger Crane, is it?
It's as good a name as any other.
Your card says that when you were picked up, all means of identification had been destroyed. And later you gave your name as Roger Crane. I could have checked that, you know.
I know. I've been grateful you didn't.
As a matter of fact, I even had a clue. It was among your personal things. A picture.
A picture?
The picture of a very pretty young girl. And across the bottom was written, "Come back to Kitty." Why aren't you going back to her?
Because I'm blind. Because I won't be pitied.
So
because I won't let myself be a nuisance.
That's been your fight. Well, all right. Then fight it through. Go home. Do it for me. Help me to prove to myself that my work hasn't failed. That you can go back to your friends and live among them like an ordinary man.
You think I could?
Yes, Crane, I do.
I've wanted to. Every hour, every day.
It's still early morning. The sun is out. Before it goes down, you can be home.
Before it goes down, I can be home. Yes, it's true. Think of it. Before it goes down, I'll be home. I'll be home.
I think we're coming into Medford now, sir.
Yes, that's the whistle for the crossing, just outside the village. It won't be any time at all now, Mills. Our place is just 15 minutes from the station. 20 perhaps in that dilapidated old cab.
A cab, sir? Won't there be anyone there to meet you?
Oh, I know. I didn't tell him I was coming. I decided it all so suddenly.
Well, you won't mind me mentioning it, sir, but, I mean, if they don't know, mightn't it be a bit of a shock to them, sir?
Oh? A shock?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'd better be getting the luggage out. I'll be back in a minute, sir.
A shock? I hadn't thought of that. Even if she's brave, even if she tries to smile.
Take my hand, darling. I'll help you, dear. I'll always help you.
That's him. He's blind.
It's the girl I'm sorry for. Having to help him day in, day out.
Well, why didn't he stay away?
He loves her, he says.
Take my hand, darling. I'll help you. I'll help you.
Help me? Help me?
Did you call, sir?
Oh, sorry, Mills.
I'll get the rest of this luggage then.
No. I think you'd better leave it here.
But we're just pulling in to Medford, sir.
It doesn't matter. We're not getting off.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of Dark Angel, starring Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Coleman. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Deep in every woman's heart is the belief that she could be more fascinating if only she put her mind to it. Don't you think that's true? A woman can make herself look more fascinating. And the way to start is with the face, which is your subject, you, and frame it as you would frame a lovely painting. Now, the very first step, perhaps the most important step of all, is to find a truly flattering face powder. By that I mean not just a covering to hide the shine, not just a lifeless film or coating on the skin, but a face powder that gives your skin a youthful radiance of its own. So many women have written me that just changing to Lady Esther face powder has made a thrilling change in their appearance. They say my powder does wonderful things for the appearance of their skin, helps to make it look softer, smoother, and more youthful. They say it gives their skin a certain clean, fresh look that everyone admires. Well, there's a very good reason why my powder is so unusually flattering. You see, Lady Esther face powder isn't just mixed, just sifted, the way ordinary powder is made. My powder then goes through the patented and exclusive Lady Esther Twin Hurricane process. The tiny particles of color and powder are blown together with the force of hurricanes until they're perfectly blended into a delicate film of beauty for your skin. Try Lady Esther face powder and see how much smoother it is than ordinary powder, how it helps hide little lines and blemishes. See how deep and lovely the shades are, how Lady Esther face powder adds instant new beauty and interest to the appearance of your skin.
It's 2 years later now, and Alan Trent, or as he now prefers to call himself, Roger Crane, is living in a little cottage in the country with Mills, his orderly.
Now, them are roses, sir. Real roses. Every petal turned like a lip for a kiss.
You know, Mills, sometimes you come dangerously close to being a poet.
Oh, why, only this morning Tim Whiteley was by. Head gardener for Sir Gerald Mordaunt, he is. And he dropped me a compliment on the roses, he did.
Did he?
On my word, sir. And I told him I wasn't the one who deserved it. I said Mr. Crane did it all himself, he did. Really, sir, it's plain remarkable how you get about. In the garden, in the house. I mean, considering that,
You mean I can't see, Mills, hmm? Now, Mills, would you believe I see some things better than you do? Every bush in the garden, every chair in the house, every ashtray, every door... Even the telephone. Hello.
Hello, Roger. Is that you?
Well, Sir George, how are you? Where are you?
In London. I've been wondering about you. Haven't heard from you in weeks.
Oh, I've been busy, that's all. My roses, you know.
Look, Roger, I'm a bit on the tired side. Thought I'd get away for a day or so. Could you stand a guest?
When can you come?
The late afternoon train?
We'll be looking for you. It'll be wonderful to see you again, Sir George. A good dinner, a warm fire, and brandy Napoleon 1815. It was good of you to bring it, Sir George. May I pour you a spot?
Please.
You know, when I was a kid, I used to think Napoleon made this himself. Spent that whole year making brandy. There you are.
Thanks.
I never could understand how he had time for Waterloo with all that brandy making going on. How is it?
Not bad.
Not bad? Well, what's the matter with you?
Roger, I may as well say it. I want to get something off my chest.
Yes?
That time you left the training school, you remember a certain picture?
Yes.
I know her name now. Kitty Vane.
Yes, that's right. Kitty Vane.
I didn't pry. Her picture's been in all the magazines. She's made quite a name for herself, riding to hounds.
Has she?
As a matter of fact, there's a picture in this week's Tatler, right here on the table. She used to be a guest of Sir Gerald Mordaunt.
Sir Gerald?
Not 2 miles down this very road.
Yes, I know. Sometimes his gardener drops by to envy our roses.
Alan, are you quite satisfied here with your roses?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite satisfied, Sir George.
I see.
By the way, when is she riding with Sir Gerald?
This weekend, I believe it said.
She's there now.
Yes. Well, good night, old man.
Good night, Sir George. So near. So terribly near. Oh, Kitty, it could have been so different. So very different.
Hello, darling. I'm home.
Kitty, dear, you're so late.
Now, don't scold me. I know I'm late. I met the vicar, and you know how hard it is to get away from him. I brought a sirloin home for dinner. I'd better go and give it to cook.
No, don't go.
Oh, but darling, the sirloin.
Now, which is more important, me or the sirloin?
Well, you, I imagine.
Your hair's all blown about, and your cheeks are flushed, and your nose is cold. And you look beautiful.
I look like an idiot. And so do you. The way people always look when they love each other too much.
Kitty. 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 Kitty.
What is it, Roger? Anything wrong?
No, I must have dozed off a bit. I'm afraid I knocked the fire screen over.
It's strange. I could have sworn I heard you call Kitty.
Did I?
Roger, you're sure you're right with yourself?
I thought I was. Now I'm not sure. Maybe I've lied to myself. Maybe I just pretended I had a life. Maybe I told myself I was happy.
Roger.
I always knew sometime she'd be close by me like this. I should have put 1,000 miles between us. I knew that, but I didn't have the guts. Now I've found myself out. The work of all these years thrown away.
Isn't there something I can do?
Not a thing, I'm afraid. Sorry I let go like this, old man. You better go up and get some sleep.
Good night, then.
Good night.
Sir George?
Yes, Mills?
Is he all right, sir?
He seems to think so. Look here, Mills. Is there another telephone in the house?
In the kitchen, sir. An extension.
Then be a good fellow and put a call through for me, will you?
A trunk call, sir?
No. Sir Gerald Mordaunt's place. I want to talk to Miss Kitty Vane.
Sir George, you mean to say that on your own authority, without even asking me, you...
I'm sorry, Roger. I knew that it was right and that it had to be done. I had to see you get this thing straight. Now, please understand.
Did you tell her I was blind?
No, just that you were here.
Is she coming alone?
I think so. She didn't say. She ought to be here any minute now. I'll go to my room. You want to be alone, actually.
I won't be tricked like this. I won't. Mills! Mills!
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Mills, is the room as it usually is?
Yes, sir. Quite the same, I'd say.
It's got to be absolutely the same. Now, have a good look. My pipe. Matches. Cigarettes on the table?
Yes, sir. Everything in its place, sir.
What's in that big flower bowl tonight?
The usual thing, sir. Yellow tea roses.
Good. Thanks, that's all. No, wait. Where's this week's Tatler?
Right here, sir, by the lamp.
All right.
What? There's someone stopping here, I believe. Looks like a lady, sir.
Yes. A very pretty lady. All right, Mills. Show her in.
Right, sir. In there, ma'am. In the study.
Thank you. Alan. Alan, darling.
Hello, Kitty. Come in. Come in.
It's really, really you. I always knew somewhere, sometime.
That we two would meet again? Yes, I think I always knew it, too.
Alan.
It's good to see you, Kitty. Sit down. Here. This chair's the most comfortable, I think. Cigarettes are right there, and you'll have some coffee, won't you?
Alan, you've so much to tell me.
Oh, that's a long story. First, I want to hear about you. You'll take sugar and cream, of course, if I remember correctly.
Alan, where have you been? Where?
Oh, I've been here. Been trying to write a bit. Not very good at it, though. I'm afraid I spend too much time in the garden. Those are my roses. I'm terribly proud of them.
Alan, what is it?
What is what?
After all this time, after thinking you dead, after all this time I come here and find you. And you talk of roses. What is it, Alan? Tell me, darling.
There's very little to tell.
No, you've suffered. Something's hurt you. Why don't you tell me? Alan, why didn't you come home?
It's hard to tell you, Kitty. The war did something to me. I've changed.
Changed?
I don't know. When I came out, I wanted to be alone for a while. Start all over. Build a new life. I always meant to come back someday, but, I liked it here, and, well, I just didn't come back.
You mean you found you'd stop loving me? That was it, Alan?
I love you, Kitty. I loved you then, but in a different way, I suppose. I didn't have the courage to tell you.
I see. I understand. I loved you then. I love you now as much. I love you with all my heart. I've never loved anyone else. I never will again. Goodbye, Alan. Won't you even shake my hand?
Your hand?
I've been holding it here. Alan, look at me. What color dress am I wearing?
Please go. Please.
So that was why. And I was so stupid. I couldn't see. I was the one who couldn't see.
No, Kitty, no.
You love me, you do. You love me still.
Kitty, think what it means.
It means life again. I've been dead. Oh, dearest, how could you know me so little?
Kitty, listen to me.
No, I won't. I won't. You made me promise once never to go away. I never shall. Never. I'll be with you always.
Always. Oh, Kitty, if you knew how I've dreamed about this. To hear your voice. To have my arms around you again. Darling, you're crying.
I know, and it's no time to cry. I won't. If you kiss me.
Well, then just to kiss the tears away.
Forever.
Forever.
Miss Oberon, Mr. Coleman, and Mr. Crisp for bringing us the story of Dark Angel. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are grateful indeed that you could be our guests tonight. And now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
You just can't use Lady Esther face powder without looking younger, lovelier, more exciting. Now, I'm not saying this. Thousands of women are saying it. Women all over the country who've listened to me just as you are listening now and decided to try my powder and see for themselves if it really is so different from ordinary powder, so much more flattering. Well, they'll let us say that they convinced themselves. So many of them took the trouble to sit down and write me nice long letters and tell me all about the wonderful things my powder does for the appearance of the skin. Yes, every day women are discovering that Lady Esther face powder, made a new way by my patented twin hurricane method, is a delightfully new and different kind of face powder. Not only is the texture softer and smoother by far than the texture of ordinary powder, not only does it cling longer and keep the skin looking cool and fresh in hot weather, but even the shades are deeper toned and more lively, shades that add extra glamour and excitement to your summer skin. So why don't you, too, try Lady Esther face powder? There's no better judge in the whole world than your own eyes. And unless you're very different from thousands of others, I'm sure that what you see in your mirror will convince you that Lady Esther face powder is the most flattering powder you've ever used.
Lady Esther, next week will present that delightful comedy with music, Priorities on Parade. It will star Betty Rhodes, Jerry Colonna, Vera Vega, and Bob Crosby. Be sure to listen. Ronald Coleman appeared through the courtesy of the sponsors of his program, the Electric Auto Light Company. Merle Oberon can soon be seen co-starring with Paul Muni in the Columbia picture, The Love of Madame Sand. Donald Crisp is soon to be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor picture, National Velvet. Truman Bradley saying goodnight for Lady Esther. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon in Angels with Dirty Faces.
Lux presents Hollywood. It's melodrama we bring you tonight in the gripping chapters of Angels with Dirty Faces. The story of an obscure priest and a front-page lawbreaker, enacted by Pat O'Brien and James Cagney with Gloria Dixon. Our drama is an adaptation of the great screen success filmed by Warner Brothers. Our orchestra is under the direction of Louis Silvers. And as special guest, you'll hear the celebrated writer and authority on crime, Courtney Riley Cooper. And now, a word about our product. Have you ever heard a woman say this about another woman? She certainly isn't a bit pretty, and yet she's so attractive. Usually, it's very hard to say just what it is that makes one woman more attractive than another. So many things may be part of a woman's charm. Here's what Ginger Rogers says. Naturally, every woman wants romance, admiration, yet many a woman who could be attractive loses out because she neglects daintiness. I always use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too. It makes a wonderful beauty bath. This nice soap has active lather that leaves skin fresh, delicately fragrant. Try it for your daily beauty bath. It leaves skin sweet, protects daintiness. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to consult an atlas for the map of Ireland if either of tonight's stars happen to be handy. For in the honest faces of both James Cagney and William Joseph Patrick O'Brien are indelibly sketched the rugged contours of the Emerald Isle. There's a striking similarity, too, in the careers they've led. Both came to Hollywood from Broadway, both at about the same time. Both broke into big-time show business as chorus boys. Both can sing you a tune in the traditional tenor of the Irish, or if you prefer, both can play it for you on the piano. Both are stars at Warner Brothers Studio, through whose courtesy both are here tonight. And their most successful collaboration is tonight's drama, Angels with Dirty Faces. Pat O'Brien's training for our play started at the age of 9, when he attempted his first dramatic part and played an angel. Mr. Cagney's early years were spent in practically the same tough precincts that you'll hear about in Angels with Dirty Faces. Jimmy used to dive off docks for a swim in New York's East River, and the boy who taught him how was later signed up for an extended engagement at the big house. When our bantam star came to pictures, he required no instruction in fist swinging. The story is that between the ages of 11 and 17, Jimmy could never go to sleep at night unless he'd taken part during the day in at least one fight. Later, he used his right hand to play semi-professional baseball and hoped that someday it would hold the brush of a portrait painter, an ambition that has never been fulfilled. Pat O'Brien came to the Footlights by way of Marquette University and the United States Navy. In New York, he shared a boarding house room with Spencer Tracy and the desperate responsibility of raising $5 a week for the rent. Off the screen, he's famous for his fund of anecdotes and his love of sports. Pat tonight plays Jerry Connolly. Mr. Cagney is Rocky Sullivan. And a very lovely young lady, Miss Gloria Dixon, is heard as Laurie. Her new starring role for Warner Brothers is in Waterfront. We ring up the curtain now, and the Lux Radio Theater presents Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. A dead-end street in the slum district of a great American city. On the corner, weaving in and out of the maze of pushcarts, a newsboy calls the headlines of the afternoon edition.
Rocky Sullivan Freen, Rocky Sullivan gangster, Freen today, Freen year time ended, Rocky Sullivan.
Further down the dark canyon of tenements stands a church. In the soft light streaming through the stained glass windows, Father Connolly leads the afternoon rehearsal of the boys' choir.
Very good, boys. You can go now. Next week at the same time.
Come on, hey, who do you think you're pushing? Yeah. When I get you outside, I'll mobilize you. You and what army? Me and no army. Yeah.
Afternoon, Father.
Well, son, what's troubling you?
Oh, nothing much, Father. Only been bothering me about 15 years. What'd you ever do with those fountain pens we snatched from that freight car that night?
What? Rocky. Rocky Sullivan, Rocky, you old...
Hiya, Jerry. What do you hear? What do you say?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you, Rocky?
All right. Don't let this paleness fool you. Well, same old place, huh? 15 years and it hasn't changed a bit.
Remember old Father Boyle's vestry, Rocky?
Remember it? He used to stand right where you are and bawl that sour out of me.
Well, I'm not going to bawl you out. All I'm going to kick about is, why'd you stop writing to me?
Oh, I'll be reasonable, Jerry. You know what happens to letters you write in prison. Everybody in the warden down to the screws reads them. And what did I have to write about? Nothing happened while I was inside, and when I was outside, well, I figured you could always read the newspapers. It was always on the front page.
Yes. Yes, I read all the newspapers, Rocky.
Say, Jerry, I always knew your mother wanted you to be ordained a priest, and I guess the only thing ever kept you back was me, but how'd you finally come to do it? What gave you the idea?
Oh, I don't know, Rocky. I was just riding along on top of a bus one day and passing St. Patrick's Cathedral, looking down. Just got the idea, I guess.
I got an idea on top of a bus once. Got me 6 years.
Come in.
Say, Father, you're supposed to be down at the store. The fellas are all waiting for you.
Oh, yes. Run along. Tell them I'll be right over. Tell them to get started in the meantime.
Okay, Father.
Say, what's this store racket, Jerry? You got the kids shilling for the parish?
No. No, it's a pet scheme of my own. I rented a store, Rocky, a kind of a recreation center for the kids.
Oh, it's a sort of a kindergarten place, huh?
No, it's more than that. For the older fellas, too.
Oh.
You know, it's helped tremendously to keep a lot of those kids from becoming...
You mean, becoming mugs like me, for instance?
Will you be staying here for some time, Rocky?
Oh, I don't know, Jerry. It depends on a little business I got to take care of. Anyway, I got to find a room.
Mm-hmm. Why not around here, right in the parish?
Well, why not? No place like home, is there?
All right. Come on. I'll walk down the street with you.
All right, good.
Come on, throw the ball over here. I'll slap your ears down. Come on, fellas. Throw that ball over here.
Well, 15 years. The same old smell. I bet they ain't cleaned this alley since I left it. Hey, Jerry, remember the time we swiped those pens? We beat it up that alley and right over the fence, huh?
Yeah. Yes, I got away. You got caught.
Yeah. I never could run as fast as you.
You know, I've often wondered, Rocky, what if I'd been the boy who'd been caught that day?
Well, you wasn't.
No, I wasn't. Rocky, why don't you drop in here at Mrs. Maggione? She's got some furnished rooms.
Mrs. Maggione? I remember her. We took a lot of good lead pipe out of her basement.
Well, I'll drop around tomorrow if you want me to.
Aye, swell.
Oh, gee, Rocky, it's great to see you.
You too. You too, Father.
Well, so long.
So long, Jerry. So long.
Yes, what is it?
I want to find out about it. Hey, you ain't Mrs. Maggione.
No, she's out. Just taking over till she gets back. What is it you want, please?
I want a room.
Oh, well, there's one right down the hall this way.
Oh, thanks.
You know, there's something about your face that's kind of familiar.
Nah, you've just been reading the funny papers.
No, I mean that...
Listen, sister. All I want is a room.
Oh, well, that's fine with me. Here it is. Mrs. Maggione, you'll give it a good cleaning.
That's all right. I've seen worse places.
Yeah, I guess you have. Huh? How'd you happen to come to this house?
Oh, you want references, huh? Well, an old friend of mine sent me, Jerry Conley.
Father Jerry? Wait a minute, I get it now. You're Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, that's me.
You remember me? I'm Laurie Martin.
Laurie Martin? That fresh chick with the long pigtails. Well, for crying out loud. Hiya, Laurie.
Yeah, remember the time about 15 years ago when you pulled my hat down over my eyes and I said I'd get even?
No, I don't remember that.
No, well, I do.
Hey, what the... Hey, come back here.
Cigarettes.
I'm sorry, sir, but you must dress in El Toro.
These clothes will do.
But only people in evening dress are admitted,
What goes on here, Pierre?
This gentleman wants
This gentleman wants to see Jim Fraser.
Who?
Jim Fraser, your boss, the guy who owns this joint. Where is he?
Who are you?
Rocky Sullivan. Mean anything to you?
Yeah, come on. Hey, boss, Rocky Sullivan's here.
Rocky Sullivan? Tell him I'm not in. Tell him...
Hello, Fraser.
Oh, Rocky. Well, all right, Steve, get back to the job. Well, this is a surprise, Rocky.
Yeah.
I had the date on my calendar, but I thought you got out next month. Otherwise, I'd have been down to meet you.
Oh, that's all right. Nice-looking place you got here. Looks like you're in the money.
Hey, you know Mac Kiefer?
Yeah, heard of him. Got the town tied up. Can buy it and sell it, huh?
Hell, we don't buy it. We just sell it. Sit down.
Thanks. Got that dough, Fraser?
Dough?
Yeah, dough. When I took the rap for you 3 years ago, you had $100,000 of mine.
Oh, yeah, sure. It'll be a matter of only a few days. The end of the week, you don't have to worry about it, Rocky.
I'm not worried about it. I'll take a few days getting settled. I'll give you time to get that dough together and figure out where I come in.
Where you come in? What do you mean?
Which racket you want me to take care of, which section of town, and how much my cut is.
Your cut?
Yeah, we're partners, ain't we? You and me. That was the idea, wasn't it? I take the rap, you take the dough, use it to make connections for both of us. Wasn't that it?
Oh, yeah, of course, but you got things a little mixed up, Rocky. You see, Mac Kiefer's the boss. If you want a spot in the business, you got to take it up with him.
No, I don't take it up with nobody but you, Fraser. I'm picking up with you where I left off. That was the idea, and we're going to stick to it. You understand?
Well, of course, but...
But what?
Oh, come in, Mac.
Thanks.
This is Mac Kiefer, Rocky. Mac, I want you to meet Rocky Sullivan.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Sullivan. I know all about you. You're okay. When did you get out?
This morning.
Fine. What are you doing?
Looking around.
Well, maybe I might have a spot for you.
Yeah, that's what we were just talking about.
Where are you stopping, Rocky?
I got a room over in my old neighborhood on Dock Street, number 24. Well, I'll beat it now. I'll be up, say, first thing Monday. Okay?
Monday? Yeah, that'll be fine, Rocky.
All right. Night, Mr. Kiefer.
Good night. Wait a minute. What is this, Fraser? That guy looking for a cut?
He's looking for something, but it's okay. Don't worry. Hello. Get me Steve.
Hey, what are you going to do?
Leave it to me, will you?
Yeah. But don't trip.
Hello, Steve. Listen, that Sullivan guy just left. Put a couple of the boys on him. Tell them to watch their chance. Well, what else would I mean? We don't want that guy around.
Come on, fork over that 2 cents.
That wasn't 07.
Oh, it was so. Give him the 2 cents. Shut up, Johnny. Now listen, Bim, give me that 2 cents or I'll take it out of your hide, see?
Here.
Yeah, you better. Hey, look who's coming. Hey, Johnny, ain't that guy the new tenant upstairs?
Yeah, that's him.
Start playing with a ball, Bim. We'll give him a wake.
What wake, Soapy?
You dope. Bump into him. Keep him busy for a second. I'll frisk him.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Bim. Give him a rush.
Hey, give me that ball.
Hey,
Wow.
look out.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Don't go pushing our...
You what?
Oh. tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, Biff, give me that ball.
Try and get it.
Yeah, come on, Swing, let's get that, will you?
Hey, you kids.
Why, what's the matter, Mr. Sullivan?
Those kids just rolled me. Made me wallet.
The great Mr. Sullivan. Well, that's too bad.
Oh, no, it ain't. I'm going right over and get it back.
Stand back. Give me here.
How much, Soapy? How much?
20, 25, 35.
Gee, what a roll. There must be more than $100 there.
Yeah, 100 nothing. We're in a big dough now.
What a whore.
6 ways, don't forget, 6 ways.
Don't worry, you'll get yours, crab face.
All right, get him up.
Hey, what is this?
Hey, gee, it's him. Look out.
Say your prayers, Muggs.
Say, mister, give us a break. I wasn't even there. Me neither. Shut up, you rat. Stop your squealing.
All right, you chumps. I'm not carrying no rod. But next time you try to hook a poke, make sure the guy doesn't know your hideout.
Yeah. Yeah, wise guy. How did you know?
Come here, sucker. You see that door? See those initials carved in the middle, RS? That's me.
Say, wait a minute. Hey, you ain't Rocky Sullivan.
Rocky Sullivan, can you imagine? He's trying to hook you. What a boner.
Yeah, I guess the minute you saw us duck in the alley, you knew we were heading for the hideout.
Yeah, I took the shortcut. What they call you?
Soapy. This squirt here's Bim. This is Swing. This palooka's Hunky.
I'm Red. This is Crab for sure.
Glad to meet you, Rocky. Shut up, fellas. I want you to meet Rocky Sullivan.
Hiya, Rocky.
Say, you took the room above us, didn't you? Number 24?
Yeah, and you knew all the time I was living there?
Sure, Johnny Maggione told us.
And you took a chance like that. Look, kids, never bother anybody who lives in your own neighborhood. You got an awful lot to learn.
Well, you ought to be able to dish it out.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, who's that?
Where is it? Hiya, Jerry.
Hello, Rocky.
What do you say?
Oh, Laurie told me you were heading this way.
Yeah. You know these kids, Jerry?
Sure I do. Hello, Soapy.
Hiya, Father.
Well, didn't take you boys and Rocky long to get acquainted, did it?
Hey, looks like you and the father are old pals, huh, Rocky?
Take a look at that door again. Right next to my name's the initial JC. That's Jerry Conley.
No kidding. Hey, you mean, Father, you used to hang out down here with Rocky?
Well, we certainly did. Of course, just now we all hang out at the store, you know. I kind of hoped you boys would be down at the store today for the basketball game, maybe get into the block team.
Nah, we're pretty busy today.
What's the matter, Soapy? Why don't you want to get down to the game? Sounds like it ought to be good.
Ah, for Pete's sake, what do we look like, cream puffs or something? Playing around with a basketball all of a sudden.
Well, I tell you what. I'll bet you a buck to a plug nickel none of you can get the ball past the other team, and I haven't even seen him.
Go on, we run him into the ground.
We murder him. Hey, will you come down, Rocky?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I got a nickel, and we'll take you up on that bet, Rocky.
You're on.
Sure, yeah, we'll all split the winning.
Hey, wait a minute. We ought to at least have a chance to practice up first.
All right, boys. That's fine. The store's open. You can go over right now.
Okay, fellas, let's go.
We'll see you down there. Go ahead, kids. See you there.
Well, the young devils, I've worked on them for over a year, and I got nowhere. After 10 minutes with you, I guess they'd jump through a hoop if you told them to.
Maybe it's because I wear my collar frontwards.
Maybe. Well, since you've been sponsoring my store, suppose we go over and see it. I want to show you my library, too. Laurie takes care of that.
Laurie, say, what's she doing down there? What is she, a social worker?
No, not exactly. But she's worked awfully hard helping me run things. You ready?
Yeah, sure. Let's go. Come on. Hello, Laurie. Swell game, ain't it?
Yeah.
You know, I've been meaning to tell you, kid. You didn't turn out to be such a bad-looking dish.
Thanks.
For a social worker. But, I can't figure out why some smart guy hasn't snatched you off.
What do you mean? Some smart guy who's been in all the headlines?
Yeah, sure. Well, I gotta beat it. You going by the house?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Walk down with you.
Hey, Rocky, watch out for that dame. She's a jinx. They put her last guy 6 feet under.
What?
Yeah, no kidding. They laid him out. Oh!
Shut up. Come on, Laurie. Say, what does Soapy mean by that crack about you? You and some guy.
Oh, he meant Dan, my husband.
He got it, huh?
Yeah, 4 years ago.
What happened?
Well, what happens when a guy gets mixed up with a bunch of cheap yeggs? You ought to know.
What kind of guy was he?
He was a swell guy when we were first married. But he wanted more than he could get driving a cab. There was a lot of easy money to be picked up using the cab on some jobs, so we got in deeper. One night, they tried to shoot it out with the cops. That's what always happens, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, but people who don't know their business, small time is... Hey.
What's the matter?
Who belongs to that blue sedan parked down the street?
Where? Oh, I don't know. Nobody around here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Laurie, is that old stone wall still up between these two houses?
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah. Now, good look. Make out this is your house and say goodnight to me and beat it in.
All Well, Rocky,
Don't ask any questions. Do what I tell you. Good night, kid. See you tomorrow.
Rocky, that car's moving. It's coming this way.
Get going, will you? Go on. Beat it.
Rocky!
Dirty rats.
Who is it? All right. You don't have to... Rocky.
Move back, Fraser. That's right. One phony move and I'm going to let you have it.
Rocky.
Yeah, I ain't dead yet. I knew well I could get behind. It was kind of handy. Lucky me, huh?
I didn't have anything to do with it, Rocky. It's the truth, Rocky. I swear to heaven.
I ought to give it to you now, Fraser.
Rocky, you can't.
Stop crawling. You got me hooked for $100,000. I'm going to get that first.
Sure, of course. It's yours. I'll get it for you.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I haven't got it here. You don't think I keep that much around. I'll prove it to you, Rocky. I got a few thousand here in the safe. You're welcome to that, and I'll get you the rest.
Shut up and get it open.
Here, you can see for yourself.
Sit down.
There isn't very much.
Get over there and sit down. $2,000.
Yeah, that's all. And those securities there and some bonds.
I don't fool with bonds. What's in this book?
Well, that's just
Been collecting autographs, huh? Oh, some very important people.
Oh, that's nothing, Rocky. It's just a few receipts, that's all.
Yeah, quite a few. And from a couple of city officials who might be interested to know more about. Yeah, looks like you've been paying off the whole town. And you made him sign. That's how you held the club over them, huh, Fraser? Well, maybe I better hold the club. I'll keep this little book. Make things easier all the way around.
Oh, now, listen, you...
What's Keeper's number? His private number. Come on.
Circle 0500.
Now, look, I'll put you on, and you tell him I'll be up in the morning, and that you want him to pay me that $100,000. You got it?
Yeah.
All right, and one wrong crack, just one, and you won't have to do any more talking. Hello, Keeper. This is Rocky Sullivan. Yeah. Surprise. No, I ain't no morgue. Wait a minute. Fraser wants to talk to you. Here.
Hello, Mac. Rocky Sullivan will be at the El Toro in the morning.
11 o'clock. That'll give him time to get to the bank.
At 11 o'clock. I want you to give him $100,000 on my account. Mac, you'll do it, won't you? You've got to. Okay, and no slip-ups, Mac.
Tell him it's important. Important to you.
It's important. Important to me. Well, you're all set.
Not yet, I ain't. I'll be set when I get that dough.
Well, you'll get it in the morning.
Yeah? But just in case I don't, I want to know where I can reach you.
I'll be here.
No, I don't think so. I got a spot all picked out for you. A little apartment over on 8th Street. You're staying right there till I collect.
Well, you can't do that.
Get your hat, Fraser.
I don't know whether you know it, but this is kidnapping, Rocky.
No kidding. Get your hat.
The curtain falls on the first act of Angels with Dirty Faces. Our stars, James Cagney and Pat O'Brien, with Gloria Dixon, will be back shortly. Now, in our brief intermission before Act Two. In the little white bungalow where the Smiths live, there's a family argument going on.
For heaven's sake, Bobby, haven't you finished your practicing yet?
No, I haven't. And what's more, I won't be finished for a whole half hour.
You're just being mean and you know it. You know I'm expecting Bill and Gus.
Yeah, and I know you're in love, and I know he's in love, and I know he's always hanging around, and I know...
Oh, Bobby, please don't tease me.
Oh, gee, sis, now don't cry. I'm sorry. Honest, I am. I'm glad I got a sister that's beautiful and that people fall in love with. Honest, I am.
Yes, Bobby's secretly proud of his sister. She's one of those girls who knows it's important to make the most of her good looks. Important to take wise, regular care of her complexion. She uses Lux toilet soap because its active lather does a thorough job of cleansing. Carries away every trace of dust, dirt, stale cosmetics. It's foolish to risk cosmetic skin, dullness, little blemishes, enlarged pores. So use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux toilet soap regularly. It's worthwhile to care wisely for complexion beauty. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Here's Mr. DeMille.
We continue Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. With Fraser hidden away, Rocky Sullivan collected his ransom, $100,000 from Mac Kiefer. But then Kiefer acted quickly. After being assured that Fraser was free, he called in the police and Rocky was picked up for kidnapping.
Morning, paper. Morning, paper. Rocky Sullivan arrested for kidnapping. Rocky Sullivan questioned on abduction charge. Paper.
In Kiefer's office, Frazier, just returned from the apartment, sees the headlines for the first time.
Two-gun Rocky captured, held under special guard, speedy trial assured. Mac, what is this?
We're going to get that dough back, that's all. Mr. Rocky Sullivan goes up on a kidnapping charge.
But we can't do that.
Oh, no? I've already done it.
But you don't understand. Sullivan picked me up at my home. He's got everything that was in my safe. The account books, receipts, names, addresses, everything.
What's that?
If he's prosecuted for the kidnapping, he'll talk. And he's got evidence to back it up. The whole town will be blown wide open.
Are you dumb? All right. What are you waiting for? Get an order for his release and withdraw the charges. Go on, go on.
Rocky Sullivan had been in the district only a few days before he kidnapped James Frazier, prominent attorney and playboy. $100,000 was the amount.
100 G's. Hey, maybe that's what he gave you, Soapy.
What?
That envelope he gave you just before the cops grabbed him. Maybe that dough's in that envelope.
Maybe it is, Crab.
Rocky!
Hey, what is this? Rocky, what'd you do, break out?
Now, walk down.
Yeah, but it says in the papers.
Never believe what you read in the papers, kid.
First you're in, then you're out. Boy, they certainly can't hold you, Rocky.
How about the envelope, Soapy?
Yeah, sure, I got it.
All right, let's have it.
Okay. Here you are, just like you give it to me, Rocky.
Hey, is that the $100,000 the paper said you got?
Listen, kids. You don't know nothing about this, see?
No, I don't know nothing.
And you know what happens to guys that talk.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, Rocky. You know me.
All right. Here you are, Soapy. Here's a little chunk of this dough. Cut it up any way you like.
Gee, Rocky, thanks.
All right, so long. I'll see you in a couple of days, kids.
Okay, Rocky, take good care of yourself. Here you go, Bim. Here's your cut.
$50. Wow.
Yeah, and the same for the rest of you.
50 simoleons. Boy, my old man never made that much in his whole life.
Say, what are we going to do with it?
Hey, this is burning a hole right through me
I'm
hand.
buy me a pair of comb and play the brass nuts. Shut up. Come on, let's get out of here.
Man on a horse.
Who is it?
Me, Jerry.
Come on in. Hi, Jerry. What do you say?
Well, certainly gave me a terrific scare, Rocky. Before I finished reading you were arrested, there were new headlines and you were out.
There was nothing to it. Any guy with a record gets hauled in now and then, you know that. Just because you got nothing better to think of.
Looks like the kids are right. Said no jail could hold you.
Who? Soapy and his mob?
No. Some of the other kids down at the store. Soapy and his team were supposed to play that return game today. Haven't showed up. Rocky, you wouldn't happen to know where they might be, would you?
Say, what am I, Jerry? That nice maid?
Oh, Rocky, I didn't mean that. Well, I just thought they might be over here, sort of celebrating your release. After all, Rocky, it's almost a hero worship with them.
Well, nothing wrong with that, is there?
I hope not, Rocky.
Come in. Well, hello, Laurie. This is getting to be a big day.
Yeah, well, I don't mind admitting I was pretty worried.
You were? See, I ain't had nobody take that much interest in me in a long time.
Well, Father, I finally located your precious angels for you.
Well, where?
Over at Murphy's pool room.
What?
Yeah, Soapy and his gang. Passing out beer to all the kids in the neighborhood and throwing dollar bills around like confetti.
I wonder where they got the money.
I don't know. You might ask them.
Well, I'll run along, Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
You coming, Laurie?
No, Father. I want to talk to Rocky for a minute.
All right, I'll see you later, will I, Laurie?
Yeah. Rocky.
Now, wait a minute. Look, kid, if you're as smart as I think you are, and we're going to get along, you're not going to ask too many questions.
Don't worry. I know all the rules. I know them backwards.
All right, swell. Now, sit down a minute, will you? Maybe I had a couple of questions myself.
Rocky, you crazy
All right, sit
guy.
right down here. Come on. Sit right here.
Come on. Give me that chalk or I'll lamb your ears off. Hey, the 8-ball in the corner pocket.
Buck, you don't.
Yeah, Buck, I do. Look out, Bim.
Wow.
Come on, pay up, Crab.
What lie?
Hey, Soapy, where'd you guys get on the dough? We wrote to Santa Claus. And when we woke up this morning, we found it in our socks.
Hey, cheese it, Father Jerry.
Hello, boys. Giving a party, Soapy?
Yeah, sure.
Everybody invited? Why don't you have it over at the store?
Well, because we're having it here.
Mm-hmm. How about the game today? Aren't you boys going over and get it started? How about it, Soapy?
9-ball in the corner.
Come here a minute. Look at me. Where'd you get all this money you've been spending? You didn't come by it honestly, I know that. Hasn't anything I've said to you in the past few years meant anything to you? Don't you believe me when I tell you that hanging around pool rooms, spending money you've gotten in some underhand, crooked way, trying to be big shots and tough guys,
That it won't get you anywhere except eventually in jail? What do you say, boys? Come on along with me and cut out this stuff, and let's get together at the store and figure the whole thing out.
Look, Father, there's nothing to figure out. We're staying here.
Well, all right. So long, boys.
What's the matter, Father? Couldn't you get the kids to heaven with you?
I don't often have to do this. Oh. That might help you along, mister.
That's what I want to talk to you about. Look, you got the wrong slant, Laurie. You've been listening to a lot of junk about crime don't pay. Oh, don't be a sucker. That stuff's for yaps and shoestringers, not for people like us. Look, kid, you got some glad rags, something fancy, an evening gown, something like that. Well, get it on. We'll step out and do a little celebrating tonight, huh?
What'll we be celebrating, Rock?
Oh, this whole business. After all, you don't get on the front page every day, do you?
No. You don't get away from cops every day either, Rock.
You're doing your smart. Come on, kid. Come on, Laurie. It's uptown for us. Up where you see those nice white lights. That's where we belong. You and me, Laurie. You and me. Come on.
32 on the red.
Give the lady a stack of blues.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Rocky Sullivan.
Yeah, what?
My keeper says he'll see you now.
Where is he?
In the office with Fraser.
Yeah, Laurie, try your luck. I got some business to do. I'll be right back.
How Jim owed you the dough, and it all being a misunderstanding, we decided to call it square, Rocky. Square all around with no hard feelings.
You guys want to talk business?
Yeah.
All right, let's talk.
Look here, Rocky. What about those accounts you took from my safe?
I figured out as a kind of insurance. Just in case you guys change your mind.
Okay. Now, what do you want, Rocky?
Nothing from you, Mac. Nothing. Just the original agreement between Fraser and myself. 50% of his share in everything. Well?
All right.
And I'll take good care of those accounts. And I wouldn't try any more tricks, Fraser. Be kind of foolish. Because I'm giving those books some very special attention. Good night, boy. Having a good time, honey?
Yeah, fine.
Like this place?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, I own a piece of it now.
Rocky, maybe you are smart enough.
Look, baby, how'd you like to give up that two-for-nickel job of yours and move in here?
Doing what?
Oh, be a sort of hostess in the gambling room. Walk around in a nifty dress. Play a little. Get the swanks playing. Give you $100 a week in expenses.
Rocky, it's...
I know. Jerry's been giving you an earful, but he don't need you down there anymore. I sent him $10,000 this afternoon. He can start a real social joint now.
$10,000?
Yeah, but don't tell him, will you? Don't tell him I sent it. I signed it a friend.
Oh, Rocky.
Yeah. I know. Now, what about the job? It's waiting for you.
Okay, Rocky.
Swell. Besides, I need at least one friend in this place. Come in, Jerry. Hiya, kid. What do you say? They told me he was outside. Say, what's the idea? Come up to try your luck?
Mm-hmm. I haven't got any money except this. That isn't mine.
$10,000? Where'd you get a hold of all that?
Where did you?
Huh?
Take it, Rocky, and thanks, but I'm afraid I can't accept it.
Say, what's the matter? You silly or something? What's all this about? That ain't my money.
I know that, Rocky. That's why I can't take it.
Oh, now come down on it, will you? You blow in here, flash that roll on me, you almost knock me over with it, and then tell me it's my dough and you don't want it.
Rocky, you've got a great poker face. But don't forget, I've known that face for a long time. Oh, what's the use of pretending, Rock? You forced Fraser to get you $100,000. Everybody knows it, Rocky.
All right, so what? What's the difference where the dough came from? First of all, it's mine. Fraser owed it to me. Second, it's better you should have a chunk of it than him or me. All right, it's hot, but nobody's going to know that, only you and me.
That's just it, Rocky.
Oh, don't be such an angel, will you? You want to build that center of yours so bad? Go on, get it started.
I want to build it very badly, Rocky. But I don't want to build it on rotten foundations. Inside the center, my boys would be clean, but on the outside, they'd be surrounded by the same smelly corruption, crime, and criminals. Yes, criminals, Rocky, yourself included. Criminals on all sides for my boys to look up to and worship, admire, and imitate. What earthly good is there for me to teach that honesty is the best policy when they see all around that dishonesty is the better policy? That the racketeer and gangster are respected and treated just like successful businessmen, like a popular hero. You and the Frasers and Keepers and all those corrupt officials you've got in the palm of your hand, yes, and you've got my boys, too. And whatever I teach them, you show me up. You show them the easiest way, the quickest way to succeed is to do it with a gun or a racket. Well, I thought I could cure this thing from the bottom up, but I can't. So now I'm going to do it from the top down.
Yeah? How?
Rocky, I'm going to use your case as a crowbar to pry open and uncover this cesspool. I'm going to force the law, corrupt or not, to indict and prosecute and bring this mess into the clear light of day. There's going to be a lot of people stepped on, fellow. And if you're in the way, Rocky, I'll be sorry. But you're going to be stepped on just as hard.
All right by me, Jerry. You go to it. But you've got about as much chance of getting an indictment as I have of getting into the Bible Society. You'll find nobody gives a hoot about the whole thing. You'll hear them laughing at you. But go ahead, go to it. And if I'm in the way, why, do your stepping just as hard as you like.
I will. Rocky, shall we shake hands? You know, just for being honest and for old time's sake.
Sure. Good luck, Jerry. Happy hunting, kid.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a few moments, we'll hear Act 3 of Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. Now, it's intermission time. But before we introduce our guest of the evening, I want to ask the women in our audience a question. Have you ever really studied the lather of a complexion soap you use? Is it a rich, close-textured lather? Is it the kind of lather that will remove every bit of dust and dirt from your skin? Lovely skin is too important for you to risk choked pores, because that's what brings the dullness and little blemishes that mean cosmetic skin. Follow the advice of lovely women everywhere and use the soap with active lather, Lux Toilet Soap. This gentle white soap removes dust and dirt thoroughly and helps keep your skin smooth and soft. Use cosmetics all you like, but use Lux Toilet Soap regularly. And now, our guest is presented by Mr. DeMille.
On the subject of crime, Courtney Riley Cooper is probably the most widely read and most vigorous writer in America today. A close friend of J. Edgar Hoover, our nation's head G-man, he's also acquainted with people on the other side of the law and has known scores of the country's most notorious criminals. His latest book, Designs in Scarlet, is the result of a personal countrywide investigation into activities that tempt young people to go wrong, a condition for which we all must assume responsibility. When Mr. Cooper and I were writing on one of my pictures several years ago, we discussed many times the problems of youth and crime. He's a straight talker, and there's none better equipped than he to talk to us on that most vital problem, crime. We go to New York City and welcome Courtney Riley Cooper.
I have happy memories of that association, Mr. DeMille. You know, I have just come up from my home in the Deep South, where they have a very descriptive saying. Down there, they believe that one of the worst things that can happen to a youngster is to be born with what they call a mouthful of want. If you could have only have walked through as many prison cells as I have, you would realize how many young people have possessed this mouthful of want and taken the wrong way to gain their ambitions. And the age limit in crime is steadily becoming lower. When I first became a police reporter a good many years ago, it was unusual to see a man go to prison who was less than 35 or 40 years of age. But today, nearly 19% of all our crime is committed by youngsters. They steal half the automobiles and commit nearly a third of the robberies, holdups, burglaries, and larcenies. And they pay for it. In one prison, the hard-boiled guards no longer refer to the condemned cells as death row. They call them the kindergarten because so many young boys are there. Incidentally, most of these young people are underfed and undernourished, either physically or mentally. They come from homes or neighborhoods where there's been a lack of guidance and proper discipline. And no matter whether they are from the biggest of cities or the smallest of towns, they're from a type of slums which should be eliminated. We must all engage the nation fight against ignorance and wrong thinking, lack of guidance, hero worship for the fellow who gets what he wants, no matter how he does it. Hundreds of thousands of youngsters are being fed on a wrong mental diet. Because of this, somewhere in America, tonight, right now, right this minute, boys and girls are committing major crimes at the rate of 1 every 2 minutes. And half these boys and girls are actually doomed to a life of habitual criminality, to be sent to reformatories, prisons, and even to the death chamber. Somebody will stop this. And that somebody is every decent citizen in America. Clean living, honesty, integrity should be as great a basis of education as reading and writing. Hatred for criminals and disgust for crime should be as necessary a mental attitude as patriotism. This cannot happen as long as street corner gangs of dirty-faced angels worship the Rocky Sullivans of their block. Sure, it'd be great if we could only clean up our slums, the physical ones where poverty and hunger stalk, and the mental ones, which are even more dangerous. It would be wonderful if we could put in their place a love of honesty, of earnest endeavor, of eagerness to get ahead by decent, honorable means. To do this, we must all work together to achieve certain results. Now, for instance, I believe we should make murder a federal offense. We should take all police work out of politics. And we should dedicate ourselves to more good homes and fewer bewildered ones. But above all, we must stop glorifying crime and tell the truth about it. That it is cheap, cowardly, miserable. We can do these things, and we must do them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Keep up your fight, Mr. Cooper. Back now in Hollywood, we hear the third act of Angels with Dirty Faces, starring James Cagney and Pat O'Brien with Gloria Dixon. Several weeks have passed, and Father Jerry has carried out his threat. With the aid of a public-spirited editor, he's placed the problem directly before the people, an organized war against crime and corruption. Gloria is frightened. Desperately, she pleads with Rocky to give up his share in the rackets.
You see what's happening, Rocky. This thing's going to grow.
I know. Jerry means it this time, and there's no holding him back. What am I going to do about it?
Come down to earth, Rocky. You can't go on kidding yourself forever. Look, Rocky, you've got all the money you can spend in 5 years. Let's get out.
What for?
Well, Jerry's going on the radio tonight to demand a grand jury indictment. They'll have a warrant out before the week's over, and you on the witness stand grilling you on this kidnapping business. You'll be nailed.
You know, baby, you're getting a lot of gray hairs over nothing at all.
Oh, Rocky, snap out of it, will you? I'm afraid. And I don't want to lose you, Rocky.
Don't worry, kid. You won't.
You've got to listen to me, Father Jerry. Why, they'd give you money to build a model center here near the church. They're influenced to help you pull down the tenements and build decent apartments in their places.
Oh, I know, Laurie. I know.
Well, aren't those the things you want? Isn't that why you started all this trouble?
No, Laurie, I don't want bribes.
Well, then what do you want? What are you hounding him for? What are you trying to send him to prison for life for? You can't do that to Rocky. I won't let you. It isn't Rocky's fault, Father. He was just a kid who made a mistake and got sent up to a reform school. But he isn't bad. Not really bad. You know that. And no matter what he is now, or no matter whether he's right or wrong, we both love him, Father.
Yes, Laurie, we love him. I've loved him since we were kids, 6 years old. We worked together, fought together. We stole together. Oh, I don't blame Rocky for what he is today. But for the grace of God, there walk I. Oh, I'd do anything in this world to help him. I'd give my life for him if it'd help. But it wouldn't, Laurie, it wouldn't. It'd still be these other boys I don't want to see grow up like Rocky did. They have lives too, Laurie. I can't throw them away. I can't.
And the fact that countless thousands are listening to this program tonight is proof to fling in the teeth of those cynics and skeptics that the public does care and does propose to do something about the appalling conditions I have tried to describe.
Guy's going strong, Mac.
Yeah, we won't be tomorrow. We're going to take care of him tonight.
You're talking through your hat. He's not one of your mugs you can push around. Forget it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Tonight we have in our power to ask definitely incriminating questions of these officials, and the power to demand satisfactory answers. What really is the truth in the case of the racketeer and gunman, Rocky Sullivan? Why did the police release him so suddenly with all the evidence they had piled up against him? Why does the prosecutor's office refuse to investigate? Tomorrow the new grand jury will meet, and tomorrow these questions must be answered.
Turn it off, Fraser. He ain't gonna appear at no grand jury tomorrow shooting off his mouth. I say he gets it tonight.
Not while I'm around.
Now, wait, both of you. There's no sense in running ahead of ourselves. Maybe we don't have to go that far. Don't forget there's all kinds of grand juries and there's all kinds of ways to handle them. There's no sense going off the handle, Mac.
Sure, only I want to see some action. I don't care how we stop that guy, only I want him stopped.
All right, fix it any way you like. But lay off the rough stuff, Mac. That's out. I'll see you later. So long, Fraser.
So long, Rocky.
I hope you were stolen just now, Fraser, because I meant what I said.
Of course I was stalling. But look, you can't just bump this priest off. They won't stand for it. It's got to look like an accident.
Yeah?
I couldn't beat a murder rap now for any of us, but I could beat it for a hit-and-run driver.
Yeah, I get it. Call Steve and tell him.
Yeah.
Get your hand off that phone.
Rocky.
You're a smart lawyer, Fraser, except you should have made sure I left. Get over there.
Rocky, don't. Don't do it. I'll do anything.
Oh, no, you won't. This is your last double-cross, rat.
No.
I told you it was hands off that priest, didn't I?
Don't shoot. Don't.
And you wouldn't believe me.
Drop that gun, Rocky.
Make me drop it. Nice shooting, Keeper. You almost hit me.
Oh. Steve, this is Kiefer. Get the cops. Sullivan. Rocky Sullivan.
Here, Pepe, gangster kills two. Rocky Sullivan captured after gunplay. Pepe.
Rocky Sullivan captured. Speedy trial assured.
Rocky Sullivan found guilty.
Gangster guilty.
Guilty. Gee, Soapy, do you think they'll point him in a chair?
Nah, don't be a sap. They can't build it that hot that'll hold Rocky.
You mean he'll blow and make a getaway?
Just wait. That's all. Just wait.
Rocky Sullivan sentenced.
Sullivan to get chair.
Gangster sentenced to die in Mars.
Boy, I bet Rocky shows them mugs how to die.
Sure he will. Remember what he said at the trial? He said he'd spit in their eye. Yeah, and he'll do it, too. Ha! Rocky, he'll laugh at those guys.
Rocky Sullivan dies in March.
Rocky Sullivan dies next week.
Rocky Sullivan dies tomorrow. Rocky Sullivan dies tonight.
Hey, Sullivan, that priest pal of yours is here.
All right, get out.
Listen, big shot. You got only 5 minutes, so don't stall around. 5 minutes till that hot seat. And I'm going to tell the electrician to give it to you slow and easy.
Get out of here. Somebody get this screw heel out of here.
Hello, Rocky.
Hiya, Jerry. What do you hear? What do you say?
How do you feel?
Oh, like a million. If it wasn't for just one screw around here that keeps putting the needles in me. How's Laurie? Taking it kind of hard?
Naturally. She loves you, Rocky.
Yeah, poor kid. Never did get a decent break. I tried to give her one, but all I gave her was a heartache.
You don't want me to administer extreme unction, Rocky?
No, Jerry. We'll skip that.
Well, then listen, Rocky, there isn't much time, and I want to ask you a last favor.
Ain't much left I can do, Jerry.
Yes, there is. Perhaps more than you could do under any other circumstance.
Go ahead and spill it.
If you have the courage for it, the kind I know you have.
Oh, it ain't going to mean much to walk in there, that you mean.
Oh, I know that, Rocky.
It'd be like sitting down in a barber's chair. They're going to ask me if I got anything to say, and I'll say, yeah, sure. Haircut, shave, and a massage.
You're not afraid, Rocky?
Yeah, they'd like me to be, wouldn't they? I wish I could oblige them, Jerry, but I can't. You gotta have a heart first to be scared, and I don't think I got one. I left that after me a little chunk at a time, in all the jails I've been in.
But, Rocky, suppose I asked you to have the heart to be scared.
What do you mean?
Suppose at the last minute those guards had to drag you to the chair, screaming and begging for mercy. Suppose you turned yellow.
Turn yellow? Say, what's got into you, Jerry? You were just worrying about me having courage.
I know, Rocky, I did. But I mean a different kind of courage. The kind of courage that's born in heaven.
I still don't know what you mean.
Rocky, when I came up here, a crowd of the boys saw me off the station. Soapy, Bim, Johnny, and all the rest of the kids. You know what they said to me when I left? They said, Father, tell Rocky to show him up there how to take it. Tell him to show the whole world the stuff a real guy is made of. Tell Rocky we're pulling for him and go out laughing.
So what do you want? I ain't going to let him down if that's what's bothering you.
I want you to let him down, Rocky. You've been a hero to those kids and to a lot of other kids all over the country all through your life. Now you're going to be a hero to them in death, too. That's what I want to prevent, Rocky.
Just a minute, Jerry. You want me to pull an act? Turn yellow so those kids will think I'm no good?
Yes, I want them to despise your memory, Rocky, and to remember you as a yellow coward rather than as a glorified hero. To be forever ashamed of you. You understand?
Oh, you ain't asking much, Jerry.
Oh, yes, I know what I'm asking, Rocky, but I thought maybe, well, on account of being kids together, you might want to join hands with me in saving some of those boys from ending up here.
Oh, it's a great idea, but you asked me to throw away the only thing I got left in the world. The only thing they haven't been able to take away from me. You want me to give them newspaper sob sisters out there a chance to tell the whole world another rat turned yellow? Well, you're asking a little too much. I won't do it, Jerry. You work it out those kids some other way.
Oh, but I can't reach all the kids, Rocky. Thousands of hero-worshipping kids in 1,000 slums in 1,000 cities.
Oh, don't give me that humanity stuff again, Jerry. I did enough of that in the courtroom. I opened up on everything. Named names, gave the lowdown on the whole dirty mess. Now, what more do you want?
Oh, God knows I haven't the right to ask for anything more for myself, but for...
Well, Joe.
All right, Rocky. You ready?
Yeah. Jerry, you figuring on going in with me?
You want me to, Rocky?
Yeah, sure. It's gonna be kind of lonesome walking down that last mile. But, look, kid. Do me a favor, will you? Just one. Don't let me hear you pray. Promise me that, Jerry.
I promise.
And, you say goodbye to Laurie for me?
Yes.
Come on, wise guy.
Get away from me. Get this screw off me or I'll bust his face in.
It'll be the last face you see, big shot. And it'll be laughing at you.
Don't come near me in there, screw. I'll beat your brains out.
All right. Step back, Edwards. You take his arm, Thompson.
Attaboy, Rocky. Take your own company.
So long, fellas. I'll be waiting for you all.
Come on, Rocky. Hold the reserve seat for me, Rocky.
Come on, Rocky.
Yeah. This is what they call a last mile, Jerry. But it's kind of a short one.
Rocky, what I said before.
No.
Rocky, please.
No, I tell you.
No one will ever know, Rocky.
No. No, shut up.
Stop here. Go ahead, Rocky.
Rocky, please.
Okay, Jerry. Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, no. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Oh, please. Don't let me die. I can't. Oh, let me go, please. I don't want to die. Don't kill me. Please don't burn me in that chair. Don't burn me in that chair. I don't want to die.
Goodbye, Rocky. May God have mercy on you.
Rocky dies yellow! Rocky dies yellow, cowards! Death say witnesses! Read all about it! Rocky dies yellow!
And at the fatal stroke of 11 p.m., Rocky was led through the little green door of death. No sooner had he entered the death chamber than he tore himself from the guard's grasp and flung himself on the floor, screaming for mercy. As they dragged him to the electric chair, he clawed wildly at the concrete floor with agonized shrieks, a picture of utter contempt. Rocky Sullivan died a coward's death. I don't believe it. Not one rotten word of it.
It's the same in the other papers, too, Sophie.
They said it over the radio.
I don't care what they said. He didn't die that way. Oh, not Rocky. He couldn't, I tell you. It's a lot of lies.
Hello, boys.
He's Father Jerry. Hey, let's ask him. He ought to know. He'll tell us what happened.
Father Jerry, you were there. You saw it. What happened? Did Rocky die like they say here in the paper? Like a yellow rat?
It's all true, boys. Every word of it.
Then
He died like they said.
Then Rocky, he was a rat. Boy, what a chump I was. I thought all the time.
Soapy, we're going to have choir practice tonight. I'll expect to see you all there, I hope. All of you.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, Father. We'll be there.
Okay, Father.
Okay.
Father Jerry,
Yes, Laurie?
I know about Rocky.
I knew you would. And now, let's say a prayer for a boy. A boy who couldn't run as fast as I could.
Our play has an epilogue, starring James Cagney, Pat O'Brien, and Gloria Dixon as themselves. And here they are.
You know, Mr. DeMille, it was quite a shock to us to think that the Lux Radio Theater would do this play we've just finished.
Shock? Well, if there's anything wrong with the play, don't you think you're a little bit late in bringing it up?
Oh, don't get us wrong, CB. There's nothing the matter with the play. It's just that, well, dirty faces on a Lux program? Unbelievable.
We're not out of here yet, Jimmy. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Mr. DeMille suddenly produces one of his bathtubs and throws us all into it.
I'll overlook this feeble effort to twit me on my bathtubs, Mr. O'Brien. After all, I must remember that we're temporarily neighbors now at Paramount.
Yes, that's right, but I noticed that Paramount is courting Warner Brothers. At Warner's, I work with Jimmy at Angels with Dirty Faces, then I go to the other extreme and do a picture for them called The Devil on Wheels. Now Paramount wants me to the skies again in a little number called Heaven on a Shoestring. They're all bent on kicking me off the face of the earth.
Now, wait a minute. We started off by talking about Lux soap, and before we're completely sidetracked, there's something I really want to say to Mr. DeMille. It's just that I think that Lux soap is about the grandest care under the sun for any girl who wants to keep her complexion looking its best. I use it, and that's what I think about it, Mr. DeMille.
And coming from one so lovely, that's doubly appreciated, Gloria. But about this play we've done, it seems a long time since a play has brought home so forceful a moral in such dramatic fashion. What do you all think about it?
Well, it seems that pictures really are beginning to educate instead of simply amuse. Maybe Angels with Dirty Faces helped some kid somewhere to get the right kind of a start, and maybe it would also help people to remember the really great and unselfish work that's going on without publicity, without fanfare, by men like the one called Father Jerry.
Yes, and I was just thinking that it's rather a coincidence that we should have done this play on this particular night. It comes between two anniversaries, both commemorating men who set a kid's imagination on fire. Yesterday was the anniversary of Lindbergh's landing in Paris. Tomorrow is the anniversary of the death of Captain Kidd on a scaffold. Daring men, both of them, but one happened to be on the wrong side, like Rocky Sullivan. When boys learn there's just as much excitement in doing the right thing, that piece of furniture called the electric chair will soon go out of style. Good night, CB.
Swell coming back. So long, CB.
Bye, Mr. DeMille.
Try back to us soon again, Angel.
A particularly important announcement about the play and stars coming to you next Monday will be given presently by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's play were Frank Nelson as Frazier, Lou Merrill as Mac Keeper, Frankie Darrow as Sophie, Cy Kendall as a guard, Ross Forrester as Steve, James Eagles as Hunky, Frank Beelan as Crab, Joe Brown Jr. as Johnny, Harris Berger as Bim, Jackie Morrow as Red, and Forrest Taylor as Kennedy. Gloria Dixon appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio, where James Cagney has just completed Each Dawn I Die. Harris Berger is from Universal Studio, and Louis Silvers from 20th Century Fox Studio. He directed music there for young Mr. Lincoln. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap bring you this enthralling story about the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Look in your newspapers for the time and station. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Here's Mr. DeMille.
It's an unusual program we bring you next Monday night, not only because of the importance of our stars, but because our play is one which has only just been released. It's our adaptation of the new Columbia Pictures Corporation film, Only Angels Have Wings, which incidentally has no connection with Angels with Dirty Faces. They're different angels. The story is a highly dramatic romance, a thrilling adventure on land and in the air, played against a colorful South American background. And our stars playing the same roles they do in the picture are Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Cary Grant in Only Angels Have Wings with Thomas Mitchell, Richard Barthelmess, and Rita Hayworth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays, transcribed with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas based on famous theatrical books begun by the late Burns Mantle, now edited by the distinguished drama critic of the New York Daily News, John Chapman.
Mr. Chapman. Good evening. Somehow, I hesitate to describe the best play we are presenting here as a psychological melodrama, because that phrase doesn't have the punch it used to have. It seems to me that it used to mean a play or a movie that was enormously exciting, but still intelligent. It was a thriller that made sense and didn't have to rely on sliding panels, clutching claws, and all of the other machinery of the old-time Meller. But from what I've seen lately, on the stage at least, and a good bit of the time in the movies, a psychological melodrama is a melodrama in which nothing happens. Since nothing has happened, I go right home to bed and sleep like a practically toothless baby. But that wasn't the case on the night of December 5th, 1941, when I saw the first performance of Patrick Hamilton's Angel Street. A great deal happened in that play, even though it was psychological. It was so psychological, in fact, that it kept my head whirling for hours. What a cunning and cruel devil that Mr. Manningham was. And how clever was that very dull-looking man from Scotland Yard, Sergeant Ruff. And what a terrible time that frail, beautiful Mrs. Manningham had had. This was indeed a best play, and it was staged and acted to perfection. For our performance now, we have the original Mr. and Mrs. Manningham. Vincent Price has had many fine roles on the stage and in the films, and this ranks as one of his best. Judith Evelyn, who is one of our best actresses, won stardom in Angel Street. This season, she had the leading feminine role in another psychological thriller, and a good one this time, The Shrike. And for Sergeant Ruff, we are happy to have Melville Cooper, one of the best actors Britain ever sent us. The players are ready now, and it's time to begin. London, 1880. The living room of a house on Angel Street. The room is murky with that rather terrifying darkness of the late afternoon. The 0 hour, as it were, before the feeble dawn of gaslight and tea. In front of the fireplace on a sofa, Jack Manningham is stretched out and sleeping heavily. Sitting quietly nearby is his wife, Bella. Once she might have been called beautiful, but now she has a haggard, frightened air about her. There is a knock at the door, and Bella rises to answer it.
Did you ring, madam?
I thought I heard the muffin man go by just then, Elizabeth. I suppose you're terribly busy.
Oh, no, ma'am.
I'd like so much to have some muffins with tea. Would you mind?
Not at all, ma'am. Gladly. Anything else, ma'am?
That's all. But please close the door gently. The master's asleep.
Oh, to be sure, ma'am.
Bella, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, dear. Don't wake yourself.
What are you doing, Bella? Come here.
Wait, muffins for tea. I only sent Elizabeth for muffins.
Why are you so apprehensive, Bella? I was not about to reproach you.
No, dear, I know you won't.
The fire's in ashes. Ring the bell, will you, Bella, dear, please?
Is it merely to put coal on, my dear? I can do that.
Now then, Bella, we've had this out before. Be so good as to ring the bell.
But, dear, Elizabeth's out in the street. Let me do it. I can do
No.
it.
No. Where's the girl? Let the girl come up if Lizzie's out.
Jack, please spare me that girl. Don't call her in.
Ring the bell, please, Bella. Now, come here. What do you suppose the servants are for, Bella?
To serve us, I suppose, Jack.
Precisely. Then why do you...
I think we should consider them a little, that's all.
Consider them? There's your extraordinary confusion of mind again. You speak as though they worked for no consideration. I happen to consider Elizabeth to the tune of £16 per annum and the girl 10, £26 a year all told. And if that is not consideration of the most acute and lively kind, I should like to know what is.
Yes, Jack, I expect you're right.
I have no doubt of it, my dear. It's sheer weak-mindedness to think otherwise.
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, we rang the bell, Nancy. Well, go on, my dear. Tell her why we rang the bell.
Oh, yes, we want some coal on the fire, Nancy, please.
Very well, madam.
And after you do that, Nancy, you may as well light the gas. This darkness in the afternoon is getting beyond endurance.
Yes, sir.
You're looking very impudent and pretty this afternoon, Nancy. Do you know that?
Oh, I don't know at all, sir, I'm sure.
What is it, another broken heart added to your list?
I wasn't aware of breaking any hearts, sir.
I'm sure that's not true. And that complexion of yours, that's not true either. I wonder what mysterious lotions you've been employing to enhance your natural beauty.
I'm quite natural, sir, I promise you.
What are your secrets? Perhaps you could pass them on to Mrs. Manningham and help banish her pallor. She would be most grateful, I have no doubt.
I'd be most happy to, I'm sure, sir.
Or are women too jealous of their discoveries to pass them on to a rival?
I don't know, sir. Will that be all you're wanting, sir?
Yes, that's all I want, Nancy. Except my tea.
It'll be coming directly, sir.
Oh, Jack, how can you treat me like that?
But, my dear, you're the mistress of the house. It was your business to tell her to put the coal on.
No, it isn't that. It's humiliating me like that. That girl laughs at me enough already.
Laughs at you? What an idea. What makes you think she laughs at you?
I know that she does in secret. In fact, she does so openly, more openly every day.
But, my dear, if she does that, does not the fault lie with you?
You mean that I'm a laughable person?
I don't mean anything. It's you who read meanings into everything, Bella, dear. I wish you weren't such a perfect little silly. Now come here and stop it. I've just thought of something rather nice.
What is it, Jack? What have you thought of?
I read here that Mr. McNaughton, the celebrated actor, is in London for another season.
Yes, I read that. What of it, Jack?
What of it? Well, what do you suppose?
Oh, Jack, do you mean it? Would you take me to see McNaughton? You wouldn't take me to see McNaughton, would you?
I not only would take you to see McNaughton, my dear, I'm going to take you to see McNaughton. That is, if you want to go.
Oh, Jack, what heaven. What perfect heaven.
You can see him in comedy or tragedy, according to your choice. Which would you prefer, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, it's so hard to say. Which would you choose if you were me?
That depends, doesn't it, upon whether you want to laugh or whether you want to cry?
Oh, well, I want to laugh. But then I should like to cry, too. Oh, Jack, dear, what made you decide to take me?
Well, my dear, you've been very good lately, and I thought it would be well to take you out of yourself.
Oh, Jack, dear, it's true, it's true. All I need is to be taken out of myself. Just some little change. To have some attention from you. I could really try to be better. If only I could get out of myself a little more.
How do you mean, my dear, exactly better?
Oh, you know in what way, dear. About all that's happened lately.
Let's not speak about that.
No, dear, I don't want to be gloomy, dear. That's the last thing I want to be. I only want you to understand. Say you understand.
Well, my dear, don't I seem to? Haven't I just said I'm taking you to the theater? Well, which is it to be, Bella, the comedy or the tragedy?
Oh, which shall it be? It matters so little. It matters so wonderfully little. I'm going to the play. Do you understand that, my husband? I'm going to the play.
I brought your tea, sir.
Put it on the table, Nancy.
Just as you wish, madam.
Tell me, Nancy, if you were being taken to the theater and had to choose between comedy and tragedy, which would you choose?
Oh, I'd go for the comedy all the time.
Well, why would you choose the comedy, Nancy?
I like to laugh, madam, I suppose.
Well, I dare say you're right. I must bear it in mind. Mr. Manningham's taking me next week, you see.
Oh, yes? I hope you enjoy it. Will that be all, madam?
You may go, Nancy.
Yes, sir.
You seem wonderfully pleased with yourself, Bella, dear. I must take you to the theater more often if this is the result.
Oh, Jack, I wish you would. Do have your tea now. I used to adore these muffins as a child. We haven't had them since we've been married, have we? Or have we? Jack?
I don't know. I'm sure I don't know. Bella.
What is it? What's the matter?
I have no desire to upset you, Bella, but I have just observed something that is very much amiss. If you will rectify it at once while I am not looking, we will assume that it has not happened.
Amiss? Well, what's amiss? Jack, please, don't turn your back on me. What has happened?
Are you trying to make a fool of me, Bella? What I refer to is on the wall behind you. If you will put it back, I will say no more about it.
The wall behind me? What? Yes, the picture. The picture's been taken down. Who's taken it down? Why has it been taken down?
Yes, why is it being taken down? Why, indeed. You alone can answer that, Bella. Now, will you please take it from wherever you have hidden it and put it back on the wall again?
No, but I haven't hidden it, Jack. I haven't hidden it. Someone else must have done it.
Someone else? Are you suggesting that I should play such a fantastic and wicked trick?
Oh, no, dear, no, but someone else.
Well, certainly the servants would not have done so without permission or instruction.
But I didn't touch that picture.
Will you please leave go of me and sit down there? You're mad, Bella, and you don't know what you do. You unhappy wretch, you're stark, gibbering mad like your wretched mother before you.
Jack, you promised you'd never say that again.
The time has come, my dear Bella, to face facts.
Jack, I'm going to make a last appeal to you. I'm going to make a last appeal. I'm desperate, Jack. Can't you see that I'm desperate?
Go on, say what you wish to say.
I may be going mad, like my poor mother. But if I am mad, you've got to treat me gently. Jack, I never lie to you knowingly. If I've taken down that picture from its place, I've not known it. I've not known it. Jack, if I steal your things, your rings, your keys, your pencils, and your handkerchiefs, and you find them later at the bottom of my sewing box, as indeed you do, then I do not know that I've done it. Jack, if I commit these fantastic and meaningless mischiefs, so meaningless, why should I take down a picture from its place? If I do all these things, then I'm certainly going off my head. I must be treated kindly and gently so that I may get well. You must bear with me, Jack. Bear with me. I'm trying, Jack. I'm trying. Please believe that I'm trying and be kind to me.
Bella, my dear, have you any idea where that picture is now?
Yes, I suppose it's behind the cupboard.
Will you please go and see?
Yes. Yes. Yes, it's here.
Then you did know where it was, Bella.
No, I only supposed it was because it was found there before. It was found there twice before.
Now, Bella, as I said a moment ago, we have got to face facts, and that is what we have got to do. I'm not going to say any more about it at the moment, for my feelings are running too high. In fact, I am going out immediately, and I suggest that you go up to your room and lie down for a little in the dark.
Oh, no, not to my room. Please, don't send me to my room.
There is no question of sending you to your room, Bella. You know perfectly well you may do exactly as you please. Now, my dear, I'm going to leave you in peace.
Have you got to go? Must you always leave me alone after these dreadful scenes?
Now, no argument, please. I had to leave you in any case after tea. I'm merely leaving a little earlier, that's all. Oh, by the way, Bella, I shall be passing the grocer, and I may as well pay that bill of his and have it done with. Where is it, my dear? I gave it to you, didn't I?
Yes, dear, it's on the secretary.
Where is it, my dear? Is it in one of these drawers?
No, it's on the top. I put it there this afternoon.
Are you sure, dear? There's nothing here except some writing paper.
Jack, I'm quite sure it is there. Will you look carefully?
All right, my dear, all right. I'll find it. No, it's not here. It must be in one of the drawers.
No, it is not in one of the drawers. I put it up there on top. You're not going to tell me this is gone, are you?
Will you calm yourself?
Where is it? Now you're going to say
what new trick is this you're playing upon me?
It was there this afternoon. I put it there. This is a plot.
Control yourself? Will you control yourself? Now you listen to me, madam. If you utter another sound, I'll knock you down and take you to your room and lock you in darkness for a week. I've been too lenient with you, and I mean to alter my tactics.
Help me, Jack. Please help me.
Now listen to me. I'm going to leave you here until 10 o'clock. In that time, you will recover that paper and admit to me that you have lyingly and purposely concealed it. If not, you will take the consequences.
Jack, please be patient with me. If I'm mad, be patient with me.
I have been patient with you and controlled myself long enough. It is now for you to control yourself. Think upon that, Bella.
Oh, Jack, don't go. Jack, you're still going to take me to the theater, aren't you?
What a question to ask me at such a time. No, madam, emphatically I am not. You play fair by me, and I'll play fair by you. If we are going to be enemies, you and I, you will not prosper, believe me.
Jack! Oh, Jack!
Madam.
Yes? What is it, Elizabeth?
There's somebody called, ma'am.
Who is it? I don't want to be disturbed.
It's a gentleman, madam. He wants to see you.
Tell him to go away. I want to be left alone.
Madam, I think you ought to see him.
No.
Will you please come in, sir?
Elizabeth, no, I'm not fit to be seen.
Good evening, Mrs. Manningham. Huh? How are you, Mrs. Manningham?
How do you do? I'm very much afraid. No doubt you've come to see my husband.
Oh, on the contrary, I've chosen this precise moment to call when I knew your husband was out. You may go, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir.
Really, I'm afraid I don't understand at all.
Well, you will do so, madam, very shortly. You're the lady who's going off your head, aren't you?
Made you say that? Who are you?
I'm a police detective.
A police detective?
Or was, some years ago. In fact, Mrs. Manningham, you have in front of you one who was quite a personage in his day. Now, I want you to take a good look at me and see if you're not looking at someone to whom you can give your trust.
Why are you here?
Well, we'll come to that. Now, I want you to answer several questions for me, Mrs. Manningham. First, how long have you been married?
5 years and a little.
Where have you lived all that time? Not here, have you?
No. First we went abroad. Then we lived in Yorkshire. Then 6 months ago, my husband bought this house.
You bought it?
Yes, I had a bit of money. My husband thought it was an excellent investment.
Does your husband always leave you alone like this in the evenings?
Yes, he goes to his club, I believe, and does business.
Ah. Does he give you a free run of the whole house while he's out?
Yes. Well, no. Not the top floor. Why do you ask?
Before I go any further, Mrs. Manningham, I must tell you there's a leakage in this household. You have a maid, Nancy?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Nancy walks out of an evening with a young man named Booker in my employ. I live only a few streets away from you, you know.
Yes.
Well, there's hardly anything that goes on in this house which is not described in detail to Booker, and from that quarter it reaches me.
I knew it. I knew that she talked.
I fancy because of her indiscretion, you are going to be heavily in debt to your Miss Nancy.
What do you mean? You must explain.
Well, shortly, madam. Now tell me, have you ever been up to the top floor?
No, no one goes up there.
Mrs. Manning, I want to ask you a personal question. When did you first get the notion that your reason was playing at tricks?
How did you know?
Well, never mind how I know. When did it begin?
I always had that dread. My mother died insane when she was quite young. When she was my age. But only in the last 6 months in this house, things began to happen.
You interest me beyond measure. What things began to happen?
I don't know what to say. It all sounds so incredible. But it's when I'm alone at night. I get the idea that somebody's walking about up there. Up there on the top floor. At night when my husband's out, I hear noises from my bedroom, but I'm too afraid to go up.
It never struck you, did it, that it might be your own husband walking about up there?
Yes, that is what I thought. But I thought I must be mad.
Why did you think it was he?
It was the light. The gas light. In this house, I can tell everything by the light of the gas. You see that mantle there?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's burning full. But if an extra light went on in the kitchen or someone lit it in the bedroom, then this one would sink down.
Yes, insufficient pressure.
Well, every night after he goes out, I find myself waiting for something. Then all at once, I look round the room, and I see that the light is slowly going down. I go up to my bedroom, but I daren't stay there because I hear noises overhead. I want to scream and run out of the house. I sit here for hours, terrified, waiting for him to come back. And I always know when he's coming, always, because suddenly the light goes up again. And in 10 minutes afterwards, I hear his key in the lock. And he's back again.
I think you've made a very remarkable discovery, one which may have very far-reaching consequences.
Far-reaching? How?
Well, now, let's leave that alone for a moment. Tell me, that's not the only cause, is it, which has lately given you reason to doubt your sanity? Now, don't be afraid to tell me.
Yes, there are other things. It's been going on for so long, this business of the gas has just brought it to a head, but it seems that my mind and my memory are beginning to play me tricks.
Tricks? What sort of tricks?
Mr. Manningham gives me things to look after, and when he asks for them, they're gone and can never be found. I hunt the place for them, and he will find them lying hidden at the bottom of my workbox. Only today, before you came, that picture had been taken down from the wall and hidden. Now, who could have done it but myself? I try to remember. I break my heart trying to remember. But I can't. And then there was that terrible business about the dog.
Dog?
Yes. We have a little dog. A few weeks ago it was found with its paw hurt. He believes... How can I tell you what he believes? That I had hurt the dog.
Oh, no.
He keeps it in the kitchen and I'm not allowed to see it. So I begin to doubt, don't you see? I begin to believe that I imagine everything. Perhaps I do. Are you here? Is this a dream, too?
I assure you, you are not dreaming, madam. Mrs. Manningham, did you ever hear of the cabman's friend?
The cabman's friend?
Yeah, her name was Barlow, Alice Barlow. She was an old lady of great wealth and decided eccentricities. In fact, her principal mania in life was the protection of cabmen. She provided these men with shelters, clothing, pensions, so forth. And that was her little contribution to the sum of the world's happiness, or rather, her little stand against the sum of the world's pain. It was not my privilege to know her, but it was my duty on one occasion to see her. That was when her throat was cut open. She lay dead on the floor of her own house.
Oh, horrible. You mean she was murdered?
Yes, she was murdered. Murder was never discovered, but the motive was obvious enough. Her husband had left her the Barlow rubies, and it was well known that she kept them without any proper precautions in her bedroom on her upper floor.
But I
Murderer seemed to have got in about 10 in the night and stayed till dawn. There were only a few trinkets taken, but the whole house had been turned upside down. In the upper room, even the cushions of the chairs were ripped up with his bloody knife, and the police decided it must have been the work of a revengeful maniac as well as a robber. I had other theories, but I was nobody then and not in charge of the case.
And was the man never found?
No, Mrs. Manning, the man was never found, nor have the Barlow rubies ever come to light.
Well, then perhaps he found them after all and may be alive today.
I think he's almost certainly alive today, but I don't believe he found what he wanted. That is, if my theory is right.
Then the jewels may still be where the old lady hid them?
Mrs. Manningham, if my theory is right, the jewels must still be where she hid them. And do you conceive it possible, Mrs. Manningham, that man might never have given up hope of one day getting the treasure which he could not find the night of the murder?
Yes, possibly. But what has this to do with me?
Can you conceive that he may have waited years, gone abroad, got married even, until at last his chance came to resume the search begun on that terrible night?
Yes.
You know, Mrs. Manningham, the old theory that the criminal always returns to the scene of his crime?
Yes.
Yes, but in this case there's something more than that morbid compulsion. There's real treasure there to be unearthed if only he can search again. Search methodically, without fear of interruptions, without causing suspicion. How would he do that? Don't you think... What's the matter, Mrs. Manningham?
Quiet. Be quiet, he's come back. Look at the light. It's going down. Wait. There. He's come back, you see. He's upstairs now.
Yeah, me, that's very odd, that is. Very odd indeed.
He's in the house, I tell you. You must go. You know you're here. You must go.
How dark it is, you could hardly see to read.
Must go. He's in the house. Please,
quiet,
go.
Quiet, Mrs. Manningham. Quiet. You've got to keep your head. Don't you see my meaning yet? Don't you understand that this was the house?
House? What house?
The old woman's house. The house here, these rooms, these walls. 15 years ago, Alice Barlow lay dead on the floor in this room. 15 years ago, the man who murdered her ransacked this house but could not find what he sought. What if he's still searching, Mrs. Manningham? What if he's up there, still searching?
But my husband is up there.
Precisely that, Mrs. Manningham. Your husband. You see, I'm afraid you're married to a tolerably dangerous gentleman.
The idea isn't mad. I've been married 5 years. How can you imagine my husband is what you imagine him to be?
Why, ma'am, because I was on the case when the police came to this place 15 years ago. You can understand there's a great deal of routine work to be done, interviewing your relatives, friends, and so forth. Well, most of that was left to me.
Well?
Among those I interviewed was a young man of the name of Sidney Power.
Power?
Sidney Power. Conveys nothing to you?
Power? No.
He was a kind of distant cousin. The only thing was that I remembered his face. Well, I saw that face again just a few weeks ago. Took me a whole day to recollect where I'd seen it before, and at last I remembered it.
Well, what if you did remember it?
Yeah, well, what startled me was the lady on his arm and the locality in which I saw him.
Who was the lady on his arm?
You were the lady on his arm, Mrs. Manningham, and you were walking down this street.
You mean you think my husband is this Mr. Power?
Well, if my theories are correct.
But what are you saying? You stand there talking riddles. You're so cold. You're as heartless and cold as he is.
Now, Mr. Manningham, I'm not cold and I'm not talking riddles. I'm just trying to preserve a cold and calculating tone because you are up against the most awful moment in your life, and your whole future depends on what you're going to do this next hour. Nothing less. You've got to strike for your freedom and strike now. For the moment may not come again.
Strike?
Mrs. Manningham, you are not going out of your mind. You are slowly, methodically, systematically being driven out of your mind. And why? Because you're married to a criminal maniac who steals back to his own house at night, still searching for something he could not find 15 years ago. These are the facts, wild and incredible as they seem. Now, every night for the last few weeks, he has entered his house next door from the back, climbed to the roof, and come into his house by the skylight. I know that because I've watched him. Mrs. Manningham, so far I'm only dealing in guesses and half facts. I've got to have evidence, and that's why I've come to see you. You've got to give me the evidence or help me find it.
But this is my husband, don't you understand? This is my husband. You must go. I must think this out. I must cling to the man I married, mustn't I?
Oh, indeed, cling to him by all means, but do not imagine you're the only piece of ivy on the garden wall. You can cling to him if you desire, as his fancy women in the low resorts of the town cling to him. This is the sort of wall you have to cling to, ma'am.
Women? What are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only telling you what I've seen. He comes to life at night, this gentleman upstairs, in more ways than one. I've made it my business to follow him in some of his less serious excursions, and I can promise you he has a taste in unemployed actresses which he's at no pains to conceal.
In heaven, what am I to believe?
Madam, do I have your trust?
What do you want me to do? What do you want?
I want his papers, Mrs. Manningham, his identity.
Papers? I know of no papers. Unless his desk. It's there, but he keeps it always locked. I've never seen it open.
Very well, you can see it open now. Do you mind if I take off my coat? Mrs. Manningham, one of the greatest regrets of my life is that fate never made me one of two things. One was a gardener and the other a burglar. Both quiet occupations. Now, as for burgling, I think if I'd started young and worked up my way, I should have been a genius.
But you must not touch his desk. He'll know what you've done.
Not if we are clever enough. You see, Mrs. Manningham, there are always...
Haven't you noticed something? Look. Can't you see? The light. It's going up. He's coming back. He's coming back, and you must go.
Oh, bless myself. This looks as if the unexpected has ended in. Very well. You must ring for Elizabeth.
Well, why do you want Elizabeth?
There's no time to waste. Ring for Elizabeth, madam.
Very well, but you must go. Please, please.
All in good time. Now, he's not going to jump in through the window, you know. In fact, he can't be round the front door in less than 5 minutes. Unless he's a magician.
Please, please go.
Yes, madam.
Elizabeth, come here, will you?
Yes, sir.
Elizabeth, you and I have got to do a little quite calm but rather quick thinking. Now, you told me you're anxious to help your mistress, Elizabeth?
Why, yes, sir. I told you I was, sir.
Oh, are you anxious to help her blindly without asking any questions?
Yes, sir, but you see...
Now, come now, Elizabeth. Are you or are you not?
Yes, sir.
Good, good. Now, Elizabeth, Mrs. Manning and I have reason to suppose in about 5 minutes' time the master is returning to this house. He mustn't see me leaving. Now, would you be good enough to take me down to your kitchen and hide me away for a short space of time? You can put me in the oven if you like.
Yes, sir, but
you see... You must go. He won't see you if you go now.
Yeah, what were you saying, Elizabeth?
You could come to the kitchen, sir, but Nancy's down there, sir.
Yes, we'll find another place. Where are you going to hide me, Elizabeth?
Through the door behind you, sir, is where he dresses, where he keeps his clothes. There's a big wardrobe there at the back.
It'll have to suffice us. Now, we really have to hurry. Get all to bed, Mrs. Manning, quick. And you, Elizabeth, get back to your work.
To bed? Am I to go to bed?
Yes, and quickly.
But if I go to bed...
Will you go, in heaven's name? There's not a second to spare. Hurry!
Did you ring, sir?
Yes, I did. Where is Mrs. Manningham, Elizabeth?
I think she's gone to bed, sir. I think she had a headache and went to bed.
Oh, indeed. And how long has she been in bed, do you know?
She went just a little while ago, sir. I think, sir.
Oh, I see. Then we must be quiet, mustn't we? Walk about like cats. Can you walk about like a cat, Elizabeth?
Yes, sir. I think so, sir.
Very well, then. Walk about like a cat. That will be all, Elizabeth.
Excuse me, sir. But were you going to have some supper, sir?
Oh, yes, I'm going to have some supper, Elizabeth. I'm having it out. I have just come home to change my linen. What did you think about Mrs. Manningham tonight, Elizabeth?
What way do you mean, sir?
Oh, just as regards her general health.
I don't know, sir. She certainly seems very unwell.
Yes, I doubt if you can guess to what extent she's unwell. Or are you beginning to guess?
I don't know, sir.
I'm at my wit's end, Elizabeth. You know that, don't you?
I expect you are, sir.
I've tried everything. Kindness, patience, cunning, even harshness to bring her to her senses. But nothing will stop these wild, wild hallucinations. Nothing will stop these wicked pranks and tricks.
It seems very terrible, sir.
Oh, you don't know a quarter of it, Elizabeth. You only see what is forced upon your attention. You have no conception of what goes on all the time. You know, don't you, that I shall have to bring a doctor to see Mrs. Manningham before very long. I've fought against it to the last, but it can't be kept a secret much longer.
No, sir.
I mean to say, you know what goes on. You can testify to what goes on, can't you?
Indeed, sir. Yes.
Indeed, you may have to testify in the end, Elizabeth. You realize that, don't you?
Yes, sir. I only want to do what's best for both of you.
You're a very loyal soul, Elizabeth. And you will be repaid for your loyalty.
I only want to serve, sir.
Yes. Yes, I know that. Well, Elizabeth, I'm going out. In fact, I'm even going to try to be a little gay. Can you understand that, Elizabeth, or do you think it's very wrong?
Oh, no, sir. You should get all the pleasure you can, sir, while you can.
I wonder. Yes, I wonder. It's a curious existence, isn't it? Well, good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Well, now, Elizabeth, the master's safely out of the house, so I think you might go and get Mrs. Manningham.
Yes, sir. I'll get her, sir.
I was watching from the window and saw him go.
Good, madam. Elizabeth, we've been so occupied this evening that the tea things haven't been returned to the kitchen. You'll see to it, won't you?
Yes, sir.
What did he want? What did he come back for?
He only came back to change his clothes, madam. If you need me, madam, I'll be nearby.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Now, let's have another look at this desk. Let's try this one. There we are. Let's see. Well, doesn't seem to be much here, does there? When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor detective...
What's that you have in your hand? What's that you have in your hand?
Why, you recognize this?
Why, yes, that's my brooch. Is there anything else there? Oh, look, it's my watch.
Was also your property, then?
It's this watch I lost a week ago. My brooch has been missing 3 months. And he said he would give me no more gifts because I lost them. He said that in my wickedness I hid them away. Oh, Inspector, is there anything else? Is there a bill there? Is there a grocery bill?
Grocery bill? No, doesn't seem to be. Perhaps in the second drawer. No. Doesn't seem to fit, does it? Has it ever been opened to your knowledge?
I think he has a special lock on it.
Well, we just have to force it.
But you must not do that. What shall I say to my husband when he comes back?
I've no idea what you will say when he comes back, Mrs. Manningham. But then I have no idea what you will do if I have no evidence to remove you from his loving care.
I'm afraid. What can I do?
There's only one thing to do. I'm going to force it and gamble on finding something. Are you with me?
No, but don't you see that... All right, force it, but be quick.
Now, let's have a look.
Is there anything there?
Mr. Manningham, letters, papers, No, we've lost our gamble. Nothing we want here.
What are we going to do?
Well, first, let's get these things back to begin with. The watch?
Yes, here.
The brooch?
Yes, here it is.
Yeah, it's a nice piece of jewelry. Where did he give it you?
Soon after we were married. But it was only second-hand.
How did you know?
There's an inscription to someone else inside. It says from CB to AB.
From CB to AB? How very odd. What are these spaces here for?
Well, there were some beads in it, but they were all loose and falling out, so I took them out.
Have you got them by any chance?
Yes, I think so. I put them in the vase on the mantel.
May I see them, please?
Yes, they should still be here.
There should be 9 altogether, I think.
That's right. Yes, here they are. Yes, they're all here.
Let me see. Oh, how very odd. My dear Mrs. Manningham, have you ever been embraced by an elderly detective in his shirt sleeves?
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, that is your immediate fate at this moment. Oh, my dear, dear Mrs. Manningham, don't you understand? Don't you see?
No, what are you so excited about?
Madam, you are looking at the Barlow rubies. These beads are 12,000 pounds worth of rubies. Take a good look at them before they go to Her Majesty the Queen.
And I had them all the time.
All because he could not resist a little common theft along with a big game. Well, it's I'm after the big game now. What time did he give me back?
I don't know. He's not usually in until 11.
Oh, well, then we put the brooch back where we found it. On the down there, on the right.
On the
That's
right.
Yes. Now, I want you to go to your room. Lock your door and do not leave your room under any circumstances.
Oh, please don't leave me. I have a feeling. Don't leave me.
You have nothing to fear so long as you remain in your room with your door locked. Now, you'll do that, won't you?
Yes, Inspector. I'll say my headache is worse. Only don't make me stay there long. I'm so afraid.
You are listening to the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. In a moment, we will return with Act Two. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. And now, before we resume with Act Two of John Patrick's Angel Street on Best Plays, here is John Chapman.
The season of 1941-1942 had another thriller, too. It was Uncle Harry by Thomas Job, which, by the way, we'll be doing later in this series. It was wartime then, and a good many dramas dealt with national and international affairs. John Huston, the movie writer and director, collaborated on a best play called In Time to Come, about Woodrow Wilson and the League of Nations. John Steinbeck had a drama about Nazi brutality, The Moon is Down. Maxwell Anderson also did one about the Germans, Candle in the Wind. There was still another good war play, Letters to Lucerne. But not all of Broadway was serious. Noel Coward came up with one of his happiest comedies, Blithe Spirit, and Jerome Chodoroff and Joseph Fields hit another laughing jackpot with Junior Miss. Patrick Hamilton, who was a Londoner, wrote his melodrama about Mr. and Mrs. Manningham before the war under the title of Gaslight. It was a great success in London, but it went begging in New York for 2 years until producer Shepard Traub took a chance on it and changed its name. A very good movie was made under the original title of Gaslight. But now we should be moving into the second act of our play, which is Angel Street. It is now 11 o'clock. In the living room of the house on Angel Street, Mr. Manningham has just returned. He enters the room and in a slow and deliberate way pulls the bell cord. After a few moments, the door opens and Nancy enters.
Yes, sir?
Nancy, will you please go upstairs and tell Mrs. Manningham that I wish to see her down here?
If I may say so, sir, I doubt if she'll come. Elizabeth says she has an headache and is trying to sleep.
Oh. Did you ever know a time when Mrs. Manningham did not have a headache, Nancy?
No, sir, hardly ever, sir.
Will you be so good as to come a little closer, Nancy, where I can see you?
Yes, sir.
What do you do with your evenings, Nancy?
I usually spend them with friends, sir.
You know, Nancy, when you say friends, I have an extraordinary idea that you mean gentlemen friends.
Well, sir, possibly I might.
You know, gentlemen friends have been known to take decided liberties with young ladies like yourself. Are you alive to such a possibility?
Oh, no, sir, not with me. I can look after myself.
And are you always so anxious to look after yourself?
No, sir, not always, perhaps.
You know, Nancy, pretty as your bonnet is, it's not anything near so pretty as your hair beneath it. Won't you take it off and let me see it?
Very good, sir. Comes off easy enough. There. Is there anything more you want, sir?
Yes, possibly. Come here, Nancy.
Yes, sir. Is there anything you want, sir? What do you want, eh? What do you want? There. Can she do that for you? Can she do that?
Why, who can you be talking about, Nancy?
You know who I mean, all right.
You know you're a very remarkable girl in many respects, Nancy. Why, I believe you're jealous of your mistress.
There's no need to be jealous of her. You're mine now, ain't you? Because you want me. You do want me, don't you?
And what of you, Nancy? Do you want me?
Oh, yes, I always wanted you, ever since I first clapped eyes on you.
Well, Nancy, you've taken me a little by surprise. We shall talk this over tomorrow.
Well, you let me know when she's about.
Oh, I'll find a way, Nancy. I don't believe Mrs. Manningham will be here tomorrow. I don't think that...
What is it, your lordship? Why are you looking that way?
That desk drawer. Somebody's been tampering with it. See there, the wood split.
It's her, I'll be bound.
Nancy, will you please go upstairs and take a message for me to Mrs. Manningham?
Yes, what do you want me to say?
Will you please tell her that I wish to see her down here this instant, whether she is suffering from a sick headache or any other form of ailment?
Just like that, sir?
Just like that, Nancy.
With the greatest of pleasure, sir.
Well, Nancy?
She won't come.
What do you mean she won't come?
She says she can't come. She's not well enough. She's just shamming, if you ask me.
Oh, really? Then she forces me to be undignified and go to her.
The door's locked. I tried it, and she won't let you in. I can tell by her voice. Are you going to batter it in?
No. No, perhaps you're right. Let us try more delicate means of attaining our ends. Perhaps you will take a note to this wretched imbecile and slip it under her door.
Yes, I'll do that. What are you writing to?
Never mind what I'm writing. I'll tell you what you can do, though, Nancy. Just go down in the basement and fetch me the little dog, will you?
The dog?
The dog, yes.
What's the game?
Never mind, just go and get it.
All right.
Or on second thought, Nancy, perhaps you need not get the little dog. We'll just let it be supposed we have the little dog. Here you are, Nancy. Please go and put this note under her door.
What have you written?
No, nothing very much. Just a little smoke for getting rats out of holes. Run along.
You're a rum beggar, ain't you?
Go along, Nancy. And after you deliver the note, I would be obliged if you will go to bed at once. Good night.
Give her what for, won't you? Ta-ta.
There you are, Bella. Come and sit down in this chair, please.
Where's the dog?
Dog? What dog?
You said you had the dog. Have you heard it again?
Again? This is strange talk, Bella, after what you did to the little dog a few weeks ago. Come and sit down here.
I do not wish to speak to you. I'm not well. I thought you had the dog and were going to hurt it. That's why I came down.
The dog, my dear Bella, was merely a ruse to compel you to pay me a visit quietly. Come and sit down where I told you.
No.
Come and sit down where I told you.
That's what you want.
I want quite a good deal, Bella. Sit down and make yourself comfortable. We have plenty of time.
Say what you have to say.
Now, you are not sitting in the chair that I indicated, Bella.
What have you to say?
Are you afraid of me that you desire to get so near the door?
No, I'm not afraid of you.
No? Then you have a good deal of courage, my dear. However, will you now come and sit down where I told you?
Yes.
Sit down. Do you know what you reminded me of, Bella, as you walked across the room?
No, what did I remind you
A
of?
somnambulist, Bella. Have you ever seen such a person?
No, I've never seen one.
Haven't you? Not that funny, glazed, dazed look of the wandering mind, the body that acts without the soul to guide it. I've often thought you had that look, Bella, but it was never so strong as it was tonight.
And my mind is not wandering.
No? When I came in tonight, Bella, I was told you had gone to bed.
Yes, I've gone to bed.
Then may I ask why you are still fully dressed?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you know anything about anything you do?
I don't know. I forgot to undress.
You forgot to undress. A curious oversight, if I may say so, Bella. You know, you give me the appearance of having had rather an exciting time since I last saw you. Almost as though you'd been up to something. Have you been up to anything?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you find that bill I told you to find?
No.
Do you remember what I said would happen to you if you did not find that bill when I returned tonight?
No.
No? No? The array of your mental and physical deficiencies is growing almost overwhelming. I would advise you to answer me.
Well, what do you want me to say?
What was it I asked you to remember?
I don't understand your words. You talk round and round. My head is going round and round.
Not necessary to tell me that, Bella. I was just wondering if it might interrupt its gyratory motion for a fraction of a second and concentrate upon the present conversation. Now, please, what was it I, a moment ago, asked you if you remembered?
You asked me if I remembered what you said would happen to me if I did not find that bill.
Admirable, my dear Bella, admirable. We shall make a great logician of you yet. A Socrates, a John Stuart Mill. You shall go down to history as the shining mind of your day. That is, if your present history does not altogether submerge you, take you away from your fellow creatures. And there is a danger of that, you know. Well, what did I say I would do to you if you did not find that bill?
You said you would lock me up.
And do you believe me to be a man of my word? Yet you did not find the bill I instructed you to find.
No.
Did you look for it?
Yes.
Where did you look for it?
Oh, around the room.
Around the room? Where around the room? In my desk, for instance?
No, not in your desk.
Why not in my desk?
Your desk is locked.
Do you imagine you can lie to me?
I'm not lying.
Come here, Bella.
What do you want?
Now you listen to me. Your dark, confused, rambling mind has led you into playing some pretty tricks tonight, has it not?
My mind is tired. I want to go to bed.
Your mind indeed is tired. Your mind is so tired it can no longer work at all. You do not think, you dream. Dream all day long. Dream everything. Dream maliciously and incessantly. Don't you know that by now, you sleepwalking imbecile? What have you been dreaming tonight? Where is your mind wandered that you have split open my desk? What strange disease dream have you had tonight, eh?
Dream? Are you saying I've dreamed? Dreamed all that happened?
All that happened when, Bella, tonight? Of course you dreamed all that happened, or rather all that did not happen.
Dreamed tonight? Are you saying I've dreamed? what have I dreamed? Have I dreamed again?
Have I not told you?
I haven't dreamed. I haven't. Don't tell me I've dreamed anything. Don't tell me.
What was this dream of yours, Bella? You interest me.
I dreamt of a man. I dreamt of a man.
Dreamed of a man? What man did you dream of, Gray?
A man that came to see me or let me rest.
Put yourself together, Bella. What man are you talking about?
I dreamed a man came
I
here.
know you dreamed it, you gibbering wretch. I want to hear more about this man of whom you dreamed. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
I dream.
Was I any part of this curious dream of yours, Mrs. Manningham? Perhaps my presence here will help you recall it.
May I ask who the devil you are and how you got in here?
Well, who I am seems a little doubtful. Apparently, I'm a mere figment of Mrs. Manningham's imagination. As to how I got in, I came in, or rather, I came back. Or better still, I effected an entrance a few minutes before you, and I've been hidden away ever since.
Would you be kind enough to tell me what you are doing here?
Waiting for some friends, Mr. Manningham. Waiting for some friends. Don't you think you'd better go to bed, Mrs. Manningham? You look very tired.
Don't you think you had better explain your business, sir?
Well, as a mere figment, as a mere ghost existing only in your wife's mind, I can hardly be said to have any business. Tell me, Mr. Manningham, can you see me? No doubt your wife can, but it must be difficult for you. Now, perhaps if she goes to her room, I will vanish, and you won't be bothered by me anymore.
Bella, go to your room. I shall find out the meaning of this and deal with you in due course.
Jack?
Go to your room, Bella. I will call you down later. I have not finished with you yet, madam.
Hello? I believe you're wrong there, Manningham. I believe that is just what you have done.
Done what?
Finished with your wife, my friend.
Who are you, sir?
I have no name, Manningham. In my present capacity, I am, as I pointed out, a mere spirit. Perhaps a spirit of something that you have evaded all your life. But in my case, only a spirit. Will you have a cigar with a spirit? We might have to wait some time.
Are you going to tell me your business, sir? Or am I going to fetch a policeman and have you turned out?
Oh, an admiral idea. I could have thought of nothing better myself. Yes, fetch a policeman, Manningham. Have me turned out. Huh? Why do you wait?
Alternatively, sir, I can turn you out myself.
Yes, but why not fetch a policeman?
You give me the impression, sir, of having something up your sleeve. Will you please go on with what you were saying?
Yes, certainly. Where was I? Yes. Excuse me, Manningham. You get the same impression as myself?
Impression? What impression?
An impression that the light is going down in this room.
I had not noticed it.
Oh, there now. Perhaps it's more noticeable. Do you perceive it, Mr. Manningham? Eerie, isn't it? Now we're almost in the dark. What do you think's happened, huh? You don't suppose a light has been put on somewhere else? You don't suppose there are other spirits, fellow spirits of mine, spirits of justice even, which have caught up with you at last, Mr. Manningham?
Are you off your head, sir?
No, sir, just an old man seeing ghosts. Must be the atmosphere of this house. You know one ghost I can see, Mr. Manningham? You could hardly believe it.
What ghost do you see, please?
I see the ghost of an old woman, sir. An old woman who once lived in this house. An old woman getting ready to go to bed at the end of the day. Now I seem to see another ghost as well. I see the ghost of a young man, Mr. Manningham. A handsome, tall, well-groomed young man. But this young man has murder in his eyes. Why, bless my soul. He might be you, Mr. Manningham. He might be you. The old woman sees him. She screams for help. Screams before her throat is cut open with a knife.
What's your game, eh? What's your game?
I want you to take a look at this trinket, sir. Do you recognize it?
It's a brooch which I gave my wife.
A brooch which she didn't appreciate, huh? How wicked of her. But then, you see, she didn't know its value. How was she to know that it held the Barlow rubies?
Oh, what?
There you are, sir. You killed one woman for these, and you tried to drive another out of her mind. And all the time they lay on your own desk. And all they have brought you is a rope around your neck, Mr. Sidney Power.
You seem, sir, to have some very remarkable information. Do you imagine that you are going to leave this room with such information in your possession?
Do you imagine, sir, that you are going to leave this room without suitable escort?
May I ask what you mean by that?
Only I've men in the house already. Didn't you realize they had signaled their arrival from above? Your own way in, Mr. Manningham, when the lights went down?
You fail to intimidate me, sir. I do not believe you.
Then perhaps you'll be convinced if you will open the doorway to the hall. You will find 2 policemen there.
What the devil's this?
Take him, gentlemen.
Here you go. Leave go of me. Leave go of me. Here's a fine way of going on. Here's
the bell cord here. Tied with him.
Go of me.
Sidney Charles Power, I have a warrant for your arrest for the murder of Alice Barlow. I should warn you that anything you may now say will be taken down in writing and used as evidence at a later date. Now, will you accompany us to the station in a peaceful manner? You will oblige us all and serve your own interests best by coming quietly. Very well, take him away.
Inspector off.
Yes, my dear?
Inspector.
Yes?
I want to speak to my husband.
Surely there's nothing to be...
I want to speak to him alone.
Alone?
I beg of you to allow me. I shan't keep him long.
Well, I don't quite understand, but... All right, very well. You may speak to him alone. Make him fast in this chair. It's anything but in order, but, well, we'll wait outside.
I do not want you to listen.
No, we will not listen. All right, gentlemen, outside.
Jack. Jack, what have they done to you? What have they done?
It's all right, Bella. You're clever, my darling, terribly clever. Now, get something to cut this rope. I can get out through the dressing room window and make a jump for it. Can you get something, Bella?
Yes, I can get something. What can I get?
There's a razor in my dressing room, Bella. Will you get it for me? Quick, Bella.
A razor?
Quick, be a good girl. There's a good girl. Quick,
I'll get
Bella.
it for you.
Quick, be quick. Hurry, Bella, hurry.
I've got it.
Yes. Yes. Open the case, Bella. Open it and cut me loose.
Jack.
Yes.
There's a grocery bill. The grocery bill was in your razor case. You see, dear, I didn't lose it. I told you I didn't.
Cut me loose, Bella.
But, Jack, how did this bill get in there?
I was mistaken about the grocery bill, Bella. Use that razor quick.
What razor? Razor? Are you suggesting this is a razor I hold in my hand? Have you gone mad, my husband?
No. Bella, what are you up to?
Or is it I who am mad? Yes, of course, that's it. It's I who am mad. Of course, it was a razor. I've lost it. I've lost it, haven't I?
No, the razor's lying at your feet, Bella. Bring it
I'm
here.
always losing things. I can never find them. I don't know where I put them.
Bella.
I must look for it, mustn't I? I don't find it. You lock me in my room.
No.
Lock me in the madhouse for my mischief. No. Where could it be now? Could it be behind the picture?
No.
It must be there. No. No, it's not there. How strange. Where now shall I look? Where shall I... The desk. Perhaps I put it in the desk. No. It's not there. How strange. But here's a watch. Here's a bill. See, I found them at last. But they don't help you, do they? I'm trying to help you, aren't I? To help you to escape. How can a mad woman help her husband to escape? What a pity. If I were not mad, I could have helped you. If I were not mad, whatever you had done, I could have pitied and protected you. But because I'm mad, I've hated you. Because I'm mad, I've betrayed you. Because I'm mad, I'm rejoicing in my heart. Without a shred of pity, without a shred of regret. Watching you go with glory in my heart.
Bella! Bella! Bella!
Take this man away. Take him away. All right, gentlemen. Remove him. Elizabeth, quick. Glass of water for Miss Manningham. There, my dear. Now, come. Sit down. You had a bad time. I came in from nowhere and gave you the most horrible evening of your life. The most horrible evening of anybody's life, I should imagine.
Most horrible. No, the most wonderful. Far and away the most wonderful.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Angel Street by John Patrick, starring Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, and Melville Cooper, with Elizabeth Eustace and Marjorie Maud. And here is your host, drama critic John Chapman, with a closing word.
Good old Sergeant Ruff. Mrs. Manningham certainly wasn't a lucky woman, wasn't she? I'd like to thank Miss Evelyn, Mr. Price, and Mr. Cooper for an exciting performance. Next Sunday, the best play of this series will be The Hasty Heart by John Patrick. And this will be another change of pace for us. It is an interesting work, basically a comedy, but with an undertone of compelling sentiment. It's about a wounded soldier and a nurse who brings this boy to a new enjoyment of life. Ann Burr played the nurse in the original production of this best play, and she will act it again next Sunday. John Sylvester will be the young soldier. This is Chapman saying goodbye until then.
Angel Street was adapted for radio by Earl Hamner. Vincent Price was Mr. Manningham, and Judith Evelyn was Mrs. Manningham. Melville Cooper was Sergeant Ruff. Elizabeth was played by Marjorie Maud, and Nancy by Elizabeth Eustace. Best Plays is an NBC production, supervised by William Welch and directed by Edward King. Your announcer is Howard Reed. Can you stop your car in time? Ask yourself that question the next time you're on the highway. If the car in front of you should jam on his brakes to avoid a stray dog, if a child should dash across an intersection, if a tire should blow out, could you stop in time to save a life?
The Radio Theater brings you Maureen O'Hara, Linda Darnell, and Mark Stevens in Fallen Angel. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we introduce you to three fascinating characters, thrown together by mere chance and bound together by misfortune. They motivate 20th Century Fox's thrilling mystery, Fallen Angel, a story of the almost perfect crime and a marriage that follows strange paths to an unexpected ending. Appearing in the role she played so ably on the screen, we're fortunate in having Linda Darnell, an artist as beautiful as she is gifted. Co-starred with Linda is Ireland's lovely gift to Hollywood, Maureen O'Hara, plus a gentleman whose rise to stardom has been, to say the very least, sensational, Mark Stevens. Three great stars in Fallen Angel. On to our play and the opening act of Fallen Angel, starring Maureen O'Hara as June, Linda Darnell as Stella, and Mark Stevens as Eric. It's shortly after 10 o'clock at night. At a little town along the California coast, an interstate bus has just come to a stop. The driver walks back to one of his passengers and shakes his arm impatiently.
Come on, Pally, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
I seen that sleeping act before. You know your ticket ran out the last stop?
How much is San Francisco?
$2.25.
I guess I better leave you here.
Yeah, I guess you better.
Where are we?
The town's called Walton. Grab your grip. You're holding us up.
Fine.
Sorry, mister, just closing up.
Cup of coffee, please.
Didn't you hear me? I said...
And a hamburger? Well done, with onions.
Okay, sit down. I'll get you something. What are you saying just now, Mr. Judd? What happened when you were on the police force?
Well, I was saying that I handle plenty of suicide cases, and my experience tells me that Stella's not the type. She'll be back, Pop.
She's been gone 3 days, Mr. Judd. 3 days and not a word.
Why haven't you told the police?
Stella's a good girl. Just a girl who works here, just a waitress, but she's a good girl. If I called in the police, whole town would start talking. Here you are, mister. Coffee and a ham sandwich. Best I can do this time of night.
Thanks. Cigarette, Mr. Judd?
No, thanks. Never touched them.
Stella.
I knew you'd be back, Stella. I was just telling Pop.
Stella, are you okay? Are you all right?
I'm hungry.
Sit down. I'll fix you something to eat right away.
Well, good night, Stella. See you tomorrow, Pop.
Good night, Mr. Judd. Stella, you'll come back to your job here, everything like it was, as if you never went away? Stella, you sure look tired.
So what? I went away and now I'm back.
Where'd you go, Stella?
Where do you think I went? Home. I don't want to talk about it.
What are you, Pop?
It's okay. Forget it. It's okay.
It's not okay. Let him pay for what he got.
30 cents.
Hotel in town?
A block over and 2 north. Can't miss it.
Good night, Stella.
And who was that?
Got me, Stella. Just a fella who dropped in.
Hmm.
Mr. Ellis, I presume.
Yes?
My name's Stanton.
What are you doing in my hotel room? The clerk downstairs
I was
said...
about to register for a room, Mr. Ellis, when I saw the poster in the lobby. Professor Madley's in town.
He'll be here tomorrow. What about it?
Professor Madley, psychic extraordinary, will bring you a personal message from your dearly deceased. That's what the poster said, Mr. Ellis. Who are you? The advance man?
That's right. Some nerve. Telling the clerk you're a friend of mine.
I'm really a friend of the professor's from the good old days.
Well, that's different. A friend of the professor's. Then you'll be glad to do him a favor, won't you? Lend-lease him $30.
$30? Oh.
What's so funny? I'd like to laugh, too.
I came here to put the bite on you.
Beat it, put on your shoes and get out of here.
Hey, what would my friend the professor say?
I got enough to aggravate me.
Relax. I'll get you out of it.
With what? You're broke, aren't you? I've got to have $15 by tomorrow noon or lose the hall downstairs and my deposit.
What about the professor? Don't spooks usually come through with an advance sale?
Sure, when there's nobody to stop them. I've sold exactly 7 tickets. Why? Because there's a certain dame in town who doesn't believe in spooks. She's not only the daughter of an ex-mayor, but the president of the Woman's Club. What she says goes.
Go and charm her.
Miss Clara Mills will have no truck with me, my friend, not even on the phone.
Well, let's sleep on it.
No, I said.
Naturally, I'll sleep here. You're in trouble, man. I got to pull you out of it. I'll call on Miss Mills myself. Oh, any toothpaste?
In the bathroom.
Thanks. I hope I like your brand, Mr. Ellis. If you'd only listen to me, Miss
You're
Mills.
wasting your time, Mr. Ellis, and mine.
Oh, I'm not Mr. Ellis, Miss Mills. I'm not part of the Professor's Spook Act, either. My name's Stanton, Eric Stanton.
Sorry, Mr. Stanton, I'm busy.
So is Professor Madley. Appointments with the dead from coast to coast. And yet this soul of generosity finds time to drop in Walton and deliver a message of hope.
Yes, for money. He's a charlatan, a fraud.
Now, look, Miss Mills, he and Mr. Ellis are just a couple of struggling artists trying to make a living, like fortune tellers or vaudeville team.
I won't let the poor, gullible people of Walton be fooled. If my father were alive, these fakers would never have gotten a license.
Your father? The mayor?
Yes.
And what if your father had some message to give you from the beyond? Suppose he's depending on Professor Madley to...
Suppose you leave this house right now.
Suppose I do. But don't forget, Miss Mills, the seance is at 8 o'clock tonight. Walton Hotel.
June?
I heard, Clara.
Trading on people's sacred feelings. Everything that's dear held up to ridicule. Cheap, vulgar tricksters. Why, June, what's the matter?
I think he's right, Clara.
June.
I mean what he said about people trying to make a living.
Why can't they make an honest living?
Are we to judge?
Well, it's too late now. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yes, there is.
What?
We can buy 2 tickets. If we go, everybody else will. Shall I call the hotel?
No. Oh, I'll think about it. I'll think about it.
Here he is now, Eric. Hey, Professor, over here.
Hello, Ellis. They told me at the hotel I'd find you over here.
Pop's lunchroom, eh?
And here he is, Professor, your old friend, Eric Stanton.
My old friend? I don't recall.
3 cups of coffee, huh, Stella?
I can't seem to place you, my friend.
Stop trying. We've never met before.
You never met, but last night you...
Glad to meet you now, though, Professor.
Delighted, Mr. Stanton. My assistant here tells me you work wonders.
Ever since the Mills sisters bought tickets, everybody in town's been trying to get in.
Oh, about the Mills sisters. They're coming over to get a message from their old man. Right, Professor?
I think it can be arranged. Dig up the vital facts, Ellis. Who was Mr. Mills, and what does he want to come back for?
Okay, see you later.
I'd better help you. Eric, my boy, you've got a great calling. Spook promotion.
You'd like to back that up with about $5?
Gladly. Here you are. I hope to see you in my rooms later. I have a fine collection of friendly spirits there. Scotch ancestry.
Mr. Stanton.
Hello, Mr. Judd.
You know, they thought a great deal of Mayor Mills in this town. You better be careful.
Much obliged, Mr. Judd.
So long, Stella. Oh, this is for you.
Thanks, Mrs. Judd.
What do you mean? This is for you.
Well, I happen to like that number on the jukebox. Any objections?
What does he do? Judd.
Came out here for his health. Used to be a big man in New York. Police force.
I'd come to the show tonight? Here, Professor Madley?
Are you asking me?
I'll be busy. Here's a ticket.
Never mind.
What's the matter?
I don't go places alone.
Okay. Skip it. Here. Owe you some money.
Yeah.
You change your mind about tonight?
I won't change my mind. Maybe you'll change yours.
Yeah. Maybe I will, Stella.
Good people of Walden, you have just heard from the spirits of your departed loved ones, who, through me, returned here tonight to tell you how happy they are in their eternal reward. And now we have come to our last and most difficult experiment.
Clara, do you think we should stay? We came, didn't we? Of course we'll stay.
Of a spirit
Look, there he is. Who? That Mr. Stanton.
No peace or contentment.
Who's that with him, Clara? That
Abraham
girl? I don't know. Quiet, dear.
I can feel his troubled spirit trying to get through from the beyond. Yes, Abraham Mills, I can hear you. You are troubled because your daughter Clara has lost the fortune you left her, the bonds, the orange groves. Yes, you cannot understand how she could have trusted that man. Martin. John Martin.
Clara!
He came here after you passed on. He talked her into selling everything.
We'd better leave.
Why didn't she ask the police
Do
for
this,
help when he ran
please.
away with the money?
Oh, I never should have made you come. I'm
You
so
will
sorry.
find peace, Abraham Mills, only when you know that Clara will guard the last of the inheritance for herself and her sister, $25,000. You may rest now, Abraham Mills. Your message has been delivered. Ladies and gentlemen, the seance is over.
Gee, Eric, you knew everything. I'd sure love to have my fortune told.
I can tell her better myself.
I'm serious.
So am I. Come on. Let's go somewhere. I'll tell your fortune.
Well, are we going to sit here on the beach, or are we going in there and dance?
I thought you wanted your fortune told.
I do.
Okay. Well, for one thing, you don't belong in a one-armed joint, like Pop's lunchroom.
No?
You got style, Stella. Ah, beautiful style. You inherited that. Your father was a leading citizen, rich. And he trusted people too much.
And?
Your mother? Let me see your hand again. Sorry. Her line seems to have run out.
So is yours. My mother runs a boarding house in San Diego, and my old man came from a long line of drunks.
Oh. Well, anyway, there's a man in your life. Tomorrow he's going to San Francisco. You're going to lie awake, unable to forget him.
And what can I do about it?
Kiss me, for one thing.
Satisfied?
Not nearly.
Too bad, because that's all the kisses you're going to get. It's okay for kids, Mr. Stanton, but not for me. Where are you from, anyway? What do you do when you don't tell fortunes?
Help make them for others. I passed actresses, directors, producers through a publicity mill, and they come out famous. The names in all the papers.
You know people like that?
I know all the people in all the places, like 21, Store Club. Ah, that's where you belong, Stella. Smothered in mink. I can see you there.
And do you see me with a wedding ring on my finger and somebody to give me a home?
Sure, Stella, sure.
Oh, no, you don't. I said no more kisses, and I meant it. You talk different, sure, but you drive just like the rest. Well, you got the wrong girl.
Come here.
Take your hands off me.
Come here.
Tomorrow you're going, and where does that leave me?
You go with me.
What on? You got into town with $1 in your pocket. You're a fake.
Why, you little gyp. Don't you think I got eyes, too? I saw you in Pop's place stealing door of the cash register, and you call me a fake. Okay, Stella. I guess that's that, huh?
I'll say it is.
Go on, then. Go back to your one-armed joint and wait for somebody to come and marry you. I'll be seeing you sometime. Maybe.
But, Eric, my boy, the car's outside. We're on our way to Frisco.
I changed my mind, Professor. I'm not going.
But we need you.
I can't be tied down. Cramps my style.
What a pity. Oh, well, here. Little advance in case you choose to join us later.
Thanks. Oh, you might drop me off at Pop's lunchroom.
The charming little waitress? I think I understand.
Then let's go, Professor. Hello, Stella.
What do you want?
I can't make up my mind.
If it's coffee, you'll have to wait. I just opened up.
I know. Saw the sign. Closed till 6 o'clock on Sundays. I've been waiting.
Why?
Stella, my bus leaves in 15 minutes.
Got a nickel?
Here.
Thanks.
I just came by to say, well, I'm sorry about last night.
Save it.
Do we have to listen to that music?
I like it.
Nothing you want to tell me?
No.
Don't give me that act.
What act?
You know what I mean.
Hello, Stella.
Hello, Pop.
Okay, Stella. So long. For good.
Well, what bit him?
Nothing. Just trying to make his bus, I guess. Gosh, I sure like that tune.
Slowly, you stirred in my arms.
Okay, Stella, this finishes it, baby. You'll never see me again. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Eddie.
Always leave 'em laughing, don't you?
Oh.
Your landlady wasn't very hospitable. Said if I wanted to see you, I had to wait in the street.
I thought you left town.
I got on the bus, and I got off. I want to talk to you.
Okay. Talk.
Don't give me that smile.
Okay, I don't smile. Well, I thought you had something to... Stop trying to kiss me. Look, you better beat it.
Stella, I never said this before to anybody, ever. I'll marry you, Stella, if that's what you want.
You? Don't kid me.
I'm not kidding.
Last night
I didn't know you, but I know you now. I know I couldn't pull out of here with the professor. I get on that bus. I can't get away without you, Stella.
What's in it for me?
A ring on your finger, which you said you wanted.
What goes with it? I want a home.
I'll get it for you.
With what?
With $12,500.
Now, where would you get $12,500?
What's the difference? As long as I get it.
By murdering somebody?
Talk
You gonna
sense.
steal it?
Listen,
I
Stella.
don't even know you.
You know one thing. We're going to get married once I get that cash.
Maybe it'll get me in trouble. I don't want to get in any trouble.
You won't. Not the way I'll get it. I'm not even telling you how. You just sit tight and wait for me. That's all. Just wait for me.
All right, Eric. I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait.
Hello?
Is this Miss Mills?
Yes.
Or Miss June Mills?
This is June Mills. Who's calling, please?
That's Mr. Stanton, Miss Mills. Eric Stanton.
Oh,
Miss Mills, do you suppose I could see you? Oh, really, I'd like to talk to you very much.
that's impossible, Mr. Stanton. Besides, I'm just leaving for church.
Church? On Monday morning?
I happen to be the organist, and Monday mornings I practice.
Well, couldn't I see you there?
The doors of the church are open day and night. Anybody is welcome.
Even me?
Even you, Mr. Stanton.
I'll see you in church, Miss Mills. Goodbye. 25 grand. One half of 25 grand is $12,500.
Our stars, Maureen O'Hara, Linda Darnell, and Mark Stevens, will return in a moment with Act Two of Fallen Angel. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act Two of Fallen Angel, starring Linda Darnell as Stella, Maureen O'Hara as June, and Mark Stevens as Eric. It's half an hour later. In the church, June sits at the organ, unaware that Eric has walked silently toward her down the empty aisle.
You play beautifully, Miss Mills.
Oh,
Oh, now look, Miss Mills, you can't stay angry at me forever.
can't I?
Well, when a fellow says he's sorry, the least you can do is forgive him.
All right, I forgive you.
You're not through practicing.
Yes, I'm going home now.
Then I'll walk with you. You know, I'm glad I stayed over in Walton. Now I have a chance to square things with you and your sister.
That might not be so easy.
You still think I tried to hurt her?
Whether you tried or not, you did.
It was so easy digging up that information. Everybody in town seemed to know about it. Only did it to help the professor. I try to help one person. Someone else always gets hurt.
Of course. You live by impulse. You never bother to think if you're following the wrong impulse.
I see you don't stop at music. You read books, too. But books are phony.
So are some people.
At least they're alive. But you're scared to live, Miss Mills. That's why you bury yourself in books and music.
Maybe you're the one who's scared, not I.
How come?
Because you don't know what you want. Do you?
You know, if you didn't know me so well, I might ask you something.
Well?
Have dinner with me tonight.
No, I can't do.
You see, you're afraid to step out of your tower.
No, it isn't that.
Your sister?
Of course not.
What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid. Why should I be?
Yeah. Why should you be? Should we say 7 o'clock?
All right. 7 o'clock will be fine.
Thank you, Miss Mills. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton. Oh, it's after 1, Eric. I think we'd better say goodnight.
Couldn't we just sit in the porch, talk for a minute?
For a minute, then.
Enjoy yourself tonight?
Well, we saw a movie. We danced. I had my first taste of scotch.
Oh, you like it?
It tasted like soap. Eric, why did you ask me out tonight?
Oh, no special reason. You're very pretty. You interest me.
In what way?
I can't define it. Maybe it's your charm, your talent. Ever think of a career?
Sometimes. But I know my limitations.
One shouldn't set a limit on what one can do.
That sounds as if it came out of a book, and not a very good one.
There goes that mind again. Well, there's still one thing we haven't done tonight. Not yet, anyway. But don't worry.
We've skipped something?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to kiss you, make you unhappy.
Unhappy?
One kiss goes a long way with you, June. You need a guy who'll take it the same way. Save all of your good nights for him.
What makes you think I wanted you to kiss me?
Didn't you? Hey, where you going?
To read a phony book and go to sleep. Good night.
Morning, Stella.
Hello.
I waited outside your rooming house till after 3 this morning.
That's nice.
Where were you?
Around.
Oh, that guy? Same guy you told off the other night? Name's Atkins, isn't it? Owns jukeboxes all over the country. He's got dough, huh?
Oh, will you leave me alone? It's too early.
Wait a minute. A wristwatch. It's new, isn't it?
Like it?
Where'd you get it, Stella? He gave it to you, didn't he? Atkins?
Will you let go of my arm? Wait till we're married to ask me questions. Till then, I don't have to tell you a thing.
We're as good as married right now.
Oh, sure.
You're dropping out of circulation, Stella. When you go out, it'll be with me.
You've got a steady date with Miss Mills. I happened to see you last night at the Roadhouse.
I'm only doing that for you.
A lot of good it's doing me.
It will. A couple of days.
Okay. A couple of days. But that don't mean forever.
Morning, Stella.
Good morning, Mr. Judd. Coffee as usual?
Coffee as usual. Something still bothering this young man, Stella?
Sure looks like it, huh? I wonder what it could be.
Glad you stopped by, Eric. Except Clara and I are about to drive downtown.
Yes, are you ready, June?
I'll get the car out.
I'm leaving tomorrow. Want to say goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton.
Can we drop you off someplace now?
Well, matter of fact, I'd like to go with you. Do you mind?
Of course not. Come along.
You know, this is a nice town. You're gonna hate to leave it.
Will you be coming back?
Well, it depends
On what?
on what there is to come back for.
Here's the market, June.
Talk to Eric, Clara. I'll only be a minute.
What would you come back here for, Mr. Stanton?
For June?
I gathered as much. June talked about nothing else but you since she met you.
My cards are on the table, Miss Mills.
Good. I want you to leave June alone. We don't know who you are or where you're from. What do you do?
Nothing. You'll also be interested to know that I haven't got a bank account. Because I haven't any bank...
Our money's in San Francisco, Mr. Stanton. Half of it belongs to June. But it's in a bank where nobody can touch it until she meets the right man.
Well, maybe I'm not the right man after all.
Then you won't see her again.
Suppose we leave that up to June, huh?
I'm afraid I'll have to.
Matter of fact, I planned a little beach party for tonight. Do you think she'll accept my invitation?
I'm sure she will, no matter what I say.
Well, one thing's nice, Miss Mills. It's nice to know where we stand, you and I.
Oh, the fire feels good, Eric. It's been such a wonderful night. I could shut my eyes and listen to the surf and fall fast asleep.
I'd hardly call that a compliment.
Oh, but it is a great compliment.
Sleepy?
Uh-huh.
Close your eyes, then. You know, if I've accomplished nothing else, at least I've made you like one of the things I like. The beach at night, hot dogs, a fire.
Oh, you think all I do is read big, heavy books, don't you? Well, I don't. For years, I've been saving ads out of magazines. And sometimes I feel like I'm the girl in the ads. Soft, alluring, gowned by Schiaparelli.
If I had money, I'd dress you like the ads, June. You'd have that Schiaparelli gown.
Oh, it isn't that important.
Would be. When I took you to the theater, the concerts. Did you ever hear the San Francisco Symphony?
On the radio.
Oh, it's nothing like being there, June. Nothing. That's really a thrill. Especially when Ferranti conducts. He's going to tomorrow afternoon.
Ferranti?
Maybe we could meet him. I have connections in Frisco. Big people, June. We could leave Frisco in the morning, make it in plenty of time, all right?
No.
Your sister?
Yes.
You gotta do everything she says?
No, but I
Well, I guess after tonight it's goodbye.
guess it is.
If I were just another person, the right person, could have gone on like this forever. Just the two of us, like a dream.
A beautiful dream.
New York, Frisco, getting all those things in the ads. Going everywhere together, to the concerts, hearing famous people play. Why, you might even become famous yourself. A great career. Why, we might even... June? June, are you awake? Oh, how do you like that? $12,500 and fast asleep.
Who is it?
Eric, I gotta talk to you, Stella.
I'm listening.
Open the door.
What do you want to do anyway? Wake up the whole neighborhood?
Let me in. What are you afraid of?
We'll talk in the doorway. Well?
I can't tell you. I can't go through with it like I planned. The money. It's gonna take too long to get it.
I thought so. You didn't stand a chance.
No, it isn't that, Stella. Look, you know how I feel about you. You gotta believe in me. I want you, Stella. I'm nuts about you.
That wasn't the deal.
What of it? I'll still get you everything you wanted. I got ideas that work. Pay off big. Come on, let's get out of here tonight.
I'm taking no chances.
Stella, listen.
Sorry, but I stick to a deal. Good night, honey.
Hello?
Eric. Oh, I'm so glad.
Hello, Joan.
I was afraid you might have left, Eric. I want to go with you today.
To San Francisco?
Yes, to the concert. There's a train at 9 o'clock. We'll pick you up on our way to the station.
We?
Clara's going, too. She has got to go to San Francisco anyway to take care of some business at the bank.
That's That's swell, June.
Thank you, Eric. We'll pick you up in 20 minutes.
May I help you, sir?
Huh? Oh, no, thanks. I'm just waiting for Miss Mills.
I believe she and her sister just went to the safe deposit vault.
Yeah, I know. Oh, is there a public phone here in the bank?
Other side of the lobby, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you are.
Sorry. I didn't think you'd be back so soon. I was making a phone call. Oh, June. Great luck. I found him in.
Who?
Somebody very important.
Who, Eric?
Wait till you meet him. I said we'd be right over.
Clara, go along if you like. I'll meet you after the concert.
After the concert? Or you going to the concert with us? Just meet us in front of the auditorium at 2:30 sharp, okay?
Very well. I'll be there, 2:30.
Come on, June. We got to hurry.
There she is, Eric, in the lobby. Clara!
Hello, Clara. Sorry we're so late.
You'll be interested to know, Mr. Stanton, that the symphony opens its season next week. But I suppose you were quite aware there'd be no concert today.
He knew it all along, dear.
June, what are you trying to tell
That
me?
we're married.
Married?
That's right, Clara. Here's the evidence. Certificate of marriage. That's where we've been. City Hall.
June, you don't know what you've done.
But, darling, I do.
I'll have it annulled.
Clara, please. This isn't quite as sudden as you think.
Well, what's the verdict?
I hope you'll be very happy.
Thank you, Clara.
What are your plans?
Well, I'd like to go home first and get a few things together. Then we could go away someplace for a little while. All right, Eric?
Fine. We'll go back to Walton right away. Oh, I'd like to find a bank first. This envelope here.
What's in it, dear?
Oh, just a few papers. Rather not keep carrying them around, though. They ought to be in the safe deposit box.
You can leave them in our bank, in our box.
But the box is in your name and Clara's, isn't it?
Will you be needing the papers soon?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Then let me take it. I'll put it away for you.
Oh, that's swell of you, Clara. Thanks a lot.
What do you mean, June? Eric's left the house.
He's gone, Clara.
But where? Surely he must have said something.
No, nothing. I came upstairs. He was in the living room. He said something about coming right up. That was over an hour ago.
Eric!
It's no use, Clara. The chain's off the front door.
He's left you. On your wedding night, he's left you.
No, Clara, no. Something's wrong. I know it. Something must be wrong.
The sign on the door says closed.
I had to see you alone. I've been waiting out there till Pop left.
Well, what's so important? Or can it wait till I lock up?
You going to Frisco tomorrow, Stella?
Am I?
Yep. And tomorrow I'll have that money. All of it. You meet me up there and we'll go on
How
to...
do I know you'll have it?
Because I'm going to Frisco with her to get it.
Her?
June.
Well, I'm not going. And she won't either.
I think she will. It's her honeymoon.
Her what?
I married her this afternoon. It's the only way.
Congratulations.
Now, listen, we're not really married. I mean, we'll be divorced in no time. I haven't even kissed her. As a matter of fact, I can have it annulled.
Good night, Mr. Stanton.
Stella.
What do you want? She's your wife, not me. I don't run around with married men.
I did it for you, to get you what you wanted. Now, you keep your part of the deal.
Oh, sure, but she's got the ring on her finger. She's not so dumb. Well, neither am I.
Don't say anything you'll be sorry for, Stella. Don't do anything you might regret.
Meaning what?
Meaning that you and I made a deal. Do you think I'd do a thing like this? I was so crazy about you that
You and your deals. Go on home to your bride, mister. I never want to see you again.
Stella, Good night, Stella.
Sugar in your coffee, Eric? Cream? Isn't it silly? I don't even know how you like your coffee.
Why don't you say it? Where'd I disappear the last night?
I have nothing to say, Eric.
Oh, I'm sorry. But all of a sudden, there I was a married man. I had to go out for a drink. By the time I came back, you were asleep.
Eric, why did you see that girl in the lunchroom?
What girl?
Clara saw you.
You mean she went looking for me?
Something like that.
Well, that's fine. But Sister of yours has been running your life up to now, but you better stay out of mine. Tell her that.
I was angry with her, too, at first, but she means well.
Yeah, what'd she tell you for? So you'd have a good time worrying?
I didn't worry, Eric, until that man came here to see you.
Man? What man?
His name is Judd. He's with the police. He's waiting now inside.
What? Tell him to come in.
Are you sure, Eric?
What do you mean, am I? What are you looking at me like that for?
Because that girl from the lunchroom, Stella Adams, was found murdered early this morning.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Fallen Angel, starring Linda Darnell, Maureen O'Hara, and Mark Stevens.
Back now to your producer, William Keeley.
Here's Act 3 of Fallen Angel, starring Maureen O'Hara as June, Linda Darnell as Stella, and Mark Stevens as Eric. A car has just pulled away from the Mills residence. In it are Eric Stanton and a man named Judd. Eric's face is gray, expressionless. His lips scarcely move as he breaks a long silence.
When did it happen, Mr. Judd?
Oh, between 3 and 4 this morning. She was killed by a blow on the left temple. Weapon hasn't been found. You like Stella, huh?
Yeah, I liked her.
Hey, you just got married. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You understand my position in this case. Chief appointed me special investigator.
Where are we going?
Stella's rooming house first. Pop's there and a fellow named Atkins. Strange, isn't it?
What is?
That a man doesn't spend his wedding night at home.
Who told you, Clara?
Clara said you never left the house.
Oh.
I happened to see you around myself.
You think I could have done it? Killed Stella?
I know you could have done it. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a no-good, cheap, chiseling rat.
Subtle, aren't you?
But don't get nervous, Mr. Stanton. You're not under arrest. Not yet.
Nothing new, Mr. Judd. Oh, who'd you pick up?
Name's Stanton, Chief. Hello, Pop.
Hello, Mr. Judd.
Oh, this might interest you, Mr. Judd.
Stella's wristwatch.
Yeah, the landlady found it under the porch step this morning. Whoever killed Stella must have dropped the watch.
I'd better take it. Atkins still waiting in the kitchen?
Yeah. Oh, here's his statement.
Oh, thanks. Better check up on his alibi. There's a phone in the store in the corner.
Right away.
Oh, you can go now, Pop.
Let me stay, Mr. Judd. She was a good girl. She never meant bad. Everybody liked her.
Yeah, everybody. Well, why don't you tell Mr. Stanton about it while I talk to Mr. Atkins?
I gave my statement to the chief, Mr. Judd.
Let's get down to facts, Mr. Atkins.
You know me. I operate jukeboxes around here.
And slot machines.
You don't believe my statement? And why not wait till the chief gets back? You told him to check my alibi.
That's how I check alibis, Mr. Atkins. You see this wristwatch? When did you give it to Stella?
I didn't give it to her.
I say you did.
I didn't.
You gave it to her. You gave her the watch, didn't you?
No,
I will try again, Mr. Atkins. You picked Stella up last night at 10:15. You were with her until 2.
We had dinner, drove down to the beach. She said she'd marry me.
Then you brought her home. And you came up here to kiss the bride, huh?
No, I didn't come up. I left right away. When it happened, I was 50 miles from here in a motor court in Glenold.
You did give her the watch, though, didn't you?
No.
Come on, Mr. Atkins, just for the record, so we can clean that up.
No, I never gave her any jewelry.
Stop lying.
I'm not lying. Don't hit me again. Don't hit...
Yeah. Well, Mr. Stanton?
Look, don't try any of that rough stuff on me, see?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. I just happen not to like his face.
I checked Atkins' alibi, Mr. Judd. The motor court says he was there all right.
Oh, sure. Now, you can leave any time you want to, Mr. Atkins. Where'd Pop go?
He's got a weak stomach. Said to tell you he went home.
But I didn't say you could leave. Now, perhaps you can tell us who might have murdered the girl, huh?
Could have been anybody. Pop, maybe. Maybe me. Maybe you.
Yeah, possibilities are many, Mr. Stanton. You came to this town for no obvious reason. You meet Stella, spend some time with her, and you meet another young lady. This one you marry. And on your wedding night, you walk the streets looking for young lady number one.
You're accusing me, is that it?
Not yet. However, I wouldn't plan on any out-of-town honeymoon. We might need you any moment. Anything you want to say, Chief?
Not a thing, Mr. Judd.
Good day, Mr. Stanton.
Why, June, you're all packed. You're not going away now.
As soon as Eric comes home, we're leaving.
I won't let you go with him, June. Not after that girl was murdered.
He had nothing to do with it, Clara.
June, listen to me. Once I believed in someone, too. No matter what people said, I believed in him. I can't let you ruin your life, too. June, a man who went out after another woman the night of your marriage.
Maybe you're right, Clara, but I must give him every chance. I hardly know him yet. We're practically strangers. Together, maybe he'll change.
He won't change.
Maybe not, but at least I'll have tried. He's here, Clara. Goodbye, darling.
Hello, June.
Eric, there's a train in half an hour, and I thought...
Forget about the honeymoon. I'm going alone.
Running away?
What do you want me to do? Get framed, get my face beaten in? You bet I'm running away.
I'm going with you, Eric. You'll need me to get the money in San Francisco.
Who asked for money?
You need it.
You giving me your money?
No, I'm not giving it to you. It belongs to both of us now.
Okay. When this thing blows over, I'll pay it back to you. Every cent.
I'll get the car, Eric.
No. We gotta get on the highway without being seen. We'll hitchhike. It's gotta look as if we're just taking a walk. Now, that's different, isn't it?
I'm ready, Eric.
Okay. Come on. Shut off that water, will you?
I thought you might like a drink.
I sure would, but not water.
There's a bar downstairs.
What do you want me to do? Walk right into Judd's arms?
He probably isn't after you at all. There's no reason to be afraid.
Oh, no, murder rap's nothing. Sure, let's get out of this rat hole so he can pin it on me.
I didn't say we should leave.
No, but you meant it. The room's not good enough. Why don't you tell me off? You're sorry you ever came.
I'm not sorry. I wanted to.
What for? So you could drive me nuts with that quiet way of yours?
Eric!
What'd I bring you for, anyway? I don't need your dough. If I'd gone on alone, I could have kept right on going. Yeah, and maybe I will. Keep right on going. It's me, June. Eric.
Come in.
Were you sleeping?
No, Eric. Did you get a drink?
I took a walk. June, I'm sorry. What I said before, it just nerves, I guess.
It's all right, Eric.
Gotta go home.
No, in the morning we'll get the money at the bank.
Why do you waste your money on a guy like me?
I'm not wasting my money. I don't care what you do with it. Burn it up. Do anything you want with it.
Hey, take it easy.
If you had any consideration, you wouldn't even mention the money.
Okay. Anytime you want, they'll fix you up with a divorce, just like that. Just tell them how I lied to you, how I married you for your money. I'm wanted for murder, that I...
You didn't murder that girl.
Maybe I did. You never even asked me.
All I know is that I love you, Eric. Eric, won't you even kiss me?
Sit down, June. Let me tell you something about the guy you married. Before I came west, I had a publicity business in New York. Guy came along, wanted to buy me out. $15,000. I took it. We had a big celebration that night. A couple hours, I'd lost half of it back to him. The dice were loaded, but I couldn't prove it. Anyway, I came west. Chicago, Omaha, and Las Vegas. That's where I dropped the rest of the dough. I was kicked off the bus at Walton. I had exactly $1 left. Why, go on.
I want to know everything about you.
All adds up to just one thing. A washout. I'm finished.
You're not finished, Eric.
Like I was 1,000,000 years old, with 1,000,000 jobs behind me.
Did you ever care very much for Della?
I don't know. Guess I did. Even promised I'd marry her. Can't figure it out now. Would have lasted a couple of weeks, maybe less. Anyway, that's all gone up in smoke. Like everything else in my fascinating life.
Maybe we can find what you want, Eric. When this is all cleared up, wouldn't it be better to go back to Walton?
Sure. Go back to the chair. Or is it the gas chamber in California?
You're innocent. There's nothing to worry about.
Listen, maybe that's the way it works in your books. But even as a kid, I was always getting beaten up for something I didn't do. That's when I learned to run away before it was too late.
You're tired, Eric. Lie down. Please. That's better. Now, tomorrow we'll go wherever you want.
June, why don't you just go home?
I want to be with you.
Why?
I need you, Eric.
You need me.
You're my husband.
Right out of that book again.
Yes, out of a book. We were born to tread the earth as angels, to seek out heaven this side of the sky. But they who race alone shall stumble in the dark and fall from grace.
Go on. Sounds good.
Then love alone can make the fallen angel rise, for only two can enter paradise.
I'm so tired, June. So tired.
4.5-minute eggs. I certainly married a man with a peculiar taste.
You can still get out of it.
Promise me you'll never say that again, Eric.
Okay.
Oh, look out the restaurant window. It's 10 o'clock. The bank's open.
Hey, finish your breakfast. Stick 'em wait.
No, you need the money. Wait here for me, Eric. I'll be right back.
Beg your pardon, miss. Talk to you for a minute.
I'm so sorry, but I have some business in the bank.
Your name is Mills, isn't it? I mean, Stanton?
Yes?
I'm from the police. Where's your husband, Mrs. Stanton?
I don't know.
Where are you meeting him?
I'm not going to meet him.
Okay, lady. But you're wanted for questioning in Walton. Come along, please.
Now, let's be sensible, Mrs. Stanton. Tell us where your husband is.
If he doesn't want to come back here, Mr. Judd, he must have a reason.
What reason could an innocent man have, assuming he is innocent?
He is. He never could have killed her.
No? Well, let's see what your sister has to say. Come in, Miss Mills.
June, dear. Are you all right?
Quite all right, Clara.
Now, Miss Mills, you identified this envelope, which was found in your safe deposit box, as the one Mr. Stanton gave you. Now, why did he want you to put it away?
He said it contained something valuable.
Would you like to see your husband's valuable document, Mrs. Stanton? Look, a blank piece of paper. Why would he do a thing like that?
I don't know why.
I'll tell you why. He knows that as his wife, you'd probably arrange for him to have access to the box. That's all he'd need to steal your money and use it to run away with Stella Adams.
You're only assuming that.
All right. But why shield a man who lied to you, who married you only for the money in that safe deposit box?
He didn't lie to me, and he isn't guilty. He ran away because he had to. He's always had to run away, even as a child when he was beaten for things he didn't do. I tell you, he didn't do it. He didn't. He didn't.
June, dear, don't.
Take her home, Miss Mills. You're responsible. See that she doesn't leave the house.
Cup of coffee, Mr. Judd?
Yeah, I guess it's force of habit, Pop. But it's not the same, is it?
No, Mr. Judd, it's not the same. With Stella gone, I think I'll sell the place.
Hello, Pop. Some coffee, please.
Mr. Stanton. Well, I knew you'd be back.
Yeah?
Give him his coffee, Pop, and then I'll take him to headquarters.
Thanks.
Enjoy San Francisco, Mr. Stanton?
No. No, I didn't. You see, I started to worry, Mr. Judd. I started to worry about you.
About me?
Yeah. A man whose health isn't good. Why are you working so hard on this case? Maybe you better slow down.
I don't like riddles, Mr. Stanton.
Neither do I. So I made a long-distance call. The DA's office in New York. A friend of mine works there. He assured me you were in perfect health when you came west. They retired you because you'd almost killed a man. Almost killed him in a routine investigation. Reminded me of Atkins. They'd have sent you up if it hadn't been for your good record. At least, that's what my friend told me.
Save it for the chief. Here you are, Pop.
Oh, you remember that wristwatch? The one that belonged to Stella? Ever find out who bought it for her?
Perhaps.
You know, you made your fatal mistake, Judd, when you had June arrested in Frisco. Oh, you scared me at first, all right. But then I began to think. I kept right on thinking about that watch. I started a little routine investigation of my own. The result is that the Walton police will get a telegram from San Francisco. They'll know who bought that watch by tomorrow morning. That is, unless you admit it tonight. Shall we go?
Sit down.
Excuse me, Mr. Judd, but your gun's showing.
You don't mind if I finish my coffee? I said sit down.
You're insane, Judd. The police are waiting outside.
Perhaps I am insane. Perhaps this might have been the perfect crime if I hadn't dropped the watch. Although I doubt it. There's always some slip.
Always.
But you understand, don't you? You know what Stella was like. You couldn't get away from her either. Those evenings she went out with other guys while I was waiting for her in the shadow of the porch. Remember 3 nights ago when you brought her home and kissed her? I was standing there. Insane, huh? Perhaps. Night before last, when she was out with Atkins. After he left, I went up. And when she told me she wouldn't wait any longer for my wife to give me a divorce, that she was going to marry that slot machine operator, I hit her. Unfortunately, I didn't remember my ring.
What ring?
Here, on my finger. It's a large, heavy ring.
Get out of my way, Mr. Stanton. I got his gun. I got it. I'm going to kill him. He murdered Stella. I'm going to kill him.
Pop, nobody's killing anybody. Not anymore.
Came in, isn't it, Stanton?
Yeah, I guess it is, Chief.
Heard everything you had to say, Judd. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, got a nickel, Pop? Thanks. For the jukebox. So long.
You gotta forget her, Pop.
I'll never forget Stella.
You will. Felt the same way myself until... Well, you'll find yourself, Pop.
Goodbye, Mr. Stanton.
Eric.
Hello, June.
Get in the car, Eric.
Sure. Where to, June?
To a place I don't think you've ever really known, darling. A nice place, Eric. It's called home.
This is William Keeley saying goodnight to you from Hollywood.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the delightful Rodgers and Hart musical success, I Married an Angel, starring Gordon MacRae and his lovely guest, Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another memorable musical is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In this delightful Rodgers and Hart hit, Lucille Norman plays an angel, wings and all. My name is Count Willie Polapi, the head of a Budapest banking firm, and, have you heard I married an angel? Well, if you haven't heard, it's quite a story. So let's go back to the beginning, because it's pretty amazing, the way it all happened.
Now you've heard he married an angel. This beautiful change will be awfully good to see.
Quiet, everybody. He's coming up the stairs. Now, remember, when Willie comes in the door, everybody yell, Happy Birthday.
My dear brother will be so surprised.
Now, turn out the lights. Quiet, everybody. Quiet.
Peter, where are all the lights in the place?
Oh, hello, Willie. Fuse blown out.
Oh, I feel terrible. I'm going to bed.
Don't you want me to call anybody for bridge?
Bridge? I don't know anybody in this town but half-wits.
Surprise, Lily.
Oh, yes. Surprise. What a surprise.
Brother, dear, what's wrong?
Oh, hello, Peggy. Could we sneak away out into the balcony and have a little brotherly, sisterly talk?
Sure, birthday boy. Now, come on, out with it. Tell sister. Here it is your birthday. It's springtime, and you're the unhappiest character I've ever seen. Anything wrong at the bank?
Oh, there's plenty. But that's not it. It's just me. Starlight doesn't mean anything. Springtime doesn't mean anything.
Once there was a thing called spring, when the world was writing verses like yours and mine. All the lads and girls would sing when we sat at little tables and drank May wine. Now April, May, and June are sadly out of tune. Life has stuck the pin in the balloon. Spring is here, but why doesn't my heart go dancing? Spring is here, why isn't the waltz entrancing? No desire, no ambition leads me. Maybe it's because nobody needs me. Spring is here. Why doesn't the breeze delight me? Stars appear. Why doesn't the night invite me? Maybe it's because nobody loves me. Oh, spring is here. Why here?
What you need, Willie, is a wife. You need to get married.
Oh, sure. Name somebody.
Willie, you're not looking for a woman. You're looking for an angel.
Yeah, you know, if one flew down from heaven, I'd marry her in a minute.
Come back to your party. Come back to Earth, Willie.
I'll join you in a minute, sis.
Good. But don't you be too long.
Hello.
Where'd you come from?
Heaven.
Huh?
I'm an angel.
Oh, yeah, sure. What are those silly things hanging down your back?
Wings.
Wings?
We angels all wear them.
Now, look, this is a birthday party, not a masquerade. Whoever you are, please go away. And tell my sister that practical jokes aren't very funny.
I don't know your sister. I don't know anyone on Earth. I saw you down here, and I looked in your heart, and I loved you.
Huh?
After all.
Spring is here. Why doesn't your heart go dancing? Spring is here. Why isn't the waltz entrancing?
No desire, no ambition leads me. Maybe it's because nobody needs me.
Spring is here. Why doesn't the breeze delight you? Stars appear. Why doesn't the night invite you?
Maybe it's because nobody loves me.
look like an angel. But she couldn't be.
Why are you so unhappy about women? The earthly kind, I mean.
Well, I'll tell you. Every woman is a cheat.
That depends on whom you meet. Angels can be kind of sweet, so everything's comparative, you know it.
I have fallen once or twice, and they always gave me ice, but they also look so nice, so it's the same old narrative. We know it, know it well. Did you ever get stung? Did you ever get starstruck? Did a glamorous skirt ever pilfer your shirt and tie? Did you ever get flung?
Did you ever get flung?
Never knowing you are struck.
Never knowing you're struck
by a 20-ton truck in a form of a female eye. Did you say she lives for me? This is it. Now at last you bit. You were it. You got hit by the blast. Then you must have been stung.
Then you must have been stung.
Where the doctor can't help you.
Where the doctor can't help.
And you swear that you're cured till another queen bee flies past.
You know, I believe you are an angel.
Even above the music of the heavenly choir, I heard you say you wanted to marry an angel. Well, here I am. Why don't you kiss me?
Well, now I know you're an angel. But,
What's wrong?
Well, those wings. What do my friends say?
Well, just tell them the truth, that I'm an angel. They have eyes, they can see.
Oh, they have eyes, but they can't see, my darling. Come on, sneak down the back stairs with me, and then let's get married.
If you just hang on and hug me tight, we don't have to sneak anyplace. We can fly to our wedding.
Oh, Angel, it was a wonderful wedding. But, what was that name you gave the minister?
Brigitte. It's what my sister angels call me. But I'd like it better if you just called me Angel.
All right. I shall always call you Angel.
Willie, have you ever kissed a girl before me?
Well, I'm afraid I have.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I should think it would make you mad.
Mad? Oh, no. Because you told me the truth. And the truth is always beautiful. I have married a beautiful man who tells the truth like an angel.
Well, on Earth, my angel, you must occasionally tell a neat little lie.
Oh, no, never. What is the world like? Tell me, Willie.
Oh, the world, my angel, is a wonderful place. Now that you were in it.
And are you happy?
I've never been happy before. You know, I'm a different man.
Have you heard? I married an angel. I'm sure that the change will be awfully good for me. Have you heard? An angel I married. To heaven she's carried this fellow with a kiss. She is sweet and gentle, so it isn't strange when I'm sentimental. She loves me like an angel. Now you've heard I married an angel. This beautiful change will be awfully good for me.
Have you heard an angel he married? To heaven he's carried this angel with a kiss. He's good and gentle, so it isn't strange when he's sentimental. I love him like an angel. Quick,
What?
a kiss.
A big one?
Yes.
An extra special Warner Brothers super duper one?
Oh,
What's wrong?
my wings. My wings fell off. What does that mean?
Means you can never fly away from me.
Well, all right. I'll be an earth woman. But I must continue to be this much of an angel. I shall always, always tell the truth. The absolute truth.
I'm sure that this change will be awfully good for me.
We'll return for the second act of I Married an Angel in just a moment. At the beginning of last week, thousands of servicemen and women were back at their posts, camps, and stations after a pleasant Christmas visit with family, relatives, or friends. And thousands of other young men and women were back at school or college. For during the holiday season, America truly went on the move, with more people traveling than at any other time since the end of World War II. At some major junction and transfer points, crowds in stations and on trains even surpassed the crowds of wartime. With the combination of heavy military travel and peak civilian travel, there were inconveniences for some. But in the end, thousands of passengers who otherwise would have found it impossible to reach their destinations were able to make their trips by train. For, as you probably well recall, on the eve of the holiday season, winter descended with all its fury in many parts of the country, bringing abnormal cold, heavy snow, icy highways. Under such conditions, travel by highway became all but impossible. Movement by air was severely curtailed. But because of careful advance planning by the railroads, trains continued to operate, carrying the additional thousands to whom a trip at Christmas meant so much. Extra locomotives and cars were spotted where they would be needed. Additional men were placed at terminals and on trains. Extra sections of regular trains were run, and special trains were operated by the hundreds. Thus, the advanced preparations, the ability to meet unusual conditions as they occur, the determination to overcome difficulties, resulted once again in getting military personnel and countless other Christmas travelers home and back. For in all kinds of weather, the railroads are prepared to provide the kind of dependable, efficient transportation that is to be found only on trains. Now here is Act Two of Rodgers and Hart's I Married an Angel, starring Gordon MacRae as Willie and Lucille Norman as the angel.
Spring is here. Why doesn't my heart go dancing? Spring is here.
Well, Angel, this is where we live. This is where my heaven-sent wife is going to be beautiful and dutiful.
Willie, is this a secret marriage, or are you going to tell everybody?
Oh, everybody. No musical comedy dialogue for me, where the guy tells his love to a little star or a red, red rose or a whippoorwill. Because after all, how many men get to marry an angel?
I want to tell everybody, too.
I'll tell the man in the street and everyone I meet that you and I are sweethearts.
I'll shout it out from the roof. I'll give
papers prove that we are too complete.
I want the world to know.
I'll use the radio.
And when I've said all my say, until you're old and gray, you'll never get away from me.
And when I've said all my say, until you're old and gray, you'll never get away
Now, my angel, here's something that's strictly confidential.
I'm not sure I know what confidential means, but it sounds exciting.
Well, it's not. To tell you the truth, dear, my bank is a bit shaky, and I've got to negotiate a loan from the rich Duchess. My sister Peggy is bringing her here now. And as my wife, you must help to entertain her.
This should be fun. Plotty, but fun.
Well, not too much fun now, Angel. Don't do things on a sudden impulse, like this morning when you gave your new fur coat to that horse.
Well, he looked so cold.
Maybe that's the way they do things in heaven, but not down here.
I won't do a thing. Only talk.
Fine.
Oh, good morning. Willie, you remember the Duchess.
Oh, delighted to see you, Your Grace.
Thank you, my dear Count.
May I present my new wife?
How do you do?
Oh, I'm not to do anything. Only talk.
Isn't she charming? He calls her Angel.
That's because I am an angel.
Modest, too. Willie, don't you think the Duchess looks marvelous, like a young girl?
Oh, Peggy, you're too kind.
She may be kind, but she's not exactly truthful. You're terribly old, Duchess.
Well, really?
Duchess, I merely wish to talk to you about a business matter. Run along, Angel. As you know, Duchess, our bank is one of the soundest in all of Europe.
Willie, how can you say that out loud? It's not angelic. It's not the truth. You yourself told me your bank was shaky.
Shaky?
Well, get out of here. You've ruined everything.
Get out of here? Oh, I've done something wrong. Well, I'll go. I'll go right now. Oh, dear. I need help. Sister Angels, can you hear me? Fly down and help me. Hello. Lucinda, Clorinda, Philomena, Rosalina, Arabella, Serenella. Where did you come from, sisters dear?
Out of the everywhere, into the here. Where are your wings?
I've lost those things.
How can an angel lose her wings?
It just happened. It wasn't planned.
But how? Tell us now.
It's just one of those earthly things you wouldn't understand.
Brigida, what seems to be your trouble?
My husband doesn't love me anymore.
The heaven, you say?
I don't belong here. I'm nothing now. Not an angel, not a woman. Oh, take me back.
My dear Brigida, you must awaken. You are sadly mistaken. You've come down to earth, and here you must stay. It's too late for us to take you away.
I'll make him unhappy. You must take me along.
You're not an angel anymore, but one of those strange things.
A woman without love, or an angel without wings. Angel without wings, you must come down to earth. You'll find some wonderful things, much more than heaven is worth. Angel without wings, you cannot fly above. So bend your eyes, turn away from the skies, and look for heaven, your love. Look for heaven, your love. they just left, Peggy.
Who?
Some relatives of mine. They just went out the window.
Went out the window?
Oh, sister-in-law, what am I going to do?
Well, Angel, I think you need some lessons in how to become a woman, and I'm just the cookie to do the teaching.
Peggy? Where is she? My Angel's left me?
Oh, she's only gone out to do a little shopping so she can become alluring and feminine and womanly.
Oh, here she comes. Well, what do you know? She got her fur coat back from the horse.
Don't forget, Willie, whatever happens, be an angel.
Angel.
Well, hello, you fascinating man.
Angel, what happened to you?
I've been taking lessons in how to be womanly from your sister.
What did she teach you?
Plenty. You can do any little thing that you've a mind to, but you must do it with a twinkle in your eye. You can be unreserved and even unrefined too, but don't forget that little twinkle in your eye. Now, for example, the next time I meet the Duchess, I shall bat my eyelashes and say sweetly, "Oh, Duchess, you are the youngest-looking woman in all of Europe and parts of Asia Minor. Now you can get away with murder of that kind, too. But you must do it with a twinkle in your eye."
No, Angel, I love you just the way you were. Now, don't change. You tell the truth if it kills me. But be your own angelic self. Don't be too blamed womanly.
Telephone, husband.
Hello? Oh, yes, Duchess. How are you? You what? You did? You will? Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Duchess. We'll sign the papers in the morning, Duchess. Goodbye, Duchess. That was a Duchess. Decided to lend my money to the bank because for the first time in her life, somebody told her the truth. Oh, come here, you angel.
Brigida! What is it, sisters? What do you want?
We want to lose our wings, too.
Goodness, no, girls. You'd hate it down here on Earth. Why, it's awful, terrible. I can't stand it.
Come here, woman.
Spring is here. That's why my heart goes dancing. Spring is here. I find the waltz entrancing. Maybe it's because somebody needs me. Now you've heard I married an angel. This beautiful change will be forbidden.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Angel will be back in just a moment. I mean Lucille Norman. And meanwhile, our thanks to Betty Lou Gerson, Myra Marsh, Lamont Johnson, and to our entire company. I Married an Angel by Richard Rogers and Lorenz Hart was adapted for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. At the urgent request of the government, American industry is busily at work, increasing productive capacity to meet the demands of national defense and civilian commerce. As they're part of this big job, The railroads have been intensively improving and expanding every part of their plant. Essential to this program is the construction of freight cars and locomotives on a scale to match anticipated American transportation needs. And only through the allocation of adequate steel for these purposes can railroad carrying capacity be increased at a time when it is so necessary for the nation's strength and security. Now here again is lovely Lucille Norman.
Thank you, Gordon. I'm glad I lost my wings. I'd much rather take the train, the show train.
Oh, anytime, Lucy. Just come in and be angelic in front of our microphones.
Who are you being a devil with next week, Gordon?
Well, Lucy, Mimi Benzel is our guest, and we're going to be singing the great Sigmund Romberg melodies of the Desert Song.
I'll pull up a sand dune and give a listen. Good night, Gordon.
Good night, Lucy. All aboard? Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next Monday night and Desert Song, this is Gordon MacRae saying goodbye.
Gordon MacRae can be seen in Warner Brothers' Starlift. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Transcribe.
Hear the voice of Firestone.
Now stay tuned for the telephone hour on NBC.
Now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I would like to ask a question to which I tell you in advance, I expect no answer. What is genius, and where did it come from? Genius is very rare, that much we do know. It is elusive and not immediately recognizable. It cannot be purchased, nor can it be cultivated. So, rare, intangible, and not to be acquired by any means, then when is it, and what is its source? Aware that I've asked the unanswerable, I present you now with the words of the Roman writer Plutarch, half a century before Christ. Genius is a deity.
Where is my angel, Doctor?
Your what?
My angel. I'm lost without my angel.
I don't think I quite understand.
I thought I saw her sitting on my typewriter. But when I sat down to work, Doctor, she wasn't there at all.
Our mystery drama, Fallen Angel, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell.
Something special.
Our story concerns a writer. His name is Lawrence Maitland. Many think he's a genius. He thinks so himself. But genius or no, at the moment, Lawrence Maitland is in serious trouble.
What went wrong? Something went wrong. What? What am I doing here? What kind of a place is this? How did I get here? I can't remember a thing. Oh, good Lord. What's happened to my memory? I can't live if anything's happened to my memory.
Yes, come in, please. Dr. Kramer?
Yes?
I'm Jack Brody.
Oh, yes, Mr. Brody. Come in. You wanted to talk to me about Mr. Maitland?
Yeah. Well, it all started in my place, you know. And Mr. Maitland ain't just a customer. He's like a friend, too.
Mm-hmm. Did he come to your place often, Mr. Brody?
Yeah, all the time. He never went no place else. Well, when I say all the time, I mean when he was drinking, you know. But he wasn't always drinking. But there was months at a time he didn't drink at all.
A periodic drinker.
Yeah, well, he went on benders, you know, 2, 3, maybe 4 times a year.
And always at your place?
Yeah, right.
Well, why was that, do you suppose?
Well, I don't know. He wouldn't be recognized there. Not very likely. It's near the waterfront, you know. We don't get people from Mr. Maitland's kind of background as a rule.
Mm-hmm.
Well, him and I got to be what you might call friends. I mean, he knew I'd look after him.
How?
Well, when he'd get himself really boozed up, I'd call his taxi for him.
His taxi?
Yeah, it's the same one every time. The driver's a guy named Ivan Kaplan. He was like a friend of Maitland's, too. Ivan would take him home and get him to bed. And lots of times I'd even wake Mrs. Maitland up. He just knew what to do.
Yes, Mrs. Maitland told me. Would you care to tell me just what happened that night?
Morning. It was in the morning. About 11 o'clock, that's when I opened up. And, well, the place was empty when he come in. I hadn't seen him in some time, but I wasn't exactly surprised. I knew sooner or later he'd show up.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, Mr. Maitland.
I thought you'd never open up.
Well, never before 11, you know that. Well, what's your pleasure?
You know damn well what I drink. Make it a double.
Right. Water with it?
Beer on the side.
Well, it's your liver.
What's that? Who came in?
Customer. Yes, sir?
Beer?
Jack?
Please.
Hey, Jack. I need another drink here.
Yes, sir. Be right with you, Mr. Mason.
Now. Right now.
You want the same?
The same exactly. No, wait. I still have some beer left.
Double?
I said the same, didn't I? Who's that man? Enter the bar with a beer.
Him? I think his name is Jones.
You know him?
Well, just over the bar.
He keeps staring at me.
Huh? Well, maybe he knows you from someplace.
Impossible. I never knew anybody like that.
Well, maybe he's seen your picture in the paper. I've seen it a few times. Hey, maybe he caught you on the TV, huh?
Cheap publicity. My publisher thinks it's important.
Well, sells books, probably.
My books sell themselves.
Yeah, well...
Jones. Is that his real name?
Yeah, that's what he told me. I think he said Jones.
Don't you know?
Oh, it's none of my business. He says his name is Jones. As far as I'm concerned, his name is Jones.
Well, tell you, Jones, to stop staring at me.
No, I don't think he's staring at you, Mr. Maitland. Look, what if he is? It don't mean nothing.
That's what you think. He's getting up.
Occasional beer is all he drinks.
He's coming over here.
Now, Mr. Maitland, come on.
He thinks he's going to start anything.
He wouldn't do that.
Well, how do you know? You don't even know him.
Excuse me.
Mr. Jones.
Get him away from me.
I was wondering if you'd care to have a drink.
No, Mr. Jones,
You
come
dirty
on.
little punk.
I just want to
Tell me. I know what you want. I know all about you.
Please.
Disgusting.
Let go of me.
Mr. Maitland, come on. Come on, break it
I
up.
ought to kill you.
Please.
You don't deserve to live.
Hey, what's that? Are you crazy? What'd you do that for?
I had to hit him. He's a maniac.
Well, he didn't hurt you, did he?
I'm calling the police. Guys like that, I know their type. I'm getting the police. You keep him right here.
He ain't going no place. He's passed out cold. Well, the Jones character was back in a flash with a cop. Mr. Maitland was okay by then. Well, pretty okay.
Mm-hmm.
He'd taken a cockeyed swipe at Jones, and Jones swings back, and he fell and hit his head. He talked plain enough, but he repeated himself a lot.
Kept asking what happened?
Yeah, just like in the movies. And where's my angel?
Angel?
Yeah. Naturally, I thought he meant his wife, so I went and phoned her. And meanwhile, they booked him at the station house for disorderly conduct, and Jones said he was going to sue for assault and battery. So Mrs. Maitland showed up. I thought she'd take him home, but she didn't. So she brought him to this place.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think she did the right thing.
Yeah, well, why not a hospital?
He doesn't really need a hospital at this point. He's better off here.
I can't get over the yellow sheets. Buttercup yellow. And with the sun shining on them, very cheery. It's hard to be depressed on yellow sheets. Is that the idea? Am I in some kind of asylum? A mental institution? Oh, Lord. That'll make some kind of a headline. Lawrence Maitland, America's foremost novelist, confined to a mental institution. But how? Why? Who did it to me? Who put me here? Pauline? Oh, why would Pauline do that? She's got no reason. No reason. Except to get rid of me. Oh, yes, there's always that. That would be the reason. Yes? Who is it?
Good morning, Mr. Maitland.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. Kramer. Max Kramer. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. What is this place? Some kind of a nut house? Who put me here?
It's a sanitarium. Your wife brought you here after a minor fracas in a barroom and a brief appearance in front of a judge.
I've been in jail?
Only very briefly.
For what?
Oh, creating a disturbance and assaulting a man who threatens to sue you.
What man?
I only know his name is Jones.
How do you know that much?
The bartender told me.
Jack Brody, you talked to Jack?
He seems to know you quite well.
I do all my drinking at Jack's.
Why? There are more attractive places.
Jack's my friend. He looks after me.
Why should anyone have to look after you?
Sometimes I drink too much. Not often, but sometimes. Rest of the time, I don't drink at all. I'm not an alcoholic, in case that's what you're kicking around in that candy little brain of yours. I do not have a drinking problem. It's just that once I take a drink, I can't stop.
Oh, I see.
What are you smiling at?
Well, you've just handed me an accurate description of an alcoholic. One for whom a single drink is too much and 100 not enough.
Well, that about sums it up, I guess. Well, go ahead. Ask me.
Ask you what?
Why do you drink, Mr. Maitland? You who have everything. Talent, even genius. Success, acclaim, looks, charm.
Do you have charm?
Well, a certain amount. Don't I? Well, women seem to think so.
That must be very gratifying.
Not that I take advantage of it. I don't. Because I happen to have a very beautiful, very exceptional wife. You'll see when you meet her.
Mrs. Maitland and I have already met.
You have?
Yes. She's the one who put up bail for you and brought you here. She's been here every day.
Well?
Well, what?
Isn't she everything I said? And very clever, besides?
Well, we've only talked, she and I, half a dozen times, and mainly about you.
Well, she could tell you a lot, if she wanted to.
About why you drink too much?
About lots of things.
I'd rather you told me.
I drink when I can't write. When my angel deserts me. When she's with me, I write. When she won't come near me, I don't. I drink.
Your wife didn't give me that impression at all.
Well, what does my wife know about it?
Well, you said when she's with you.
My angel isn't my wife, Doctor. Is that what you thought?
Oh, well, the way you talked about her, I'm sorry.
My angel... Well, she's my angel. Created by God. Or don't you believe in God?
Well, let's keep talking about what you believe.
Well, angels are not necessarily created by God. Actually, I doubt that mine was. Some angels are beings elevated to their celestial status by their intelligence. With extraordinary intelligence. But they are composed of heavenly matter. There's no doubt about that. They mediate, at least mine does, between me and the God force. I do believe in the God force. Don't you? And my angel puts me in contact with the God force. And I write. I write like an angel. You've probably heard that said of me. Or read it someplace.
I don't do a lot of reading outside my own specialty.
And what specialty is that, pray tell?
Psychiatry.
Oh. Would you like to analyze me, Dr. Kramer?
Would you be interested in being psychoanalyzed?
Not if it would take away my genius.
No, I don't think it would do that.
Well, it's supposed to make you normal, adjusted, able to integrate with the group. Isn't that the idea?
No, it's supposed to help you make the best possible use of whatever abilities you have.
I have the ability to write. And I write. Like an angel.
Sometimes.
When my angel is with me.
Other times you drink to excess.
And you think you could find out why I do that?
I think together we might be able to find out.
I'll think about it. If it worked, I wouldn't need my angel anymore.
Perhaps not. Or perhaps you'd give her another name.
I'd like to be able to write whenever I felt like it. Write well, I mean.
Would you like to have a typewriter sent up to your room?
What good would a typewriter do till my angel comes back?
Well, perhaps I should have one sent up anyway, just in case.
If you want to. No. By the way.
Yes?
You said my wife had been to see me?
Yes, every day.
Today?
She's downstairs right now. Would you like to see her?
I think so.
Well, I'll ask her to come up.
Oh, doctor.
Yes?
Are you in love with my wife?
Am I what?
It's a simple question. Are you in love with Pauline? That's my wife's name, Pauline. Are you in love with her?
I'll ask her to come up.
He is, of course. But is Pauline in love with him?
Genius penetrates to the essential truth of whatever it concerns itself with. Genius does not stop with description, but goes on to revelation. It paints or composes or puts into words truths that lesser mortals could never discover by themselves. Is our protagonist, Mr. Lawrence Maitland, a genius or no more than a talented writer? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Mr. Lawrence Maitland, you may remember, discovered himself in a large, airy room not his own, which he rightly deduced to be one of many in a mental institution to which he had been brought after assaulting a stranger in a bar. Dr. Max Kramer, chief psychiatrist of the asylum, after a friendly chat with his new patient, was startled to be asked if he, the doctor, was in love with the patient's wife.
Doctor.
Mrs. Maitland?
How is Lawrence today?
Better. Much better.
Oh, I'm so glad.
He can go home if he wants to.
Really?
Only I hope he doesn't want to.
Why do you say that?
Because I couldn't guarantee that what happened in Jack's bar wouldn't happen again. And perhaps again.
But why did it happen? I mean, to hit a man who'd never done him any harm, a man he didn't even know.
Mrs. Maitland, there are no easy answers.
Oh, I know that.
Everybody says I know that, but everybody goes on looking for easy answers.
Yes, I'm sure that's true, but still
But still, you'd like an easy answer.
You're reading my mind, Doctor.
Is your mind so different from other minds?
No. But his is, Dr. Kramer. Lawrence has a mind that is, well, it's quite different. He knows things that other people don't know.
Like what?
Haven't you read his books?
Well, I have meant to, but there's so much reading I must do. I haven't got around to it.
Oh, but you must. They're like revealed truth. Like the best parts of the Bible, if I'm not being profane.
Not to me, you're not.
Well, I'd read all his books before I met him, all those that had been published up to that time, and then when I met him, I felt like a schoolgirl sitting at the feet of a master. Just to be near him was to be near the fount of all wisdom, all truth.
How old are you, Mrs. Maitland?
Why, I'm 37.
How long have you and Mr. Maitland been married?
10 years.
And do you still feel like a schoolgirl? Are you still sitting at the feet of the master?
Well, yes, I do. I am.
I don't think that's a very healthy way for a woman of 37 to feel. I think a woman of 37 should have formulated her own thoughts about wisdom and truth.
Well, I never thought I never tried. I mean, I don't really know anything.
You know a great deal.
I don't know why you say that. Really,
Because everyone knows a great deal. I'm not trying to flatter you. Everyone knows a great deal until he or she starts taking the word of someone else on faith. That's when the intelligence falters, when we start believing what's told us instead of what we feel to be true.
Right. I think I see what you mean.
Well, now, we were talking about your husband, weren't we? He can go home if he wants to.
Does he want to?
He seems somewhat interested in being psychoanalyzed.
Really? We've never been interested before. Quite the contrary.
Well, I can't say how serious he is about it now. But the incident in the bar, the fact that the man, Jones, I think his name is suing him for assault and battery, it puts a different light on things. Or it should. Of course, he has something the rest of us don't have. He has his angel.
He told you about that?
Oh, yes. It seems his angel has temporarily deserted him.
Oh, it's Lawrence's way of talking.
I don't think so. I think he believes he has an angel, a real angel. You and I perhaps would call it his ability to write. But if he wants to call it his angel, well, you know, at first I thought he meant you, Mrs. Maitland.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, why would you think that?
I don't know. I just did.
Well, perhaps I'd better go up and see him now, if you say it's all right.
Yes. Quite all right.
What did Pauline tell him about me? That I'm a rotten husband? A worse lover? She could have said anything, true or not true. Told him everything I've ever said, everything I've ever done. Would she do that? The very intimate things? Oh, not likely. Not Pauline. Not that she'd be trying to spare me. She'd be trying to spare herself. Pauline can't stand truth. Not the way I can.
Pauline, may I come in?
If you dare. Welcome to the crazy room.
Oh, now, Lawrence.
Oh, we don't say crazy anymore. We say disturbed, don't we? Neurotic?
Dr. Kramer says you're much better.
Oh, he does. Dr. Kramer says, does he?
Well, he says that you can come home if you want to.
Does Dr. Kramer say that?
Yes.
Any other little quotes from Dr. Kramer you'd like to give me while you're here?
Lawrence, please. He's your doctor.
And what's he to you?
What? The very same as he is to you. Your doctor. A very good doctor who's trying to help.
That's all?
Of course that's all.
Are you in love with him, Pauline?
With the doctor? With Dr. Kramer?
Yes, with Dr. Kramer.
Of course not.
I already know that he's in love with you.
But you don't know anything of the sort.
But I can't tell if you're in love with him until I see you together. Then I'll know.
Well, I can tell you right now.
Maitland?
Yes, what?
It's me, Jack Brody.
What do you want, Jack?
I got something for you.
What?
The doctor asked me when I bring it up.
What is it?
Lawrence, ask him to come in.
He's heavy. Can I come in?
Okay, come in.
He weighs a ton.
What? It's a typewriter.
Where should I put it?
Here, this bureau ought to hold it.
Okay. The doctor said take it right out of his own office. It's his. There you are.
Wasn't that nice of the doctor? I'm Mrs. Maitland.
Oh, I'm Jack Brody, a friend of your husband's.
A very good friend, I know.
Yeah, well, you think maybe you'll write something, Mr. Maitland?
Well, it might be the best thing in the world for you, darling.
You knock off a masterpiece, huh? Could happen.
Maybe we ought to leave the room, Mr. Brody.
Yeah, maybe we ought to. Nice to have met you, Mrs. Maitland.
Well, I'm very glad to have met you, Mr. Brody.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances and all that. You coming too, Miss Maitland?
I might as well.
Now, Pauline, wait. Don't go.
Well, all right, dear.
This is for you.
You want me to read it now?
Take it.
Well, as a rule, he never wants me to read anything until it's finished.
It's finished. Take it.
Lawrence!
What's the matter, Miss Maitland?
You didn't... Well, you couldn't have written this, not you. You couldn't have. I won't believe it.
Let me see it. Don't tear it up. Let me see it.
You've never written like this before, never.
We were standing right here. This is... You wrote this stuff for your wife? This is gutter stuff.
He couldn't have meant it.
It's disgusting. It's vile. I never read anything so repulsive.
It's not like him. He's sick.
He's worse than sick. He's rotten. He's decayed.
No, he's ill.
Whatever. Listen, Mr. Maitland, let me tell you something. Don't you ever set your foot inside my bar again. You hear me? You understand what I'm saying? I don't want you in my place ever again.
You don't mean that, Jack.
I mean it. You show your face and I'll smash it in.
You're my friend, Jack.
No more. I was your friend, but no more. Now, you stay away from me.
Well, where am I supposed to go?
You really want to know? Huh?
I have to go someplace. I have to have some... Now, Jack, don't turn against me. Don't stop being my friend.
I already stopped. Any man can write that rotten stuff and show it to his wife. Boy, and you call yourself a genius?
Well, what am I supposed to do? Who's going to help me? There's only just one. And she won't.
Darling, I'm going to get Dr. Kramer. He'll know what to do. I'll be right back.
Where's my angel? Where did she go? She left me. And now they're all leaving me. All against me. All hating me. Why do they hate me so much? Because I have genius and they haven't? But that's not my fault. I didn't ask to be the way I am. It's not my fault that everyone's against me. Pauline's gone. Jack's gone. Everyone's gone. I'm alone. All alone. And my angel... Will I ever see her again? Now, who's that?
May I come in?
No. No one may come in.
It's
Pauline.
It's Dr. Kramer, Mr. Maitland.
Pauline, I want to explain to you about what I wrote on that piece of paper. Don't hate me for it. I don't want everyone to hate me. Anyway, not you, Pauline. Let me explain why I did what I did.
Go on, tell me.
You see, as soon as I saw the typewriter, I thought my angel was sitting on the carriage return lever. You know, the way she used to. You remember Pauline?
I don't think I do. Tell me.
Well, maybe you never saw her, but certainly I've told you often enough. Oh, really, Pauline?
I'm not Pauline, Mr. Maitland. Don't you know that?
Pauline, it looked like my angel. At least I thought it did, and I was so relieved. She's come back to me, and now I can go on living. And so, you see, I started to type. You and Jack were still in the room. I remember that, but it didn't bother me. You were making small talk. It didn't matter. My angel and I were working together, you see? You do see, don't you, Pauline?
Go on.
And then you screamed at me.
Did I?
Oh, you know you did. And then Jack grabbed the paper out of your hand, and then he told me never to go near his place again. That's what I couldn't believe, Pauline, that Jack would turn against me. Now, you know what I've decided, Pauline?
Tell me.
That wasn't my angel who came and sat on the return lever.
No.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Pauline, that was the fallen angel. An angel who has fallen out of favor with God. An angel who has allied himself with Satan. Fallen angels are destructive, Pauline. Completely destructive. And this one means to destroy me.
How is one to tell a true angel from one who has fallen from grace? Since both have miraculous powers, how is one to accept the ministrations of the one and resist the machinations of the other? Speaking for myself, I find myself modestly grateful that I have never been visited by any angel whatsoever of either kind. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. When we left Lawrence Maitland, he was explaining to Dr. Max Kramer, psychiatrist, why he had written a page of obscene prose and handed it to his shocked and horrified wife. While his explanation may have sounded bizarre to the psychiatrist's ear, no less bizarre was Maitland's conviction that he was talking not to his doctor, but to his wife. However, several days had now passed.
Yes, Jan? Oh. Well, ask Mr. Jones to step into my office, please. Mr. Jones. Now, why would he... Mr. Jones?
Dr. Kramer?
Yes. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Have a chair.
Thank you.
My girl said you wanted to see me about Mr. Lawrence Maitland.
Well, they told me at the police station he was here.
Yes, he is.
How is he?
Coming along?
I'm glad of that. He's such a very great writer.
So I'm told by many people, including Mr. Maitland himself. But you didn't come here to discuss Mr. Maitland's literary gifts?
No, of course not. I came to tell you about that the most unfortunate incident at Jack's bar. Has he told you why he took a swing at me?
No, he hasn't.
Possibly he doesn't know.
Possibly.
But I know.
Yes?
He thought I was about to make a homosexual advance.
Oh.
Definitely. And I wasn't.
Oh.
Although I am a homosexual.
Yes, I see.
You see, I work as a bank teller, but most of my spare time is spent reading and sometimes writing, in a despairing sort of way.
Why despairing?
Well, because I don't think I'm really very good at it, and I don't suppose I ever will be. So when I saw Lawrence Maitland, the great Lawrence Maitland, sitting at the same bar at 11 o'clock in the morning, I thought, Well, maybe if I could just talk to him for half an hour. I don't know what I thought, what I expected. Encouragement, maybe a pointer or two. I really don't know. But not what he thought I wanted.
Well, was there anything else?
Oh, yes, I wondered if I might see Mr. Maitland for just a minute or two. I have something rather important to tell him, but not what I just told you, no, something else.
I see.
Something that, well, might make him feel a little better.
Well, in that case, I don't see why not.
Oh, he's such a great man, Mr. Maitland. Such a very great writer. It seems such a pity.
Such a pity, yes. Jane, is Mrs. Maitland here yet? Oh, she is? Well, ask her to come in, please. Such a pity. Oh, come in, Mrs. Maitland. Come in.
Thank you. How is Lawrence?
Much better.
Oh, good. May I see him?
There's someone with him now.
Oh, not Jack from the bar?
No.
I didn't think so.
Mrs. Maitland, I think it's about time I gave you some kind of diagnosis of your husband's condition. A very tentative one, you understand, but, well, let's call it an educated guess, all right?
All right.
Your husband is paranoid, Mrs. Maitland. Not chronically so, only intermittently. Do you know what paranoid means, Mrs. Maitland?
Suspicious, feeling persecuted?
Correct. Paranoia is a mental disorder characterized by delusions of persecution and of one's own greatness. Do you follow me?
I think so, only you sound so...
So what?
So severe. I'm not used to... Well, never mind.
I don't mean to sound severe.
It's all right. But, Dr. Kramer, Lawrence is a great man. That's not a delusion.
No one knows with exactitude what a great man is.
Well, what's to be done, Doctor? I can't just abandon him.
Well, psychoanalysis might help.
Would he do that, do you think?
He might.
Should I talk to him about it?
It's better that I should.
I wouldn't know what to say, really.
I'll talk to him as soon as his present visitor leaves.
You never told me who his visitor is. I can't imagine who'd come to see him. Who'd even know that he's here?
It's the man Jones. The man he tried to knock down in Jack's bar.
Who is it? May I come in, Mr. Maitland?
Who are you?
I'm Jason Jones, Mr. Maitland.
Who?
From the other night, a couple of weeks ago. Jack's bar?
I took a swing at you.
Yes, you did.
I must have been drunk.
Not so very.
Well, sit down if you want to.
Oh, thank you.
What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know exactly. Teach me how to write?
In one afternoon?
I was only kidding.
Not in a lifetime. As a matter of fact, I'm having a little trouble right now with my own writing. You see, my angel's gone away.
Who? Who's gone away?
My angel. The one who sits on my typewriter.
Oh.
You want to write? Get yourself an angel.
And how do I go about doing that?
Lord knows. They come when they please. And they go when they please. Mine has gone.
I've dropped the charges against you for assault and battery. I'm not going to bring suit.
Well, that's damn nice of you, Jones. Thank you.
I don't think a man of your greatness should be dragged into court.
I quite agree.
So, well, that's about all. I just wanted you to know. I don't want to tire you.
It's quite all right. Come back again sometime.
Thank you. Mr. Maitland, if I might make a suggestion?
Yes, go right ahead.
Don't be afraid of people like me. I mean, if we want to buy you a drink in a bar or talk to you, don't be afraid.
Afraid? What's he talking about? Afraid of what? Afraid of somebody like him? People like him? Well, what's there to be afraid of? Now, who is it?
Dr. Kramer.
Oh, you. Come on in.
You, talked to Jones?
Yeah. He's dropping charges against me.
Very nice of him.
I thought so. I thanked him.
Next time, the man you hit may not be so obliging or so admiring.
What next time?
It may very well happen again.
It never happened before.
The disease hadn't progressed that far.
What disease?
Paranoia. A progressive disease.
You mean it gets worse?
Inevitably.
Well, what do I do about it?
Well, there are various things, but in your case, I believe I'd suggest psychoanalysis.
We talked about that before.
I think it might help you a great deal.
Okay. When do we start?
We?
You and I. When do we start analyzing why I do the things I do?
Not you and I, Mr. Maitland.
Why not?
Well, the patient must feel sure that he likes the analyst. I mean by that he has no immediate, no instinctive antagonisms toward the doctor.
I have no antagonisms toward you.
Yes, but...
So what's holding us up?
I can't accept you as a patient.
Why not?
Because...
Now, you've got to give me a reason. You can't just brush me off.
Because I'm in love with your wife. I don't know how or when or why it happened, but it happened.
I was right.
When you asked me, did I love your wife, it was not true then. It came later.
It was true then. I knew because I am Lawrence Maitland, and I know these things. Now, Doctor, I'd like to be alone for a while, if you don't mind.
Of course. We'll talk more later.
Perhaps we will. Perhaps. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye. If you need to talk to me...
I don't think so.
Well, in that case... What was that?
What was what?
I thought I heard something.
Oh, did you hear her, too?
Her?
My angel. She's back.
She is?
Can't you see her? She's sitting on the typewriter.
I can't say that I do see her. Not really.
No. I don't suppose you can. Be so good as to close the door behind you, Doctor. I really have to get to work.
Tell me, John Matthias, someone is supposed to have said to the man who came to be called St. John of the Cross, how do you write your wonderful canticles? To which the poet priest replied, sometimes God helps me, and sometimes I do it by myself. If the true men of genius can give no more satisfactory answer than that, what in the name of heaven can you expect of me? I'll be back shortly. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they bring unto thee pure oil olive beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually in the tabernacle of the congregation. And it shall be a statute forever in your generations.
The Eternal Light. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations present The Eternal Light, a program which comes to you under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. Our program today, The Guardian Angel of Genesee County, was written by Mark Siegel.
I don't like to gossip about another angel. But that Gabriel, really, there's a limit. Threatening to clip my wings and demote me to angel junior grade just for a thing like this. Well, all I can say is
Dr. Gale?
Yes, Gabriel?
Silence. I'm considering your case.
There, you see? An angel can't even think anymore, not even to himself. Next thing you know, there won't be any freedom of thought in heaven. It's undemocratic, that's what it is. It's just...
Dr. Gale, for the last time, stop that earthly grumbling.
Yes, sir. As I was saying, it was just a little thing, really. And now there's all this hubbub and commotion up here just because
Dr. Gale.
Yes, sir.
Can't you stop complaining?
Well, frankly, no, I can't.
Well, that's truthful at any rate. I think you'd better fly over here. I'm in the northeast quadrant. It's time for you to stand up and take your punishment like an angel.
The working conditions up here are really getting intolerable. Choir practice 3 times a day, wing inspection every 20 years, throne duty every century, and then you make the slightest mistake and Gabriel has you on the carpet. I'd like to tell you what I think about Gabriel. I really would, but I can't. I'm sorry. Angel's present.
Well, what's your explanation this time?
Well, it's like this, Gabe.
Don't call me Gabe.
I'm sorry, Gabriel. It's just that every few centuries or so, I get restless. You know, idle hands. I mean, it was only a minor miracle.
Dr. Gale, I don't know what to do with you. You're full of the... you're incorrigible. I'm afraid you'll have to stand a departmental trial.
A, departmental trial?
There's nothing else left to do. But first, we'll have to decide what to do with him.
With him? Who?
Oh, please, Dr. Gale, don't act so innocent. With that rabbi. Don't you think I know he's in the southwest quadrant on a cloud?
Gabriel knows all about it, of course. But he just has to have his little game. He knows perfectly well that I was assigned as guardian to this rabbi 45 years ago. He ought to. He assigned me to the job. It was quite a demotion, too, an assignment in Genesee County. Who ever heard of Genesee County? I could tell you the name of the rabbi and the community, but I'm not going to. There's absolutely no privacy in heaven. The least I can do as a self-respecting guardian angel is to see to it that there's a little privacy on earth.
All right, Zagzagale. Now let's review the facts.
But you know them all already.
Please, there are procedures. You take it on yourself to bring a live rabbi to heaven. No authorization, no coordination with the Department of Heavenly Records. No precedence for the case. Now, what's your defense?
There are mitigating circumstances.
Name them.
Oh, do I have to go into all that, Gabriel? I mean, really?
Zagzagale, this is a pre-trial examination. Now, don't test my infinite patience. Recite the facts.
I'm not going to burden you with all the facts I gave Gabriel. It's enough to say that I told him that being guardian angel to the rabbi was a very boring assignment right from the beginning. I watched him grow up. I watched him become a good student. I watched him lead his class at a theological school. Oh, I admit I had a flicker of pride the day he was ordained. But then he went and took that pulpit in the dreary little town in Genesee County. Really, the assignment was a bore. There wasn't a thing for me to do. That's about what I told Gabriel, but he wasn't satisfied, not Gabriel.
And you call that a mitigating circumstance? That you found your assignment boring?
Well, it's just that there was nothing to do, Gabriel, nothing at all. So I began to devote my attention to details, little details. I just wanted to be helpful.
What little details, Zagzagale?
Well, that matter of the congregation's talking.
Talking?
Talking. Every time the rabbi got up to deliver a sermon, someone in the congregation would be talking. It got so I couldn't stand it. Every Saturday morning for 20 years, I've watched. And just as the rabbi gets into the pulpit, during that little pause between the service and the sermon, some man leans toward his neighbor and says, "Want to play golf tomorrow, Joe?" Or one of the women whispers,
"I've been thinking about it, Sylvia. Not a theater party this year, a strawberry festival."
And the rabbi, what does he do when this happens?
Nothing, Gabe. Absolutely nothing. He just stands there and waits for them to quiet down. I tell you, Gabriel, that rabbi, he's an absolute angel.
Oh, very good, Zagzagale, but now we're up to this morning and your indiscretion.
You're prejudging me.
Nothing of the sort. What happened this morning?
Ah, yes, this morning. Well, it's a beautiful spring day down there in Genesee County this morning, Gabriel. If you take your nose out of that record book, you could see it. You see plants pushing up through the soil, birds singing, sap rising in the trees.
Please, Zagzagale, I'm familiar with the awakening of nature. What happened inside the synagogue?
Well, just about half an hour ago, I was watching as usual. The rabbi walked to the pulpit when it came time to deliver his sermon. Now, he's particularly proud of this sermon. Worked on it since last Tuesday night, in fact.
And?
When he stood up, there was the most infernal gabble going on.
My friends, my sermon today...
It was the worst infraction in 20 years. It must have been the weather or something. They just wouldn't stop talking.
My dear friends, I would like to begin my sermon.
Nothing would stop their talking. Really, it annoyed me terribly. You know how I hate people who talk too much.
I hadn't noticed.
No, it doesn't matter. Finally, the rabbi tried a third time.
My friends, I must ask you to allow me to proceed with the sermon.
But they went right on. Really, it was just too much for an angel to bear. Even the rabbi, after 20 years of suffering in silence, seemed just a little annoyed.
Did he tell the congregation that?
No. But a thought crossed his mind. Of course, I knew what it was. Angels can hear even the littlest thoughts, you know.
I'm familiar with the phenomenon. What was the thought?
Well, the rabbi listened to the buzz of the congregation for another moment. And then he thought,
I wish to heaven I had a quieter congregation.
That's reasonable.
Of course it's reasonable. And the second he thought it, I said to myself, at last, Zazagale, something to do. So I reached down, and faster than you can say Genesee County, I brought him up here for reassignment.
Well, I must say you've got yourself into a fine mess, Zagzagale. A very fine mess indeed.
Now, look, Gabe, I'm sure we can find him another congregation. Someplace interesting, maybe? San Francisco or Paris, maybe?
Silence!
Yes, sir.
I am not concerned about the rabbi. We can straighten out his situation. It's you I'm considering.
Me?
You forget that this is a pre-trial examination.
I'd like to, but you don't let me.
Nonetheless, it is. And your defense is weak, to say the least. Boredom is no excuse for an angel. Angels are not bored, Zagzagale.
They're not?
They are not. The only possible defense you have when you come to judgment
is the goodness of the rabbi?
Precisely.
Gabriel, for your own good, I advise you to drop the entire proceeding.
What's that? What's that you're saying?
If my case rests on the goodness of the rabbi, I've won it. Really, Gabe, as a friend of yours, I'd advise you to drop the whole matter like a hot potato. Now, you may have seniority. But
I'll worry about myself, Zagzagale. Just now, we'll concern ourselves with... I'm ready to take your testimony. And please...
Please what?
Please, no ethereal poetry. Just the facts, the plain, unvarnished facts.
Well, now, point one.
Yes?
Point one, the rabbi's congregation needs him.
The congregation needs him. And that's your defense for bringing him here for reassignment? Oh, that's completely illogical.
Now, Gabe, 1 point at a time. I'm trying to show that the rabbi is so good that any angel might have made the same mistake. The fact that the congregation needs him is a material argument.
Completely illogical, Zagzagale. But for the sake of peace, I'll go along with you. Now, what's the proof?
Lots of proof. May I use your special events receiver?
Oh, if necessary.
I'll just tune back to the minute I snatched him. That is, the minute I brought him up here. There it is. Now listen.
The rabbi. What's happened to the rabbi?
He's disappeared. He's completely disappeared.
Now, just a minute, everybody, please. As the president of the congregation, I ask for order. Now, did anyone see the rabbi leave?
Leave? He didn't leave. He evaporated.
Now, just 1 minute, please.
Well, I know.
Let me have a look at the pulpit. There's not a sign of him here, except his shoes. His shoes? The rabbi's shoes are there? Right where he was standing.
Well, what are we to do?
Do? There's nothing to do except go on with the service.
Well, Mr. President, don't you think we should call the police?
Maybe. After the services. I don't think the police are very effective in cases of evaporation of rabbis. Maybe the services themselves are more effective. I think we should pray for the return of the rabbi.
All right, then let's pray.
Before we start, there's something I want to say.
What's that?
I notice one of the rabbi's shoes has a hole in it. When he gets back, maybe we should consider a raise in his salary. Not very convincing, Zagzagale. Not convincing at all.
Well, that's just the way they are in Genesee County, Gabriel. Pretty cool-headed folks, that's what they are. But they sure need the rabbi.
They seem to be able to go right ahead with their services.
Doesn't that prove they need the rabbi? He's taught them that they can pray without him, but they're praying to have him back, aren't they?
They sing very nicely in Genesee County. Better than some folks I know up here, in fact.
Oh, please, Gabriel, no personal remarks.
Oh, but I don't think singing is admissible evidence. Now, if you look here at the code book...
Never mind. I take your word for it. You want further proof that they need the rabbi?
Anything you have to offer will be considered. That's as far as I can go.
Do you mind if I borrow your thought receiver?
Not at all. All facilities are available for your defense.
All right, then. Listen. Aha, there. We're tuned in to Mrs. Zinman.
At a time like this, he has to leave. Just when Marilyn finds a nice boy with the caterers ordered and everything. All the invitations out, too. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. If the rabbi doesn't come back, who's going to marry my Marilyn?
Here, Gabriel, here's the president.
2 bar mitzvahs scheduled for next week, 3 the week after. That rabbi is so undependable.
And here's the president of the sisterhood, a very practical woman.
Now, let's see. Who can we get to take the rabbi's place at our next Bible study class?
You see, they really need the rabbi.
Zagzagale, every congregation needs a rabbi to perform marriages and officiate at bar mitzvahs and conduct Bible classes. Oh, you're in bad shape, my boy. Very bad shape.
I didn't say I was through, did I?
You never do.
You know, this rabbi has interested several young men in Genesee County in studying for the rabbinate.
Interesting, but not too material.
He's built them a beautiful synagogue. Do you care to have a look?
Prayer isn't a matter of steel and stoves, Dr. Gale.
He's very active in community organizations.
So are many men.
And in the pulpit. Such wisdom, such eloquence.
I've warned you already. No poetry, please. Give me another fact.
A fact? All right, a fact. He's an understanding man. He understands children. Now, you take that time he had a boy who was a problem in the Hebrew school. The teacher didn't know what to do with him.
Rabbi, he's impossible.
No child is impossible, Miss Lerner. A child is a child.
You don't have him in class.
Yeah, that's true. But I expect to see him more often from now on. I've made him an offer.
You're appeasing him?
I've offered him a job.
What kind of a job?
As my special assistant. I think it'll give him a sense of importance.
Fine, Rabbi, fine. What's he supposed to do?
You know those back issues of study guides I have in my bookcase?
Of course I know them. There are hundreds of them.
I've asked him to file them for me. In order.
But, Rabbi, I spent hours filing those guides. They're in perfect order.
Don't you think I know that, Miss Lerner? Now hurry, get in there and mix them up.
Very nice, Dr. Gale. I must admit, very nice, but a little on the light side. Oh, you'll need something more substantial for your defense.
Well, now, perhaps that day he talked to the president of the congregation is what you're after. It was at a meeting of the men's study group. The rabbi had just finished his lecture on the sayings of the fathers, and there was quite a good attendance.
Rabbi, I want to congratulate you. That's one of the finest classes I ever attended.
I agree with the president, Rabbi. It was one of the best.
And one of the most unsuccessful.
Gentlemen, listen to this. After a brilliant lecture like that, the rabbi says he's unsuccessful. You see, it's what I've been telling you. He's not only learned, he's modest, too.
Rabbi, I don't understand. What do you mean unsuccessful?
You have to ask the president. He's the only one who can answer your question.
I can answer it, Rabbi? How?
You own a large business, don't you?
What's that got to do with what we're talking about, Rabbi?
I hear your employees want you to help them set up a pension fund.
Rabbi, we're talking about our study group. I'd be glad if you'd keep my business out of it.
I told you it was a very unsuccessful lecture.
Now, look here, Rabbi. What are you getting at?
All right, here. I'll show you. In the portion of the sayings of the fathers we've been studying, Simeon, the son of Rabban Gamaliel, said, "Not learning, but doing is the chief thing."
Did he also say I have to give my employees a pension fund?
No, he didn't say that. That is, not if you don't care if my lecture was unsuccessful.
And the employees got their pension funds, Dr. Gale?
They got it, Gabriel.
Oh. I shall make a note. Courage. But that's still not quite what I'm after.
The young couple he persuaded not to get divorced?
Noted. To try again.
His appeal to the mayor for better schools.
All very good, but not good enough. Now, look. I'm trying to do the best I can for you. Haven't you got something more dramatic? Something to capture the imagination of the court?
As a matter of fact, Gabe, I do. And when you hear this one, old fellow, if you're any kind of an archangel at all, you should promote me to the ranks of the senior seraphim. When the rabbi first came to Genesee County 20 years ago, things were pretty bad. The county was in the grips of the Depression. You know, the sort of thing we used to call a famine. Well, he'd hardly got settled in the little house the congregation had provided for him when one day a man came to his door. The man's clothes were shabby, but his face looked more threadbare than his overcoat.
Are you the new rabbi?
Yes, I'm the rabbi. Come in, won't you?
I won't take long.
Oh, that's all right. Please, here. Sit down. I'm afraid I don't know you. What's your name?
The name doesn't matter.
It doesn't? What can I do for you?
Rabbi, I've come to make my peace with God.
Your peace with God?
Oh, you're in trouble. Real trouble.
A crime? Have you committed some kind of crime?
No. No, I haven't, Rabbi.
Oh, you can talk to me in confidence. I can advise you. I don't have to reveal anything, not even on the witness stand. You know that, don't you?
Yes, I know it, Rabbi. But I haven't committed any crime. I haven't done anything dishonest.
Well, then I don't understand. What do you mean you want to make your peace with God?
Rabbi,
Oh, don't be afraid. Go ahead. Tell me.
Rabbi, I'm planning to take my life.
The rabbi looked at the man that he'd never seen before. And the man looked at the rabbi he had never seen before. And for a moment, there was a silence between them.
My friend, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Rabbi, why do you think I came here?
But you can't make peace with God for committing suicide.
Why not? Won't he understand?
Well, he understands everything, but to destroy a life, even your own, that's a violation of the very fundamentals of Jewish law.
I can't help it. There's no other way.
Maybe you'd better tell me why.
I'm beaten, Rabbi. Beaten and broke, that's why.
What do you mean, beaten and broke?
I have no job. I have nothing to eat. I have no home.
There are others in the same terrible condition.
You don't understand, Rabbi. You haven't been here long enough. I had a big business here in this town until it failed.
Well, that's no reason to take your life.
I've gone on as long as I can. I can't stand it anymore. I sleep on a mattress on the floor in a friend's house. I and my wife on the floor.
You and your wife?
I can't stand it. I can't stand seeing her suffer anymore.
You can't stand seeing her suffer. You're married and you can't stand seeing your wife suffer.
Not another day.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you and I'm sorry for your wife. But I'm sorrier for her. Why don't you love your wife?
Don't love her. I adore her.
How dare you say you love your wife? You hate her. You despise her.
Don't say that, Rabbi.
I'll say what's true. You're willing to expose your wife to further poverty. You're ready to let her bear what you can't take.
That's not so.
Now, I don't want to say this, but I have to. I've never put eyes on you before. But you're a coward. Nothing but a coward.
I should have known better than to come here.
If you were any kind of a man at all, you couldn't do this thing.
I've told you the story. What do you expect me to do?
What did you say?
I said, what do you expect me to do? What can I do?
Good. Good. That's what I wanted you to say. If you're ready to do something, everything will be all right.
It worked out all right, too. The rabbi saved that man's life. And as I keep telling Gabriel, although he doesn't seem to be listening, if he who saves one life is as one who has saved the whole universe, why should his guardian angel be punished for bringing him to heaven for reassignment?
Because it's not done that way, Zaxagale. It's just not done that way.
He wished for a quieter congregation, didn't he? I still think he deserves one.
Perhaps he does and perhaps he doesn't. Why didn't you quiet the congregation then?
Oh, Gabriel, you know better than that. I'm the rabbi's guardian angel, not the congregation's.
Oh, true. Yes, that's true.
Well, that's my defense.
Noted.
But there's just one other point I'd like to make.
I'm listening.
In that whole noisy congregation, in that whole gabbling group.
Yes?
The one who talks the most, the one who's always asking his neighbor about a golf date.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Is the man whose life the rabbi saved.
Oh.
Gabriel looks thoughtful. That last point, I'm pretty sure I scored with that one. I tell you, when an angel's right, he's right.
Rabbi.
Hadn't you better use the voice of authority? You know, the one you use with me?
Not with the rabbi, Zaxagale. Rabbi, do you hear me?
I hear you, Gabriel.
Oh, Rabbi, as you've probably gathered, there's been a slight mix-up here.
Oh, I don't mind, Gabriel. It's been a very enjoyable trip. Very unusual.
Yes. Your guardian angel, Zaxagale, is in some small difficulty over his error. But that needn't affect you.
Well, if there's anything I can do for Zaxagale...
Oh, you've done a great deal already. Now, there may be some merit in his notion of
reassigning you. Where would you like to go? Well, if you don't mind, Gabriel. Anything you say. Genesee County. But that's where you've come from. And it is rather a noisy congregation. Noisy or not noisy, foolish or brilliant, bad or good, Gabriel. It's my congregation. Genesee County, please, Gabriel.
I begin to understand Zaxagale's mistake, Rabbi.
Thank you, Gabriel.
We would appreciate your discretion in keeping this whole matter private, Rabbi.
Huh? Oh, you have my word, Gabriel.
Oh, that's more than enough for me, Rabbi. Well,
Ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel. Goodbye, then. And, yes...
what, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genesee County. And I'm sure you'll have a good trip back. Ready?
Quite ready, Gabriel.
Goodbye, then. And, yes...
What, Gabriel?
Keep up the good work in Genesee County. I couldn't do better myself.
I can see that Gabriel agrees with me that I have a pretty strong defense. But he is a stickler for the rules and regulations. All that I can try for now is a postponement of the trial. I'd like to get this thing put off for, 120 years. You see, that rabbi from Genesee County, he's a very effective witness, and by then, he's sure to be back.
If you would like a copy of today's script, please send your name and address with 10 cents to cover the cost of postage to the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 3080 Broadway, New York 27, New York. And now we take great pleasure in presenting General Melvin Krulowitz of the United States Marine Corps Reserve. General Krulowitz.
You all know that rabbis have their troubles and tribulations, and I'm sure it's true of all gentlemen of the cloth. From our script today, we can see that it sometimes is true even for angels. On this occasion, a time of year when we're all mindful of the celebration of Memorial Day, as a Marine, this is a fitting time to be reminded of the influence that spiritual leaders have had upon my life. I was brought up under the benign influence of the Jewish Theological Seminary and celebrated my bar mitzvah in that great American ecclesiastical institution. When I read the Bible portion on that fateful day of my confirmation, I had to run the gauntlet of the greatest minds in Judaism, all sitting in the pulpit and each one giving me the sergeant major look. There was Solomon Schechter, its president,
who was called to the seminary from Cambridge University to become the great American leader of conservative Judaism, Louis Ginsburg, the world's greatest scholar in Talmud, Alexander Marx, under whose inspired leadership the library of the seminary grew to be the world-renowned repository of Semitic literatures, and their distinguished colleagues, all scholars of the highest standing. I was no angel, but to read my stint before them almost made me feel qualified. Now, after participation in 4 wars, I must say that the warming influence of the seminary's rabbis and chaplains in our military service has been a source of comfort to me and to thousands of servicemen of all religions throughout long years of service. I spent some time in the Hawaiian Islands and visited Lahaina, where the mountains meet the sea. There's a school located in that village which was established over 100 years ago by the visiting missionaries. That little country school, nestling in the mountains, has a most significant motto, which in English may be translated as, "The strongest winds from the mountains cannot extinguish the torch of our learning." So it can be said of the great centers of religious, cultural, and spiritual values in our glorious land. No ill wind of adversity from any quarter can ever extinguish their effectiveness in giving real purpose and inner security to our lives. Thank you, General Krulowitz. Our Eternal Light drama today, The Guardian of Genesee County, was written by Mark Siegel. Cantor David Putterman sang the liturgical introduction. Featured in the cast were Mandel Kramer, Mercer McLeod, Betty Kane, David Gothard, Raleigh Bester, Roger DeKoven, Norman Rose. This is Mel Brent. The Eternal Light is directed by Daniel Sutter. This weekly program is presented under the auspices of the Jewish Theological Seminary of America. This is the NBC Radio Network.
Don't rub-a-dub-dub on your wash day tub. Use no rinse Tide and you won't have to scrub.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the wash day miracle that gives you the cleanest clothes in town, proudly presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, Dave Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and Dick Ryan will be me, Rod O'Connor. Skelton scrapbook of satire, a story entitled The Guardian Angel's Revolt. And it stars as Junior, the mean little kid, MGM's clown, Red Skelton.
Junior, dear. What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm just sawing the legs off the piano.
What did you say you were doing?
I'm sawing the legs off of the piano.
Oh.
Goodness, these constant interruptions I get.
Oh, I'm sorry I disturbed you, dear.
You should be. You scared me, too. Stand back, Mummy. Stand back. Timber! The jackpot.
Good heavens! What have you done to the piano?
I don't know. I think it's out of tune.
Junior, how could you? Oh, I've had enough. You come here to me.
No. Now, I've had 3 spankings already today. One more and I'll be due for a retread.
When I get through with you, there won't be anything left to retread. Oh, there goes the phone.
Good.
It's probably your father asking to bring a friend home for dinner.
Saved by the phone bell. You know, it's strange how often I get a reprieve from a whipping like that. A lot of times, just when Mummy is about ready to lower my jeans on me, something interrupts her just in the nick of time. For instance, now you take yesterday. Yoo-hoo, Mummy!
Junior, how on earth did you get all that mud on your clothes? And your shirt torn? And a black eye?
Well, you know that new little girl with those long curls that moved across the street?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I walked up to her and I says, "Hello, honeysuckle baby doll."
And she did all that to you?
She turned out to be a widow boy. I was never so embarrassed in all my life. And all these weeks I've been buying her chocolate sodas.
You march right into the bathroom and get washed up.
Okay.
I'll get you a clean shirt.
Long sleeves or short sleeves?
What difference does it make?
Well, I gotta know how high to wash. There's no sense in wasting water, you know.
Oh, Junior, I've had enough of your sauciness. Hand me that hairbrush and get over my lap. Wait a minute. Do I smell something burning?
We keep this up, something's bound to come our way.
That burning is coming from the kitchen.
Yes.
It's a pie in the oven.
One, two,
oh,
one.
dear, my beautiful pie!
Oh, good. Gee, another narrow escape. Boy, I don't know how I got saved from that whipping. I guess it's just me lucky stars.
Not your lucky stars, Junior. Thank me.
Where'd you come from? How come you dressed in a white robe? Did you just step out of a shower or something? Look, if you's a bill collector, there's nothing left to shed off.
I'm not a bill collector. I'm your guardian angel.
Me guardian angel?
Uh-huh.
I don't believe it. Where's your wings?
Well, guardian angels don't have wings anymore, Junior.
Oh, jet propelled, huh? How long have you been here, guardian angel?
All the time.
Oh?
I'm on a 24-hour shift. You take up all of my time.
Really?
I was assigned to you on your birthday.
No kidding.
The first day on Earth.
Where?
I guess they figured I was expendable.
Yeah. You mean I was a mean little kid the day I was born?
Yes. You didn't waste any time in showing off your explosive talents either. The stork that delivered you wound up with 2 black eyes.
I gave them to him?
No, your mother did.
Well, I can imagine that, because right now she's out looking for a loophole in my birth certificate. You're a guardian angel, huh?
Mm-hmm.
As I understand it, you're the reason that I've had all these narrow escapes from whippings?
That's right, Junior. And it's getting harder all the time to save you from those spankings you've got coming to you. Yes.
Well, what do you want, a raise? Tell me, guardian angel, about yesterday afternoon. Did you by any chance have anything to do with me not getting a whipping when I took Pop's electric razor and gave the cat a cool haircut?
I'm responsible.
Yeah?
Just as your mother was breathing down your neck, I reminded her that it was time to rinse out a few things with Tide.
Oh, boy, I gotta hand it to you, G.A. Yes, sir, boy, you saved me from a lot of spankings. But, how come I still get one now and then?
Well, I've got to get some enjoyment out of life.
Yeah.
But I'm being overworked, Junior. This job of looking out for you is getting so strenuous that, well, my nerves are shot. I'm terribly run down.
Oh, you feel like the devil, huh?
I should say not. I'm warning you, Junior. Either you cooperate and give me a chance to rest, or I'll go on strike.
You couldn't do that.
It's nothing to joke about.
No?
Guardian angels all over the world are getting fed up with their clients' behavior.
Oh?
Just one word from me, and they'll walk out, too. People don't believe how important we are to them. And it's about time they found out.
Well, please, don't walk out on me, Guardian Angel, boy. I realize what good work you is doing. I promise to be a good little kid, and you can relax for a little. Cross me heart and hope to miss Hopalong Cassidy tonight.
All right, Junior. Yeah. I'll give you one more chance.
Now, just to show you that I intend to mend my ways, I'm going to get rid of all my temptations. First, I throw away my slingshot. Oh, I just noted it's loaded. I better fire this last one out the window.
No, Junior, the window's closed.
It's open now. Oh, boy. Anytime, it's all right. Her guardian angel left her. Anybody care to go out for a smoke for a minute? Just pick up anything and read it. We don't mind.
Junior, what did you break now? Oh, not the bay window.
No, I still had it with me.
Oh, now you're really going to get it, young man. Oh, somebody's at the front door.
Oh, you're really on the ball, G.A. You're really on the ball.
Junior, I give up. Attention, all guardian angels, this is it. Drop whatever you're doing. We walk out as of now. I'll see you around, Junior.
No, come back. Come back.
Junior, that's strange. I thought I heard the doorbell, but I guess I was mistaken. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Assume the position, Junior.
Now, Mummy, me guardian angel has just given me the brush.
And I'm about to do the same thing.
Yeah.
First, let me put a David Rose record on the phonograph. I can spank you much better with background music.
Well, if you insist, play Dave's arrangement of June is busting out all over and beat me, Mummy, 8 to the hairbrush.
Tide's in, dirt's out. I have the cleanest wash in town, from work clothes right to undies. It sparkles so you simply know it's Tide I use on Mondays. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, everybody's singing the praises of Tide. For Tide gives you the cleanest wash in town. The reason? Tide really does work miracles. Because Tide not only gets the ordinary dirt out of your clothes, but also removes dulling soap film. Why, we've tested Tide against all kinds of soap. And every time we prove the same thing. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. But millions of you women prove that for yourselves, washing and rinsing your own clothes. You see those amazing Tide results in the cleaner clothes your children wear, the cleaner sheets and pillowcases on your beds. You find how gentle Tide is to your hands, too. Next wash day, wash your clothes in Tide, and you'll get the cleanest wash in town.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E, Tide.
T-I-D-E, Tide. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Attention, all guardian angels. You are to rest until the people realize that we are needed. That is all.
Good. The rest is going to do me good.
Who are you?
I'm Red Skelton's guardian angel.
Who's he?
He's the guy that's going to fire you if you don't read what's there. I've been looking after Skelton's interests, and it wears me out. Every Sunday he tells jokes, and then I have to run around and tickle 40 million people. Tonight we may go around and gather eggs.
Well,
Say, who are you?
I'm Rod O'Connor's guardian angel.
Oh, bully for you. I wondered why you were such a pudgy little rascal.
Do you know how I got so fat?
Yeah, you eat like a pig.
No. It was my job to see that O'Connor never overate.
Oh?
So at dinner, I had to eat his second and third helpings.
Oh, good.
Then in between meals, I'd have to steer him away from those hamburger stands, and when he'd drink a malted milk,
Please.
It was my duty to pinch the straw.
Please.
And I'd have to eat the whipped cream off all the ice cream sundaes.
Let's not get sickening about that. Say, you were that close to him?
Mm-hmm.
Why, if his girdle ever broke, you could have been trapped in a landslide. Oh, we had 3 landslides there.
Well, that happened once.
Yeah?
That's how I got this dent in my halo.
Yeah. I'll take yours and you take mine. I like what you got penciled in better.
Say, look at that poor fellow they're bringing in on the stretcher.
Oh?
Is that Cauliflower McPug's guardian angel?
No, that's Joe Stylene's. He's knocked himself out, beating his head against the iron curtain.
Hey, who's the one wearing the sombrero?
Oh, he just got back from Mexico. He's O'Dwyer's guarding angel. Look at the one running around with his hands up in the air with that Tammany Hall sweatshirt on. That Frank Costello's boy.
Don't talk so loud. Milton Berle's guardian angel is taking down everything we say.
Yes, even the clouds have ears.
Oh, look. Here comes Willie Lump Lump's guardian angel.
Howdy, fellas.
Well, what are you so sad about?
Oh, I feel bad about leaving Willie all alone, unprotected. I wonder what he's doing down there without me.
All right, now. What are you doing down there in that gutter?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I beg your pardon, officer. I thought you was the street cleaner. He usually tucks me in at this hour, you know.
Don't you know that you can't sleep in the gutter?
No, not with all these interruptions, no. No sooner do I doze off than a big wagon goes by and sprinkles water all over me. Then another one comes by and brushes me off. Do you know that I am sopping wet right now? The way I'm talking, you better back up or you will be too. I'm so wet right now, I'm liable to catch my death of sober.
All right. Now, what's your name?
My name is Willie Lump Lump. The ump is silent, of course. I come from a long line of Lump Lumps, the old mashed potato family we were called. I was a lump lump here, a lump lump there, here, lump there, lump everywhere, a lump lump. Well, let's not overdo it.
Look here, Limp Limp.
The name is Lump Lump. I got it written right here on my subpoena here.
Tell me, if you want to sleep, why don't you go home?
I am afraid to go home. Ever since my guardian angel deserted me, I don't dare to go home now because I love life and I like to live. Old lump lumps never die. We just pass out.
Well, tell me, do you feel badly about your guardian angel leaving your flat like that?
Yeah, me and my guardian angel used to have a lot of fun together. Since he left, my life has just not been the same. At 9:45 this morning, he walked out on me, and at 9:46, my mother-in-law walked in on me.
Well, is that bad?
Well, let's put it this way. I'd rather have a cyanide pill. Then at 9:47, my darling bloodthirsty wife happened to smell Hadacol on my breath, and she laughed.
My, that is too bad.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, of course. Pardon me, I believe I'm catching cold.
Look, Lump Lump.
The name's Limp Limp. Oh.
All right, now, get up out of there before I drag you.
Take your hands off of my coat. Now, I am a respectable citizen. I am a tax-paying citizen. I'm a half-naked citizen.
I'm warning you, Willie. In just a minute, I'm going to run you in.
I am in no condition to run. You'll have to crawl me in. Okay, I'll go home. But look, if you happen to see a guardian angel run around looks like me, will you tell him I'm looking for him?
Yes, I'll tell him.
I am catching cold.
Well, come on, Skelton. Let's cross the street.
Now, I'm scared to death across the street. I don't think it's wise without our guardian angels around to protect us from those bumper-happy motorists.
Fred, look at that guy getting ready to jump on the window ledge there of that building. Why, it's Clem Cadiddlehop.
Yep, here I am. Well, here I go.
Clem, what are you doing out on that window ledge?
Well, stand back. I'm going to end it all. That's all of me, that is. I've decided I'd hang myself this morning, but I figured people wouldn't want me hanging around, so... Now, I was going to jump in the river. I tested. It was too cold. I'd probably get pneumonia, so You don't happen to have a pillow handy I could land on, would you?
Clem, are you nuts?
Yep.
That window's only a foot from the sidewalk.
I know. I can't stand high places. I get a little spinny when I see a double-decker sandwich. Wait, I think something's coming on that one.
You can't stand high places, huh?
Nope.
Why? Do they make you dizzy?
No, I think Mother Nature can take a bow for that one. Well, I'm going to jump. Farewell, cruel world.
Why are you holding your nose?
Because this is a stinking thing to do. Well, here goes. Oh, I'm glad it's over. Am I dead, boy?
Yeah, from the neck up.
Yeah.
Clem, you know something?
What?
You're the stupidest person I've ever seen.
You ought to see my grandfather. He was way over like this. Chicken inspector. Boy, I'm hot tonight. Dead but hot.
Yeah.
You sure I ain't dead?
Well, no, you're alive.
How can you tell?
Well, I'll admit it's not easy.
Yeah.
Tell me, why did you want to end it all?
Well, since my guardian angel bid me adieu. Adieu, that's Latin, you see.
Yeah.
I am up on all these languages. I can speak every language but Greek. Now, you asked me to speak some language.
Well, say something in Spanish.
That's Greek to me. My lover girl, Daisy June, proposed to me. In a moment of weakness, I said yes. And now my life as a carefree moron has come to the adieu.
But I thought
Latin, you know.
Oh, Latin. Well, I thought you wanted to marry Daisy June.
Oh, someday, yes. We both want to get married. She could find the right guy, and I could find the right girl. Yeah, I don't like to rush into it. After all, we've only been going together for 10 years now. I don't like these whirlwind courtships, you know.
Well, you and Daisy June should be very happy together.
Well, I'm not so sure. You see, I never believed in a mixed marriage.
Well, would it be a mixed marriage?
Well, certainly. She's a girl, I'm a boy, ain't it? At least I think she's a girl. With that mustache of hers is awful misleading, you know. You, sure I'm not dead?
No, Clem, you're not dead.
No.
But you do look ill. You're a little green around the gills.
Oh, yeah, I was shopping for the wedding ring this morning, and I've already eaten 25 boxes of prize candy and still no luck. I wonder if Daisy June would settle for a tin whistle on her finger. I got a mess of tin whistles. Speaking of whistles, which reminds me, I got to blow. Boy, if I ain't dead, there's something around here, is. Well, if you see my garden angel, tell him I wish he was around, will you?
Okay. You know, everyone is really lost without their guardian angel.
Yeah.
If they don't come back, we'll all be hearing bells and birds.
You said it because Dave Rose and his orchestra is going to play Bells and Birds.
I certainly hate to wash dishes. That greasy water. Ooh.
Then you're gonna really love Tide, because there's no greasy water when you use Tide in your dishpan. You see, Tide cuts grease like magic, then seems to make the grease disappear completely. The water stays so clean and fresh, it's a treat to your hands. And Tide's kind to your hands, too.
Yes, but what about all the time dishwashing takes? I hate that part, too.
Then you're gonna love Tide for the time it saves you. You see, Tide lets you wash dishes without wiping. Rinse them, let them drain dry, and, lady, they're clean. Actually cleaner than any soap will get them. They dry sparkling, with no soap film to cloud or streak them.
You know, I believe I could love Tide.
Yes, and you will, lady. So try Tide soon. Find out how Tide makes dishwashing easier, quicker, and pleasanter. Remember, if you hate to wash dishes, then you're gonna love Tide.
Was that a sound effect or part of the music? Say, I like that number that Dave Rose played, that Birds and Bells. Come on, let's go to the music store and see if we can buy a recording of it. Maybe you could buy some records of that Tide commercial, too.
I wonder if they have it by Margaret. You know, Skelton, we got to figure a way to get the guardian angels back again.
Yeah, you know, I just remembered something in the Bible. It said, a little child shall lead them. Maybe we could get Junior to persuade the guardian angels to return to their jobs.
Well, it's worth a try. Let's go over to Junior's house. So you see, Lorraine, I thought maybe if Junior could persuade his guardian angel to come back, then all the angels would return.
Well, you're a little late. Junior's already trying to get them to come back. He's in his room saying his prayers. Shh. I'll open the door so we can listen.
I realize he's pretty busy these days, with all the communists and the fellow travelers running loose, spreading evil everywhere. But I'd like to take a minute of your time to ask a special favor of you. I is just one of the millions of widow kids who has to grow up in this troubled world. Some folks say there's no hope for us widow kids, but I guess they has forgotten about you. You is the only hope that's left in the world. Right now, nations are trying to settle all their difference with hot and cold running wars. But we who have faith know that you, and you alone, can make it right again. So that's why I'm turning to you. All us widow kids are turning to you. We all need your divine guidance so much. We must be told how to combat the Iron Curtain that will try to block our freedom and our love of fellow man. Don't let hatred come in our hearts. You alone can bring peace to all of us. So please, God, send back our guardian angels to watch over us and tell us the right direction to go. I hope, as a widow boy, I'm not asking too much. Amen. Oh, by the way, if you got time to forgive me for stealing that pie today, I'll appreciate that, too. Hey, that's funny. No guardian angel. I don't guess my message got through.
My, you're impatient, Junior. I came as fast as I could.
My guardian angel, you is back. Oh, boy, am I glad to see you.
Yes, Junior. We all came back. We returned because we decided that although the world is a pretty sorry mess, there are still enough decent people left in it to make it worth saving.
Us kids think that, too.
That's good. Now, how about crawling back into your bed and getting some sleep?
Okay. You know, I was just talking to you, boy.
Were you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good boy. Here, let me tuck you in. There you are.
Thank you, my guardian angel. Gee, I'm so happy you're back. And I bet all the widow kids are. And thank you, too, God.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle, Tide.
And this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that Tide gets clothes cleaner than any other washing product sold throughout America. That's why...
You get the cleanest wash in town with T-I-D-E Tide. T-I-D-E Tide.
Next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton has heard of his program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood.
Family Theater presents Loretta Young. From Hollywood, the Mutual Network, in cooperation with Family Theater, presents Miss Loretta Young in Charles Tazwell's story of a small boy who became the littlest angel.
Once upon a time, many, many years ago, as time is calculated by men, but which was merely yesterday in the celestial calendar of heaven, there was in paradise a most miserable, thoroughly unhappy, and utterly dejected cherub, who was known throughout heaven as the littlest angel. He was exactly 4 years, 6 months, 5 days, 7 hours, and 42 minutes of age, when he presented his small self to the venerable gatekeeper and waited for admittance to the glorious kingdom of God. Standing defiantly with his short brown legs wide apart, the littlest angel tried to pretend that he wasn't at all impressed by such unearthly splendor, and that he wasn't at all afraid. But his lower lip trembled, and a tear disgraced him by making a new furrow down his already tear-streaked face, coming to a precipitous halt at the very tip end of his small, freckled nose. But that wasn't all. While the kindly gatekeeper was entering the name in his great book, the littlest angel, having left home as usual without a handkerchief, endeavored to hide the telltale evidence by sniffling. Oh, a most unangelic sound, which so unnerved the good gatekeeper that he did something he had never done before in all eternity. He blotted the page. From that moment on, the heavenly peace was never quite the same, and the littlest angel soon became the despair of all the heavenly host. His shrill, ear-splitting whistle sounded at all hours through the golden streets, which startled the patriarch prophets and disturbed their meditations. Yes, and on top of that, he inevitably sang off-key at the singing practice of the heavenly choir, spoiling its ethereal effect. And being so small that it seemed to take him twice as long as anyone else to get to nightly prayers, the littlest angel always arrived late and always knocked everyone's wings askew as he darted into his place. Although these flaws in behavior might have been overlooked, the general appearance of the littlest angel was even more disreputable than his deportment. It was first whispered among the seraphim and cherubim, and then said aloud among the angels and the archangels that he didn't even look like an angel. And they were all quite correct. He didn't. His halo was permanently tarnished where he held on to it with one hot little chubby hand when he ran, and he was always running. Furthermore, even when he stood very still, it never behaved like a halo should. It was always slipping down over his right eye, or over his left eye, or else just for pure meanness, slipping off the back of his head and rolling away down some golden street, just so he'd have to chase after it. Yes. And it must be here recorded that his wings were neither useful nor ornamental. All paradise held its breath when the littlest angel perched himself like an unhappy fledgling sparrow on the very edge of a gilded cloud and prepared to take off. He would teeter this way and that way, but after much coaxing and a few false starts, he would shut both of his eyes, hold his freckled nose, count up to 303, and then hurl himself slowly into space. However, owing to the regrettable fact that he always forgot to move his wings, the littlest angel always fell head over halo.
Oh, dear.
It was also reported, and never denied, that whenever he was nervous, which was most of the time, he bit his wingtips. Now, anyone can easily understand why the littlest angel would, soon or late, have to be disciplined. And so, on an eternal day of an eternal month in the year eternal, he was directed to present his small self before an angel of the peace. The littlest angel combed his hair, dusted his wings, and scrambled into an almost clean robe. And then, with a heavy heart, he trudged his way to the place of judgment. He tried to postpone the dreaded ordeal by loitering along the street of the guardian angels, pausing a few timeless moments to minutely examine the long list of new arrivals, although all heaven knew that he couldn't read a word. And he idled more than several immortal moments to carefully examine a display of aureate harps, although everyone in the celestial city knew that he couldn't tell a crotchet from a semiquaver. But at last, and at length, he slowly approached a doorway which was surmounted by a pair of golden scales, signifying that heavenly justice was dispensed within. To the littlest angel's great surprise, he heard a voice singing. The littlest angel removed his halo and breathed upon it heavily, and then polished it upon his robe, a procedure which added nothing to that garment's already untidy appearance, and then tiptoed in. The singer, who was known as the understanding angel, looked down at the small culprit, and the littlest angel instinctively tried to make himself invisible by the ingenious process of withdrawing his head into the collar of his robe, very much like a snapping turtle. At that, the singer laughed, a kind, heartwarming sound. And he said, "Oh, so you're the one who's been making heaven so unheavenly. Come here, cherub, and tell me all about it." The littlest angel ventured a furtive look beneath his robe. First one eye, and then the other eye. And suddenly, almost before he knew it, he was perched on the lap of the understanding angel and was explaining how very difficult it was for a boy who suddenly finds himself transformed into an angel. Yes, and no matter what the archangel said, he'd only swung once on that. Twice. Oh, all right, then. He'd swung 3 times on the golden gates. But that was just for something to do. That was the whole trouble. There wasn't anything for a small angel to do, and he was very homesick. Oh, not that paradise wasn't beautiful, but, earth was beautiful, too. Wasn't it created by God himself? Why, there were trees to climb, and brooks to fish, and caves to play at pirate chief, a swimming hole, and sun, and rain, and dark, and dawn, and thick brown dust, so soft and warm beneath your feet. The understanding angel smiled, and in his eyes was a long-forgotten memory of another small boy in a long ago. Then he asked the littlest angel what would make him most happy in paradise. The cherub thought for a moment and then whispered in his ear, "There's a box. I left it under my bed back home. If only I could have that." The understanding angel nodded his head. "You shall have it," he promised. And a fleet-winged heavenly messenger was instantly dispatched to bring the box to paradise. And then in all those timeless days that followed, everyone wondered at the great change in the littlest angel. For among all the cherubs in God's kingdom, he was the most happy. His conduct was above the slightest reproach. His appearance was all that the most fastidious could wish for. And on excursions to Illusion Fields, it could be said, and truly said, that he flew like an angel. Then it came to pass that Jesus, the Son of God, was to be born of Mary of Bethlehem of Judea. And as the glorious tidings spread through paradise, all the angels rejoiced, and their voices were lifted to herald the miracle of miracles, the coming of the Christ child. The angels and archangels, the seraphim and cherubim, the gatekeeper, the wingmaker, and yes, even the halo smith, they all put aside their usual tasks to prepare their gifts for the blessed infant. All but the littlest angel. Now, he sat himself down on the topmost step of the golden stairs and anxiously waited for inspiration. What could he give that would be most acceptable to the Son of God? At one time, he dreamed of composing a lyric hymn of adoration. But the littlest angel was woefully wanting in musical talent. And then he grew tremendously excited over writing a prayer that would live forever in the hearts of men, because it would be the first prayer ever to be heard by the Christ child.
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Amen.
But the littlest angel was lamentably lacking in literate skill. What could a small angel give that would please the holy infant? The time of the miracle was very close at hand when the littlest angel at last decided on his gift. And then on that day of days, he proudly brought it from its hiding place behind a cloud, and humbly, with downcast eyes, placed it before the throne of God. It was only a small, rough, unsightly box, but inside were all those wonderful things that even a child of God would treasure. A small, rough, unsightly box, lying among all those glorious gifts from all the angels of paradise, gifts of such rare and radiant splendor and breathless beauty that heaven and all the universe were lighted by the mere reflection of their glory. And when the littlest angel saw this, he suddenly knew that his gift to God's child was irreverent, and he devoutly wished he might reclaim his shabby gift. It was ugly. Oh, it was worthless. Oh, if only he could hide it away from the sight of God before it was even noticed. But it was too late. The hand of God moved slowly over all that array of shining gifts, then paused, then dropped, then came to rest on the lowly gift of the littlest angel. The littlest angel trembled as he saw what the box was opened, and there before the eyes of God and all of his heavenly host was what he offered to the Christ child. And what was his gift to the blessed infant? Well, there was a butterfly with golden wings captured one bright summer day on the high hills over Jerusalem, and a sky blue egg from a bird's nest in the olive tree that stood to shade his mother's kitchen door. And there were 2 white stones found on a muddy riverbank when he and his friends had played like small brown beavers. And at the bottom of the box, a limp, tooth-marked leather strap, once worn as a collar by his mongrel dog, who had died as he had lived, in absolute love and infinite devotion. Oh, the littlest angel wept hot, bitter tears. For now he knew that instead of honoring the Son of God, he had been most blasphemous. Why had he ever thought the box was so wonderful? Why had he dreamed that such utterly useless things would be loved by the blessed infant? In frantic terror, he turned to run and hide from the divine wrath of the Heavenly Father. But he stumbled and fell, and with a horrified wail and a clatter of halo, rolled in a ball of consummate misery at the very foot of the heavenly throne. There was an ominous and dreadful silence in the celestial city. A silence complete and undisturbed save for the heartbroken sobbing of the littlest angel. And then suddenly, the voice of God, like divine music, rose and swelled through paradise. The voice of God saying, of all the gifts of all the angels, I find that this small box pleases me the most. Its contents are of the earth and of men, and my son is born to be king of both. These are the things my son too will know and love and cherish, and then regretful will leave behind him when his task is done. I accept this gift in the name of the child Jesus, born of Mary this night in Bethlehem. There was a breathless pause. And then the rough, unsightly box of the littlest angel began to glow with a bright, unearthly light. Then the light became a lustrous flame, and the flame became a radiant brilliance that blinded the eyes of all the angels. None but the littlest angel saw it rise from its place before the throne of God. And he, and only he, watched it arch the firmament, to stand and shed its clear, white, beckoning light over a stable where a child was born. There it shone on that night of miracles, and its light was reflected down the centuries deep in the heart of all mankind. Yet earthly eyes, blinded too by its splendor, could never know that the lowly gift of the littlest angel was what all men would call forever the shining star of Bethlehem.
the cheer from everywhere, filling the air. Oh, how they pound, raising the sound. Oh, hell it is, telling the tale. Gay the ring, while people sing songs of the cheer. Christmas is here. Ding, merry, 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 ding, dong. Ding, merry, 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 ding, dong. Ding, dong, they send one without end. They travel home, they rendered home. Dong, they send one without end. Their joyful home to every home. Ding, dong, ding, dong. What child is this who lay to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping, whom angels greet with anthems sweet, while shepherds watch are keeping. This is Christ the King, whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him, Lord, the babe, the Son of Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy wide, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all ye nations rise, join the triumph of the skies. With angelic hosts proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King.
This is Loretta Young again. It's been more than a pleasure to bring you the story of the Littlest Angel as a Christmas gift to all of our Family Theater listeners. It's our humble way of wishing everyone a most happy and blessed Christmas. And now, may we remind you, as we do each week, that the family that prays together stays together.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of.
From Hollywood, Family Theater has presented Miss Loretta Young, who has told you the story of The Littlest Angel by Charles Tazewell. Music and choral numbers were composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman, and the production was directed for Family Theater by Jaime Del Valle. Jeffrey Silver was heard as the Littlest Angel, and Ken Christie as the Understanding Angel. This series of Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this type of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the hundreds of stars of stage, screen, and radio who have so unselfishly given of their time and talent to appear on our Family Theater stage. To them and to you, our humble thanks. This is Gene Baker inviting you to join us next week when your Family Theater will present Pat O'Brien in Count Leo Tolstoy's unforgettable The Cobbler's Window. Join us, won't you? Family Theater is heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and is broadcast to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. God works in mysterious ways, we are told. His wonders to perform. And certainly the strange story I bring you now testifies to that. It is a story of horror indescribable, and yet of love unbounded, of nameless terror, and yet of sweet and gentle fulfillment. It is the story of what befell Kenneth Robinson, Professor Kenneth Robinson, I should say, when he delved too deeply and, yes, too arrogantly into cosmic mysteries which are perhaps best left alone.
But you don't understand, Mildred. You don't understand.
Ken, darling, what is there to understand? This isn't the first time you've made your spirit, your astral body leave you and go wandering.
Mildred.
But, darling, even when I saw you lying there on the couch seemingly dead, I wasn't afraid. Not the way I was the first time. I knew you'd done it again. Made your astral body...
But I didn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Mildred, heaven help me. This time my astral body left of its own accord. I've lost control over my own spirit, Mildred. Completely lost control.
Our mystery drama, Where Angels Fear to Tread, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Birth, death, the life we live in between. At this very moment, scientists all over our globe are seeking the answers to these mysteries, or the one great mystery it may be. Some there are who say, don't do it. If God in his infinite wisdom had meant us to know the answers, he'd have revealed them. Others are of a different mind. They say the mysteries were put there to be unraveled, the answers found. One who believed this is Kenneth Robinson, professor of parapsychology at Mallory College in New England. One night, not long ago, about 1 o'clock in the morning, in the living room of the Robinson House.
Ken, dear, wouldn't you know, fallen asleep on the couch again? Oh, Ken, honey, come on, wake up and come to bed. You can't sleep here on the couch all night. Ken? Oh, no. No, he's not. He can't be. Not dead.
No, Mildred. No, I'm not dead.
No pulse, no heartbeat.
Millie, can't you hear me? I'm not dead. I can see myself on the couch.
Ken, darling.
See you kneeling beside me crying. But, sweetheart, I'm not dead.
I must call Dr. Dutton. Yes, call Junius. Oh.
Millie, no, don't call Dutton. I'll be all right again in a second or so. Just as soon as my spirit returns to my body.
What?
Oh. Where?
Oh, you're alive. Oh, darling, you're alive.
Millie, what's the matter with you? Of course I'm alive. I knocked myself out studying, stretched out on the couch, and fell asleep, that's all.
Oh.
Or I think that's all.
Oh, no, darling, it isn't all. By no means all. Ken, I think you've done it.
Done it?
I thought you were just asleep. But your body felt cold. I couldn't get a pulse.
Wait, it's coming back now.
What, darling? What?
Okay, give me a minute. Yes, I could see you kneeling beside me on the couch. Hear you crying, and I talked to you. I said, don't call Dutton. I'm not dead.
Oh, Ken. Wait, it's the breakthrough you've been after for years.
Maybe. Yes, maybe. Let me try to remember more of what happened. When I stretched out to rest, I started doing the Kapalabhati.
Oh, the recharging breath.
Yes, to restore my energy. I wanted to study at least for another hour or two. But then, yes, that's when it happened. I can't describe it. There seemed to be a gathering together of some vital force inside me, gathering itself together as if to make a supreme effort of some sort. Millie, it was my Atman, my spirit preparing to leave my body.
Oh, Ken.
And it did. It gathered itself together in my head, and then it was like a bubble outside my head, but attached to it, like a bubble on a bubble pipe, you know?
Oh, yes,
And then suddenly, the bubble broke loose, and Millie, there I was, standing beside my own body and looking down as it lay stretched out on the couch.
Oh, Ken, it's incredible.
No, not really.
Now, you've more than proved Dr. Dutton's faith in you when he gave you the chair in parapsychology. Oh, what is it? Why the sudden frown?
I can't remember where I went or what I did.
Oh, what do you mean, dear?
My astral body, I have no recollection of where it went. What it did while it was free.
Well, did it go somewhere?
I'm not sure. I have the feeling it did, but no recollection. I almost know I went somewhere, did something, but it's all a blank.
Oh, Ken, you look worried.
No, not worried. Curious, that's all. Curious.
I'll answer, Ken. Yes?
Mrs. Robinson?
Yes?
My name's Peters, Ed Peters. Folks around Mallory call me Bub.
Oh, yes, I've heard of you. You own the cider mill, I think.
Yes, ma'am. Your husband home?
Yes.
I wonder I could see him for a minute?
Well, I suppose. Yes. Well, come in.
Oh, thank you.
This way. Oh, Ken, dear, this is Mr. Peters. Bub Peters owns the cider mill.
Oh, yes, we've met before. I hope you're still keeping our students out of your place, Mr. Peters.
Oh, yes. You only had to tell me once that you wanted it off limits, and off limits it became. For the students, anyway.
What can I do for you, Mr. Peters?
I'll see you along for a minute.
Oh, well...
No, Millie. I'm sure anything you have to say can be said in front of my wife, Mr. Peters.
Well, it's okay with you.
Why shouldn't it be?
It's about last night.
What about last night?
Now, look now, Professor, I don't want to make it in trouble. You weren't all that drunk you're pulling a blank about what happened in my place?
Your place? The cider mill?
Yes, ma'am.
What, are you saying that I was in the cider mill last night?
Are you saying you weren't?
Well, of course I wasn't. I was right here at home. My wife will tell you that.
Well, I got witnesses, Professor. Now, look, I don't want any trouble. All I want is for you to pay for the damage you've done, that's all.
Damage?
You wrecked the joint, Professor. You know that. Busted chairs, smashed the mirror over the bar, and... Well, here's a list. If you just pay it, we'll say no more about it.
What? $600? I was in the cider mill last night drunk, me, and I wrecked...
Unless you got a twin brother.
No, I don't even have a brother.
Well, like I said, now, no trouble. It wouldn't be good for me, and it sure wouldn't be good for you, so... send me a check, huh? I can see my way out.
No, wait, before you go...
Yeah?
Tell me exactly what happened, exactly what I did, or what you say I did.
Oh, you did, all right. I got witnesses. You come in smashed.
What time?
Oh, around 1 in the morning.
Go on.
Well, like I said, you come in juiced real high, and you started hitting the booze like it's going out of style, one drink after another. Then, you started getting a little too free and easy with the girls at your table.
The girls at his table?
Hostesses. 3 of them. One wasn't enough, he said. He starts to get a little, you might say, too handy with them, and I told him to cool it. In a nice way, I told him, believe me, but, well, that's when he throws a punch, and, well, that began it. You know, Professor, even though I saw it myself and I got witnesses, looking at you now, even I find it hard to believe. Well, I'll be expecting your check.
Well, I guess now we know where your astral body went.
Worse. We know what it did. Yes, Junius, there's the list Peters handed me, the list of damages.
Mm-hmm. And you say he has witnesses?
Yes.
Well, you'd better pay this bill and avoid any further publicity. For yourself and Mallory College. And you'd better stop your experiments in astral projection.
You don't really mean that, Junius.
I do. You know, I've been against them from the start.
Well, if that's so, why did you found a chair in parapsychology and appoint me to fill it?
Oh, come on, Ken. You know I had to establish the chair. It was one of the provisions of Septimus Mallory's will.
Okay, but I've been
Mallory believed in life after death. And that's why he wanted the chair in parapsychology, to pursue the study of the paranormal.
Which is what I've been doing.
Yes, but far beyond what was expected. You were simply to pursue investigations into ESP, psychokinesis, this sort of thing. Not anything so dangerous as astral projection.
Dangerous?
In the sense that you're trespassing on God's domain. Rushing in where angels fear to tread.
Oh, come on now, Junius.
Drop these experiments, Ken.
I can't,
please.
Not now. Not when I'm beginning to meet with success.
Success? To judge from what happened last night, wouldn't a more precise word be disaster?
I must go on, Junius. I can't stop now.
In that case, Ken, God... No. I was about to say God be with you. But I don't think he can be. Let me say, in that case, God protect you. I have a feeling you're going to need it.
Oh, Junius, thank you for coming straight over.
Where is it?
On the couch in the living room.
No pulse, you say?
Just like the other night, so he's not dead. That I know.
All right. No. The faintest heartbeat. Almost impossible to detect, but it's there.
Oh.
Tell me, Mildred, was this an experiment tonight? Was it a controlled experiment? Not an accident like the first time?
Oh, controlled. You see, he lay down on the couch and began doing some breathing exercises. And then his breathing seemed to slow down and finally stop altogether.
Uh-huh.
I asked him if he was all right, but I got no answer. Then I was about to ask him again when he sighed. It was a sort of long sigh of relief, and somehow I knew that was the moment His astral body had left him.
And you called me.
Oh, it scares me, Junius. I needed someone with me, someone like you. I keep wondering, where is he? Or it, whatever it is. Junius.
Yeah, wait a minute. He's coming around. Oh, Ken. Ken. Junius.
Oh, Ken, darling.
Oh, sweetheart, I saw you again. You and Junius. I saw you here with my earthly body stretched on the couch. I heard you talking, everything you said. And this time it seems to me I can remember, almost remember, where I went and what I did. My recall is better, much better than the first time, and I... Yes, Ken? You what?
Ken?
I can't be sure, but Millie, Junius.
What, Ken? What?
I think I killed someone. Murdered someone.
Well, I'll tell you this. Were it not for my own experiments in the paranormal, I'd find Ken Robinson's experience hard to swallow. But I personally have seen things, experienced things, which simply have no normal explanation. And frankly, at this time of my life, I'd as soon have no more to do with them. I'd rather expect Ken Robinson feels the same way. I'll return in a moment. So far as Dr. Junius Dutton of Mallory College is concerned, man had best not rush in where angels fear to tread, which is, of course, what Ken Robinson, professor of parapsychology, has done. By means of extraordinary disciplines, he has at last succeeded in freeing his astral body from its earthly prison. Succeeded to his horror.
I think I killed someone. Murdered someone.
Ken?
Easy, Mildred, easy. Go on, Ken. I can't.
What do you mean you can't? You've just said you think you murdered someone.
But I can't be sure. It's something I sense rather than know. A feeling. That and no more.
But there's got to be more. We've got to know more.
I don't follow.
If you have killed someone, your astral body or your Atman or whatever you call it, if you did, then we'd better be prepared for whatever lies ahead.
Junius, what do you mean?
I mean, my dear, if a murder has been done...
Oh, no.
Ken, try to remember. Try. Ken?
No, it's no use. I can't. And maybe I'm wrong. After all, it's just a feeling I have, a hazy feeling. A feeling that could be 100% wrong.
Or 100% right. Ken, I'm going to speak frankly. You know I'm your friend and Mildred's. You know, both of you, that there isn't anything I wouldn't do for you.
We know, Junius.
But there are some things that go beyond friendship, because they must. I carry the responsibility for the college and the people who made it. Ken, if you persist in continuing this dangerous, this disastrous experiment of yours, I shall have no recourse but to ask for your resignation.
I'm sorry if asking you to come into headquarters has caused you any inconvenience, Professor. No, excuse me. Chief Langner? No. And hold all calls.
No inconvenience, Chief, not in the slightest.
Professor, everybody likes you. But everybody is kind of puzzled by you. Now, listen, don't get me wrong. I mean, we can talk man to man, huh?
Whatever that is, yes.
What I mean is that little wife of yours... Now, don't get me wrong. She's got what every man looks at. You know what I mean? What every man wants.
What is it you're getting at? Why did you ask me to come here?
Okay. I'll lay it out. How long since you slept with your wife?
What business is that of yours?
I'll tell you. Funny things happen in this town, things you wouldn't believe, but they happen. Like some men, well, I could mention names, big names in town. They got wives, some of them very attractive, but they, go to Rosie Smith.
The town...
Yeah.
Well, so?
You ever go to Rosie Smith?
Of course not.
Ever?
Never.
Well, she isn't as bad as all that, Professor.
Look, will you please get to the point? Why am I here?
Rosie says you tried to kill her.
What? I tried to...
Where were you 11 p.m. Wednesday night?
Where was I?
Yeah, where?
Why, at home.
At home?
Yes, at home.
Rosie says you're at her place. Says she picked you up and took you there. And that you tried to strangle her. In fact, the way we put it all together, you thought you had strangled her and left her for dead. But she pulled out of it at the hospital.
I don't know what in the world you're talking about.
You were at home Wednesday night at 11, you say?
I was at home.
Alone?
No, my wife was there.
Oh.
And so was Dean Dutton.
Oh? Your wife and Dean Dutton?
Yes.
11 p.m.
11 p.m.
Well, then, you couldn't have been with Rosie at her place, could you?
No, I couldn't.
You tried to kill her?
Strangle her, Chief Langner said. The way they figure it, No, not me. Whatever it is I've unleashed.
Oh, Ken.
Anyhow, they say I, the would-be murderer, left her for dead, but she recovered in the hospital.
Yes, but why would you, of all people, have anything to do with a girl like that?
Well, if it comes to that, why did my astral body, my other self, go to the cider mill in the first place? And above all, why did I try to kill Rosie? Millie, what am I to do?
Well, I'd say there's only one answer to that, Ken. Stop.
After all the years of preparation, the physical and mental hardships, disciplines, after all I put you through?
Oh, darling, you haven't put me
Yes,
through it.
I have. It hasn't been easy for you living with a man like me.
Well, I didn't think it would be when I married you. Things had been easy, would be as close to each other as we are, as deeply in love.
Oh, Millie, I don't know what I'd do without you, without your love, your understanding, your patience.
I'll go. Oh, Junius.
Is Ken at home, Mildred?
Yes, come in.
Hello, Junius. I guess I've got a pretty good idea of why you're here.
I just had a visit from Chief Langner. Ken, you've left me no choice. I must ask for your resignation from Mallory College.
Now, wait a minute, Junius.
My dear good friend, I've waited far more than a minute. Wednesday night, I was forced to give you an ultimatum. That you either give up your experiments in astral projection or resign. I asked for a decision within 24 hours. You didn't give me one.
I couldn't make up my mind.
Ken, I can no longer aid and abet in your risking your reputation, perhaps even your life.
I know, Junius, I know. You were right from the start. I was courting danger, possible disaster. And I knew it even when I began.
Well, then why did you? No, you needn't answer that. Like all good scientists, you couldn't help yourself. You had to pioneer new routes into paranormal, explore new horizons, whatever the risk to yourself.
But others are involved now.
I'm afraid so.
And I have no right to make them run risks. Rosie Smith, for one. So whether you still want my resignation or not, Junius, I'm giving up the experiment.
You'll stop it?
Cold.
Oh, I can't tell you what a relief this is to me. I've been so worried about you, so almighty worried. You've got no idea.
I think I have, Junius, and I'm grateful. But it's over now. Experiment ended. Kaput. Fini. Let's have a drink on it.
Well, I've said it before, and probably bored you saying it, but I firmly believe that there are some secrets of life God prefers to keep to himself. As I see it, if he'd wanted you to know about them, he wouldn't have made them secret.
That makes sense. Sense I didn't appreciate till I...
Ken?
I was about to say till I tried to murder someone. What a frightful thing if I had.
Yes, it would have been. But thank heaven it isn't.
You suppose I can be of any help to the poor girl?
Oh, in what way?
Well, she's in the hospital because of me. Junius, would there be any way in which I might pay her expenses without her knowing, I mean? Here's your drink, Billy.
Well, if it got out that you'd paid her bills, questions would be asked. Eyebrows raised.
I know. Still, I feel so absolutely awful about it all. Here you are, Junius.
Thanks. Well, let me look into it discreetly. We do have a fund for assisting people, students mainly, but I might manage something out of that.
Good. Let's drink to that, too. I give you the end of an experiment. Dangerous and, yes, foolish experiment. And thank God, continuing life for Rosie Smith.
Junius, catch him.
I've got him. Ken, you better get him out of the couch.
What's happened to him?
I don't know.
He started to raise the glass to his lips and then dropped it, began to sway.
A state of collapse. Let me see.
Junius.
His heartbeat is so faint I can scarcely get it. There's no pulse worth mentioning. Skin is cold, clammy. Eyes turned back in their sockets.
Junius, does this mean...
It means, unless I miss my guess, it means Ken is no longer in control of his astral self. It means that regardless of Ken's plans for the future, his astral body, his other self, has different plans. Decidedly different plans.
And so it would seem that, like Dr. Henry Jekyll, who, having released the vicious and murderous Edward Hyde, soon found Hyde in control, Professor Ken Robinson has unleashed a powerful and deadly force by tampering with the unknown, by seeking to unlock God's secrets, by rushing in where angels fear to tread. I'll return in a moment or so for Act 3. How many of us unwittingly, thoughtlessly, unchain forces within ourselves, which in time, to our astonishment and horror, control us? How many happy relationships have been shattered by a single word that once spoken could not be recalled? How many? Now in the living room of Professor Ken Robinson's home, it becomes all too clear that another powerful and deadly force has been released. An evil force bent on unholy destruction.
Junius, what kind of plans?
What?
You said, regardless of Ken's plans for the future, his other self has different plans.
And I have. Believe me, I have.
Junius, look! There! Leaning against the mantel. It's Ken!
Heaven protect us. His body stretched on the couch, and yet he stands there by the fireplace.
That thing on the couch is nothing. My earthly abode, that's all. What you see here is the real me.
How is it I see you? I didn't see you before. How do I see you now?
If you had any brains, Mildred, you'd be able to figure that out for yourself.
You've grown stronger. Each time you've left that body on the couch, your strength has increased. The more power you possess, the clearer your astral image becomes.
Bravo! To the head of the class, Dr. Dutton.
What plans do you have? What are you going to do?
Enjoy myself, that's all. Give full reign, total and complete freedom to every desire, Professor Kenneth Robinson. The well-loved and respected Professor Robinson tried to restrain, to curb, to destroy.
Ken, listen to me. Return to your body, to the good influences, the restraint.
Straight jacket, not a body. Oh, but I'll return. Don't worry, I'll come back. But not until I've had my fun.
What kind of fun? What are you planning to do?
You'll find out. You'll find out.
Oh, Junius. Heaven help us. What can we do?
Nothing. And hope heaven does help us. And him.
Rosie Smith. Wake up now, Rosie. Wake up.
Let me alone. I'm sleepy. Go away.
Wake up when I tell you.
Hey, what the devil are you? You.
That's right, Rosie. Kennyport, the happy playmate has returned.
How'd you get in here? My door's double locked. Never mind, I don't care how you got in. Just get out.
Now, don't get all strung out, Rosie.
Don't get strung out after what you did to me last time. You damn near killed me.
If at first you don't succeed...
What?
Try again.
No.
I wouldn't do that, Rosie.
The police will take care of you.
They didn't the last time, and they won't.
Look, let me alone. I never done you no harm.
I just want to play, Rosie. That's all.
No.
Just some fun and games, Rosie.
No. Junius? Are you sure Ken isn't dead?
He's alive. Very slow pulse, but a pulse. His respiration. Oh, wait. I think he...
Is he coming to?
Ken, can you hear me?
Of course, I hear you, Junius.
Oh, Ken, dearest.
Mildred, what's this all about? All I do is take a nap, and you and Junius hovering over me like mother hens. What is this?
Ken, you didn't just take a nap. You collapsed.
Collapse?
Yes, and fell into a kind of coma, I guess you'd call it.
Collapse? Coma? What in the world... Wait. My astral body.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, my boy. It suddenly took command of you, I suppose.
Oh, no.
We actually saw you in two places at once. Here on the couch and there by the fireplace, leaning against the mantel.
Good Lord.
You even talked to us.
Mildred, no. Maybe it's best he doesn't know what he said.
I know.
You remember what you said?
May God in his infinite mercy help me. I do.
Oh, Ken.
Junius, she's dead. Rosie Smith is dead, and I killed her horribly, cruelly. I killed her.
Oh, no.
You didn't kill her. A part of you, the same evil in you that's in all of us, but not you. Not the man we know as Professor Kenneth Roberts.
I'd like to believe that, but no way. I recall all that happened. I understand all that happened, and I am at fault. 100%.
But how can you say...
Because of the evil thing I've let loose. I let loose and no one else. And this evil thing is me. Is a part of me. You may say, Junius, I didn't murder Rosie Smith, but I did.
Who are you phoning?
The police. Chief Langdon.
Oh, wait, Ken, wait. Take a moment to think this
There's
out.
nothing to be thought out. What's done is done. I'm a murderer. I must give myself up.
Chief Langley. Yeah? I see. Bad as that. No, don't touch anything until I get there. I just found Rosie like you said they would, Professor. But I don't get it at all.
Don't get what?
Tell me something, Professor. This stuff you teach at Mallory, this, what's called
parapsychology.
Yeah, well, someone like you, an expert in that field, would you Well, it sounds nutty to me, but would you be able to know about things that were happening or had happened somewhere else? Or like, I mean, if you were at home, could you, well, I don't know, put yourself in some kind of trance or something like that where you could, well, you know, tell that somebody was murdering or had murdered Rosie Smith?
Chief, I just told you I murdered Rosie. That's why I'm here. That's why I told you everything I did, where your men would find her body, and the condition of it. I murdered Rosie Smith. What do you mean?
You couldn't have.
Why not?
Look, Professor, a couple days ago, Rosie accused you of trying to strangle her. You came in, we had a talk, and I let you go. But, Professor, I've had a tail on you ever since. Plainclothesman around the clock, watching every move you made, and carefully noting where you were and what you did every hour, every minute of the day.
I don't think I understand.
It is now 20 after 5 in the afternoon. According to the report I got, you were in your house from 1:15 this afternoon till you left it at 4:30 to come directly here. You can't be in two places at once, Professor.
But I can be.
What? How's that again?
I can be in two places at once. My body, this me, was in my home, all right. But another part of me, it's called the Atman, the other self, the astral body, can be and was in Rosie Smith's hospital room at the same time. I told you all this.
Yeah, you told me.
But you don't believe me.
Professor, if I believed you, if I even let myself begin to believe you, I'd commit myself to the nearest funny farm. And, Professor, I'd insist they throw away the key.
Langner won't believe me, Junius.
Ken, let me give you a drink.
I don't need a drink.
I think you do. Put you in a more rational state.
Rational?
As close to rational as we both can get. To begin with, Ken, you'll never be able to persuade Chief Langner or anyone else that you killed Rosie Smith.
But I did.
That's a question I'm not prepared to debate with you. But I think we ought to discuss what are you going to do about bringing your astral self back to your Earth body and keeping it there.
Junius, there's nothing I can do.
Nothing? Your drink.
Thanks. Nothing. And I see in your face, it's in your eyes, Junius. You know I can do nothing. That I'm helpless.
Well, I'd hoped I was wrong. You have more expertise in these matters, and I hoped you'd say...
No hope. I went too far. Junius,
What is it? What is it? Ken! Ken! Happened to him again. Get him onto the sofa.
Just drop that hulk we call a body, Junius. Just throw it on the floor. That's all it's worth.
Ken, I'm holding your body, but you were over there.
Don't look and sound so shocked. You've seen this before. Enjoy seeing it while you can. Enjoy using your eyes while you can.
What are you saying?
For years I've put up with you, Dr. Dutton. You and your authoritative arrogance.
What?
No, we can't do this, my boy. Do that, my boy. Best for the college, my boy.
Ken!
Much as I regret it, I must demand your resignation, my boy. Well, you'll never ask for my resignation again, Dr. Dutton. Or for anyone's resignation.
Here! Wait! What are you doing? My throat! My throat!
Let him go.
What?
Let him go. Before it's too late.
Rosie Smith, you're dead.
Of course. You killed me.
Then how can you be here?
You're forgetting, Professor. Forgetting that you're on the astral plane now. And me being dead, so am I.
And you think you can stop me from killing Dutton? Look, he's already unconscious.
one more squeeze of my fingers around his throat.
And you will be condemned to a hell so frightful and so everlasting.
Condemned to hell?
The evil we do, we pay for. And right now you're on a real bummer of a trip. Better cool it.
You don't scare me.
Listen, Prof. That body you see on the floor. No, not Dr. Dutton's. Yours. You were born into it for just one reason. To suffer. To suffer through what earthly beings call life. You escaped, but only for the time being. Because if you don't suffer through the full lifetime of Professor Kenneth Robinson, you'll return to suffer through somebody else's, and suffer worse. It's your gig, Prof. You play it. See you around.
Wait. Rosie, wait.
What?
I killed you. If I did want to make it up, I say if. How would I do it?
Go back into his body, and you'll make it up all right. Because through him, the memory will be with you till the day you die. See you.
Julius, what are you doing on the floor? What am I doing here?
It happened again, and you tried to kill me, Ken.
Oh, no, I couldn't have. I could never. Oh, yes. Yes, it's coming back. I'm remembering. I tried to kill you the way I killed Rosie Smith.
Here. Ken, this can't go on. Somehow you got to find a way to regain control of your astral self. There must be a way, Ken.
There is. I always knew it, but I'd forgotten it because... Well, Junius, I guess I'd forgotten God. There is one way. Always one way. When everything else fails.
What?
Prayer, Junius. Prayer.
So a man who tampered with God's laws was saved, thanks to God. I, too, have found... Oh, no, don't get me wrong. Nothing so horrendous as what happened to Ken Robinson has ever happened to me. But I have found, in my time, that, indeed, when all else fails, prayer very often succeeds. How about you? Well, try it sometime. I'll be back shortly. All's well with Kenneth Robinson now, and so with Mildred, too. For years, Ken has stuck very closely to the much safer pursuits of ESP and precognition and all that. And oh yes, they have 2 children now, which, it occurred to me, might be another form of astral projection. But then, what do I know? Our cast included Michael Tolan, Bryna Rayburn, Court Benson, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Draw the drapes while I light the candles. Now, step within the magic circle with me.
Yes. Oh, great Erichtho, mother of us all, who crouch in the black shadow of your wings.
I conjure thee, form of the instrument, by Lucifer, prince of darkness, by all the stars which rule by the 4 elements, that we may obtain by thee the perfect issue of all our desires. which also we seek to perform without evil, without deception. We are answered.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It was the maddest, gladdest, damnedest existence ever enjoyed by mortal youth. A newspaper reporter in those days had a grand and gaudy time of it, and no call to envy any man. And yet I have marveled that the human race did not revolt against the imposture, dig up the carcass of Gutenberg, and heave it to the buzzards and hyenas in some convenient zoo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Bring On the Angels, an affectionate revival drawn from his own book newspaper days of the early life and times of Henry L. Mencken. The man in the bed has had a stroke. A being full of gusto and sour joy. He's paralyzed. A master's master of words. He'll never speak sense again. He's 68. His eyes are open, but there's no fire there. They see instead inward. What the sudden grab of thrombosis is left of his brain now gropes in the swirling mist of reversing time. Seeks, finds, remembers.
I remember my father died on Friday, January 13th, 1899, and was buried on the ensuing Sunday. On the Monday evening immediately following, I presented myself in the city room of the old Baltimore Morning Herald, applied to Max Ways, the city editor, for a job.
Mr. Ways, sir?
I was 18 years, 4 months, and 4 days old. Wore my hair longish and parted in the middle, had on a high, stiff collar and an ascot cravat, and weighed something on the minus side of 120 pounds.
Sir?
What's your problem, Sonny?
I'd like a job, a reporter's job.
Got any experience?
No, sir.
Been to school?
Baltimore Polytechnic Institute, but I've done some writing.
Poetry.
Well, yes, sir.
What makes you think you want to be a newspaper man?
Well, I think it'd be exciting.
Huh. You working?
Yes, sir, for my Uncle Henry at Mencken and Brother, the cigar factory.
What's your name?
Mencken, sir. Henry Lewis Mencken.
Well, I'll tell you, Henry Lewis, we don't have any opening right now, but you drop in now and then evenings, say between 7:30 and 7:45. Something might turn up. Hey, boy.
The next night, precisely at 7:31, I was back. Max waved me away without parley. The third night, he simply shook his head. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Well, to make an end, this went on for 4 weeks, night in and night out, until Thursday, February 23rd, 1899. I found Max reading copy. For a few minutes, he did not see me. Then his eyes lifted, and he said, casually,
Go out to Governorstown, see if anything's happening there. We're supposed to have a Governorstown correspondent, but he hasn't been heard from for 6 days. What'd you get, Henry?
Well, there were only 2 lights burning in town, so
The news.
The Imperial Order of Red Men have postponed their oyster supper to March the 6th.
Stop the press. Anything else?
Yes, sir. A horse was stolen.
Give me a stick.
Sir?
A stick is 1 paragraph. Pen and paper over there.
I was up with the milkman the next morning to search the paper. And there it was.
A horse, a buggy, and several sets of harness, valued in all at about $250, were stolen last night from the stable of Howard Quinian near Kingsville. The county police are at work on the case, but so far no trace of either thieves or booty has been found. He didn't change a single word.
I was hooked. I was in print. I was a reporter. I was hired.
Sonny, I'm going to give you a start. I'm going to put you on the payroll at $7 a week. If you make good, you get a raise.
Oh, that's wonderful, Mr. Ways.
To $8, and the name is Max.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't long before I had a typewriter, a spittoon of my own, and a beat. Oh, those were the days. The happy days. The days that chased each other like little kittens chasing their tails. The very first week, I landed in court on the witness stand. The reformers had blithered up a crusade against the bawdy dance halls, and I became an unwilling witness against two cops who had been aware of what was going on.
Well, I was there in my official capacity, and I presume the police were.
Answer the question. Did you see the defendants there?
Well, I spoke to many officers of the law that night. I may have
The
seen...
poor flat feet were guilty, for I talked with them there many times. But I managed to sophisticate my testimony with so many ifs and buts that it went for nothing, and they were acquitted. That was my first and last experience as an agent of moral endeavor. I made up my mind at once that my true and natural allegiance was to the devil's party. And it has been my firm belief ever since that all persons who devote themselves to forcing virtue on their fellow men deserve nothing better than kicks in the pants. Hence Mencken's law. To wit,
whenever A annoys or injures B on the pretense of saving or improving X, A is a scoundrel.
I learned my trade from veterans who had seen Lincoln clear. Sometimes, for instance, it would be a matter of legging it to the iron wilds of Locust Point. But De Becker was more experienced than I and had a beard to prove it.
Come with me, Mencken.
Where are we going?
Never mind, come with me. Two beers, dark. Again. Henry, why should we walk our legs off trying to find out the name of a stevedore kicked overboard by a mule?
Yeah, but my city desk wants
The
us...
fact, my boy, that another poor man has given his life to engorge the interests is not news. It happens every 10 minutes.
Well, kicked by a mule...
That is the story. Men are not kicked overboard by mules every day. That is the story, not the name. Therefore, I move you, my esteemed contemporary, that the name of the deceased be Ignaz Karpinski. That the name of his widow be Marie. That his age was 36. That he lived at 1777 4th Avenue. And that he leaves 11 minor children. Charlie!
And so the sad facts were reported in all three Baltimore papers the next day, along with various lively details that occurred to De Becker with successive beers. This labor-saving device was in use the whole time I covered South Baltimore, and I never heard any complaint against it. Every one of the three city editors, comparing his paper to the other two, was surprised and pleased to discover that his reporter always got names and addresses right. But we never stooped to faking. Well, hardly ever.
Henry, my boy, that was a fine story on the judge and the wife beater. Did he actually... Where's that copy? I quote, "The crime you're accused of committing," thundered Judge Grannon, "is a foul and desperate one, and the laws of all civilized nations prohibit it under heavy penalties.
I could send you to prison for life, I could order you to the whipping post, or I could sentence you to be hanged. But inasmuch as this is your first offense, I will be lenient. You will be taken to the House of Correction and there confined for 20 years. In addition, you are fined $10,000. Henry, did Gene Grannon actually say that before he suspended sentence on the poor boob?
Well, not exactly. In the bar next door to court, he said he wished...
All right, Henry. Nice story. Nice color. Writing. That's the thing, my boy. From now on, $16 a week. But never forget, my boy, that the newspaper business builds its profits on the lifeblood and ambition of youth.
By this time, I had begun to reflect upon my trade. It worked me too hard. More than once, I produced 5,000 words of copy between noon and midnight. Not in a single story.
Why?
But perhaps 12 or 15, every one of them requiring some legging. But there were compensations. Max put it best, I think, one night at the Stevedores Club.
Who touches the hair of John Greyhead dies like a dog.
Henry, my boy, you're a good writer. Too good for this trade. Someday you'll get out.
Well, I'd like to do a novel or a play.
That's right. But where else, my boy? Where else can you see the show from a reserved seat in the first row, huh?
You mean life?
I mean humanity.
2 beers?
Light for me, dark for my nephew here. Humanity, Henry. The rest of the boobs have to wait in line and shove for places, but we get in by the side door. Here's to the Fourth Estate. Long may it slave.
Integer vitae scelerisque purus, donegit gloriam.
The Stevedores Club. Max proposed me for membership. I shall be grateful as long as my vital juices flow and tongue shall wag. I learned to drink a potion called handset whiskey. The linotypers throve on it.
Now, don't tell the other boys the secret, see? You mix wood alcohol, snuff, tobacco sauce, and coffin varnish. It's the varnish gives it the body.
The Stevedores Club. A professional society it was. Met at Frank Junker's saloon opposite City Hall. Max explained the rules to me.
Guests are allowed to remain only if they treat the house. Guests are not to include musicians unless they bring actors, to whom guest privileges can be accorded by majority vote.
How about that fellow over there? What's he?
Him? Oh, he's a street cleaner. They're allowed in on Saturday nights if proof of bath is furnished.
He seems to know you. He's coming over.
Never saw him before in my life. Now, another privilege here. Reporters get special rates on double crabs, 5 cents apiece.
Hey, Max.
Now, the 25-cent businessman's lunch is good here, but...
Max.
All right. Henry, meet my esteemed colleague, Mr. Walters, city editor of the opposition paper, whose dastard name shall never pass my lips in the company of callow youth.
Listen, Max, that story about the 2 congressmen who got into a debate in Miss Nellie's music room.
Oh, yes, I've been wondering about that one.
Well, it's accurate, Max. One of them dented the other's skull with a spittoon.
Yeah, that's the way we got it. Max, are we going to print that? Now, Miss Nellie's got a nice reputation. Do we want to run her music hall down?
Oh, I wouldn't want to do that, Chuck. Miss Nellie's an awfully good news source.
Of course she is. Now, if it's all right with you, I thought we might put the accident up in Mount Vernon Place.
The most respectable neighborhood in town. Fine. All right, I'll go along with you.
Now, about the spittoon.
Well, let's say one was opening an umbrella and the other turned suddenly.
Oh, we can do better than that. Say they got kicked by a runaway hack horse.
Excuse me.
What is it, my boy?
Why not make it sound reasonable? Say they slipped on the icy pavement.
On the icy pavement? That's all right with me.
Fine by me, Chuck. Ice it is, Mount Vernon Place. Set them up all around, Frank.
Thus, the cooperation of the press to protect a respected establishment, Miss Nellie's Music Hall. Scoops, beats, there were plenty. But when the city editors agreed on the facts, that is how they appeared, nor ever did one break his word. There is honor among thieves, editors, and sometimes even editorial writers, giants of the embellished fact, the expanded truth. Like Jones, our telegraph editor, claimed to have been a church organist once.
Well, there was the baby in the bank vault.
What was the baby doing there, Jonesy?
Why, Henry, the mother, being wealthy, had just forgotten about it in her eagerness to get the coupons over to the teller's window. So they sent for me. I set up my organ in front of the vault.
Where did you get an organ, Jonesy?
Borrowed it from a nearby sailor's vessel. Now, I fooled around until I found a note that would vibrate steel and shook the time lock to pieces.
Whatever happened to the baby?
Grew up to be a congressman, I believe. Should have left him be. Boy!
Jonesy had one failing. He took to Handset whiskey on the job and began scouring the world for ancestors. Whenever the AP would announce the death of some eminent man, he'd stagger into the city room with the flimsy, sobbing piteously.
What's the matter, Jonesy?
Terrible thing, Max. Terrible.
What is it, Jonesy? Let's have it, man.
Bismarck is dead.
Well, what of it? What do you care about him?
You don't understand, boss. He was my father.
When, in the course of one day's international wire, Jonesy had claimed for his parents a Confederate general, a Boston suffragette, a Marshal Lieutenant Hung Chang, that was November 7th, 1901, Max had to let him go. We were amazed when word drifted in that he was actually working as an organist in a Presbyterian church in a poor suburb, claiming to be a son of both John Calvin and John Knox. Giants and sinners, all of us. What we did with great gobs of gusto. It was a time of thoroughness, anyway. I was sent to the Patapsco to cover a suicide one day. The unfortunate had been a bar owner. The cop couldn't even spell his last name.
Kuno. Old Kuno. The boob made the deal with the artist for free meals and beers that they do him a mural on his wall.
What happened?
Well, it drove him to self-destrual, Henry. At the end of a month, they give him 8 square feet of beautiful bims and peekaboo chemises. But it run him 120 meals and 500 some beers.
We got him.
Let's go, Henry, and take your hat off. Now, the way we make it out, he climbed up on the rail, tied a rope to it looped around his neck, swallowed a dose of arsenic, shot himself through the head, then fell or jumped into the river. You always want to say it like that, my boy. Fell or jumped. Respect the family's feelings.
Sure, we worked sometimes and hard. Rewrite men were unheard of. Every reporter came back to the office and wrote his story himself. But the Herald City Room was the most modern in Baltimore. It had 2 telephones. Occasionally somebody would get the right number.
Harold Mencken.
Henry, this is Miss Nellie.
Yes, Miss Nellie. How are all the girls?
Fine, but you'd better get down here. The most extraordinary thing has occurred.
Miss Nellie, I will take a hack immediately.
Miss Nellie had appreciated my part in moving the cuspidorian congressman out of her precinct, so she'd called me on this one. Her story was succinct.
Peebles, the hack driver, brought her. He says she gets out of the train, climbs into his cab, and says, "Take me to an establishment for fallen women."
So he took her here. Did he say why?
Because she was so young and innocent, he didn't know what to make of her. So with that, she tells me she comes from somewheres near a burg called Red Lion, P.A.
What's her name?
Emmeline Baron Blicker. Her father's one of them old rubes with whiskers.
Very strict people.
Yes, sir. Now, Emmeline had a beau in York, P.A., name of Elmer. Whenever Elmer could get away from his work as train butcher on the Northern Central, he'd come out to the farm and they'd do a little hugging and kissing. Well, one day, old Whiskers caught him at it and hollered Emmeline out of the house. Now, Emmeline was a great one for reading books, so while she packed her carpet bag, she remembered what girls in books done when they lost their honest name. They rush off to the nearest city and take up a life of shame, and their name is rubbed out of the family Bible.
Well, why didn't she go to Philadelphia?
Henry, nobody in their right mind goes to Philadelphia.
What do you want me to do, Miss Nellie? Print the story and ask Papa's forgiveness?
Oh, no. This ain't for printing. I just want you to give the little girl some advising. I got her under lock and key upstairs. Now, would you, Henry? You're a writer. You can do it.
Presently, Miss Nellie fetched in Emmeline. She was no Lillian Russell, but she was far from unappetizing in a country sausage, smear case kind of way. Miss Nellie set her at her ease, and soon she was retelling her story to a strange young man with a celluloid collar. Then, out of my worldly wisdom, I spoke.
My dear Miss Barnblicker, you have been grossly misinformed. I don't know what these works of fiction are that you have read, but they are wrong. The world no longer burns men for heresy nor women for witchcraft, and it has ceased to condemn girls to lives of shame and death in the gutter for trivial derelictions such as those you acknowledge. The only thing that is frowned upon nowadays is getting caught.
What do you think Emmy should do, Mr. Mencken?
I advise you to go home, make some plausible excuse to your pa for lighting out, and resume your faithful ministrations to his cows.
Now, you see, honey, Mr. Mencken says go home.
Yes, and at the proper opportunity, take your bow to the pastor and join him in indissoluble love. It is the one safe, respectable, and hygienic course. The primrose path, my dear, is not for you. It is beset with thorns, heartburn, and corset stays.
All the ladies of the resident faculty wept copious tears, took up a collection to which I added $1, the coachman another, and Miss Nellie ordered a box lunch for the triumphantly repentant return to the parental pastures. Emma promised to send Miss Nellie a picture postcard of Red Lion showing the new hall of the Knights of Pythias, but it never arrived. Yes, we were sinners in the days of giants. Giants. Giants everywhere. Huge drinkers, vast eaters, cheerful sinners, honest geniuses. Men, women, and fools. They were all bigger those days. And the stories, too, bigger and better. I shall never forget my best. At midnight on Saturday, February 6th, 1904, by which time I was city editor, I put the Herald to bed, then joined the exercises of the Steve Dawes Club until 3:30. Catching a Nighthawk trolley, by 4 o'clock, I was snoring on my celibate couch in Holland Street. But at 11 a.m.,
How dare you disturb the peaceful Sabbath?
Well, Mr. Mencken, there's a fire down in Hopkins Place.
Let it burn.
Well, sir, it looks like a ding whistler.
Well, then let the ding thing whistle. This is my day off.
Well, Mr. Mencken, sir, the fire department's talking of sending to Washington for apparatus.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Send a hack up while I dress.
I hoisted my still malty bones from my couch, and 10 minutes later, I was on my way to the office. That was at about 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, February 7th. It was not until 4 a.m. of Wednesday, February 10th, that my pants and shoes, or even my collar, came off again. What I had walked into was the great Baltimore fire of 1904, which burned a square mile out of the heart of the town and went howling and spluttering on for 10 days. I can remember the 8-column streamer head I wrote when 3 days later, Burned Out, we finally printed in Philadelphia.
Part of Baltimore wrecked by greatest fire in city's history.
We had a story, I'm here to tell you. Was there ever one that was fatter, juicier, more exhilarating to the journalists on the actual ground?
Apparatus from Washington, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New York, every block in Midtown on fire. I need men. Cliff, get on the phone, check the bars and the poorhouses. Find me printers and reporters. If you need 20 pages, take them. If you need 50, take 50.
They're dynamiting in the next block.
All right, everybody out, everybody.
Where are we going, boss?
Out of here. We'll operate out of the Sloan Hotel. Everybody out!
I went into it a boy. When I came out of it at last, I was settled and indeed almost a middle-aged man, spavined by responsibility. When it was all over, I returned to the ruins of the Herald. It was easy to find the place where my desk had been. The desk itself was a heap of white dust. My clippings were gone, my poems, rejected short stories, spare collars, and trolley passes. Even my collection of pieces of hangman's ropes, I had always intended to present it sooner or later to the Smithsonian. I did find my old copy hook, twisted as if it had died in agony. I took it with me. I was a man. I was 24 years old. 2 years later, in 1906, by then managing editor, I was to read to my staff a notice from the publisher.
Notice. Tomorrow, the property of the Herald Publishing Company will pass into new hands, and there will be no further publication of the Sunday Herald, the Evening Herald, or the Weekly Herald.
In my desk, I had a volume of stories by a new writer named Joseph Conrad. The man could write. His people were sailors, not newspapermen, but they spoke for me.
I remember my youth and the feeling that will never come back anymore. The feeling that I could last forever.
Outlast the sea, the earth, and all men. Youth. All youth. The silly, charming, beautiful youth.
The man on the bed has had a stroke, but he shifts his eyes. They fall on a twisted, agonized, old-time copy hook nearby on his desk. The eyes find fire somewhere, perhaps purloined from the past. He, a writer who is to be paralyzed, who is never to speak sense again afterward, opens his mouth and speaks. Yes, Mr. Mencken, what is it?
Bring on the angels.
The angels will treat him kindly. Why? Simply for this alone of all his writings.
If, after I depart this vale, you ever remember me and have thought to please my ghost, forgive some sinner and wink at a homely girl.
Henry L. Mencken, 12 September 1880, 29 January 1956. Newspaperman. The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Bring On the Angels from the notes of Henry L. Mencken as dramatized by Alan Sloan and produced and directed by Paul Roberts. The music was composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Louis Van Ruten was heard as the elder Mencken, Mason Adams as the younger Mencken, Ed Prentice as Max Ways. Others in the cast included Ethel Owen, Daniel Ocko, Jackson Beck, Walter Kinsella, John Gibson, Joe Helgeson, and Ian Martin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week for the CBS Radio Workshop. And remember, America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. For this group of scouting irregulars who assemble here to explore the mysterious terrain of the imagination. I only regret, said Nathan Hale, that I have but one life to give for my country. But how did he know? How do any of us know? Who can say for certain how many times we are destined to live? This brief span, this tiny flicker, this feeble shout, can this be all? For all eternity? There must be more to it. Or is there? Our mystery drama, The Angels of Devil's Mountain, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Warren Stevens. It is sponsored in part by
Chesterton House.
Donald K. Farlow drives through the summery Connecticut countryside. Donald K. Farlow, at 41, is scarcely 5 pounds heavier than he was 20 years ago, when he was named All-Ivy League running back. Of course, he has some silver in his hair, which is neither as thick nor as luxuriant as it used to be. His chin seems somewhat heavier, but all in all, time has been kind. At this moment, Donald seems to have a problem. He feels a nagging little pain in the region of his heart. Nothing serious or unbearable, but it persists. And when Donald sees the sign that says motel, he decides to do the sensible thing.
Do you have a reservation, Mr.
Farlow? No, I don't.
Well, it doesn't matter. Put you up anyhow. These days, nobody's turning away business. How long you plan on staying with us?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. Miss...
That's Mrs. Collins. My husband, Harry, that is, my late husband, Harry, bought this place, and
May I ask you something, Mrs. Collins? Why are you staring at me?
Am I staring? Well, I probably am.
The reason I ask is... That's so obvious.
Oh, that bad, huh? Well, the minute you walked in through the front door and approached the desk, I was all set to say, hi, how you doing? The way you greet someone you know.
Oh, do I look like someone you know?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Who?
Well, I don't know. And yet, your face is so familiar.
Well, I've never been in this area before.
But could you be someone I might have seen on the TV?
Oh, no.
I mean, you're not a star or somebody in a commercial or something like that?
No, nothing like that.
Or a celebrity?
Hardly.
I've seen you. I know I've seen you. Well, it'll come to me sooner or later. We'll put you in room 124. That's just around to your right. Oh, you...
Thank you.
Are you okay, Miss Farlow?
Yes, I'm all right.
You look as if something's bothering you.
No, I'm fine. Just fine.
Yeah?
Marvin, you finished at the pool yet?
How can I finish when you call me every 15 seconds to ask me something?
Marvin, a man just checked in, room 124. Now, what I want you to do is go there.
Why?
Well, just make up an excuse. Say you want to make sure the air conditioning's okay.
What for?
Marvin, That man's killing me.
What?
I mean, I'm just dying. He reminds me of somebody, and I just can't place him.
You know something? You got altogether too much curiosity to run a motel.
Marvin, it'll just take you a second or two. Go to his room and see who he reminds you of.
Dolly?
You seen him?
Yeah.
Well?
I tell you something, Dolly. That man is familiar. I mean, he's really familiar.
Well, I know, but why?
He's a spitting image of...
Who? Who?
I don't know, but I've seen him. I know him from somewhere.
Now, you see what I mean?
Yeah, I know that guy.
Well?
He looks the same age as me. We might have been in the service together. Maybe he was somebody I knew in Korea.
Then why should he look familiar to me?
Oh, yeah. See what you mean. But I'm positive the Army's got something to do with it.
What do you mean, the Army?
Well, I don't know. It's just that I look at this guy, and for some reason, I just think of the Army.
Well, maybe he's in the Army, and for some reason, his picture's been here in the paper.
No, I never saw his picture in the paper, but... Hey, now that you say picture, I did see it someplace.
You sure, Marvin?
I'm not sure of nothing. All I know is the guy looks familiar, and I just can't place him.
Well, take another good look. He's headed toward the desk now.
Oh.
Well, hello there, Mr. Farlow.
Do you have a doctor nearby?
Doctor?
Oh, Mr. Farlow, something's wrong. I knew it.
Well, it's, I don't think it's serious.
Well, if you're sick, you come to the right place. We got Devil's Mount Memorial Hospital here with the finest hospital.
What's the matter, Mr. Farlow?
I think perhaps it might be wise for me to check in.
It's your heart. It's your heart, isn't it? I can tell by that look on your face. Marvin, you bring that station wagon around to the front.
I'm happy to be able to tell you, Mr. Farlow, that we can find nothing, but absolutely nothing out of the way. Your cardiogram is completely normal.
That's a relief.
Pressure, respiration, heartbeat. We just aren't able to find anything. And yet you have this pain.
Yes, Doctor. That's why I stopped here, in this town.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, I was going to...
Tell me, do you have any cardiac history?
No, sir, not that I know of.
And the pain? Describe the pain.
Well, it doesn't seem to be the kind of pain that, well, I've been told to associate with a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
Just more of a stabbing pain, as if I'd been stabbed. Doctor.
Yes?
Doctor, why are you staring at me?
I wasn't aware that I was.
You are? Why, you still are.
Well...
Let me tell you something else. Everybody in this town has been staring at me.
Everybody?
Yes.
Well, what do you mean by everybody?
Everybody I've met. First, the lady who runs the motel.
Dottie Collins.
Yes, and the fellow who seems to be the handyman. He actually knocked on my door on some pretext just to look at me.
Are you sure?
And then the technician, right here, the one who gave me the cardiogram. She kept staring at me.
It must be your imagination.
Is it? Do I imagine that you're staring at me now?
Mr. Farlow, haven't we met before?
I couldn't say so.
You look so familiar to me.
Well, you don't appear at all familiar to me.
I know you from somewhere.
Well, this entire town, it seems, knows me from somewhere. But no one can say exactly where. Now, look, I've done nothing that would call me to public attention. Certainly not up here. I'm not a famous person.
You've never been up this way before?
I've only been in the state of Connecticut twice. And each time was more than 20 years ago. It was when Pennsylvania played Yale at the Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Well, was your picture in the local papers at the time?
I don't even remember. Now, are you telling me that people would recall a college football game of more than 2 decades ago in the face of a visiting player?
No, Mr. Farlow, I'm only trying to create a basis of reality for what seems so mysterious.
Well, and that little girl who took my cardiogram, she probably wasn't even born at the time.
I know.
Well, what's the difference whether or not I remind you of someone?
Well, none, really.
Well, what does it all have to do with what's wrong with me?
Nothing. Except, Mr. Farlow, we can't find anything at all that's wrong with you.
Well, then, why do I have this pain in my heart?
Your heart is absolutely sound.
How can you say that? I have a pain here that increases. It seems to increase in severity. It just keeps getting worse.
Look, Dr. Steinberg, you remember the elderly white-haired gentleman who examined you? As did Dr. Higgins, Dr. Summers. We can call in other specialists, but you won't find better men anywhere. And all of them say that you are normal.
But something is wrong. I feel it. Why do I have this terrible pain in my heart?
Suppose you answer this. Do you need a heart attack?
What? I don't believe I heard that. Do I need a heart attack? Why would anyone need a heart attack?
It might come in handy.
Handy? Handy for what?
A man will sometimes find himself in what might be described as an intolerable situation. He cannot face it. He cannot fight it, and yet it will not go away. And so he seeks the haven, the protection of a serious illness.
Why do you tell this to me?
Mr. Farlow, tell me, are you presently in some sort of intolerable situation?
Doctor, I don't see that is any concern of yours.
A physician cannot treat an isolated part of his patient. He must consider the health of the entire human being. And I can find no physical basis for your pain.
Oh, I've never felt it before. I never even knew what it was to be sick. And then yesterday morning, I was driving along the highway. I passed the sign, the one that said, Welcome to Devil's Mountain. I remember because I asked myself, what kind of name is that, Devil's Mountain? And then there was this stab of pain, as if I'd been shot through the heart. And it just won't go away.
Well, the only thing I can say for you to do right now is just rest.
What is wrong with me, Doctor?
I don't know.
And what's wrong with all of you in this place? Why do you all stare at me as if I'm someone you know? You don't know me. None of you knows me.
Mr. Fowler, could you give me the name of your doctor in Philadelphia?
No.
But a discussion with a medical man who knows of your practice.
I don't have a doctor in Philadelphia or anywhere else.
Well, surely you must have a
I've
doctor.
never been sick a day in my life.
You must have gone in for checkups.
Why? I've always been in top shape.
Oh, all right. Once again, I must ask you, Mr. Fowler, are you facing a desperate or even a serious problem?
And what if I am?
That could very well be what's causing the pain in your chest.
Well, my problem is that a company I've devoted my life to building up is now... Well, it's going to go under.
Why?
Why? Well, I'll tell you why. You can't fight City Hall. You can't fight government regulations. You can't fight the new contract demands. Tight money. You just can't do it, that's all. But nobody wants to understand that.
Who doesn't want to understand that?
Who? My partners, my son.
Could that be why you suddenly developed this pain in your chest? To get out of a fight?
But I don't have to justify what I do to anybody. But you've got to do something about this pain.
And you will have to help. Try to relax and get some sleep.
Hi there, Doc.
Hi.
Medical Society lunch is in the Yankee room. Try the bean soup.
I will.
Oh, by the by, that fellow we brought over to the hospital yesterday,
Yes?
he looked familiar to you, too?
Yes, he certainly did. I just can't place him.
Had me going all day and most of the night. But finally, I knew where I've seen him before.
You did?
Mm-hmm. You know what gave it away, finally? That pain in his chest.
How could it?
Think, Doc, think. Think of that pain. And then you'll know where you've seen him before.
Uh-huh.
Come on, Doc. Just think.
And while the doctor is thinking, we shall just steal away for a few seconds so that you can do some thinking, too. True, you don't have all the facts, but you do have enough to make an educated guess. Meanwhile, be inspired by the following words of wisdom, and before you know it, I shall return with Act 2. You see a face in the crowd. It's the face of no one you ever met, and yet you know that face. But why? Yes, you have seen it before, but where? If only you had a hint, a clue. To the folks in the town of Devil's Mountain, Donald Farlow's is such a face. It's the face of a complete stranger, but why is it so familiar?
You say you know where we've all seen Mr. Fowler before, Dottie?
Yeah. It finally came to me.
Well, tell me.
It was the pain in the chest that did it. Funny. All of us have been looking at that face for years.
Where?
I can't tell you. I'd have to show you. Let's go. That is, if you're curious enough to miss lunch.
I'm curious enough to miss your special bean soup, so you better have the goods.
Well, Doc, we're here.
Here?
Right in here is where you'll find your answer. In the Devil's Mountain Revolutionary War Museum. Come on.
Well?
You mean by this time you don't know? Oh, you're overdue. You surely should have caught on by now.
Well, I don't see anything that would remind me.
What's the pride and joy of our Memorial Museum, Doc? The most valuable thing we got.
Wait.
That's right. You're looking square at it. That big painting, said to be by Charles Wilson Peale.
The women. The women of Devil's Mountain.
Or the full title. The Women of Devil's Mountain Tending the Wounded on the Field of Battle. And that fellow, smack in the middle of the picture.
Dottie.
It's like the whole picture is built right around him.
It does look like Donald Farlow.
Looks like, Doc. It's him. It's one face.
That's remarkable.
He's lying there, and this woman is holding him in his arms. Oh, no wonder Marvin said this fellow reminded him of the army. It was the Revolutionary Army.
You can be so familiar with something, but if you encounter it outside its everyday surroundings...
And the pain in the chest. Now, that should have given it away right off. He's been shot or stabbed. See how his hand is pressed against his chest?
Yes.
And how the blood is trickling through the fingers?
Resemblance, it's uncanny.
Resemblance? Doc, it's the same face. Now, look at the hair. It's black, but with strands of gray in exactly the same places. Well, what? There's the same dimple on the chin.
It could be coincidence.
Doc, it's him.
It can't be.
Why not?
Because this picture was painted some 200 years ago.
Everything about the painting, the face, even the... Well, now look again. There's a birthmark just on the side of his left eye.
Dottie, what are you trying to say?
If you could even imagine what I'd like to say, you'd decide maybe I'd better be put away.
Oh, no. Go on, say it anyhow.
Oh, Mr. Farlow is the soldier in that painting.
How is that possible? Even if that soldier survived his wound, he'd still be dead for more than a century and a half.
Well, I don't know how it's possible. I'm just telling you what I think. Oh, look at the face. He's the same soldier.
Are you telling me he's the reincarnation of the soldier in the painting?
I don't know anything about all that, and I couldn't care less. All I'm saying is he's the same soldier. Now, don't ask me how or why. And when he drove through here, something came over him, and he felt that terrible pain again.
I'm afraid I couldn't accept that diagnosis.
Okay. It's your turn. How do you account for it?
I'm afraid I can't.
Hello there.
Oh, it's Mrs...
Dottie Collins. You remember me. I own the motel.
Yes. Well, you're very kind.
Well, I thought I'd drop around to see how you feel.
Well, I'm afraid I don't feel any better.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. What did the doctor say?
Well, the long and short of it seems to be that the pain is psychosomatic.
Well, why should that be? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
Oh, that's all right.
No, it's not all right. I'm sure it's something highly personal. One thing we pride ourselves on around here, we respect the next fellow's privacy.
And yet, I feel I can talk to you. I don't know why. I'm not the kind of man who talks to strangers about personal things. I don't usually talk to strangers at all. But somehow I feel that we're not strangers.
But I know we've never met.
Must be something about this place. I just can't explain it or understand it. Everybody thinks I look like somebody they know. I have this terrible pain that baffles the doctors. Well, no, it doesn't. They claim I've got it because I'm running away.
What are you running away from?
A fight.
You don't look like that kind to me.
Well, this is a fight I can't win.
Why?
Because I'm up against too much money, too much power. Besides, I don't have to fight. You see, I could sell out to this big company and take a job with them. That'd be the smartest thing I could do.
Why?
Well,
My own future would be assured. I wouldn't have to worry about debts or loans. I could save the jobs of maybe 100 men in the long run. Besides, I wouldn't have to work so hard.
Well, tell me what's wrong with all that.
Well, nothing, really. Except that I could no longer call my soul my own.
And that's why you've got this pain?
Oh, there's a lot of medical jargon surrounding it, but I guess that's what it all boils down to.
So how can you get rid of it?
Well, the way I'm going, I'll never get rid of it because, well, I get used to it. After a while, I won't even notice it. So I intend to leave here this afternoon. Go home and sign the agreement.
Of course, there could be another reason why it hurts.
No. The doctors have just about ruled out everything that might...
You remember everyone stared at you? As if we all thought we knew you?
Yes, and I'd like to know why.
Well, it's because we do know you.
You what?
Everyone in this town. We've known you all our lives.
Are you sure you're not all crazy?
Yes, I'm sure. All of us who were born here and went to school here. We met you for the very first time when we were little kids.
I wish I knew what you were talking about.
The hero of Devil's Mountain.
Look, are you all right?
Well, why do you ask?
Why do I ask? Do you realize what you're saying? How could I be the hero of whatever it is?
Well, I may sound a little bit crazy, but that's only because I'm saying... Okay, I admit it sounds strange, but I'm sane. I'm sound. Ask anyone in town about me.
Now, just exactly what are you trying to tell me?
Can you come with me? Can you leave here?
Well, yes, but where are you going to...
I want you to meet someone.
Who?
I want you to meet yourself. Look at him. And here's my mirror. Now look at yourself. Look at your own face. Now what do you say? Well, it's you. The soldier in that painting is you. And the pain you feel is his pain. Your pain.
All
I can't prove it, but I don't have to prove it. The things we really know are all past proving anyhow. There couldn't be two faces like that in all the world, in all of eternity. You have to be the same.
The women of Devil's Mountain. No, they're angels. They're the angels of Devil's Mountain.
The angels?
That's what I told Mr. Peel. Mr. Charles Wilson Peel. But I suppose he thought angels and devils couldn't go together.
Mr. Farlow.
Farlow? Who is Mr. Farlow?
Oh, maybe you'd better sit down.
They're angels. All of them are angels. You see?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, I see. Now, you just sit there on this bench. And, could I get you a glass of water?
See? They've come out on the field. But the British artillery is still firing. And see how I've fallen. I've fallen in the fight. I took a bayonet through the chest. But this one, this angel, she knelt beside me and she held me in her arms.
Mr. Farlow.
I'm dying.
No, don't say that. You'll be all right.
But I don't regret it. It's so much better to die in battle than to die of shame.
Oh, please, try to...
I must tell this to someone. I must. Now listen to me. Listen, at first I said, no, never. Every day, someone else would march through the village. And it was always the same thing.
Hey. Colonel Josiah Hepburn is organizing a trip of light cavalry to fight the British tyrants. All able-bodied men.
Cavalry, artillery, infantry. Everybody wanted us to enlist, to volunteer.
Mr. Farlow, I think I better get you back to the hospital.
Hospital? Oh, no, you don't know what it's like in a hospital, ma'am. The dirt, the screams, the poor devils, how we die one by one. No, you just hold me, huh? I'll be all right. You just hold on to me. Drums, I guess. Drums. It's funny. No matter how smart a man is, he can't hold out forever against the drums.
Please, don't talk.
It's because the beat of the drums is like the beat of your heart, and sooner or later, it becomes the beat of your heart. I held out against the drums. I held out longer than anyone else. I held out.
Father.
Here I am, Jeb.
I done it, Pa. I went and done it.
I see. I see the feather in your hat.
I'm going to ride with Hepburn's cavalry.
Oh, the British are right. He stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni.
Now, Pa...
You're 17 years old.
I'm old enough to fight, sir.
But you're too young to die. Now, who's been filling your head with such nonsense?
It ain't nonsense, Pa.
You're damn right it ain't. It's treason.
I don't recognize the authority of the King of England.
Well, now listen. Listen to this bunch of plowboys who now are going to ride their horses instead of following them.
Pa, I know you don't hold with independence, but I wouldn't be so free with my mouth. No, Pa, I intend no disrespect.
In other words, mouth.
That would be smartest. It's just getting so that a man has got to choose.
Choose betwixt what?
Well, you know, Pa, if you're for the crown, you better make plans to leave. If you're for independence, you better enlist.
That's the choice?
Yes, sir. You got to choose one or the other. What do you say?
What do I say? I say those words William Shakespeare said. I say the truest words ever spoken. A plague on both your houses.
And for some reason, a Revolutionary War painting has become painfully alive for Donald K. Philo. Suddenly, he is back there in those troubled and turbulent times. And from what we have just heard, he doesn't seem to be in tune with those times either. Well, the time has come for us to listen to some sage words of advice. And then I shall return with Act 3.
The following businessmen who handle everything themselves. 10 phone calls, they've got 10 important letters out to any parts of the country. I think it makes your business more efficient.
Well, what about the cost?
For a few dollars, I can have the mailgram sent and a copy sent to me. The mailgram is definitely a value. It gives me additional time for other work.
I've been talking with Harry Odell, one of many small businessmen who have discovered the convenience of mailgram.
It's easy to send a mailgram. Just call Western Union's toll-free 800 number anytime, day or night. Mailgram. Impact of a telegram at a fraction of the cost.
According to Mr. Henry David Thoreau, it is permissible for a man to march to the beat of his own drummer. However, this is never true during wartime. Then everyone must listen to one drummer only. And that is the drummer who sets the beat for the armed forces. Mr. Donald K. Philo has suddenly found himself back in our revolutionary struggle and completely at odds with the popular opinion of the day.
Well, Pa, maybe you don't have to enlist. Maybe you're too old.
I'm not too old, Jeb. I'm only 40.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, Pa, nobody really has the right to expect you to join up.
And so if I keep my mouth shut, maybe nobody will notice. Is that it?
Well, yes, Pa.
Well, I never kept my mouth shut in my whole life. I ain't going to start now either.
Pa, you'd better do something.
Are you threatening me, son? Has this revolutionary nonsense driven the Bible's teachings from your head? Honor thy father, remember?
Pa, I'm only telling you the diplomatic thing to do.
I'm too old to be a diplomat, Jeb.
I'm riding off early in the morning with Hepburn's cavalry. Give me your blessing, sir.
I can't.
Huh?
Oh, yes, I could hold my hands over your head and bless your mission. But it'd be a lie, because I don't believe in it.
All right, Pa, I understand. I'll do the best I can without it.
Good evening, Mrs. Porter.
Good evening, sir.
May I have a mug of ale?
Well, certainly, sir.
Didn't know you served red coats here, Abby.
He ain't a red coat, he's a turncoat.
Somebody get a rope.
That's right. Why doesn't somebody get a rope? There's but one of me and 6 or 8 of you. Those are just about the safest odds, ain't they? You skulking, cowardly scum. I notice you won't try to hang me one at a time.
There ain't going to be no hanging at all. Now, gentlemen, I must ask of all you to behave yourselves. It's my business to dispense hospitality to all who seek it. Here we are neither Yankee nor Tory. Remember the proverb. All men are alike in the sight of God and a tavern keeper.
I won't drink with no traitor.
Me either. No, I don't. I'm not going to do it.
I'm sorry, Mistress Porter. Maybe I shouldn't come in here anymore.
Well, why not?
I'm driving away your trade.
Tavern vagabonds. You don't notice them going off to fight. Not by a long shot.
Well, it's not just the town loafers, ma'am. I'm not popular anywhere.
No, I guess not.
I can't help it. I'm a man who has to speak his mind.
Men, I wonder why all of you think it's so important to say what you think. Now look at us women. We never say a word, and we're happier for it.
I only ask to be left in peace.
Well, I might recommend you try to go spend some time in New York or Philadelphia.
You do? Why?
Well, because those are Tory cities. The British still hold them. And your views would be more in keeping with the popular sentiment.
I won't be driven away from my land.
I'm speaking frankly, sir. Do you know why you ain't been hung or jailed or tarred and feathered and ridden on a rail? Because of your son. Because of Jeb. Because he's a trooper with Hepburn's cavalry. Nobody wants to break that lad's heart.
My son has caught the popular madness.
Why do you call it madness?
Because no better word describes it. This motley collection of country bumpkins. Yes, Mistress Porter, that's all we are. Provincials, rustics. That's how the British see us. We're a joke to them.
Then they must be laughing with tears in their eyes. We bled them pretty bad at Breed's Hill up in Boston. And look what Ethan Allen and his boys have done. And our own Israel Putnam.
Oh, but soon they'll begin to take us seriously. And then the ball will be over. Their invincible fleet will strangle us with a blockade.
I must say, sir, you do take a dim view.
I take a realistic view. And who needed this war? Hotheads in Boston? Slave owners in Virginia?
Oh, now you know there's more to it than that.
What more? We could have lived in peace. This nonsense about taxation without representation. The average person doesn't have the right to vote in Great Britain either. And what do we want to vote for anyhow? What does it matter what scoundrel has chosen to loot the public treasury and misgovern the country?
It matters because we have the right to choose him and turn him out.
I don't think it's a right worth dying for.
It's the principle of the thing.
Principles. My principle is to be let alone, to live in peace, not to provoke a war which cannot be won.
Why do you insist we can't win?
Because the odds are against us. Common sense is against us. Reality is against us. The overwhelming weight of men, money, ships, guns are all against us.
I agree.
Well, then why do you support this insane enterprise?
I agree that the odds are against us, but I insist we can win.
Why?
Because we must.
Even in the face of
all... Yes, even in the face of all your overwhelming odds. And I should like to ask you, sir, why are you opposed to the cause of independence?
I told you why. First, I would rather live in peace. Second, we have no chance of obtaining.
Are you sure there isn't a third reason?
What's that?
You're afraid to fight.
Madam, I can assure you no man could ever say that to me.
Oh, I don't mean that kind of fight. A fight that proves nothing, settles nothing. I mean the fight for human freedom.
I'm free now.
Slavery isn't all bad. There are pleasant forms of it, too. The life we led here was in many ways the life of a slave. We were told what to do, what to raise, what to manufacture, what to buy, what to sell. We were plagued by restrictions, limits, boundaries. Everything was at the pleasure of a king and his tyrannical ministers.
I could live with it.
Well, it takes all kinds.
I guess maybe it does.
Whoa there.
Good morning, Reverend.
Morning.
I see you're packed for a journey.
That's so.
Well, come in, rest a while. Have a bite.
I can't. Have no time. See, the British are sending a raiding party all through the valley.
Here? Our valley?
Yeah. Do a little burning and killing. So most of the town's moving out, heading north to Boston.
But why?
Well, as they say, we're a hotbed of rebel sentiment here, and we're to be taught a lesson. I don't think you've got too much to worry about, though.
Why? Why do you say that?
Well, you're known as a supporter of the king.
But I am not a supporter of the king. I don't support anyone in this madness.
But even if that's so, you can't call what folk devoutly believe in madness. And you know how it is in time of war. You're not with us. You're against us.
So, we are about to reap the whirlwind.
Got to be moving on. To say, I don't think you're in any danger.
They'll sweep through here like savages. They'll carry off all the livestock. They'll loot and they'll burn the houses and barns.
But not yours.
Timmons, my neighbor by the creek, and Sanderson over at the edge of the woods. They're off with Jeb, fighting with Jeb, down south with Hepburn's cavalry.
I suppose those are the fortunes of war.
These men are my neighbors. I could never face them again. They return to find the labor of a lifetime destroyed, while everything that belongs to me still flourishes. I could never face my own son.
It's too late now. They outnumber us, you know.
They've always outnumbered us. Reverend, the village of Devil's Mountain will fight.
We ain't got no soldiers.
We never had soldiers. Who are we, anyhow? We're just farmers and shopkeepers, artisans and clerks. Now, who's our commander-in-chief? He's just a planter from Virginia. Reverend, the war is here.
Well,
then run! Run like rats! Leave your homes and your farms to be gutted, looted, burned to the ground. I intend to march to the South Meadow, take cover at the edge of the woods, and when they come up the road, we can hit them in the flank. We can turn them away. I intend to fight. Now, who's going to follow me? No one, huh? All right, I'll fight alone.
Will you let him go on alone? Will you? What kind of men are you? You there with the drums. Strike off a march.
I'll go. Yeah, let's have the left to make up the big thing. Come on, go.
That's it, lads. Keep it up. Bring them on the run. Keep it up.
Oh, no.
Oh, Parson,
Don't try to talk.
Oh, one of them turned suddenly. Caught me with his bayonet.
Here, Parson. Let me hold him.
What are you ladies doing here?
There are wounded men, Reverend.
But the British may attack again.
Reverend, don't let the men disperse. Form them up again.
Right, I will.
And see that they have enough ammunition.
I'll try.
Don't try to talk. You'll be all right. I'll try to stop the bleeding. Now, just lie still.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
You must be an angel.
It hurts, doesn't it?
Oh, it's all right. You must be an angel. What's an angel doing on Devil's Mountain? I'm not afraid to die.
You won't die.
It's better to die this way. The other way, I could have stayed home and I'd have died of shame.
You won't die. You'll heal. See? The blood isn't flowing so quickly. You'll live to fight again.
Yes. I'll live. I'll fight again. I'll never stop fighting for what belongs to me. I'll fight. Never stop fighting. Whatever they have lined up against you, never stop fighting. They won't take away my factory. It's mine. It belongs to me. What am I saying?
Are you all right, Mr. Farlow?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
Well, you look better.
Better than what?
Better than you did before.
Excuse me, ma'am. What am I doing here?
Well, you weren't feeling so good.
I wasn't?
And you stopped off at the Devil's Mountain Motel.
How does it happen I can't remember any of this?
Well, you had a bad pain in your heart.
I don't think I've ever had a bad pain in my life.
The doctor would call it empathy, I think.
Empathy? For whom?
Well, that wounded soldier in the painting.
Hey, you know, I do think there's a slight resemblance. Well, I guess I've been working too hard. Huh? I've been quite worried. What I did was, well, I must have been tired. I stopped at the motel and just passed out.
Are you sure you're all right now?
Oh, yes, positive. I have to get back home at once. I've got a lot to do. Funny. I never passed out before. And I don't remember coming here either. How did I get here?
Well, the doctor thought a little walk might be good therapy.
Well, it certainly was. I'm feeling just great. I'm much obliged to you.
Well, what's funny?
Well, it's not funny. Those women in the pictures, see? See how they're helping the wounded? Well, you're keeping the tradition alive. You helped me. Yeah, that's a beautiful painting. It's called The Angels of Devil's Mountain, Tending the Wounded.
Well, why do you say angels? It reads women...
Oh, no. That's a mistake. It should be angels.
And he ought to know. Did he recover as the Revolutionary soldier and marry Mistress Porter? We don't know. We don't even know if he married Dottie. All we know is the tale we told you. You notice, both ladies were innkeepers. Or were they the same lady? Nothing should stop you from providing a romantic ending if you think you want one. And I shall be back in just a few moments.
We're all a little leery of the dark. That's why some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought a Delco battery. A Delco quality battery with instant starting power. Delco batteries. Some lonely night, you'll be glad you bought one.
SET Automotive Warehouse carries the largest selection of auto parts in the New Jersey area. If you are a jobber or wagon jobber, call Sherry Terstein at 201-567-6270. How long has it been since your car had a tune-up? If it's been too long, it could cost you money. Money for gas now, money for expensive repairs later. Save yourself some money with a tune-up at your Long Island Oldsmobile dealer. The dealer who handles quality AC Delco parts and is known all over the island for service reliability. Drive in soon to your Long Island Oldsmobile Network dealer for a tune-up with AC spark plugs and Delco points and condensers. Your Lion dealer in Rockville Center is John J. Hayes. And in Woodbury, it's Town and Country.
Have you ever been to the races? Why not pick out a lovely fall day and give yourself a half-day vacation at beautiful Belmont Park? You don't have to bet to have a wonderful time at the races. You can relax out on the grass under the trees, eat some fried chicken, corn on the cob, or treat yourself to a luscious banana split. All that plus the most exciting sport in the world, thoroughbred horse racing. First race at 1:30 p.m. at beautiful Belmont Park, every day except Tuesday.
That word from the New York Racing Association.
We're celebrating the bicentennial of our great country. And how wonderful it would be if, in addition to donning the clothes and shouting the slogans of our ancestors, we found the heart, the beating heart of their dedication, the soul and the spirit of their devotion. Well, we work a great deal with the spirit on this program, and we can infuse you with it 7 times each week. Our cast included Warren Stevens, Ann Seymour, James McCallion, and Barry Kroger. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Lost Angels. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The entire company of the Lux Radio Theater has been under a magic spell this week. We've fallen victim to the charm of Miss Margaret O'Brien, age 7. We have wooed her favor with ice cream cone and peppermint candy, and she has rewarded us by treating us as equals. That's about the greatest compliment that a child can pay to adults. Co-starring with Margaret are James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn. They were all with her in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Lost Angel, the drama that takes the spotlight in this theater tonight. This week, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer is celebrating 20 years of fine picture making with a new one that's been much talked about, The White Cliffs of Dover. During those 20 years, the studio has discovered a distinguished line of famous artists, but none, I think, more promising than our little Margaret O'Brien. Lost Angel is a delightful story of a very small girl who feels a certain responsibility for the affairs of her friends, particularly affairs of romance. I believe tonight marks rather a special occasion for the Lux Radio Theater, because it's the first time we've had a star who wasn't born, even, when the first play was presented in this National Theater by Lux Toilet Soap, which means that a whole generation has more or less grown up with our program. The first birthday party, the first date, graduation day, in all of these, our product has played its own little role. Needless to say, we're firm believers in the theory that beauty is never too young to learn about Lux Toilet Soap. Now our cast is on the stage, and here's the curtain for Act One of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. His name is Mike Regan. Mike's a reporter. He doesn't wear his hat on the back of his head, cigarettes never dangle from the corner of his mouth, and he has never considered writing a novel. But in spite of these handicaps, Mike Regan is the most promising news gatherer on the New York Morning Transcript. Right now, in fact, he's promising something to a very bewitching young lady.
And I'm awfully sorry, Katie, but we can go next week, huh? That's a promise.
Well, if you have to work, chum, you have to.
It's that Packy Roos case. The cops just grabbed him, and I've got to do a follow-up story.
Okay. Next week, then, huh?
Katie, you're a wonderful girl. You know what I like best about you?
Sure. I have a pretty good voice that pays off with a pretty good salary from a pretty good nightclub. I don't cost you much.
You'll find it hard to believe, but that's not it. The thing I like most is that you're not one of those whiny, clinging vine dames who squawks when a guy's got work to do. Oh, hiya, Katie.
Hi.
The boss wants to see you, Mike. Tell him I'll be right there.
Okay. Oh, hey, I almost forgot. About tonight, Mike. You bring the beer, we'll get the dame.
Oh.
All right, worm. Squirm.
Honest, Kate, that's just a rib. There aren't any dames. It's just a poker game.
Oh, just a poker game.
Well, it's not that I want to play poker, but I took $400 from those pigeons last Tuesday night and...
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, look.
Last Tuesday night, you stood me up because the rewrite man was sick.
Katie, in this racket, there are a lot of things a guy has to do. There are obligations.
Obligations to what, Mike? You have only two real obligations. One is to your job, and the other is to me.
And he seems to be plopping on both of them. Didn't Dell tell you I wanted to see you, Mike?
All right, please. Look, Katie, you're absolutely right, darling. Look, have dinner with me tonight. Really let me have it.
And while I'm making speeches, you'll be figuring out how you can get away early and still make that poker game.
Oh, no, Katie. I'll be listening. I'd be a heel if I didn't. You will come, won't you, darling? It means a lot to me.
Well,
Oh, that's wonderful, baby. You won't be sorry, Katie.
Oh, all right. Pick me up at 8:30.
8:30? You're an angel.
I'm a sap. Goodbye, Arthur.
So long, Katie.
Bye.
Brother, the things you get away with.
Now then, you wanted to see me, Art?
Yeah, when you went to Harvard, did you know a professor there named Vincent?
Vincent? Oh, sure, psychology. He's in town now with the Pickering Institute.
Then drag yourself down there and see him. They've got a baby genius. Get an interview.
But, Art, I'm all tied up with the Packy Roos case.
Packy's in jail. The case is over. Now quit stalling.
Listen, will you? I'm in no mood for the patter of little feet and the clutch of little hands.
No? Okay. There's a poultry show that has to be covered.
Pickering Institute?
Pickering Institute.
Yeah. That's what I thought you said. I'm on my way.
I'm delighted to see you again, Regan. But as far as the child is concerned, impossible.
We're by no means ready to contact the press.
Oh, I understand your point of view completely, Professor Vincent. Imagine the cheap, sensational stories that might be written. Professors grow genius in hothouse, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
But after all, you know me, and you know I wouldn't...
Very well, but the article you write must first be submitted to us for our approval.
Oh, sure. Now, where's the kid?
Just a moment. There are certain facts I first wish to make clear. For years, the Pickering Institute searched for a child upon whom we could make certain experiments that may revolutionize the entire educational system.
Yeah.
6 years ago, when Alpha was 3 days old, she was brought to us by the Foundling Home.
Any records of her parents?
None whatsoever. We chose her because we found her physically and mentally perfect for our purpose. Since then, the Pickering Institute has been Alpha's home. Here she has had every attention, every kindness.
And you've given her the works, huh?
We have been her teachers and her friends. Alpha knows nothing of the outside world, but her knowledge of such subjects as music, geometry, Chinese, and history may startle even you, Regan.
I'm ready to be startled.
Very well. Go inside and strip.
I thought you said strip.
I did. Dr. Woodring will examine you. If you're in good health, you may then have a short interview with Alpha.
Gee, thanks.
This is her room, Regan. I'll leave you with her. Hello, Alpha. Oh, geometry, I see.
Did you remember to bring the slide rule, Professor Vincent?
How about me? Will I do instead?
This is Michael Regan, Alpha, a representative of the press.
How do you do?
How do you do? Not too long, please.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks.
What paper are you from?
A transcript.
Oh, reactionary, isn't it?
I suppose you read it every day?
Just the editorials. I go over them with Professor Richards.
And what do you think of our editorials?
Oh, we find them amusing. Have you prepared a list of questions you want me to answer?
Well, I thought we'd just...
We could begin by my giving you the schedule of my day.
Well, that's fine.
Well, I have English first, then history, economics, algebra, Chinese, semantics, and beginning tomorrow, philosophy, because I'm 6 years old.
Oh, congratulations. If you'll pardon my asking, what do you do just for fun?
Well, I play chess and the harp and the piano.
And of all the jolly things you do, Professor, what do you like best?
Reading. I think I like reading best.
Sure. When I was your age, I liked reading best, too. You know, kid stuff, fairy tales.
Oh, I've been told about them.
Oh, what's wrong with fairy tales?
After all, there's no point in wasting time on things that aren't true.
And just what isn't true about fairy tales?
Are you serious? Dragons, flying carpets?
They're not true?
Hardly.
Well, I guess I'll have to tell the leprechaun I had breakfast with that he isn't real.
A leprechaun? What's that?
It's a little man about so high. Irish. Shoemaker by profession.
You had breakfast with such a man this morning?
Yes.
What did he eat?
Pratters and stirabout. Oh, the stirabout's a special kind of cereal. No lump.
What about dragons? Do you believe in them?
Why, certainly.
You've never seen one.
Now, if that isn't just like a woman. Look, do you know what a zebra is?
Of course. It's a mammal of the equine group. Black with white stripes.
How do you know?
Well, because I do know.
But you've never seen one?
No.
Still, you believe there are zebras, don't you?
Yes.
All right, then. I believe there's a whole world of magic. Outside all kinds of magic.
You do?
Sure. Of course, some people will tell you that it isn't true. But if you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is true, and you can find it.
Can you?
Certainly.
Time for your
I'd
music
like to.
lesson, Alpha.
Oh, but Professor, we're having such an interesting discussion.
Well, go on, kid. And thanks. I'll be sure to tell my leprechaun you said he wasn't real.
Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
Come along, Alpha. Professor Caddy's waiting for you.
I'm afraid we'll have to start again, Alpha. The note is D, not D flat.
I don't believe I'm concentrating, Professor Caddy.
Well, we'll try it again, dear. Ready?
Professor Caddy, do you believe in magic?
Magic? Well, there's always the magic of music.
Oh, but that's not what I mean. Oh, well, let's get back to Beethoven. Come in.
I just wanted to say good night, my dear.
Good night, Professor Vincent. Where is Mrs. Caddy?
Mrs. Caddy seems suddenly to have contracted a slight fever. Dr. Woodring has sent her to bed. I'll go right to sleep.
I'll try, but I have so many things on my mind.
Oh? Did you have a nice supper tonight?
Farina with lumps.
Lumps are merely grains of cereal adhering.
Obviously, but sometimes I'd like to have patties with stirabout.
What on earth are they?
I don't know, but that's what I'd like to have.
Well, I'll consult Dr. Woodring.
Professor Vincent?
Yes?
If somebody told you something is true, and you don't think it is, but you're not sure, what you do?
You demand that they prove their statements. Everything true can be proved.
Thank you. Good night, Professor.
Good night, my dear. You've been a fine, good girl.
Outside, Alpha. Outside. There's all kinds of magic. Flying carpets, dragons, enchanted forests. Demand that they prove their statements. If you know in your heart what you're looking for, and you believe it, then it is there, and you can find it. Everything true can be proved.
Then prove it. Prove it to me, Mr. Regan.
Outside, all kinds of magic. Outside.
All right. Outside I'll go. Very well. Outside I'll go. Dear Professors, I am going out. Do not worry. I have dressed warmly. I have to find out something else.
Well, young lady, what can we do for you?
I'd like to see Mr. Michael Regan, please.
Is this guy with you, this Chinese gent?
Oh, yes. The traffic confused me somewhat, so he volunteered to escort me.
Huh?
Then we knew we had the bug one.
Hey, what goes?
Oh, pardon me. My friend Mr. Min Jang said the Korea was taken by the Japanese in 1912. It was 1910, August 1910.
1910, huh? Oh, now, come on. Now, what do you want to see Mr. Regan for?
He's my father.
Your father, oh.
What? 19. That means goodbye. My friend Mr. Min Jang was very kind to bring me here. But he certainly is stubborn.
Who's the little doll, Eddie? He's looking for Mike Regan. Says he's a father.
Mike Regan's her... Oh, boy. And she wants to see her father, does she? Well, I think that can be arranged.
You know where he is?
Sure. He took his girl to the fights, and that's just where I'm taking this little lady.
One at a time, please. One at a time. Yeah, that's better. Now, which one of you professors called headquarters?
It was I, Sergeant. I'm Professor Vincent.
Okay. Now, you say you saw the little girl at 8:10.
As a rule, my wife goes in to see if the child is properly covered.
Why didn't she go in tonight?
Because I ordered Mrs. Catty to bed. She's ill.
Oh, I'll be all right. If only we can find Alpha.
Hey, Sarge. Yeah, Charlie?
I checked them all. Mercy Hospital, Good Samaritan, Bellevue, no kid.
Are you sure you described her correctly? Navy jumper, white blouse, black shoes.
But what made her run away?
What made
you
her...
heard me.
Oh, we don't know.
What's the matter with you, lady?
My wife is suffering from a slight cold.
Don't look like no cold to me. Hey, look, Sarge, this here lady's got the measles, right? The father of 9 kids.
This is terrible. Measles? Why, bless me, I believe you're right.
Oh, this is calamitous.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be all right in a few days.
But you don't understand. Tell them, Doctor. When we find Alpha, she won't be able to come back here. This place is quarantined until Mrs. Catty recovers from the measles. Having fun, Katie?
What?
But I'd be happier if my man hadn't been knocked out.
The next bout will be on in a minute. I'll give you a chance to win your money back.
Okay, but I have to be back at the club pretty soon.
Oh, relax. I'll go over with you. After all,
Attention, please. Mr. Michael Regan is wanted in the press room. Your baby is waiting for you. Mr. Michael Regan, your baby is in the press room.
Well, what are you waiting for, Mike?
Oh, Katie, you know I haven't got a baby.
Mister, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, there's some mistake. Look, just wait, will you, honey? I'll be right back.
I'm leaving, but you'd better hurry and see if that baby will wait for you.
Oh. Right in the press room, Mr. Regan. Your boss brought her here and ducked out. Thanks.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Since when am I your father?
Mr. Regan, I'd like to talk to you.
And I'd like to talk to you.
When you came to see me, you made certain statements. You said that there were dragons and flying carpets and, well, magic. And you said not everybody could, but you knew how to find it. That's what you said.
So?
Show me. But of course, if it wasn't true, please don't feel bad. Of course, all men lie. Even if they don't mean to lie, they don't always know the truth about things.
Oh, tell me, why is it so important to you, this magic business?
Well, the professors say everything can be explained. But if things happen like magic, I don't know. I just thought it would make everything seem different.
Listen, I didn't lie to you. There is magic, all kinds. It's what makes people laugh and have friends and be happy. And if I told you I could find it, well, I'll find it for you.
Now? Right now?
Yeah, but we've got to find Katie, too. Oh, it's Miss Mallory. She's my girl.
Oh, why don't we just go look for the magic? Why do we have to see her?
Well, because she's very angry with me. And since you're the other woman in this case, well, you have to help me fix it.
All right. How do I do it?
You do it by being exactly 6 years old.
That appears very simple, Mr. Regan. Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we shall proceed.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Margaret O'Brien, James Craig, Marcia Hunt, and Keenan Wynn in Act 2 of Lost Angel. And now, here's a young soldier home on leave. A soldier and his girl.
When your heart goes bumpity-bump, it's love, love, love. When your throat comes up with a lump, it's love, love, love. Why, Joe, you're not singing.
I'd rather watch you, honey. You're so pretty. Where'd you get that $1 million complexion, Sue? It makes my heart go bumpity-bump.
Well, it's love, love, love. Sometimes at first sight, when admiring eyes come close to a smooth, lovable Lux complexion. Pretty Lux girls are clever. They never neglect the care that really makes skin softer, more appealing. Here's what they do.
Every single day, I give my skin an active lather facial with Lux soap. I smooth on lots of the creamy lather and work it in gently but thoroughly. I rinse with warm water and splash on cold, then pat my skin dry with a soft towel. That's all. But that quick, easy facial really does things for my skin.
In recent tests of Lux toilet soap facials, actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time. Lux soap's rich, creamy lather agrees with delicate skin. No wonder 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars depend on it for daily complexion care. If you haven't tried this fine white soap, why not get Lux toilet soap tomorrow? If you find your dealer is temporarily out of stock due to wartime conditions, be sure to have more soon. Remember, Hollywood's beauty soap is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 2 of Lost Angel, starring Margaret O'Brien as Alpha, James Craig as Mike, Marcia Hunt as Katie, and Keenan Wynn as Packy. While the New York police and professors of the Pickering Institute frantically search for a 6-year-old brain trust, Mike Regan and Alpha are on a search of their own for magic. Under a dazzling canopy of animated electric signs, a slightly bored Mike and a saucer-eyed little girl amble through the wonderland of Times Square.
Professor, I believe you wanted to see a flying carpet. Just take a look up there.
Looks like an airplane to me.
And just what is an airplane?
Well, it's the thing that you sit down on and it flies away.
Correct. Now, that plane up there, you sit down on it, it flies away. A flying carpet, no matter what you call it.
Goodness.
Hey, take a look down there. See that man all dressed up? Swallowtail coat, silk hat? Now look at his shirt.